The scene opens to the desolate landscape of a nearly collapsed city. The sun sets and the air is thick with polluted dust. In a corner of the city a man stands idly. He looks up at the sky with weary eyes. The world is already completely destroyed. After a desperate struggle, all that remains for him is an empty heart and death. He was once humanity's guardian. Brutal battle scenes flash by, and after the war, rain pours down on his body. He stands atop a mountain of corpses, looking up at the sky. He had to confront the apocalypse first. The scene shifts to a military facility. With hope now gone, a woman stands in a corner watching with her arms crossed. In the ruined world, a man has just been executed on a rooftop. The person who just fired the shot still stands there holding a bloody gun. He still struggles to cling to life. On top of an old skyscraper, a female soldier equips a sniper rifle. She lies prone, aiming, ready to fire at any moment, as if she just needs to hold out for one more day. A man moving on the road is caught in her scope. She squints her eyes, focusing intently. After precise aiming, her finger gently pulls the trigger. He must survive for just one more day. So, in a warehouse, a man is equipping firearms. Thanks to his efforts, he pulls the charging handle of a gun and aims it experimentally. Living like this is surprisingly possible even in a desolate world. Suddenly, news blaring from a laptop beside him catches his attention, for there is still plenty of interesting news. Preparing for nuclear war. I have lived well for the past 3 years, building up defenses. Whatever happens in the world's future, he must live as himself, leaving these keyboard warriors behind. There's no choice but to fight spectacularly and grandly. Seoul, the capital of South Korea, a highly developed city. On a road with extremely busy traffic, in the pedestrian zones people go about their usual business, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly a massive spherical explosion appears. The explosion forms a mushroom cloud, destroying everything around it. In the sky, a helicopter hovers above the explosion. A nuclear missile launched directly at the capital, Seoul, by a hostile nation. That day, how the world came to an end was a very long and complicated story, but there were still a lot of interesting details within it. 3 years before the nuclear war broke out, Park Ji-woo was making wise preparations for the future. In fact, the notion of humanity being cornered was a familiar topic of conversation everywhere. However, only 2 types of people actually prepared for that scenario. One was the upper class, who had significant wealth and worried about everything, or those who were convinced the world would end tomorrow and staked everything they had as an escape from reality. Of course, he was ultimately the one who carried out the preparations. First, I liquidated all my assets and constantly researched information and knowledge for surviving the apocalypse. The first and most essential task was to learn how to choose a location for a shelter. Where should the shelter be built? To choose a location, 3 conditions had to be met. Park Ji-woo circled a spot on the map. First, it had to be sparsely populated and very difficult to access, while also maintaining a connection to the city in an emergency. Second, it needed to have terrain advantageous for defense in any emergency situation. And finally, and most importantly, there was the budget. He had to meet all the above conditions within his budget. The chosen location was a secluded forest beneath an Air Force base on the outskirts of the city. Someone asked, "You came from Seoul? Now that we're neighbors, let's get along well." He couldn't recall the old man's exact name, but his surname was definitely Kim. Old Man Kim, the owner of the land next to the shelter. After selecting the location, it was now time for construction. I gathered laborers to support this project. Park Ji-woo pointed to the excavator. All the necessary equipment is here. I'll be working alongside you all. At first, they were reluctant for him to participate in the work. They clinked glasses together after work. However, after he bought them drinks and snacks, that problem was quickly resolved. Suddenly, a handful of sand hit one of them on the head. Old Man Kim shouted angrily, "What on earth are you up to, getting drunk and being noisy every day? Do you even have permits?" He frowned. "Is this what the countryside is like?" one man said furiously. "Is that old man crazy?" Old Man Kim was fussy and ill-tempered. There was no particular reason. It was just that no one paid any attention to him. A man who got out of a car scolded, "Hey, get out of the way, you old man. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Old Man Kim was still lying in the road, obstructing it. "If you're going to keep making such a mess, you'll have to walk over this old man's dead body." A large man came over carrying an axe. "To deal with this, I'll have to teach that old man a lesson." Park Ji-woo reached out and stopped him. "Calm down." He snatched the axe from the man's hand. "I'll handle this myself." Of course, he wasn't a saint. At that moment, he had reached the limit of his patience. In the evening, as the sun set, Park Ji-woo was walking down the road carrying something. His face was filled with cold composure. From a distance, Park Ji-woo saw someone continuously speaking in front of Old Man Kim's house. "There's no need for long explanations. Transfer this land into my name. From now on, I'll take care of you, father." Old Man Kim immediately refused. "I cannot." Old Man Kim's son shouted angrily. "What did you say? Why don't you just sell this and stop bothering us by staying here? We said we'd take care of you, didn't we?" He grabbed the old man by the collar and pulled him up. "Father, you gave all the good land to my sister. All I'm left with is a dilapidated house and a few plots of rice paddies and fields." Old Man Kim's son pushed him to the ground. He fell to the ground. "At least you should give this to me. Damn it." Park Ji-yu frowned, watching the scene unfold before him. Old man Kim's son continued to hurl insults. I've put up with your fussy temperament for years, father. Isn't it time you acted like a father? He raised his hand, ready to strike. What's wrong? Answer me. Are you going to transfer this land to me or not? Park Ji-yu suddenly let out a low growl. Old man Kim's son was startled and turned around. Park Gu's eyes shone with extreme coldness towards him. Old man Kim's son let go of old man Kim and complained. Damn it, what now anyway? Transfer this land to me before you die. I'm warning you. He got into his car and drove off. I'll be back next time. Park Ji-yu stood for a moment, watching old man Kim's son leave. He looked at old man Kim, who sat in sadness, and spoke. Care for a cigarette? The old man suddenly asked. Do you have parents? He replied. They passed away in an accident. Old man Kim spoke indifferently. Park Ji-yu wondered why he didn't sell the land and live elsewhere. That land is too large for you to manage alone, elder. Old man Kim hesitated for a long time, deep in thought. At first it was land I gave to my daughter. It was worthless wasteland, just like the land you're working on now. But who knew a highway would be built in front of it? Are you telling me to sell this land and go live somewhere else? His eyes were slightly bloodshot. Recalling his wife, I cannot do that. Old man Kim recalled moments with his wife. I can't do that. He quickly stood up and said, let's go. Even now I cannot say what I did for old man Kim, but one thing is certain. That brief conversation opened his tightly closed heart. From that day on he no longer interfered with the construction work. The two of them planted vegetables together and they grew very well. Time passed and soon it was winter and snow began to fall from the sky. And then finally the nuclear explosion occurred. Park Ji-yu gritted his teeth, looking at the sight before his eyes. That day an ear-splitting roar shook the entire world. Along with the late air raid siren announcing the end of the world, old man Kim's flustered voice rang out. Hey young Park, my son lives in Seoul. Is he still alive? Please find my son. Old man Kim entered the already completed shelter in time. Inside the room, Park Ji-yu sat in front of a laptop. His eyes were carefully reading the news. Park Ji-yu came out and announced he's dead. Hearing those words, old man Kim's hands clenched into fists and trembled. Seeing that, he didn't offer a single word of comfort. There will be a second airstrike soon, including urban areas. It's dangerous outside, so stay in my shelter for a while. He patted Park Gu's shoulder and said, No, I cannot abandon my home. But old man Kim turned and left, saying thank you for the offer. That day, the apocalypse truly seemed to have begun. Park Ji-yu looked at his constantly ringing phone. Without any warning, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the surveillance monitor. Outside, there was a man holding a weapon. Survivors of this apocalypse with eyes ready to depart this world stared intently. An elderly couple was chatting cheerfully. A landscape of burning ruins and people who were still alive. The man with the axe came inside. Park Ji-yu coldly went outside and looked at him. His gaze grew extremely cold. Enemy. A loud noise echoed from a nearby field. D-852, a wild boar, had fallen into a trap and was lying on the ground. Old man Kim ran towards Park Ji-yu from a distance holding a gun. Park Ji-yu was observing carefully. Old man Kim said, Did we get it? My goodness, look at that. It's as big as a house, old man Kim said proudly. I used to be in the special forces, you know. I was a sharpshooter and even received medals from all over the country. Park Ji-yu merely listened, thinking to himself. Later I found out old man Kim was just a Civil Defense Corps member. He turned his gaze to the gun in the old man's hand, thinking, a shotgun is a decent weapon, but it alone won't be enough to deal with the future. Park Ji-yu stood up, looked into the distance and said, Therefore, my gaze was always drawn to the nearby Air Force base. It was a joint military base of South Korea and the United States, apparently home to a special unit called Hunter, which specialized in combating monsters. In other words, it was an ideal location to collect weapons in preparation for the apocalypse. Park Ji-yu explained his plan in detail. His initial plan was as follows. If the enemy attacked, the Air Force base near Gyeonggi province would be the first target. Once the nuclear airstrikes began and the base fell into chaos, I would put on my protective suit and casually infiltrate to steal weapons. As he quietly watched for an opportunity, an unexpected business proposal emerged. A man standing in the dark asked Park Ji-yu, By the way, boss, have you acquired any firearms? As sunlight broke through, a man with arms covered in tattoos, introduced by Park Ji-yu, appeared. The one who proposed the deal was Kim Kwang-soo. He said there were countless people like the boss in China too. He was a Korean-Chinese man from the Chinese underworld, an individual from the construction company I hired to build the shelter. Kwang-soo interrupted his thoughts and said, Western media isn't reporting it, but several provinces near Inner Mongolia have all been devoured by monsters, and at least hundreds of millions of people must have died. Park Ji-yu explained the situation. Saying that he had now washed his hands of things and retired, Kwang-soo continued to provide other information. Wealthy people were frantically busy commissioning him to build shelters. In Park Gu's eyes, he was nothing more than a laborer who came to Korea to make money. Kwang-soo continued to persuade him. Boss, you've built a magnificent shelter, but what good is it without a proper gun? He stroked his chin for a long time, thinking to himself. His mixed speech, he seems to be showing off his connections. But Park Ji-yu extended his hand. He shook Kwang-soo's hand and said, Show me the goods when work is done. He still stubbornly haggled with him. Kwang-soo said, Think carefully before you decide, boss. Right now it's an offer I can't refuse. And finally, the day of the deal arrived. Park Ji-yu was waiting on a road. He muttered to himself, Before this I had commissioned a private detective agency for an investigation. Kim Kwang-soo wasn't a member of a northeastern gang but someone from the Shanghai Triad. Recalling the information obtained from the investigation, Park Ji-yu looked into the distance. The goods came through his connections. Kwang Soo, approaching from a distance, spoke. "Boss, you're early." Park Ji-yu also thought to himself, "But it's fine." Kwang Soo smiled cheerfully and said, "My subordinates will bring the goods shortly, so please wait a moment, boss." Park Ji-yu waited with him, thinking to himself, "I just need to receive the goods." Kwang Soo stared intently at his cell phone. Park Ji-yu saw that and asked, "Is that your daughter?" He scratched his head, smiled and said, "Yes, she's 7 years old and I don't know who she takes after, but her personality is quite unique, which gives me a lot of trouble." Having said that, Kwang Soo pointed him towards a nearby cargo truck. He invited him. "Ah, they're here. Let's go." A subordinate approached the two men. The cargo box was opened and its contents were verified. Thurn Type 56 rifles, 300 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition and 3 extra magazines were provided. Park Ji-yu test lifted a rifle, thinking to himself, "Good quality goods." He inspected them a bit longer, then concluded, "Well preserved, no operational issues." Park Ji-yu put the rifle back into the cargo box and looked at Kwang Soo, who was exchanging greetings with his subordinates. He still maintained a cheerful demeanor and said, "You see, Korea is quite good, isn't it?" Kwang Soo looked at Park Ji-yu, his eyes quiet. He approached with a somber expression. "Hey boss, come to think of it, do you live alone in that shelter?" Kwang Soo tightened his grip on the gun and continued, "It looked pretty spacious." He subtly turned his hand towards the trigger. Park Ji-yu also realized the situation. He replied, "Yes, I live alone." Kwang Soo squinted and asked, "Is that so?" Park Ji-yu calmly asked, "Why is there a problem?" Meanwhile, he had already reached behind his back and gripped a knife. Kwang Soo suddenly changed his expression, smiled and said, "No, I mean if your house is spacious, there'll be room for guests to visit, won't there?" "That's right, boss, you're truly wise," Park Ji-yu replied. "If you have nowhere to go later, come find me. You already know the location anyway." Kwang Soo waved his hand and replied, "No, after this job is done I'm going back to the northeast to see my daughter. I'll never come back here. So boss, check the goods. You can send the money for the ammunition and magazines." After that, Park Ji-yu thought about his words, "I'll never come back." Didn't sound like a lie. Darkness fell and Park Ji-yu received a call from Kwang Soo. Before returning to his home country, music could be heard not far away and Kwang Soo was waiting for that call holding an axe. Park Ji-yu was still lost in thought. He needed a shelter and weapons to survive. Moreover, since Kwang Soo already knew the location and facilities, Park Ji-yu glanced at the phone again, realizing Kwang Soo wouldn't hesitate for long. Park Ji-yu answered the phone. His voice was heard. "Hello, boss." The voice was calm, but he was running in a hurry. Park Ji-yu still replied calmly. "Why did you call me?" he replied. "It's nothing. I'll bring the ammunition and goods myself. You don't need to pay the debt now. Where are you right now?" Park Ji-yu guessed as soon as he received the call. "Fortunately, my enemy came alone." He headed for the door holding an axe. When the door opened, Kwang Soo stood there. Park Gu's eyes were filled with the thought that he had to deal with Kwang Soo before he could find his associates. The two stood facing each other, each holding an axe. He charged first and swung his axe at Park Ji-yu, but Park Ji-yu quickly dodged it. Park Ji-yu retaliated with an axe swing to his face and suddenly blood splattered from Kwang Soo's neck. Park Ji-yu raised his axe and delivered a fatal blow. Kwang Soo clutched his neck and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "A military spy," Park Ji-yu replied. Kwang Soo fell to the ground and continued speaking. "Just as I thought," Park Ji-yu murmured. Kwang Soo grabbed Park Gu's pants leg and pleaded, "Save me, please, please save me," he continued to beg. Park Ji-yu coldly replied, "That might be difficult. Even if I don't touch you, I don't think you'll survive. You've lost too much blood, you're on the verge of death." Kwang Soo's voice rang out one last time. "Then end me quickly." He fell under Park Gu's axe. The phone rang. Park Ji-yu bent down and fumbled, thinking, what if he hadn't come alone? The phone was ringing. Park Ji-yu looked at Kwang Soo and his daughter's messages and murmured, "It seems it won't work out," he thought deeply. "There's no time for sentimentality now." D29 Park Ji-yu was driving away. His mind was still filled with many thoughts. These were things that should not have been present at this time. As soon as the radiation detector indicated safety, I immediately headed for the Air Force Base. Wearing a gas mask, Park Ji-yu walked to a certain place and said, ironically, there were perfect military facilities and enough weapons to arm an entire mercenary squad. Park Ji-yu bowed his head, a disappointed expression on his face. My initial plan was correct after all. Park Ji-yu sat in the car, looked at the charred corpse and said, "Sometimes I wonder what if Kwang Soo had come here first. No, what if he hadn't made a deal with me in the first place? Would he have survived?" He turned and left. Before his eyes, the city, once green, had become a cauldron of chaos. Park Ji-yu continued driving, thinking, could he ever reunite with his daughter in this apocalyptic world? A voice echoed, "Hello everyone. Viva Apocalypse, this is 337. Simultaneously, a video appeared showing a person holding a ball of yarn and a crochet hook, and the voice continued, "Today we're going to make a wool felt doll together. This is a doll my daughter really loves." A live screen showing the crafting process was placed opposite. First, you'll gather the wool into a ball like this. It might be difficult to control the amount of wool at first. As the screen zoomed out, Park Ji-yu sat motionless in a dark room in front of the screen. This calm video was not filmed before the war. Its source was Viva Apocalypse, an online forum for doomsday preppers. It was eerily written in large yellow letters with small blood-red letters beneath. Thanks to the Galaxy Link satellite communication network developed by the world-renowned businessman Elon Musk, even in this post-apocalyptic world ravaged by nuclear bombs, we could still use the internet. Park Ji-yu was still diligently following the instructions. It looks difficult, but once you get used to it, it's very easy. His eyes were focused and Park Ji-woo showed extreme concentration. The narration continued, "Thanks to this incredible technological advancement, survivors can connect and communicate with each other in a virtual world." Anonymous 337 in the video said, "Finally cut off this excess part and you're done." A cute finished wool felt sheep doll was created. He continued, "As you can see, it's really easy, right?" Here too, Park Ji-woo completed his own creation. He stared at it intently. Park Ji-woo thought for a moment, "I think I've seen this before in Jeonseongyang Mulchin Village, D365. Exactly 1 year had passed since the war began. There were no more nuclear bombs or airstrikes." The narration stated that giant monsters had appeared throughout the city, but their claws were already spread everywhere. The government had completely lost control and a return to normalcy seemed impossible. The real-time news board was continuously updated. Posts about refugees became more and more frequent on the forum, and the number of inactive members gradually increased. Wariness toward strangers turned into hatred and fear. Countless news articles and comments all seemed suspicious. Park Ji-woo scanned the screen, sighed, and thought, "Considering the current situation, such reactions cannot be deemed excessive." Park Ji-woo silently looked at the notification that he had blocked a user named Defender. Recently, this person had become known as the Human Hunter on the forum. Since the war began, the Human Hunter had continuously posted about his killing sprees. Countless people were brutally captured and killed. He didn't kill for pleasure, but for one single reason. It was to warn everyone not to trespass on his territory. His videos showed blood spurting from his victims. However, after unblocking and searching for his posts, countless posts and interactions still appeared on the real-time board. Images of his victims were also there. Park Ji-woo thought to himself, "It seems he's becoming addicted to killing." Frowned and speculated, lost in thought. Witnessing such insane boastful posts in real time, it's only natural for people to become defensive and aggressive. And Park Ji-woo clenched his fists, his eyes wide. When he noticed something strange, the wool-felt sheep doll, which was cute at first, was now stained with blood. An X mark was drawn on the sheep doll. Park Ji-woo said, "The notification for the suspension of activity of my favorite user appeared." Anonymous 337, who used to upload videos of making toys for his daughter, no longer appeared. D95. Time passed and winter arrived. On the message board, which had been quiet earlier, several questions still lingered. Is 423 alive? If you are, answer. Damn it, if you're alive, report your situation. Now, the number of inactive members had surpassed the number of active members. Park Ji-woo put on warm clothes. He observed everything through binoculars and said to himself, "I've grown accustomed to accepting someone's death now. No one knows who's next. The same goes for me." Park Goo's gaze grew even more serious through his binoculars. Park Ji-woo saw a group of people. He noticed a man in a blue puffer jacket, his head bowed. Park Ji-woo thought to himself, "Who is this?" He recognized Director Hong from Shinhwa Construction Company. The laborers who had participated in building the shelter, they were now getting out of cars one by one, carrying shotguns and heading into the forest. Park Ji-woo smiled slightly. Returning to the old room, he said, "Now they've become a group of looters returning to seek out their former clients." Park Ji-woo approached a nearby door and opened it wide. Park Ji-woo looked at the armory he had prepared in advance and said, "Since they've come all the way to my house, I should treat them exceptionally well." Park Ji-woo picked up a large axe, glanced to one side and thought, "I waited for them silently in the darkness." One of the group asked, "This is definitely the place, right?" Director Hong replied, "Definitely. I heard they were building an underground parking lot, so it must be a shelter." A man in a brown jacket and hat asked curiously, "But why is the door open? Has someone already occupied it?" Director Hong, standing nearby, replied, "Be careful, it might be a trap." Saying so, the old man called out to the two people behind him, "Minwoo, Hung Bum, you two go in first and check." The group stepped inside one step at a time. Minwoo and Hung Bum, armed with guns and shields, led the way, their eyes showing surprise at something they saw. As the light shone inside, numerous cigarette cartons appeared before their eyes. "My goodness, so many cigarette cartons." Hung Bum lowered his gun and said, "Be careful, it might be a decoy." Director Hong shouted from outside and asked, "Don't you smell corpses?" Hung Bum sniffed the air and they confirmed there was no smell. Director Hong shouted loudly once more, "Check who's inside. Check thoroughly, hold your shields firm and go in slowly." Before he could finish speaking, Park Ji-woo leaped from a corner over Minwoo and Hung Bum's heads. He stomped hard on a shield and the two fell to the ground. Hung Bum fired his gun wildly and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Park Ji-woo lightly swung his axe, his eyes filled with fury, and said, "One down." Park Ji-woo continued to charge. Meanwhile, Minwoo was screaming in a panic. Park Goo's axe struck Minwoo's face once more. He stood up abruptly and stomped on a shield. Minwoo fell to the ground, his face bloody, and pleaded, "Save me, please save me." Park Ji-woo looked at him coldly. Director Hong's voice was heard, "Hung Bum, Minwoo, how many are inside? If you're not dead, answer quickly." Park Goo's face was covered in blood. He stood and thought to himself, 3 outside. The man standing next to Director Hong said anxiously, "We have to go in." The old man stopped him and said, "Calm down, if we go in there, we'll all die. Do you have tear gas? Throw it inside." Director Hong continued, "Don't stick your head into the tiger's den. We need to lure those guys out." Park Ji-woo hid behind the wall and observed. He thought to himself, "Director Hong, he still has some brains." However, Park Ji-woo slammed the door shut and pushed his axe forward. Park Ji-woo glanced to one side and said confidently, "Not everything will go your way. Because this is my home," the man in brown clothing said angrily. "The door is locked." Meanwhile, Director Hong still calmly advised, "Leave it. There must be a ventilation shaft." He continued to scheme, "I was involved in the construction, so I know well. There's only one entrance." find the ventilation shaft, throw it in there and it's over. Park Ji-woo returned to the room and picked up a gun. He thought to himself, this is truly a death game. I never expected to have to fight against such ordinary looters. He quickly prepared everything. Park Ji-woo headed for the underground passage. He stood and continued to think, but there's one thing that old man doesn't know. After Director Hong's group completed the shelter, I further reinforced it based on the knowledge I gained from them. Park Ji-woo walked, thought, and calculated to himself as he went up another staircase. They will never expect this. Park Ji-woo continued walking through the tunnel. He opened the door leading outside. Park Ji-woo exhaled a cold breath, raised his gun ready to aim, his mind still filled with thoughts. Since when had death crept one step closer to them? A voice came from the group. He's really persistent, still alive, another one said. Throw another one. Meanwhile, Park Ji-woo was already hiding behind a nearby tree. The man in brown clothing pulled the pin from a grenade and said, then I'll send one more to the other world. Park Ji-woo shot him and the bullets finished him off. Director Hong looked at him in surprise. He raised his hands and said loudly, don't shoot, I surrender. Park Ji-woo coldly asked, how many more are left? Director Hong replied, I'm the last one. Park Ji-woo aimed his gun at Director Hong. He answered, flustered, it's true, only 5 of us came. Park Ji-woo coldly commanded, move the bodies to the truck. Director Hong obediently complied. Park Ji-woo found something behind his back and his eyes widened. Park Ji-woo snatched something from Director Hong and shouted, why did you do it? Why did you do it? He saw the blood-stained sheep doll. Enraged, Park Ji-woo hit him with the butt of his gun. Director Hong cried out loudly. Park Ji-woo asked, his expression filled with fury, what did you do to the owner of this doll? Did you kill everyone in the place you looted? Director Hong covered his face with one hand and raised the other, saying, wait, I think there's a misunderstanding. Park Ji-woo continued to hit him, then grabbed him by the collar. Park Goo's eyes were cold and Director Hong continued to plead, I didn't kill anyone. At that time there was only one uncle by himself. He stammered, and besides I didn't kill him either. He was already dead when I arrived, I just took the items. In the snowstorm, Park Ji-woo told him to lead the way there. It wasn't far, only about a 30-minute drive. Director Hong led the way to a house. The door opened and it was the very place Anonymous 337 had shown in the video. A cold corpse lay there with a piece of paper stuck to its forehead that read Defender. He said, it's right here. An image of a gun appeared in Park Goo's mind. A man in white clothes held a gun after disposing of Anonymous 337. Defender left coldly. Park Goo's gaze fixated on the word Defender. Who else could it be but the human hunter? Along with that, the image of Defender coldly leaving came to mind. Anonymous 337's body lay before Park Ji-woo. Defender's posts continued to appear on the message board. Park Goo's eyes were momentarily filled with sadness. He silently thought, a corpse contains more information than we realize. Park Ji-woo recalled a time when one of his subordinates had asked, boss, did you find any clues? At that time, Park Ji-woo simply thought that in addition to the usual cause of death, he could also ascertain the circumstances at the time of the victim's death and the type of weapon that inflicted the fatal wound. Then he concluded, no, the body is too badly decomposed to get anything. Through Park Goo's thought process and the suspect's modus operandi, he raised his hand to the walkie-talkie and said, but it's okay, we still have a lot. After speaking, Park Ji-woo quietly looked at the chaotic battlefield behind him and said, a lot of other data. The image of Defender appeared in Park Goo's mind and his voice echoed, for example, his attitude towards death. At this moment, Director Hong's voice brought Park Ji-woo back to reality. Now that I'm done with everything, please let me go. He suddenly aimed his gun at Director Hong. The old man quickly reached out his hands to block, shouting, no, why? I did everything you asked. I have my own circumstances. I have children. I have a daughter, he continued to plead. Director Hong went on, if I don't go back, my children will die. You don't want that, do you? Park Ji-woo calmly adjusted the muzzle and said, it seems you're misunderstanding. From the beginning I had no intention of letting anyone who knew the location of my shelter live. Park Ji-woo looked at him with contempt and said, besides, that excuse has already been used by someone else. A gunshot rang out. Park Ji-woo muttered to himself, I ended another life and left. He returned to his shelter. He carefully hung his clothes. Park Ji-woo shielded the sunlight with one hand. Days with warm sunshine were always special in shelter life. He sat on the ground, looked at the sky, and fell into thought. It was a moment to peacefully enjoy the sunshine, momentarily forgetting the cold and fuel worries. Park Ji-woo closed his eyes, enjoying, and said, it really feels like I've arrived at the peach blossom spring. However, in this apocalyptic world, any enjoyment comes at the cost of corresponding danger. The sound of a drone nearby shattered the atmosphere. Immediately after, a new post appeared on the message board. A user with the nickname Dongshan Auntie posted. She lived alone, hidden in a high-rise building in Dongshan, south of the public park, and consistently posted survival logs exposing the cruel acts of local looters. And since she had no ability to resist them herself, she garnered attention by posting a warning that she would blow up the entire Dongshan area with TNT bombs. The laments of other survivors in the Dongshan area coincidentally sparked a wave of intense anger. This post hinted at a terrible truth. Looters were everywhere, and their methods were becoming increasingly sophisticated. They could also be Viva Apocalypse users, and information meant to help others survive could instead become a tool to threaten them. After that day, all forum users realized one thing: if they couldn't defend themselves, they couldn't survive. Countless warning posts were consistently uploaded, and as collective survivalism emerged, survivors began preparing for war against their enemies in their own ways. Park Ji-yu sat alone, constantly checking the news. He thought for a moment. Of course I had completely different thoughts. What difference does it make to endure once or twice? The root of the problem lies in human selfishness. The more people gather, the easier it is to be discovered, and if they encounter a stronger group, it's over. Battle scenes with director Hong's gang flashed by, and Park Ji-yu concluded that armed conflict was a last resort. The most important thing was to be perfectly hidden. He calculated various things. First, my territory is an ideal place. It's so desolate that even looters and refugees wouldn't dare to visit. Then Park Ji-yu added that packs of wild dogs, mutated by radiation, had taken over the surrounding areas, preventing unwanted guests from even daring to approach. He continued with other information. There were rumors of radiation-contaminated zombies appearing in the nearest urban areas. A woman with a rifle on high ground shot down zombies one by one, just as Park Ji-yu had said. But there was already a survivor dealing with zombies with a sniper rifle. He thought for a long time and said, and more importantly, there are no eternal enemies in this world. The boss, sitting in the car, shouted in exasperation. He looked at the dashboard screen and said angrily, "Where's that bastard hiding? Where could he hide in this desolate place?" The boss went to the back of the car and shouted at his subordinates, "Hey, are you sure you found the right place? You didn't confuse it with somewhere else, did you?" One of the subordinates replied, "Confuse it, it's an Air Force base. Boss, you should look properly yourself." "Stop arguing and fly the drone one more time," the boss returned, still speaking in an angry voice. "If I can't find that arrogant bastard and extort some money, I won't let it go. When we divide it later, I'll exclude his share." Suddenly, something surprised him. The boss exclaimed, "My goodness, what is that?" As soon as he saw a woman on the drone screen, his eyes lit up. The boss said, "Judging by her clothes, she seems to be a remnant of the US military." He shouted at his subordinates, "Hey, we've found good prey. Should we change targets?" On the other side, only the words, "Boss, a pack of mutated dogs is approaching," were heard. Blood splattered before his eyes. The boss quickly ordered the driver to get away from the mutants. The driver, terrified, asked again, "What about the ones behind us?" He shouted loudly. "They can't escape. At least we have to escape." "Hey!" The subordinate's body in front just fell in front of the boss's car. He screamed in terror. The car crashed into a pillar and stopped, surrounded by a pack of mutated dogs. The boss died instantly, and the driver was still wide-eyed. His eyes were filled with terror. A mutated dog approached the car and bit the driver. D458 News posted a week later. The commotion caused by Dongshan Anti had also somewhat subsided. Park Ji-yu was surprised when he saw the news. He thought, "Are mutated dogs appearing frequently these days?" And new news was posted. Park Ji-yu also noticed it. Dongshan Anti, forgotten in the flow of information, posted a new message to regain attention. The news article still appeared on the message board, and the content was the familiar TNT explosion threat. There was a picture of a hand resting on a detonator button. Outside, a voice was heard saying, "Open the door quickly." Judging by her post, she's definitely inside. However, branded as a pathological liar, no one believed her. The door swung wide open, and the surrounding people said joyfully, "It's open." A shadow wailed and shouted, "Kill me this time, it's really going to explode." A huge explosion echoed. News from Defender appeared first. "Hey, did everyone hear that? There was a huge explosion from Wang's side just now. Could it be that crazy woman from Dongshan blew herself up?" Park Ji-yu thought glumly, "Defender, is he near the W area? I need to remember this point." He looked at the roll controller and muttered to himself, "But there's something more important right now." The image of the woman with a rifle made Park Ji-yu cautious. It was about identifying the threats around him. He walked beneath a ruined apartment building. Park Ji-yu glanced that way and said, "It's time to greet the new neighbor." The woman continued to shoot down zombies nearby. A bullet flew to Park Gu's eye level and a zombie nearby fell. He watched silently and thought, "This is the territory of one of my few neighbors. That crazy sniper, I mean." Park Ji-yu crouched down and touched the indentation in the ground where the bullet had just struck. Park Ji-yu judged inwardly. The interval between a warning shot and a fatal shot is incredibly short. Did she have no choice but to pull the trigger? He stood up and continued to think, in some ways she might be even more dangerous than Defender. The reason I went to visit my neighbor was that her identity was captured by my drone camera. Judging by her hair color, attire, and the weapon she carried, I could tell she was a former US soldier once stationed in Korea. Park Ji-yu recalled the image on the drone controller screen. The USKF flag with the eagle emblem reminded him that, like America's status as the world superpower when the war broke out, the US had successfully defended its territory by intercepting most of the enemy's nuclear missiles. But their true enemy was something else. They withdrew all their troops stationed overseas, including those in Korea. They poured all their efforts into blocking the rifts, the source of the monsters. To claim sovereignty over the Air Force Base area at this point, countless fighter jets gathered and attacked the place. Park Ji-yu looked up at the woman. He had another thought. If she has ill intentions, it will only cause trouble. I don't want to confront a trained soldier, but if she encroaches on my territory, I will have no choice but to act. I will not let anyone threaten my shelter. I spent time observing her habits. A figure in camouflage stood behind the soldier woman. D-481 darkness covered the entire area. Park Ji-woo noticed that the gunshots completely ceased around this time every day. It was probably the time the sniper went to bed. Park Ji-woo observed from a distance with binoculars and made his judgment. He considered this building the only opportunity to approach. The main entrance was blocked by obstacles. He continued to calculate while looking at the empty space. The best way to infiltrate quietly is to go up to the middle floor from the adjacent building. After speaking, Park Ji-woo immediately put his plan into action. He praised himself. I really thought hard to come up with this method. Park Ji-woo ran up the stairs and grabbed a nearby wall. Below were sharp iron poles. Park Ji-woo glanced down. He took a deep breath and jumped up one floor. Park Ji-woo carefully took out his gun. Park Ji-woo slowly moved forward, speculating with serious eyes. There's no one here. Park Ji-woo walked slowly, one step at a time. He was always vigilant in his mind, never letting his guard down for a single moment. Park Ji-woo ascended the stairs one by one, being careful with every step. Park Ji-woo reached the end of the stairs and he thought of the door leading to the rooftop where the sniper's lookout was. I haven't encountered a single enemy on the way here. Park Ji-woo quietly opened the door. He reached the soldier woman's position. Park Ji-woo thought. As expected, she was in a deep sleep. Fortunately, there won't be a need to fight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. The soldier woman aimed her gun at Park Ji-woo's back and said, "Drop the gun." He instinctively complied without thinking. Park Ji-woo glanced at the gun aimed at him and thought, did she discover me and ambush me in advance? The voice of a young woman. It was clearly the woman from the camera. The soldier woman said coldly, "I'm not threatening you. Drop your gun immediately." Park Ji-woo slowly raised his hands and thought, judging by her voice, the barrel seems quite long. At least it's not a pistol. When the woman's voice shouted, "Drop it," the gun left his hand. A thought popped into the woman's mind. I was really careless, blabbing in front of the enemy before subduing them. As Park Ji-woo turned and grabbed her gun, the soldier woman pulled the trigger, but Park Ji-woo was faster. He grabbed the barrel and bullets scattered everywhere. Park Ji-woo kicked the soldier woman's side. With that kick, the soldier woman fell to her knees. She clutched her leg, groaning in pain, and tried to get up and escape. Park Ji-woo stomped hard on her back and she screamed in pain. "Now I have the upper hand," Park Ji-woo said coldly. "I'm sorry, but I originally only intended to check the number of personnel and leave, but I discovered your arsenal," he said, looking at the well-equipped weapon crates. Park Ji-woo continued, "If the surrounding looters get their hands on those weapons, it will be truly dangerous." The soldier woman was furious. Park Ji-woo continued, "If you want to survive alone, you need to hide more thoroughly. Blame yourself for being so careless." She suddenly screamed, "No!" Park Ji-woo crouched, aiming another pistol at her back, reacting instantly. Could she have another companion? The female soldier screamed, "Run!" A little girl slowly walked out, surprising Park Ji-woo. The emerald-eyed girl said, "Mommy?" Park Ji-woo looked at the girl and thought, "A daughter?" The female soldier gritted her teeth in anger and Park Ji-woo noticed it. Park Ji-woo avoided her swinging arm and stepped back. Park Ji-woo muttered to himself, "She used quite a lot of force, so why does she still have the strength to struggle?" Park Ji-woo thought as he took aim. "I need to finish this before she re-equips a weapon." The female soldier, to his surprise, ran towards her daughter. She embraced the child in front of Park Ji's surprised face. Park Ji-woo glanced at them with cold eyes. A thought flashed through Park Ji's mind. I thought she would grab a rifle. That would be the more likely way for her and her daughter to survive. Yet she didn't. Park Ji sighed in relief. He knew that his neighbor was not a crazy killer. To her, this place was no different from a dangerous forest. Lost in a strange land and on the verge of ruin, she had no other choice but to shoot everything that moved to protect her daughter. Park Ji kicked the pistol out of her hand. He pointed in one direction and said, "This area is my land." Park Ji continued, "It's my residence. Do not pass." Understood? Cold words came out one by one, but in the end it meant don't ever set foot here again. Stay there and take care of your child. He looked at the two of them and thought, my English was a bit broken, but she probably understood, right? The female soldier quietly asked, "Medicine?" Park Ji didn't understand medicine either. Then the female soldier pulled up her pants to reveal a wound. He looked at the wound and judged it to be quite deep. Ah, that's why her movements were slow, because of the wound. Park Ji threw something forward and explained, "Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs will make it better. Consider it compensation for illegal trespassing." The female soldier finally replied, "This isn't medicine, this isn't it." She frowned and said, "I'm talking about painkillers," Rebecca said in an exhausted voice. "There are no painkillers." Her eyes stared blankly at Park Ji and he thought to himself, I know she's looking for false comfort, but Park Ji was serious. That medicine wasn't a panacea that could solve all problems. If it were, everyone would be using it. He suddenly pointed at the mother and daughter and asked, "Do you speak Korean?" Park Ji said, "From that day on I started sharing formula and painkillers with the mother and daughter, through a predetermined location." In the desolate, ruined landscape, Park Ji thought that gunshots were getting louder and louder recently. He looked around. It didn't seem like a battle. Gunshots were coming from only one side, but their frequency was unusually high. Her condition was very poor when she asked for medicine. Elsewhere, Rebecca was aiming a gun from afar. Park Ji thought, perhaps those gunshots aren't to drive away intruders, but a symptom of the madness gripping her mind. Suddenly, a light shone in his eyes, startling him. Blinking light continued to flash. Park Ji recognized it. It's Morse code. It means to meet there. Park Ji was rushing to the location. Sue suddenly called out, "Mister," the little girl stammered, "Mommy's sick." Park Ji said, I followed the sniper's daughter into the building. I couldn't help but be surprised by the sight before my eyes. The room was full of American items, and her chosen substitute for medicine was to find comfort in these meaningless things. He found Rebecca with Sue, and she was sitting there with a surprised expression. Rebecca said, "There are rocket-propelled grenades. There are too many people. They keep shooting day and night." Park Ji-yu bandaged her, thinking, in addition to the looters drawn by the gunshots, she was also suffering from the pain of infectious arthritis because she didn't treat her leg injury in time. Afterwards, the mother and daughter comforted and hugged each other. Rebecca looked at Park Ji-yu and said, "I miss home," she said. "Family, friends, I want to speak in our language." Rebecca looked into the distance. "But home is too far." The mother and daughter looked at each other for a long time, then suddenly hugged each other and cried. Rebecca asked if there was any medicine. Park Ji-yu seriously recalled the terrible scene. He said, "No matter what, I will not give you medicine. Escaping reality cannot solve problems. All I can do is lighten your burden. Then lend me a weapon." Just then rain poured down. Park Ji-yu calculated. "The day I chose to act was a rainy day. This was the best option for me when I had to leave my familiar territory." He looked around. The rain obscured visibility, and the cold weather made people huddle together. The rocket-propelled grenades seemed to be here. The size of the military indicated that the opponents were overwhelming. The soldiers were on guard, talking to each other. Suddenly, one of them turned, and a flash of light burst from Park Gu's hand, heading towards him. He thought, "I need to eliminate as many enemies as possible with one attack." Park Ji-yu looked at them. The explosion spread direction is pretty good too. More survived than expected. The soldiers scattered and fled in all directions, some unable to escape and losing their lives on the spot. Park Ji-yu coldly fired at the enemies. Countless enemies fell. Suddenly, someone ambushed him from the other side, shooting at him. He quickly turned, dodged like a flash, and eliminated them all. Some soldiers shouted, "There he is, kill him." Then, when Park Gu's figure disappeared, they were surprised. "Where did he go?" a soldier said in an angry voice. "He escaped." "How many were there?" Another soldier looked around with his gun and said, "Not many. Hurry to Gapyeong and gather more people. We need to wipe them all out before it's completely light." Suddenly, that soldier lost his life on the spot, surprising everyone. They cried out, "Park." In the precarious situation, Park Ji-yu thought, "I understand the desire to be close to the light, but doing so is no different from making yourself a target." Park Ji-yu picked up his axe and looked at the last soldier, replying, "I've been hiding in the rain for so long I'm freezing to death. Let's finish this quickly." He swung his axe and said coldly, "I don't even have time to care who's infected. I just want to go home quickly." Park Ji-yu returned to his shelter. After everything was done, I invited the mother and daughter to my shelter. Sue asked, "Mister, do you have a toilet here too?" Park Ji-yu sat next to the mother, who was sitting uncomfortably still. He bandaged Rebecca. Park Ji-yu told Sue, "It's fine, you can just watch the video and follow along." She remained silent. Park Ji-yu thought, "It seems she hasn't cheered up yet. I only healed the wounds on her body. There was no way to heal the wounds in her heart." Park Ji-yu looked at the computer. "No, there was one panacea that could heal the sniper's heart," Park Ji-yu said to Rebecca. "Come here and look at this." He introduced this place as Viva Apocalypse's English News, effectively the main forum. "The number of users here is several times greater than over there." Rebecca turned around and asked, "What is this? Are you connected to America?" Park Ji-yu said, "Of course, try posting something." Rebecca typed on the keyboard. The sentence she entered was Scanton, "Hello everyone." Suddenly someone responded, "FF12431, what is this? It's funny, right?" Time passed. And the second Christmas Eve after the apocalypse approached. Park Ji-yu looked at the computer, took a sip of water and read. A craze for decorating Christmas trees created for free by a former game programmer was sweeping the forum. Park Ji-yu said indifferently, "My tree is empty because no one cares about it." In contrast, the trees of celebrities were filled with countless comments. Park Ji-yu scoffed. Defender's tree was full of stories about killing. Suddenly a voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Scanton, are you there?" he asked. "Yes, what is it? What are Sue and Mom doing?" Sue replied, "Mom and I are sleeping. Mom asked me to ask if she could borrow the laptop to count down the new year with Americans." Rebecca saw Park Ji-yu bringing water and thanked him. She said, "My name is Rebecca. My daughter is Sue. What's your name?" Park Ji-yu thought. After that incident, the mother and daughter and I kept in touch. He deduced. "At first I told her my real name was Park, but she kept mishearing it as Scanton, so I decided to stick with my Viva nickname Scanton." Park Ji-yu replied to Sue, "Yes, I'll lend it to you. Then Uncle will hang up the phone." Sue said, "Oh wait, Scanton, Merry Christmas." Park Ji-yu was surprised. He smiled and said, "Yes, Merry Christmas, live long." At this moment a red pomegranate appeared on Park Gu's Christmas tree. The content was Happy New Year. The name of the pomegranate ornament was J Farm. Park Ji-yu saw the name and thought, "This name again." He was silent for a moment. "Who is this? Why are they contacting me?" Park Ji-yu suddenly remembered that he knew the name of this mysterious man. Okay, D945 was Viva Apocalypse, a community website for doomsday preppers. This website operated using a dedicated satellite server. Anything related to the apocalypse, even illegal content, could be posted. It was the largest global information forum with anonymous users worldwide. Park Ji-yu yawned widely. "So I joined too, but honestly at first I couldn't even earn any fees. There was no reason to spend money to watch rich people fight with their wealth." Browse through some sections of the forum. "I joined because I clearly recognized the power of one person when preparing everything. But there's nothing useful here." Park Ji-yu clicked the mouse. I'd rather build another shelter with this money, he was surprised. He saw a title. J-Farm, the importance and application of fake shelters. The Post explained, in long-term survival situations, the benefits of fake shelters are many. They can be connected to the main shelter, used for surveillance or for strategic purposes to deceive intruders. Also in preparation for situations where the enemy might occupy it. If C4 explosives are buried inside, all intruders can be dealt with by a single detonator button connected from the main shelter. Park Ji-yu thought, this information is very useful. Although it's a similar style to mine, this idea seems even more advanced. He read the name, J-Farm. The community's reaction to this person is quite fervent, Park Ji-yu commented. He has innovative ideas in many fields. Naturally, there would be much speculation about his identity. Park Ji-yu diligently scanned the forum, and he responded to it in the community's way. Park Ji-yu was surprised to see the Hunter tag Hunter. He remembered that about a year ago a phenomenon called rifts appeared in the world. Soon after, strange creatures from another dimension emerged from them. They were known as monsters, and governments worldwide united to create special units to fight them. They were hunters, professional monster hunters. The catastrophe had been discovered, and a large-scale outbreak was beginning. It was coming. The identities of the top hunters were state secrets. They were seasoned veteran soldiers. He looked closely at the license. Not at that level yet. Anyway, the hunter license enhanced his credibility. The knowledge provided by an expert and a hunter license proved him even more. This made J-Farm the most famous figure in the community. However, just as news attracts attention and its owner is monitored, as J-Farm gained influence, the appearance of people jealous of his success was inevitable. They were ready to attack. He said indifferently, all of J-Farm's posts have an account called RSHBS38. He can't even reveal his face, so maybe everything is fake. Park Ji-yu scooped a spoonful of ice cream. Their level is so low that it can't affect his reputation. J-Farm is not an idiot, so he wouldn't react to such people. He was surprised. He reacted, and it was completely different from what I expected. Forum users debated, who proves themselves with their real face? Where did such a stupid idea come from? He looked too ordinary, like someone who wanted attention. Park Ji-yu commented that the community's reaction was also quite cold. Furthermore, J-Farm's hunter rank was not disclosed and was the lowest D rank. He should have just made posts. Revealing his face ruined his life. He was surprised, but he didn't stop and organized a meeting. He thought he tried to revive everything. D600, the second Christmas Eve after the apocalypse approached. People happily went back and forth between restaurants. Sang-hyo introduced himself. Hello, I'm J-Farm in the community and currently I'm Hunter Gu Sang-hyo. Nice to meet you. Park Ji-yu looked around. Including himself, 10 people had come. Sang-hyo said cordially, 9 servings of pork please. I'm on a diet so don't mind me. The restaurant staff said indifferently, currently there are 10 of you. According to restaurant policy, each person must order 1 item. He was flustered. Suddenly, Sang-hyo said loudly, then everyone eat. Park Ji-yu said that despite Sang-hyo being on a diet, as soon as the food arrived he decided to devour all the meat and alcohol, because it would be quite a waste if he didn't eat. After all, he was paying for it himself. He looked around and some older people who saw this thought he was just there for a free meal, clicking their tongues and leaving early. Park Ji-yu gazed at Sang-hyo coldly, concluding that war would soon break out. Sang-hyo said that China might be the power that could start the war. There were too many rifts in Chinese territory. They caused too many major problems. Moreover, due to internal divisions, control of the capital was a huge issue. Park Ji-yu watched Sang-hyo devour his food. The information provided by J-Farm was something anyone, even non-hunters, would know if they had the will to look for it. And it was already half a year out of date. Suddenly, in a drunken state, he asked, "But who are you?" Park Ji-yu introduced himself. "My nickname is Scanton." Sang-hyo asked, "Scanton, how is your shelter construction coming along?" Park Ji-yu explained, "I'm having some difficulties. I can't find a company to handle the fuel tank construction." Sang-hyo replied, "Yes, it's very hard to find a reliable company. I can't find anyone suitable right away either." Park Ji-yu didn't expect anything internally. He thought this person wouldn't have the ability or connections to solve his problem. Suddenly he asked, "May I take a look?" Park Ji-yu, surprised, replied, "Yes." Sang-hyo looked at it and said, "What can I do here without information or parameters? Everyone says you can connect with people worldwide in 6 steps. If I could just see it once, I'm sure I could find a way." And then Sang-hyo made a call. "Boss, it's me, Sang-hyo. Yes, I'm looking for a company to build a fuel tank." At that moment, Park Ji-yu gazed at the fuel tank for a long time, internally understanding that it was operational. Thanks to his help, the shelter could be upgraded to the next level. His first impression was a bit surprising, but he was actually helpful. On day 401, Park Ji-yu spoke, especially in the bustling restaurant filled with people. After that, J-Farm's meetings continued, with the last one attended by as many as 80 people. He looked around. More and more people were participating, but they were only saying useless things. He thought to himself that he shouldn't come anymore. Suddenly, Sang-hyo called out, "Scanton?" Drunk and hesitant, he asked, "Do you have a moment to talk?" The two went outside. Park Ji-yu asked, "What's the matter?" Sang-hyo turned to Park Ji-yu and said, "Scanton, I have a question, by any chance, Sang Hyo asked. Scanton, are you a hunter? Park Ji-yu asked back. Me? Sang Hyo, drunk, said, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, right? I think it's you. Park Ji-yu was silent. I hesitated for a moment. I could have made up some excuse, but as Park Ji-yu turned, someone suddenly pulled Sang Hyo away. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? The broadcasting station is here to meet you. A reporter was waiting to interview Sang Hyo. Sang Hyo refused. No, wait a minute. The person turned towards Park Ji-yu. Why? Do you have something to say to him? If it's not urgent, talk later and do the interview first. Come on, Mr. Gu, people are waiting. Go quickly. Sang Hyo said, it's Scanton. The person wondered. Who? What's more important than an interview right now? Sang Hyo, flustered, said, it's not that important. It's just that he looks like someone I met before. The person asked, someone you know, a friend from your hunter days? The reporter immediately said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Hunter Joe Farm. Park Ji-yu quietly looked at the crowd. He thought that was the last time they met in person. From then on, Joe Farm became successful. He solidified his position by being introduced on various broadcast programs as the representative of Viva Apocalypse and an apocalypse expert. Gradually, he leveraged his fame as an apocalypse vendor to start giving lectures. Later, Sang Hyo established a company, became CEO, and started an apocalypse preparedness consulting business targeting the wealthy. Park Ji-yu assessed, it's like striking while the iron is hot. Viva Apocalypse contributed most to his success. He watched the reactions of community users who worshipped him like a god, convinced they would fully support him. Park Ji-yu concluded that this belief ultimately led to Sang Hyo's downfall. On the forum, people accused, Joe Farm, you stole European news, didn't you? In fact, through thorough verification and investigation by the community's cyber investigation unit, the armchair detectives, evidence of a completely different level than previous fleeting attacks emerged. Joe Farm's bubble had burst. It was no surprise that he kept blathering about being a hunter without even presenting a license. He posed as an expert, but it was revealed he was a complete swindler, with embarrassing evidence of fraud charges. He even filed for personal bankruptcy 2 years prior. Was this guy also a debtor, a legendary swindler? Everyone on the forum said, I'm glad it's all over because I hated him. Park Ji-yu thought indifferently. Sudden success led to a rapid downfall, and the trend of purging due to the community's anonymity worsened the situation. Instead of defending himself from countless suspicions and criticisms, he ultimately left a short, angry comment. In the history of the Viva Apocalypse community, thus Sang Hyo, looking at a paper full of complaints, saw the end of the name Joe Farm on Viva Apocalypse. Park Ji-yu took a sip of his drink. Subsequently, because the nuclear explosion occurred before the verdict was delivered, all complaints completely evaporated. What I'm worried about now is that you left this here. To connect me with Joe Farm. Park Ji-yu wondered if it was a coincidence or truly Joe Farm himself. He typed on the keyboard. On the screen for game, I have a question appeared. Park Ji-yu wanted to type, can you tell me who left a message on my tree? On the screen for game, why do you want to know? Appeared. Park Ji-yu thought deeply. For game, a former game developer and hacker, he was the one who developed the Christmas tree game. At the time, he didn't know it was just a simple curiosity of that day. The chat screen continued to show, for game, your nickname is right, 180 centimeters. Park Ji-yu sat up straight and stared at the screen. He typed, who are you? I've never seen you before. This led to another meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Disaster Management Committee will now make an announcement. Even in a destroyed world, the existence of a nation was very important. Despite countless deaths and the destruction of many cities, the committee rebuilt the Disaster Safety Countermeasure headquarters in anticipation of the upcoming general election. Lee Jeong-hun, the director of the National Committee and head of the Disaster Department, had never experienced it. Korea's system remained intact. Park Ji-yu went to check as soon as he heard. 3 days' worth of food and water were prepared, he calculated. Of course, it didn't mean much hope. There were also self-defense weapons. It merely meant there was a little more time left until complete destruction. He carefully examined it in detail, however. As long as the concept of a nation existed, they had to somehow utilize it. So they settled near the big city. Park Ji-yu looked at his usual attire, fashion, the clothes he always wore. And Park Ji-yu put on his backpack. I left the shelter after the surroundings were somewhat cleared. He looked around. Let's go. To Seoul after the destruction. 1.5 years after the destruction, Park Ji-yu rode his bicycle through a desolate place. There were no special incidents on the way to Seoul, but he felt the complex and contradictory emotions of a destroyed city. He was silent. Nostalgia for the vanished landscape, the sadness from sweat-soaked feet, and ironically, the relief of being a survivor. He looked at the fallen people. They were preparing to clear everything up. Flames soared, dyeing the entire sky red. Park Ji-yu thought indifferently. The sunlight was dazzling, and the air was empty. Park Ji-yu arrived at the National Disaster Management Committee of the Republic of Korea. A female staff member said, for civil complaints or crime reports, please use another counter. Park Ji-yu said, I'd like to meet Director Lee Jeong-hun. He handed his ID to the female staff member. I understand he's currently the head of disaster relief. Please tell him it's Park Gu-il. If you say we were classmates at the military academy, he'll recognize me. After that, Park Ji-yu smiled. Park Ji-yu thought, the Republic of Korea Disaster Management Headquarters is an organization responsible for all matters related to national risks and restoring stable conditions. Currently, this place is also the nation's most important administrative center. Hunter Academy graduates hold high positions in this organization. Disaster Headquarters Director Lee Jeong-hun, the female staff member, said, "So you're a director's acquaintance? Please wait a moment." Park Ji-yu stared blankly. Lee Jeong-hun probably wouldn't meet him, but he really wanted to meet him. The current receptionist thinks he and the director have a close relationship. When the staff member goes in, I'll quietly follow. Another staff member asked, "Could I speak with you for a moment?" Park Ji-yu replied, "Yes, what is it?" The staff member calmly said, "You probably know the general situation on the front lines. The war has become more intense than before, so combat forces have significantly decreased." Park Ji-yu coldly thought, "I know that too, but I won't participate. I've already been discharged and won't go back." He was all too familiar with the fierce combat situation on the front lines. This war will continue, so everyone must think about it. Soldier casualties are increasing. Though lacking, they choose skilled people over weak ones to fight. Now, they always advocate for healthy and skilled people to enlist in the military. But no matter how much skill and experience one has, they will eventually die, so he had no intention of joining the front lines. The staff member explained, "I heard you were a hunter before." Park Ji-yu covered his face with his hand. He turned around and asked, "Did Director Lee Jeong-hun send me to ask such a thing?" The staff member replied, "No, Commissioner Kim Da-young sent me." Park Ji-yu, surprised, said to the staff member, "Commissioner Kim Da-young is at the Disaster Management Headquarters." Hearing that name is quite surprising. Park Ji-yu recalled Kim Da-young. "Ms. Kim Da-young, don't worry too much about what others think. If what you do yields good results, everyone will overlook everything else," she said. "In our world, success truly speaks for itself." Park Ji-yu met Kim Da-young face to face. She greeted him. "It's been a long time." Kim Da-young looked into his eyes. "Senior Park, I understand your personality, so I'll get straight to the point. The military desperately needs you to eliminate the monsters." Park Ji-yu replied, "I think that's too difficult for me. I'd like to ask why you're making such a proposal." She said, "Are you trying to shirk your duty to the nation?" Park Ji-yu replied, "Didn't we agree that once I left the military I wouldn't return?" Kim Da-young interjected, "I fully understand what you're saying, Senior, but do you think that's appropriate given the current situation where monsters have invaded everywhere?" Park Ji-yu was silent. Certainly his past wishes and current reality were completely different. The country was now quite chaotic. He added, "I've already been discharged, so I don't want to go back." Kim Da-young looked at Park Ji-yu. Director Lee Jeong-hun told Senior Park, "This is a request from me to you." He wondered, why did Director Lee Jeong-hun say that? She explained, "The director bears no ill will towards you. Now is a time for us to unite, not to dwell on personal matters." Park Ji-yu replied, "But now that you've become quite famous and hold a high position, you seem to have changed from before." Kim Da-young looked displeased. "You're well aware of the difficult situation on the front line, so why don't you contribute to the nation?" Park Ji-yu thought deeply. "I fully understand the war situation. No, I clearly understand the dangerous situation of frontline combat." Kim Da-young saw Park Ji-yu clenching his fists in his pocket. She bowed her head and apologized to him. Kim Da-young added, "You know the Pungin group, right? Their chairman personally offered to lead his group's employees to fight the monsters, but they lack strength and experience, so they requested support from headquarters. But currently, headquarters does not have the capacity to do that. Could you help with this? If you return alive, I will never again ask you to participate in frontline combat." Park Ji-yu was silent, and Kim Da-young said, "Thank you." She thought, "Everyone changed over time, but you're still as good a person as you were before. I'll contact you later with the details." Park Ji-yu thought, "So what happened to South Korea's conglomerates after the world collapsed?" This was a topic the Korean people were quite curious about. Garraway discovered the shelter of Park Jun, chairman of the Koke-jun group. The media reported that he built a safe haven based on his economic power. As you can see, there was also a golf course. Park Ji-yu deduced, "Of course it's their right how those with economic power manage things." Media reports continued, "If you look closely from an airplane, you can see everything in this area. Of course, if you have too much money, doing something like this is simple, not difficult. I dedicated half my life to the military and left with nothing. Later, thanks to my knowledge, I created my own shelter. In such an apocalyptic world, it's not wrong at all for rich people with money to do that. Most other wealthy people do the same. Of course, to fulfill one's responsibilities, one must respond appropriately." Park Ji-yu thought, looking at the Pabing Group's detailed proposal for monster eradication. Now it was time for his appointment with the Pabing Group chairman. A month had passed since he met Kim Da-young at headquarters. This modern building was once designed by world-renowned architects. Park Ji-yu shivered, exhaling a cold breath. The apocalypse came too quickly. No one expected it. Therefore, construction had to be halted. Now it was quite a difficult problem. He had to go up to the 55th floor. As he ascended in the outdoor construction elevator amidst the biting cold, he shivered. The air higher up was even colder. This was a place where only the upper class could stay and work. As he stepped inside, he looked around. Even after the apocalypse, everything was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Even though someone had arrived, he didn't even turn his head to look. He saw the employee IDs, but in a post-apocalyptic situation like this, what good was this card? He couldn't even imagine what they were currently doing in the group. Cheon-jun asked in a trembling voice, "You are Park Ji-yu, right? I heard you were a hunter before." Park Ji-yu nodded. "Yes, that's right. How can I help you?" he asked. "Can I know your previous rank in the military?" Park Ji-yu didn't expect him to ask so directly. "I was a D-rank hunter." Cheon-jun asked again, "Do you have combat experience?" Park Ji-yu replied, "I do, but honestly the situation now is very different from before." He added, "Which countries did you fight in before?" Park Ji-yu answered, "I only fought on the Korean front." Cheon-jun asked his last question. "What about information on monster portals?" "I was not of a rank high enough to know such information." Park Ji-yu could speak very clearly because he had prepared everything. "All my information has been deleted by headquarters. Nothing remains." Cheon-jun nodded. "Understood. Please wait here for a moment." Park Ji-yu looked at the employees. They were typical office workers. Even after the apocalypse they were still working so regularly. "Okay, since I've come this far I just need to do my job well. Since headquarters doesn't have enough people to help, this will be a tough task for me." Therefore he shouldn't respond carelessly, but be cautious. Young he approached and said, "I hear you were a hunter in the military. Is that right?" Park Ji-yu looked at her with an incomprehensible expression. As if one person asking for information wasn't enough, why did another person appear? Young he explained, "Radiation-contaminated monsters are rampant in the area operated by the group. So we need to eliminate them. Since we still lack experience, we requested support from the national headquarters. Seeing as they sent you here, you must be very experienced. Everyone who went to fight to protect that area has died. So this mission is quite difficult." Young he looked elsewhere and said, "It's sad to hear, isn't it? In this post-apocalyptic situation, everyone is just worried about their own lives. And yet so many people still have to sacrifice themselves for the company." After speaking, her eyes filled with sadness. In this post-apocalyptic world there was no telling what loyalty to the group would be rewarded with. "Everyone is truly pitiful," she pleaded. "So I want to ask you one thing. My father is in the industrial complex where the monsters are rampaging." She pressed a piece of paper into Park Gu's hand and begged, "Please save my father. Dui Trang-shu is my father's name. He fought in the guard unit and participated in this battle. I know he's still alive, but the situation is too dangerous now." She was sad. "Please help me. I'll do anything to repay you. Can you bring my father back?" Cheon-jun said, "Excuse me, Mr. Park. He wants us to go." Park Ji-yu asked, "I just arrived. Where are we going?" Cheon-jun replied, "You'll know when you get there." Park Ji-yu prepared to turn his steps. He said coldly, "I've received your request, but I'm telling you in advance. It might not succeed as you wish. A hunter is still just a human after all," Park Ji-yu thought. After the apocalypse, the South Korean economy had almost collapsed, all trade was extremely difficult, and sea routes were mostly closed. Although there were still many companies that could withstand these circumstances, everything seemed to be already predetermined. Pabbing Corporation was no exception. Before that, the company had invested and mobilized a lot of advanced equipment in the pabbing factory. This was good preparation for a post-apocalyptic situation. Park Ji-yu looked around. "There are many state-of-the-art tanks here. They have enough economic power to build their own army." Sang-min said, "Fortunately, we arrived on time." He greeted them. "I am Parang Min, a former hunter and National Assembly member, and I am the advisor for this monster eradication operation." Sang-min bowed. "Nice to meet everyone," Park Ji-yu observed. Suddenly many hunters have adapted quite quickly to the country's situation. He's only in his early 40s, and he's already a National Assembly member. That's truly amazing. Sang-min hit the table. "This battle is quite important, therefore we must immediately launch a preemptive strike," Cheon-jun said. "Our investigation shows that there are over 1,000 monsters in that industrial complex. So the situation is quite complex. Furthermore, we haven't been able to gather enough experienced hunters, so the chairman has postponed attacking the complex for over a month," Sang-min replied. Listening to Park Ji-yu, during the month-long delay, the number of monsters might have decreased somewhat. "Their lifespan is limited, but at present we cannot assess the situation inside," Sang-min said. "Postponing the previous attack by a month reduced the risk to our soldiers. However, I believe that after a month the monsters' numbers might have decreased somewhat due to lack of absorption. If the young monsters decrease, our pressure will also decrease. The bone monsters will fight alone without the help of their comrades. Therefore, entering with armored vehicles will be quite safe." Another employee asked, "What? The monsters have weakened a bit," Cheon-jun replied. "It seems he's quite confident in his tactics," Park Ji-yu inferred. "I don't know the lifespan of the monsters inside, but they wouldn't die that easily, would they?" One employee said, "He's a hunter, therefore he knows many things we don't. So what is the chairman's opinion on this operation?" Peng Ho glared and said, "This attack is quite important, therefore it would be even better if we could use all our resources to eliminate the monsters. That way we can save time, manpower, and costs in this operation." Park Ji-yu looked at Sang-min. He's quite young but seems to have a lot of combat experience. His frontal assault tactic, based on the assumption that the monsters have weakened, seems plausible on the surface, but, he said, I have to admit what he said. His argument is quite convincing, therefore everyone would think he's fully qualified to command this battle. Sang-min suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Hunter. I heard the Crisis Management Department sent you. You must have a lot of experience too. What do you think of this tactic?" Park Ji-yu looked at Sang-min. He looked triumphant. Park Ji-yu raised his index finger. What you said is partly correct, but I think it needs to be completely re-evaluated and confirmed. Sang-min asked what. Park Ji-yu explained, it's true that monsters have a lifespan. Currently they might be weakened because they haven't absorbed anything for a long time. But before they die, they enter a state of hibernation like bears to conserve as much energy as possible. Of course, hibernation is only temporary. If they don't find nutrients, they will truly die. However, the current industrial complex is too vast and connected to many residential areas. That becomes their nutrient source, therefore we cannot yet determine how weakened they are. So before attacking indiscriminately, we must consider other aspects besides their lifespan. Since I was dispatched to help them, even if the entire army is wiped out due to faulty tactics, it has nothing to do with me, Park Ji-yu said. But I don't want these people to accidentally lose their lives, so I actively presented my opinion. The lives of these people are no different from my own, so there's no one to hate. And regarding attacking with armored vehicles, I have a different idea. Using vehicles to enter will make too much noise. Monsters are very sensitive to sound, so they might all gather and attack us at once. Moreover, in the current situation, there is no clear information about the industrial complex, so we should not launch an indiscriminate simultaneous attack. This was something that shouldn't be done, Park Ji-yu suggested. We should first send a swift reconnaissance team to check the situation. Sang-min openly displayed his displeasure. I understand your opinion well, but all of that has already been considered by me, he said angrily. What you said might just be something you read in a book. In actual combat, Park Ji-yu cut him off. You might be a former hunter, but the battle plan you proposed is very poor. If the plan is poor, how can we win this operation? Sang-min shouted angrily. Hey, you talk too much. How are you going to prove I'm wrong? You're disrespecting an experienced hunter and a National Assembly member. Just you wait. Park Ji-yu was silent for a moment. All of this was said to help everyone. He looked at Jang Soo and felt that it seemed to have influenced the chairman. Park Ji-yu inferred. Then the operational situation might change to be more appropriate. He passed by Jang Soo. Park Ji-yu placed a hand on his shoulder. Your daughter asked me to help you, father. So if I shout when it's dangerous, you must run away. However, after discussion, there was no more time to wait, so Chairman Park decided to attack the industrial complex. The number of monsters in the industrial complex was much higher than expected, and the movement of the tanks created noise, attracting more monsters. Tank number 1 has overturned. Rescue immediately, Park Ji-yu recalled. Even firing machine guns did little damage to the monsters. At this moment, Sang-min shouted, Flamethrowers, use them immediately. Something's strange up ahead. This shouldn't be happening, he shouted. What? Report quickly, Sang-min commanded. Quickly check why there's so much screaming over there. What is that? Bone monsters? Didn't the report say they were very small? Park Ji-yu said coldly, this is a very dangerous type of monster. Currently, there are almost no ways to deal with it, especially if it's this large. The giant monster looked at Sang-min. Park Ji-yu said calmly, let's retreat. The situation isn't good. Jang Soo turned back in surprise. Park Ji-yu concluded, currently we cannot win this battle, Da-young said to Park Ji-yu. Thank you for helping with the attack operation. Now that the chairman understands the difficulties, he won't trouble the association any further. She looked at the paper. After that battle, the chairman thought a lot. Currently, the chairman wants to meet you, Da-young wondered. Do you know what he wants to say? Park Ji-yu thought to himself, why is the chairman interested in me? I suspect he wants a new commander for his army. Specifically, he wants to replace me in Parang Min's position, so I might not go, but I'm quite curious. He approached the door. I want to see how Korea's giant corporations will end their era in this post-apocalyptic age, Peng Ho said. You've worked hard, he assessed. I saw your resume, and although it's not extensive, you showed yourself to be a capable person through the last operation, Park Ji-yu replied. You flatter me, I was just lucky. Peng Ho said firmly. No, you have considerable skill, he suggested. After a thorough investigation, I heard that Lee Sang-hyun was not as skilled as you were before. Moreover, when you were a hunter in the past, you teamed up with Park Ji-yu. Hearing this, Park Ji-yu thought of the strong Lee Na-hee. They are still legendary hunters recognized by everyone. Peng Ho said, I want to recruit you into the group. You will have full authority to command all operations you oversee. What do you think? Park Ji-yu placed his plate and spoon on the table. Understood, but I'm retired now, so I can't do that. He left the table. Good luck. I'll be going first. Peng Ho explained. Everything I do is also for the people. I plan to attack that industrial complex again. Park Ji-yu glanced at him. Peng Ho replied, you might not know, but I'm the son of a concubine. Originally I couldn't inherit this group, but I achieved it through my ability. He sighed. The world has come to an end, and many people told me to give up, but for the future of the employees and their families I cannot. So I put all my effort into this operation. I hope you will help me and them by leading this operation to defeat all the monsters and liberate the industrial complex. Park Ji-yu assessed. He's too stubborn, but it's all for the employees. Although there are his own interests, it's a good thing nonetheless. His stubbornness made someone like me who cares about nothing think for a moment, he said. All right, I'll tell you my method, but I can't guarantee success. As you saw last time, the giant bone monsters are formed by absorbing dead bodies and can also be considered mutated monsters. The Pabing Group's battle caused a great sensation in this era. Although it failed, the list of those who participated in the previous Pabing Group operation and died was released. Because humans are just small creatures in front of monsters, Park Ji-yu said firmly, the name Jiang Su isn't visible. He must be safe. He was surprised. But as stated in the newspaper, he didn't give up. Despite such a failure, he was still very stubborn in his decision. Unbelievable, Park Ji-yu thought indifferently. In an era where the rich hide from all disasters, he tried his best for his employees, he concluded. But ultimately, it didn't bring him good results. But he was still leading his employees. Those who believed in him went to work in different roles. A woman was feeding cats. Park Ji-yu looked at her and said, Auntie, don't feed the stray cats anymore. It's dangerous. Many people have already died. He looked at him intently. Suddenly, the woman turned her face elsewhere. Park Ji-yu watched her back. He thought most accidents were caused by humans and most of them could be prevented. So this incident of feeding cats was in a sense a preventable human error. Looking back, it's unbelievable. But when the Chinese government was still intact, Korea had to dispatch hunter teams to neighboring countries to stop monsters from crossing over. One hunter team was dispatched. The cause of the monsters appearing was due to spatial rifts. India, where the spatial rifts first occurred, also collapsed, and neighboring countries were also quickly and severely damaged beyond resistance. To the extent that after India, Southeast Asia, and China, the next target would be us. While deployed in China, I accidentally caught a mutated sewer rat. Park Ji-yu emphasized that mutations occurred in creatures living near spatial rifts. Thanks to this, scientists were able to discover the mutation phenomenon. Park Ji-yu warned the woman once more. It's dangerous. Do you want to be eaten by the cats? She said indifferently. It's my business, don't worry about it, Park Ji-yu thought bitterly. He had warned her multiple times whenever she fed stray cats, but she didn't care at all. Don't worry about it, do as you please, you're an adult. The cats are quite cute, I suppose. I hope nothing happens. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie turned on. Senior, it's Kim Da-young, Park Ji-yu replied with an annoyed expression. What is it now? Da-young said. I'm sorry, but I'm bothering you again. I have a favor to ask. Park Ji-yu scratched his head. Hadn't she said she wouldn't ask again? She explained. I wish I didn't have to, but the situation is too urgent. Plus this matter concerns you too, Senior. There's an old apartment complex near the Air Force Base where you are, you know. A mutation phenomenon has been reported. Only you, Senior, can handle this. Park Ji-yu had a really bad feeling. He recalled an incident where a few mutated stray cats had attacked residents. The casualties had not yet been tallied and survivors were too afraid to go outside. Park Ji-yu refused. I'm sorry, but I'm no longer a mutated monster hunter. I have no power, technology, or equipment, Da-young replied. I'm not asking you to handle it alone, Senior. We'll dispatch an expert from our side. You just need to provide support. Park Ji-yu was surprised. An expert, Da-young confirmed. A hunter. Free Hunter Sung-yun said hello. He extended his hand and said, You're the one contacted by the National Association, right? Sung-yun introduced himself. I'm Baek Sung-yun. Park Ji-yu reintroduced himself. I'm a former hunter assigned to support this time. He chuckled lightly. Sung-yun asked, You're Park Ji-yu, right? The legendary 13th term member. He said, I'm from the 12th term of the same academy as you, Senior. Sung-yun said cheerfully, I never expected to meet you here. It's natural for less fortunate people like me to make a living with extra income, but for a legendary 13th term member like you to bury yourself in a place like this? Park Ji-yu glanced at Sung-yun. Park Ji-yu suggested they talk about it later. Sung-yun nodded. My apologies. Park Ji-yu rode his bicycle to where the mutated cats were. He got off his bike and asked, How about this cat? Sung-yun said, It's like this. On my way here, I stopped by the scene and checked first. It seems to have tasted human blood. It attacked me right away, but it's just a cat, so it ran away after taking a few shots. Park Ji-yu was stunned by his words. To hunt mutated monsters alone without help requires extraordinary skill and courage. Park Ji-yu stared intently at Sung-yun. He must be at least a rank. If Baek Sung-yun were my comrade, I would rate him a rank. If things went smoothly, he could have handled it alone. Sung-yun continued to honk, he said. I tried to lure them to one spot with C4 and detonate it, but someone interfered. The cats ran away. Sung-yun followed them. Now it'll take quite a while to find their hideout. Park Ji-yu was silent. He said, I know their hideout. The woman who fed the cats was calling. Hermes Gucci Jackfield, my babies, time to eat. Babies, come here. Park Ji-yu saw her still calling Hermes Gucci in a small alley. He deduced that she lived nearby and often fed those cats. If she still fed them, they would surely appear. The cats slowly appeared. The woman said, Oh my babies, you were here. Oh my, look at your wounds. Did it hurt a lot? Suddenly, Park Ji-yu and Sung-yun rushed out from both sides, and as soon as he aimed his weapon at the cats, a rapid succession of gunshots erupted like lightning. The woman screamed, No, stop, don't shoot. Despite her shouts, Park Ji-yu continued to shoot directly. One cat tried to ambush him, but he dodged. Park Ji-yu continued to take them down. The woman screamed, Why did you do that? My babies were so nice. Sung-yun ran over. It's all over. As the woman reached out to block, a bomb exploded right before her eyes. She remembered pleading and banging on a door. She turned her head and saw only one cat. They approached her together. The woman followed them. The cats led her to a door. She lived here with them. Now the sound of the explosion brought back all her memories. Park Ji-yu and Sung-yun saw the fire. He said, Business is a mess. Sung-yun chuckled. He said it was because this was a world where such things couldn't exist, things like useless pleasures. Airplanes were flying high with the thought, the failure of a corporation and everything that followed. It was like a troubled airplane flying. Park Ji-woo thought that despite engine failure it could still fly to some extent. That was inertia. Of course, when the inertia runs out it will just fall and hit the ground. He looked up and thought that these airplanes had been appearing more and more recently. Park Ji-woo was worried. The beginning of the apocalypse would also happen soon. Ramen was bubbling in a pot. Humans are creatures that need rest for recovery, Park Ji-woo thought while cooking. It's a basic need, not a bad thing. Recreational activities would provide comfort and mental relaxation to people, and they would give us more purpose to live in this apocalyptic world. Afterwards he enjoyed the food he had just made. In a sense, this could also be a form of entertainment for me. Park Ji-woo sat in front of the screen and thought. It was to watch the news. While observing, he complimented the ramen for being truly delicious. The news was constantly updated. News from all over the world was always posted on media and forums. People who grasped this information could actively deal with many unexpected events. Those who viewed everything most positively and honestly. Park Ji-woo nervously typed on his phone. In this apocalyptic world, almost every event leads to some outcome. Anyway, few relationships remain. Therefore, this was an information channel where people contacted each other to move towards a better tomorrow. He carefully observed that this community had previously developed, but after the apocalypse it had been almost maximized into an indispensable information channel. Anything could be written on the forum. Park Ji-woo explained that he could suggest items he liked or disliked. If a post received many likes it would go to the first page, then more people would be interested and read it. He said seriously, "It's the same for me. I joined this forum with the nickname Scanton. These days I also receive many likes and many of my posts have reached the first page." Park Ji-woo recalled the chairman's image. Of course, most recently it was about Chairman An and the Pabbing Group. The attack operation to defeat the monsters in the industrial complex failed. My posts always summarized the key points so everyone could easily read, understand, and follow. A new news page appeared with the thought. The way it was written helped people access the events more easily. The meeting and conversation with the chairman were also hot topics everyone wanted to know. Thanks to this, my name became quite famous on the forum, and my posts were known to more people. But at that very moment he stopped. However, at this time there was one post that caught the attention of the entire community. Park Ji-woo wondered, why is this happening? He realized this post had confused everyone for a while. It was a post about a lottery. With lottery number 301 there was content about the 7th Hope lottery issued by the Disaster Response Headquarters and the Hunter Association. If you registered and participated in activities to help rebuild the nation, a building under construction appeared. As compensation you would receive prizes and goods and one lottery ticket. People were queuing up and a drawing was held at a designated location every 3 days. More and more people came and supported it. This was entertainment that helped people have a desire for social activity and participate more actively. Then they would help rebuild the nation more. That drawing became more and more known and widely supported. Park Ji-woo carefully observed the computer screen. For 2nd to 5th place, the prizes were rare and valuable goods or food. Stocking them up would mean much less hunger later. The 1st place prize was an apartment in a future residence. It was surrounded by a solid system, had its own food supply system, and perfect electricity and water facilities. It boasted excellent security to cope with the worst situations. Praising comments continuously appeared, and it could be said that only conglomerates could afford to buy such an apartment. From then on, people began talking about this issue quite a lot. At first, people simply had a desire for that apartment. They all longed to live in an apartment. I want to live in that apartment. I want to know where that apartment is. I'm so tired of staying in this underground shelter. I want to feel the sunlight and get some rest. Some comments were like Quiku. Then go work at a lottery ticket and have a chance to win first prize and buy that apartment. Then someone else replied, that's right, I've wanted to live there for a long time too. Who are the lucky ones who get to live there? More and more people wanted to live in that apartment. From then on, everything became a kind of obsession for people. It was no longer just a simple wish. Someone was holding the longest lottery ticket. Immediately thereafter, news came that a winner had emerged from the drawing. That person's forum nickname was Moom. Of course, everyone wanted to know the truth of the matter. Park Ji-woo recalled, I remember. I met this person at a city council meeting. I watched from afar. I saw that he was an ordinary person, only focusing on food and not talking much with others. Countless emojis overflowed, but anyway, that person was praised by everyone. Thanks to this, the issue of drawings and lotteries spread widely. Someone asked themselves, but if I think about everything again, wasn't he too lucky? The winner's image appeared hauntingly. After receiving the lottery ticket, he seemed very different from before. A yellow object appeared and said, oh my, I really want to go there quickly. I'm so sick of being underground. Then he asked himself, how could I have lived underground for so long? The yellow object continued to say, I suffered quite a lot to live here. Now I've finally gotten a lucky chance to change my life. I was truly luckier than others. Everyone, don't be jealous of me because of that. The creepy voice continued to echo, keep dreaming. Someday you'll be like me. Immediately thereafter, the internet community was enraged. His words continuously angered the community. Everyone was very furious and angry that he was so lucky. I was skeptical about this. Park Ji-yu thought sadly. Even things like bridge repairs or public works required the community's help. So where did the Disaster Response Headquarters and the Hunter Association get the manpower and money to build that apartment? Moreover, they even gave prizes to lucky people. He picked up the walkie-talkie beside him while thinking, currently in this post-apocalyptic Korea that was absolutely impossible. Clearly they had thrown this bait to lure greedy people. Park Ji-yu said, "It's been a long time since I contacted Kim Da-young directly." As soon as she answered the phone, she asked, "Senior, is there something you want to talk about?" Park Ji-yu replied, "I have a question." He asked frankly, "What's that Hope Lottery? Does the apartment they're talking about really exist over here?" Da-young mumbled while smoking, and immediately thereafter she replied, "That's just a dream." Da-young announced that the association headquarters was preparing to relocate to Jeju Island. "We'll be moving there by spring at the latest," she continued indifferently. "Here, everything can be officially said to be over." Park Ji-yu listened carefully to Da-young's words. "I'm only telling you this, Senior, so don't tell anyone else." After that, he thought, "It's as I thought, there's no more hope here." Park Ji-yu was sadly disappointed. The capital could no longer be salvaged, so it was abandoned. "But although where I currently live is not Seoul, I truly felt a sense of regret." He covered his eyes with his hand and saw faintly. Living forever in this underground shelter, unable to distinguish night from day, everyone wanted to live as long as possible. Park Ji-yu comforted himself. "But this place isn't too far from Seoul either, so I thought a lot when this apartment appeared." But reality was too cruel, he thought tensely. She told him not to tell anyone this story. As the image of the winning lottery ticket appeared, Park Ji-yu was conflicted. Should he reveal this truth to the entire community and crush their hopes? He dreamed of a better life day and night, and was saddened at the thought that if they knew this truth, even their humble dreams would be shattered. Soon, Park Ji-yu muttered in a tired voice, "I'm tired." The hottest news appeared, but it was all an illusion, just a dream the association had created for them. Park Gu's mind was still complicated. "If I were to write this news, my article would be the hottest topic for weeks, ruining the association's credibility and shattering even their humblest dreams." He sat at his computer and lamented, "I'm really tired." After a moment, Park Ji-yu made a decision. "But in the end I endured and I didn't write that article." A plane takes off into the vast sky. As a bicycle appears, a voice says, "These are what I found, tools for growing crops indoors." Suddenly, the other person pulled a black bag and said, "Understood." Park Ji-yu said quietly, "Check the goods. Such things are as valuable as gold in the post-apocalyptic era and are basically a form of exchange," the man replied. "Yes, that's right." He turned his back but listened to the sounds behind him. "Why are there so many people here?" A middle-aged man said, "What time does everyone line up for food rations? We need to know too." The person next to him continued, "I want to participate in labor and get at least one lottery ticket. Maybe I'll be lucky and get an apartment." A woman turned around with an irritated voice, "Everyone go. You'll all get the same rations anyway." The person behind her also said, "It's fine, make yourselves comfortable. Everyone will get their turn." Park Ji-yu asked curiously, "Who are those people?" The uncle replied, "There are people who want to get the apartment of their dreams. So they came here and registered for labor, but strangely they formed their own group and thought they were superior to the other people here. Now they are discriminating against everyone here, as if they have already won the apartment." He heard those words and looked at them. Suddenly a voice echoed, "That's all for today. All rations have been depleted." The waiting man pointed with his finger and shouted, "What? Already all gone?" Another person also complained and said loudly, "We've waited a long time. How is this fair?" The association official replied, "Rations have been reduced due to food shortages." "The association is discussing this issue," another man asked loudly and suspiciously. "What, reduced? Isn't there still some left in the car?" The association official said firmly, "This area is finished. We must go to another area now." A woman complained and shouted, "Hey, are you telling us all to starve to death?" The surroundings were chaotic and loud shouts echoed, "We can't wait until you all come back next time. Open the car door quickly. Check quickly if there's any food." As everyone rushed towards the car in dissatisfaction, the association official was flustered. "What are you all doing?" They seemed to no longer listen. They frantically rushed towards the food ration car. They pushed and trampled each other as they moved forward. On this side, other people hurled insults. "Damn it, if you guys do that, you're cornering us, aren't you? We can't wait until next time." A woman said, "If rations keep decreasing, there will definitely be big fluctuations in the food market." Another person agreed and said, "Of course, prices will go up a lot too. Rent, electricity, and water bills will also go up. Then how are people like us supposed to live?" Hearing that, Park Ji-yu looked at the women who continued to talk. Truly, this was the worst news recently. He observed everything, lost in thought. Life was already difficult, and now hope was also disappearing. So what was left? Park Ji-yu held the walkie-talkie in his hand. Scanned a notification that a post has been published on the forum. Immediately, Park Gu's post was published with the content. According to information obtained by Scanton through sources, the dream apartments given to lucky winners by the association are likely all a scam. None of it is true, so don't expect too much. If you gain hope and then lose it, only pain and emptiness will remain. A man crouched and reading the posted article soon turned off his computer. If things continue like this, what will become of this life? This was a question no one could answer for him, or for anyone. But life had to go on. Any difficulties or happiness would always be before us. In a world dominated by selfishness and nihilism, a voice suddenly said, "I give up," on the table. There was a hunter application with the words, "Becoming a hunter is the essence of the apocalypse." Suddenly team leader Ji-Yu Min loudly called out, "Hey Park, hey Senior Park." Park Ji-Yu asked him with sympathy, "I know how difficult it has been for you all this time, but are you doing this because you don't understand the current situation?" Ji-Yu Min lowered his head. "Are you not thinking about the children and the people who follow and trust you, Senior?" Park Ji-Yu had already turned his back, but he continued to try and persuade him. "Senior, can't you take a break and come back? I'll look into it. Your contributions will surely be approved by the higher-ups, so just bear with it this one time. Then the situation will surely—" Park Ji-Yu turned around angrily and asked, "Do you really think so?" He said in an angry voice, "Do you really think the situation will change if I stay here? The truth is, it's because I endured and stayed." Park Ji-Yu was enraged. "And my subordinates also stayed, unable to escape this living hell." He recalled his past self. After that day, Park Ji-Yu looked at the giant monsters before his eyes. His eyes were red. Everyone who set foot on the battlefield knew that everything was over. Park Ji-Yu said loudly, "So don't stop me anymore," Ji-Yu Min said in a soft voice. "Understood. I heard it's raining heavily outside. Be sure to bring your axe." Park Ji-Yu looked back at him with sad eyes. Soon he turned resolutely and left. "You too, Senior, survive." Park Ji-Yu recalled that he had lived like this since the day he left his comrades behind. He sat in a dark basement typing on his computer. "I built a shelter and survived," Park Ji-Yu thought, "and because I survived, my thoughts still haven't changed." He quietly scrolled through the news. The extinction of humanity was inevitable. Old images kept appearing, filling Park Ji-Yu with fear and an overwhelming sense of despair towards the enemy. A tremor and helplessness beyond despair, he quietly operated the computer, and the feeling of utter hopelessness had not yet disappeared. Park Ji-Yu seemed to have lost faith in life. "So all my efforts are just a futile struggle to keep living," suddenly he exclaimed. Paju was the first region in Korea where rifts appeared. If you felt localized earthquakes near a rift, it was likely a sign of the appearance of a giant species. The chaotic landscape caused by the giant monsters was truly desolate and lonely. Park Ji-Yu gripped his bicycle handlebars tightly and thought, "If that's true, the National Defense Committee must be in utter chaos." He stared into space and thought, "The destructive power of the giant species is like a natural disaster to humanity and theoretically unstoppable. Fortunately, they are very vulnerable to Earth's environment. So they start to decay as soon as they emerge from the rifts." The door opened and light poured in. Larger the size, the faster the decay rate. Park Ji-Yu shielded his eyes with his hand in irritation. "So the best way is to predict their path and avoid them." He looked up at the pouring sunlight as if avoiding a storm. Park Ji-Yu covered his eyes with his hand and looked. All the surrounding buildings were destroyed and collapsed. A weather forecast was needed. Someone hastily answered the phone and said in a flustered voice, "Yes, this is the National Defense Committee. How can I help you?" The people at the National Defense Committee were all very chaotic and busy. "Send that information to the response committee. Connect me to the Paju frontline commander." They frantically searched for someone, asking loudly, "Is anyone free? Is no one available?" People busily passed in front of Park Ji-Yu. "The National Defense Committee is more chaotic than I thought." One person knelt on the ground in distress. "I'm sorry." Park Ji-Yu kindly picked up the papers that had fallen on the floor. The person said thank you. Soon he turned around in a hurry. Park Ji-Yu followed him with his eyes. Park Ji-Yu looked at the back of the person he had helped with sad eyes. An image of an octopus monster appeared. He looked back and thought, "It's still the most common giant species. It usually took the form of an octopus monster." The giant octopus looked very threatening, but if it felt threatened, it transformed into an armored form. Suddenly a blinding light shone directly. It was a death ray. The dangerous part was what was called the death ray, emitted from the armored form. The death ray immediately poured into the National Defense Committee office, terrifying everyone. If in the path of the ray, it penetrates defenses and disintegrates all organic life in its path. Park Ji-Yu gazed into the distance and thought, when it appeared in Tokyo recently, it disintegrated over 50,000 people in Nagano Prefecture before degenerating. He was observing the computer screen. The predicted path passed through my area. Park Ji-Yu seemed to think he was lucky. If I hadn't been careful, I would have died long ago. He looked up and saw a group of people passing by. Park Ji-Yu seemed to notice something. It was Dada Yin. She was talking to a colleague next to her. Soon as Dada Yin turned her gaze, her eyes met Park Ji-Yu, who was sitting below. Park Ji-Yu still gazed upwards and thought, "I was going to Jeju Island, but this will only delay my plans." Dada Yin glanced below and said, "Senior, evacuate. That octopus monster is difficult to deal with." Soon she turned her back and said, "The octopus monster's path passes near your hideout, so leave quickly." Dada Yin entered the room and coldly closed the door, and Park Ji-Yu was still looking at her. He thought to himself, it's also normal to say that one can still evacuate. Park Ji-Yu returned to the basement with boxes full of food. I returned to the shelter and hastily gathered emergency food. Soon he looked at the computer screen behind him. Park Ji-Yu tried to do something but still seemed to hesitate. Park Ji-Yu recalled Dada Yin's image along with the words, "Senior, evacuate. You must leave quickly." He looked and thought, at least I should tell them to evacuate. Immediately, Park Ji-Yu posted a warning for everyone. but unfortunately his post only had 2 views. Park Ji-woo scrolled through his computer asking himself in incomprehension, is even being buried so cleanly not enough to attract attention? Soon he stretched to relieve his fatigue. Anyway, my work is done, now it's time to evacuate. Suddenly a voice called out, Scandon, it's been a long time. Sue asked, Mister, what are you doing? On the other end of the phone, Park Ji-woo said, Sue, you called just in time. He asked, do you have a truck? And Park Ji-woo told her to take her mother and evacuate immediately. On the other end of the phone, Sue replied casually, the car is broken. Rebecca leaned over and explained, the engine isn't working. Sue relayed the message. Mom says it won't start. Scanton, the little girl asked curiously. But what's wrong, can't I hide inside the building? As Sue said that, Park Ji-woo frowned and thought, the building where the sniper and her daughter are hiding is to the north where the octopus monster is heading. He worried that there wouldn't be enough time to evacuate them. As an explosion scene flashed by, Park Ji-woo fought against the looters but received no reward. I'm sorry, but I can't sacrifice myself either. Thinking that, he said, go as far south as possible. Mister, I'm hanging up. Sue asked again. South. Okay, the little girl said politely. Scandon, please be careful. Soon, Sue said as if she remembered something. Oh, that's right, the full moon is shining brightly, along with the girl's voice. It's going to rain heavily tomorrow, so be careful not to get wet, Scanton. Park Ji-woo held the walkie-talkie in his hand and was momentarily stunned. He stared at the walkie-talkie for a long time but couldn't say anything, in a world where the world had ended. Being swayed by emotions was a luxury. Immediately, Park Ji-woo recalled similar words Ji-woo Min had said to him in the past. On the other end of the phone, Sue said, hello, yes, Uncle Scanton. Park Ji-woo turned and said, I'll be there in 30 minutes. His eyes looked very resolute at this moment. Get ready with Mom and wait. When Sue didn't answer, Park Ji-woo called her name loudly in concern. Immediately he rushed and said, I'll be there in 30 seconds. Park Ji-woo swung the door wide open. Get ready with Mom and sit and wait, he thought. 2 mutated dogs lived between the building where the sniper and her daughter were, and his territory. Park Ji-woo worried that he was running out of time. Soon he reached in to retrieve something from the cabinet. Then Park Ji-woo took out his gun and loaded ammunition. He gripped the gun and aimed straight ahead. Park Ji-woo intended to do something. I'm going to cut across. At this moment below the road, mutated dogs were frantically chasing a yellow car. Park Ji-woo drove in the car and aimed his gun at the dogs. The ferocious dogs came very close to his gun. Soon Park Ji-woo fired his gun resolutely. 1 dog was shot and flew backward. The remaining dog became increasingly ferocious and frantically chased Park Ji-woo. He didn't hesitate, aimed at the dog and shot it down. Park Ji-woo immediately quickly switched the gun to his other hand. Soon he fired again, taking down 1 more dog. The dog was shot and immediately mutated. Park Ji-woo glanced behind him and grumbled in annoyance. It's hard to aim properly because the car is shaking. Hunting teams are usually divided into 3 mission groups. A team providing sniper support with heavy weapons from behind. The heavy weapons user coordinates the battlefield from a central position. He recalled Ji-woo Min performing his mission, spotting targets and receiving rear fire support. Park Ji-woo remembered his own past, fighting bravely, acting according to the target spotter's tactics. Park Ji-woo accurately aimed at the target and attacked swiftly. He succeeded in striking the giant monster precisely in the body. Park Ji's sharp eyes keenly observed the assassin fighting the monsters directly on the front lines. He recalled his magnificent self from that time. This is my primary position, Park Ji thought, observing his surroundings with sharp eyes. I can't just wait for support anymore. What's most important right now is thinking quickly while also fending off the clinging mutated dogs and maintaining speed. He immediately increased his speed. I have to do 2 things at once. Without hesitation, Park Ji stomped hard on the accelerator. It's the sniper's building. On his way, he coincidentally spotted Ji on top of a building. He looked up in confusion and followed it. As it became clearer, Park Ji wondered, what is that? Is it the leader of those dogs? Ji let out a loud howl that seemed to tear the sky. Immediately, all the remaining dogs swarmed towards Park Ji's car. He quickly aimed his gun at them. Soon after, he took down another dog. A shot dog was painfully thrown from the car and flew far away. Gold chased closely. And Park Ji wondered, what is it? Where did it suddenly come from? He observed it while driving. It seems to be calculating something, but with a pistol from this distance. While Park Ji aimed at Gold, a dog approached closely from the opposite side. As the dog lunged, he was startled and swerved. Park Ji immediately sped up and shook the dog off. He crouched down and said irritably, annoying. Ji looked down from above, staring at Park Ji's car. Park Ji said unpleasantly, is that monster trying to hunt me down? It continued to follow the car slowly from above, observing. It lifted its head and howled fiercely. Park Ji was perplexed. Is it controlling them with that howl? The dog still chased him closely, its mouth wide open, eyes glaring, growling very menacingly. He immediately aimed at it and decisively attacked, causing it to be shot and groan in pain. Park Ji lowered his gun and thought as if commanding a hunt. It's guiding my movements with attacks at each fork in the road. As if understanding, he immediately raised his gun. Park Ji aimed at and killed the dog above him. He continued to kill the dogs surrounding him, thinking, it's driving me into a dead end. Judging the situation to be unfavorable, Park Ji immediately sped up. He gripped the steering wheel firmly and charged at the dogs blocking his path. But I won't go down easily. Park Ji was shocked. I got out safely, but the car body suffered immense damage. He looked in the rearview mirror, and as soon as he saw Gold, Park Ji-woo worried that he was running out of bullets. He analyzed while driving. The car's condition won't allow any more delays. Before the dogs could attack again, Park Ji-woo was racing against a dog that was following him. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. The dog pressed its ferocious face close to his car. Park Ji-woo looked up, startled, his eyes wide, but unexpectedly a single bullet took it down. The dog fell dead to the ground. At that moment he also stopped the car and looked around in confusion, wondering who had helped him. Rebecca stood and said, "Scanton, I'll provide cover fire." Park Ji-woo thought to himself, I forgot this area was the sniper's territory. As soon as he got out of the car, he spotted a pack of dogs threatening them from a distance. Park Ji-woo stared at them with fierce eyes. The dogs also glared back at him fiercely and relentlessly. Suddenly, Park Ji-woo thought, I found the heavy weapon user. He immediately contacted her and said, "Rebecca, I need support." Immediately, he took an axe in his hand, ready for a decisive battle. "Let's finish these guys in 3 minutes." Park Ji-woo attacked swiftly, taking them down one by one. Rebecca was observing carefully at this time and quickly attacked from atop the building, a single bullet striking a dog's body. The shot dog was painfully thrown backward. Gold was also quietly observing from a distance, and as soon as it witnessed the scene before its eyes gleamed. Park Ji-woo took down all the fierce dogs. As if knowing someone was observing him, he immediately glanced back. Gold turned and left. Park Ji-woo also watched it from below. Sue and Rebecca approached, and Sue cheerfully called out, "Scanton." Sue came closer and hugged him. Park Ji-woo was exhausted and couldn't say anything. After a while, as the sun began to set, he took Rebecca and her daughter into the car and said, "Let's go. We need to get out of here quickly." Sue, in his arms, seemed not to understand what had happened. As the sun slowly rose, it brightly illuminated the entire area. Sue innocently said, "Scanton, look at that." The girl pointed to where the sunlight shone brightly, happily exclaiming, "It's beautiful." Rebecca was also surprised, speechless. It was the remains of the giant octopus monster oxidized by the sunlight in the distance. Park Ji-woo said, "You two, stand here for a moment." Rebecca turned around, curious. He immediately said, "I'll take a picture. Since we came all this way and saw the sunrise, we should take a commemorative photo." From above and behind, someone else was also capturing these three people's moments with a camera. Suddenly a question was heard. "What are you doing, taking a selfie?" The man coldly replied, "No." Defender looked at the photo he had just taken on his phone, smiled sinisterly and said, "Not me, I'm taking something cooler." Suddenly an unexpected voice echoed, "You two, stand there for a moment." Rebecca was surprised to hear that and turned around. "Ha," he said, holding a phone in his hand, "I'll take a picture of you two, as a memento of coming all this way." Rebecca's eyes widened as she listened carefully and admired this sunrise. At this moment the phone screen captured her serious pose and Sue's playful pose. Park Goo's face was calm yet slightly gentle, as he concentrated on taking pictures with his phone. "You two will need a few commemorative photos." His eyelids slightly closed and he quietly looked forward. On the computer screen a notification of 72 likes appeared. Park Ji-woo continuously admired the views and comments on Scanton's commemorative photo post with his foreign friends. "It's been a long time since I got this much reaction," he thought to himself as he operated the computer. "Thanks to this, the views have increased quite a bit, and a few comments too." Suddenly a look of surprise crossed Park Goo's eyes. At that moment the hottest news article astonished him. "What is it? Why is something like this trending again?" Park Ji-woo quickly accessed the computer for Defender's Killing Spree certification post. Who did he kill this time? The post included a picture with the sunrise and hello, along with text saying, "This time it looks like a monster's corpse, not a human." However, as soon as he saw the content, he couldn't hide his surprise. Immediately, what caught Park Goo's eye was the identical sunrise scene background and time between the two posts. "This can't be a coincidence. We were in the same place." At that moment behind him, someone was quietly observing Park Ji-woo from a distance, smoking a cigarette on a bridge. Suddenly, without any warning, a notification appeared before his eyes. "Defender, message received." He immediately grew very suspicious. At this moment he stared intently at the glowing screen. Park Ji-woo turned pale for a moment, his eyes wide, and quietly read the message. "Defender, hello Scanton." His back, sitting in a chair in front of his own photographed image, looked lonely. "Defender, this is you, right?" Park Goo's gaze immediately sharpened. "Let me think carefully. According to the post he just uploaded, he said he lives near Gwangju. If so, we must have passed by coincidentally while evacuating. It's better to just deny it now." Having thought this far, his hands moved swiftly over the keyboard to send a reply. Park Ji-woo quickly typed the reply message to send to the other party. Scanton is suspicious." Defender read it, unable to contain his excitement, and exclaimed, "Interesting." After that, he immediately sent a series of messages. "You saw everything, yet you deny it. I survived thanks to your post. Let's be friends from now on." Park Ji-woo briefly recalled the past warning post. So she had seen that post. Suddenly the walkie-talkie unexpectedly blared in his ear. "Rebecca, what's wrong?" On the other end of the walkie-talkie she was teaching Sue to shoot from atop a wall. Rebecca closed her eyes slightly and replied, "Scanton." She corrected Sue's posture while informing him of the situation. "Many people are coming this way, in front of the sight of numerous homeless people swarming." Rebecca immediately said with a worried voice, "Be careful." His heart swayed uneasily, and he covered his forehead, not blinking. Uninvited guests appearing like this is inevitable. Gold, the name we gave to that pack leader last time. Park Ji-yu recalled the urgent combat situation of yesterday. Due to last night's battle, the pack's numbers have decreased and they've weakened. Because he had dealt with some of Gold's pack, they could no longer prevent refugees from going to his shelter area, watching the refugees diligently working under the hot sun. However, Park Ji-yu continuously pondered deeply and carefully weighed things. The real problem is the ventilation shaft nestled among the rock crevices where they are staying. A ventilation shaft appeared amidst the uneven rock crevices. Thinking this far, his mind was as tangled as a ball of yarn. Right next to the generator's ventilation shaft. Why does it have to be there? The bunker's operation, the oil generator, Scanton's heart. That makes my heart pound. Its size is large enough to fill the entire basement and produce an enormous amount of electricity. Park Ji-yu bit his lip slightly and continued to be lost in deep thought. But it also emits an enormous amount of exhaust gas. Smoke rising from a chimney means someone is cooking. But the refugees settled right next to the ventilation shaft. If I turn on the generator and smoke starts coming out, they'll discover my bunker. His heart burned with uneasy conflict. But if I turn it off, the bunker's heart will stop and my house will no longer be a home. The hot sun beat down everywhere. In the weather signaling the approach of summer, the refrigerator was full of countless stored foods. If the food inside the refrigerator thaws and spoils. Park Ji-yu unconsciously frowned, his eyes cold. Future plans could be ruined. He carefully observed the refugees up and down. Judging by their equipment, they don't seem to be an attack squad yet. The face of one of the men was magnified. Should I try to negotiate? The vanguard leader shouted loudly to the people under the hot sun. Hey, don't put things on the slope, put important things close to the tent, finish before sunset. While the old man continued to give orders, Park Ji-yu interrupted and warned in a low voice, this area is private property. He continued to suggest with a serious expression, everyone please leave. The vanguard leader turned without answering and observed. The old man's eyes were fixed precisely on the weapon at Park Gu's waist. One of the refugees complained and refused. No, in this situation, whose land is important? Before he could finish speaking, the vanguard leader raised his hand to stop him. Immediately, the old man's voice rang out. Young man, don't worry too much. We are from the vanguard. Park Ji-yu listened to those words without any change in expression. The vanguard leader continued to show his vanguard permit as proof. Here. It's a vanguard permit. The permit read Vanguard, Vanguard Unit 218, Vanguard Command, Vanguard. Suddenly, he recalled an article in the Janbang community summarizing the Vanguard in 3 sentences. First, the government provided residences in large cities for many people for urban reconstruction. Second, the reconstruction was not real. Third, surplus labor was driven to the suburbs under the name of the Vanguard, and most of them were elderly people. As he recalled those words, he lowered his eyes and thought to himself. As the capacity to provide housing to people in the ruined city reached its limit, people were driven to the suburbs under the pretext of being a vanguard. However, they have not yet become a group of looters. After a moment of thought, Park Ji-yu made a decision, speaking aloud. I'll give you 3 days. Pack your bags and leave this place. The vanguard leader's face immediately changed, and he shouted in an angry voice, No, young man, I told you we have government permission. He immediately reached for his gun and raised it. Park Ji-yu spoke, breaking the old man's cunning words. The reason everyone came here is because there are no more residences left in the city. However, 3 days passed and they still hadn't left by dawn the next day. Their temporary dwelling was still there. Park Ji-yu frowned and asked with a suspicious and meaningful expression, Are you saying you can't leave without orders from headquarters? The old man's stammering voice was heard. If we leave, our family's city allocation will be reduced. Just a few days, no, a few more weeks, please. Please understand us. Upon hearing those words, his lips slightly pressed together. One of the people, an old woman, hastily raised her hand to block and quickly pleaded, Hey, please have mercy on us, young man. I beg you. The old woman immediately gripped Park Gu's hand tightly and bent at the waist, begging, Everyone here is an unfortunate soul. We're old and abandoned and expelled by our families. We're not bad people. Her hands were full of scratches from too much hard labor. Staring intently at the piece of bread the old woman secretly placed in his hand, Just think of us as quiet neighbors. Please trust me. A sadness that words could not express flashed across Park Gu's face. In the dark, humid room filled with ventilation shafts, his hideout remained dark and damp. The temperature was so hot that the thermometer dropped below the baseline. Sitting alone in that room, he sweated and thought, Do I have to kill them all? I'm reaching my limit too. I don't want to kill them if they're not looters. Is there no other way? Park Gu's eyes caught the light from the computer screen. He quickly posted his dilemma online. Scanton has a problem. Refugees have come too close to my residence. They say they belong to the Vanguard. I can't turn on the generator because of them. If I turn on the generator, my location will be exposed. They say they cannot leave without orders. What should I do? Immediately he received many comments. They advised Park Ji-yu to deal with them quickly and save himself the trouble. He sweated, looking helpless. Suddenly a message notification appeared in his inbox. The message read, Defender, they will soon become looters. If their food supply runs out, they will kill you and steal your belongings. If you want to live, attack first. Park Ji-yu sighed, looking helpless. I expected what they would say. He closed his eyes and thought carefully again. But I partly agree. They are still maintaining order. In the end, Park Ji-yu decided to wait a little longer. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating the entire space. Kiddo spoke playfully as he walked. I thought you were in your 40s. You're completely different from the Scanton I imagined. Does spending too much time in the community really create another personality? Park Ji-woo silently observed and assessed him from behind. This man was Kiddos, one of the ordinary users of Viva Apocalypse. He had said he found something interesting in the mountains a few days ago in this apocalyptic world, and Park Ji-woo had come to check it out. Suddenly, Kiddos pointed forward in surprise. He observed the white object in front of him carefully and asked, bewildered, "Then what is that?" Park Ji-woo replied with a serious expression, "A cocoon. Those are their eggs." The white cocoon stood silently bathed in sunlight. Park Goo's eyes were deep in thought. "Those are their eggs." He quickly took a picture of the cocoon and uploaded it online. "Kiddos, does anyone know what this is? It's not a marshmallow, it's a monster egg." As soon as he saw Kiddos' post, an idea came to Park Ji-woo. He stared at the computer screen, remembering the unpleasant conversation with the former refugees, and fell into deep thought. If the vanguard cannot leave without orders from above, I will create a reason for them to leave. And this is that reason. His hands moved quickly over the keyboard, typing a message. "Scanton, extremely dangerous. Scanton service, I will remove it for you. There is something more terrifying than gold." The cocoon still lay lonely among the forest branches. Park Ji-woo quickly approached the cocoon as a scout, easily reached an agreement, and promised to meet near the cocoon thanks to his community activities. Fortunately, Kiddos did not greatly suspect that he was being guided along the optimal path. He listened to Zada's navigation sound and turned off the guidance. This information is outdated and no longer meaningful. Park Ji-woo thought to himself as he drove seriously. To get out of the city faster, I called the National Road Management Headquarters. The car he was driving soon arrived at a checkpoint. At the checkpoint blocking the road, Scanton's ID was checked. "You know Commissioner Kim Da-ram, don't you? Do you want to detour from Suwon? Follow Road 13 to Road 22, and continue along Road 8. Park Ji-woo quietly listened to the guard's instructions with his arms crossed. He rested his chin slightly and admired nonchalantly. "It's a safe road controlled by the government. My regular visits to the National Defense Committee are now paying off." The place Kiddos described was Paju. Countless tanks and weapons were perfectly arrayed, ready to fight the rifts at any moment. The first place in Korea where rifts appeared. The giant rift was dark and eerie, its end unknown, as if it would swallow everything. The cocoon appeared in the mountains on the outskirts of Paju. The car soon arrived at the agreed meeting point. Park Ji-woo quietly approached him, thinking to himself. The areas near the rifts are protected by elite hunters and soldiers, but they wouldn't have expected it to appear here. He quietly looked ahead and introduced himself. "Scanton, I've arrived." Kiddos, with a gentle expression, waved his hand in response. Kiddos, with an excited expression, immediately got to the point. "Where is it? I want to see it right now." Park Ji-woo thought carefully. The appearance of the cocoon means that the surrounding environment has begun to be eroded by the rift. This place will soon become uninhabitable. The sunlight was brightly illuminating every corner. Kiddos' eyes widened and he turned around in surprise, asking, "A monster egg? Then isn't it extremely dangerous?" His hand gripped the sharp axe at his waist and he replied, "Yes, I said it was dangerous." Park Ji-woo rolled up his sleeves as he walked. Sang Hyo instructed, "Stay a little further away." After a moment he turned around and spoke as if leaving a will. "If I die, take my truck and escape. The key is inside." Hearing this, Kiddos sweated and shouted, trying to stop him. "What? Wait." His eyes were firm, and he took a stance without fear, saying, "I hope this doesn't happen." Park Ji-woo rushed forward, leaving a word for himself. But nothing in the world is 100% certain. In an instant he moved with all his might like lightning, approaching the cocoon to gain enough strength to split the surface in half. He swung his axe filled with killing intent, his eyes burning like flames, exuding ferocious murderous intent. However, just before the axe touched the cocoon shell, Park Ji-woo gripped the axe handle in his hand tightly and stopped just before the axe touched the surface. At the same time he was attacked at a weak point by his own reflection. The axe blade of the reflection was already right in front of Park Goo's neck. Staring at the disappearing reflection, Kiddos stammered in surprise, asking for confirmation. What is this?" He glanced to the side and resolved his doubt. "A reflection barrier." Park Goo's voice continued, explaining how it worked. "It distorts space and reflects the attack back to the attacker. It's one of countless reasons why humans cannot attack monsters. As long as it doesn't feel threatened, we don't need to worry." Hearing his words, Kiddos' face turned pale and he asked uncertainly, "Wait, what if it does feel threatened? What if something uncontrollable emerges from inside?" Kiddos' words made him turn around. Park Ji-woo replied nonchalantly, "Then I'll die." Kiddos helplessly reholstered his weapon quietly. "Are you really not afraid of anything?" Kiddos leaned against a tree and quietly watched him load the cocoon into the car. Couldn't contain his curiosity and spoke, "Are you really Scanton? Maybe it's because I just met you, but you're so different from what I imagined." Park Ji-woo shattered his initial illusion with his words. "What did you expect from me?" Kiddos replied. "To be honest, in the community everyone just thinks you're eccentric." He crossed his arms and continued with a helpless expression, "You always use strange hashtags and participate in low-level pranks. You even cheer on people who upload inappropriate content." Park Ji-woo immediately cut him off. Scanton is embarrassed. "I'm busy, I have to go." His voice immediately sounded mocking. "You're the same at times like this. Thanks for coming." Park Ji-woo rested his arm on the railing and glanced at kiddos standing beside him, saying, "If you're thankful like my post." Hearing that, kiddos gave a mechanical smile and reached out his hand through the window. "Alright, just kidding, let's go." Park Ji-woo drove quickly, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. After the apocalypse, this is the first time I've actually met someone I've met online. He looked in the rearview mirror and thought, it's like reuniting with an old friend or cousin I was close to when I was young. Park Goo's mind was complicated with countless thoughts after that meeting. Is it thanks to the apocalypse? As he marveled, the car was quickly crossing a bridge. On the way back, he dropped the cocoon on the highway, somewhat far from his shelter. The vanguard leader's face turned pale as he shone his flashlight forward. The white cocoon lay quietly on the road, surprising everyone. What is that? Did that come out of the fields? But why is it glowing? The old man, with a horrified expression, quickly reported on the walkie-talkie. Headquarters, this is Vanguard Unit 218. There is an unidentified object on the highway near the Vanguard area. A voice immediately shouted an order from the walkie-talkie. Get out of there quickly. The Vanguard leader looked at the walkie-talkie suspiciously, unable to understand. Headquarters immediately informed them of the situation. This is Road Control Headquarters. The drone has confirmed monster spores. He opened his eyes wide and shouted into the walkie-talkie in an enraged voice. It might be active, so don't provoke it and evacuate immediately. What? But we still have to drive. Before the Vanguard leader could finish speaking, Headquarters, with veins bulging on their face, shouted loudly, commanding, "No time for questions, evacuate quickly. This is an order, not a suggestion." In a dimly lit room, Park Ji-woo crouched on the floor, carefully observing his generator. The light suddenly came on, perfectly illuminating every drop of sweat on his face. The place where the refugees had temporarily resided was now desolate and empty. Thanks to the egg, his territory had regained peace. The ventilation shaft among the rock crevices was safely secured. A month later, the ceiling air conditioner was stably operating throughout the base. Park Ji-woo leisurely enjoyed the glass of water in his hand, admiring inwardly. "I'm doing really well." He recalled the scene where the Vanguard leader led his unit away because of the cocoon. Since that day, the Vanguard had not reappeared after the entrance was sealed off, he thought triumphantly. The National Defense Committee members used to contact me with annoying requests from time to time. They're probably busy preparing to leave for Jeju Island. It's quite peaceful these days. My body and mind are very serene. If these days continue, I couldn't ask for more. Suddenly, a post-like notification and message notification appeared on the screen. That damn defender commented again. Park Ji-woo, annoyed by his persistence, suddenly paid attention to Zion's current situation. An image of protesters opposing the government's resettlement policy was attached to the post. The government must guarantee the safety of its citizens. The scarred hand was clenched tightly, showing resolute will. The crowd shouted and cried out in unison. Guarantee it, guarantee it. Director Lee Jeong-hun. The furious voices of the crowd echoed throughout the room. Are only your lives important? Explain the resettlement, explain it. Da-young, with a worried expression on her face, advised him. Director, get away from the window. It's dangerous. Stones might fly in. Lee Jeong-hun slowly reached out and slightly drew back the curtain. Is that bastard still alive? She heard his words and replied suspiciously. Yes. Lee Jeong-hun's eyes were sharp as a blade, and he continued glumly. I'm talking about that bastard. Hunter. Park Ji-woo, current director of disaster management for the National Defense Committee. Lee Jeong-hun, his voice continued to order Da-young. If that bastard is still alive, contact him and ask him how much longer he plans to hide. Elsewhere, Park Ji-woo rested his chin in his hand, bored reading the hot news. Legendary Hunter. The professor wanted to know about events years before the first rift appeared in the world. Military aircraft continued to be stationed above the rifts, and in front of the towering embassy buildings that obscured the sky, various countries expressed concern about this phenomenon. The moderator, outwardly emotionless, attended the meeting, but at the same time all of them revealed their dual nature of trying to exploit this anomaly for their own benefit. However, behind the moderator a dark and ominous shadow loomed. Immediately thereafter, a large-scale expedition was conducted to ascertain the true nature of this anomaly. The expedition members flocked to the rift in a line. Of the group instructed, Mr. Kim, 10 meters to the left. Mr. Kim heard his words and confirmed the exact direction. This way. A middle-aged man loosely held a camera in one hand and indicated the location with the other. That's right, stop, stay right there. The moment the man was engrossed in his camera, the two people behind him screamed in surprise. The girl's eyes were wide with fear and anxiety. The middle-aged man pointed behind him, shouting a warning. Mr. Kim, move quickly. Mr. Kim, not understanding what was happening, turned around, bewildered. What? Before he could finish speaking, he was attacked by something and lost his life. A giant spider with 8 sharp legs instantly wiped out all the expedition members. However, this only made the monsters appear faster, and humanity, caught off guard, suffered heavy casualties. Only then did the congressman engage in serious and heated debate. Only then did each country realize the gravity of the problem and begin to fight the monsters. They began to train new military units. Hunters bravely rose to face monsters far larger than themselves. Morning sunlight illuminated every corner of the training ground. Next to the training ground was the entrance to the training facility. I was one of the professional hunter training facility G's 13th generation. Park Goo's name was always first. a tired voice echoed. Park Ji-yu again? The crowd constantly whispered in front of the ability ranking list. He was first in the whole school for 3 years straight. One jealous trainee glanced sideways and sneered. He only thinks about killing monsters. He only trains, except for sleeping, another voice retorted sarcastically. No, I heard he even trains in his sleep. He stood alone amidst the murmuring crowd. He's really amazing. Sang-hoon always had to look at his back from behind. As Park Ji-yu stood blankly, the walkie-talkie suddenly rang incessantly. It rang continuously, displaying caller information. Kim Da-young, his mind nervously contemplated. Is she going to ask me to help suppress the Seoul protests? Outwardly, he asked testily. What? Then a man's voice over the walkie-talkie asked firmly. The cocoon on Road 13. Park Ji-yu frowned, struggling to hear the transmitted words. You put it there, didn't you, Park Ji-yu? He continued to press him, as if cross-examining. In his mind, the image of the young man who always watched him intently from behind resurfaced. Lee Sang-hoon. Park Ji-yu, no longer able to bear the boredom, replied, How do you know my hunter school classmate? Sang-hoon sat down decisively and revealed the truth. If a cocoon suddenly appears in an uneroded area, the culprit must be someone nearby, right? Hearing this, his eyebrows instinctively furrowed and he sighed, thinking that his rigid tone was still the same. In a space covered by the darkness of night with densely laid wires, Sang-hoon asked him why he did it. If the cocoon opens, monsters could be summoned, right? Park Ji-yu immediately gripped the walkie-talkie and asked in a voice full of suspicion. Summon, monster, summon, you can summon monsters, his voice explained in detail. That wasn't a real egg. The cocoon was confirmed to be a temporary portal. Park Gu's lips were tightly sealed and the thought in his mind was unbearable. Really? It's been quite a while since I retired, but realizing I was so blatantly deceived feels a bit bitter. He continued in a low voice without the other party noticing. Park Ji-yu, let's get to the point. Before Sang-hoon could speak, his voice interrupted. What if I refuse? Hearing that, Sang-hoon frowned and gloomily suggested, There's still an instructor position open. I'll recommend you. Park Ji-yu calmly refused the offer. I'm not going. I like it here. He listened intently to Sang-hoon's persuasive words over the walkie-talkie. Do you think there's a future in a place like that? Or are you still caught up in your inferiority complex? Park Ji-yu, however, remained silent and said nothing. He moved and slightly drew back the window curtain. There's nothing we can do, right? You and I have no talent. I have no talent at all. Sang-hoon suddenly recalled how he used to wield power in the past. His face was filled with sadness as Da-young heard him quickly state his refusal. Enough chatter. I'm not going. Find someone else. She quickly turned and left while Sang-hoon, still carrying on the conversation, still stubborn, said he never listened. His eyes gleamed coldly and he warned in a low voice, The urban area will soon be dangerous. Survive. Park Ji-yu approached the door and Da-young briefly scanned the scene in the room. Park Ji-yu, that call was his last word before he disconnected the walkie-talkie. His back sat solitarily in the dimly lit room. Sunlight shone on every corner of the green rice paddies. Park Gu's hand tightly gripped a sickle, raising it in the morning sun. He was busy harvesting rice in the paddies. 1 year and 11 months had passed since the war began. The former rice paddies now bore grain that could be food. Gripping a rice sack, Park Ji-yu thought that he had sown rice seeds in the desolate paddies, and quite a lot of rice grains had grown on their own. He carefully carried the rice sack on his back, recalling old man Kim wiping sweat from his face with a towel. With this rice and a hoe we can cook and eat even in hardship. Park Ji-yu continuously marveled as he walked. So don't underestimate even a small grain of rice. White round rice grains were evenly spread on a plastic sheet. Thanks to old man Kim's advice, they could eat fresh rice. He stared intently at the computer screen. The post included a picture showing a slender waist and a status message. Rumors had recently spread in the community that Defender was a woman. Immediately, this post gained popularity with 82 likes. The user who brought this issue to light was Unicorn18. They began to draw people's attention by pointing out the shadow in a newly posted murder verification post by Defender. Park Ji-yu frowned, deep in thought. Is she really a woman? He couldn't help but carefully reconsider. If she's alive, killing people might be easy, but moving corpses isn't. And she can do all this alone? Park Ji-yu propped his chin, inwardly rejecting that hasty judgment. No way, it's probably just how the photo happened to be taken. His eyes were slightly closed as if filled with countless worries. Suddenly, the image of Sang-hoon warning him over the walkie-talkie flashed through his mind. Survive. Looking at the computer, Park Ji-yu inwardly retorted, Who's going to die? This is the safest place in the world. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed in his eyes. Lee Sang-hoon. Park Gu's image suddenly overlapped with his past self. From the first desk in the classroom closest to the teacher, a voice echoed, Teacher, I have a question about the classification of invasive species you just explained. His back was straight and he asked the question seriously. I always remember the name of the person who sat in the front row and asked questions with sincerity. Park Ji-yu couldn't hide his troubled expression, re-evaluating every detail. He recalled Sang-hoon, who always cast hostile glances at him. That guy was a constant rival. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie rang incessantly, making him avert his gaze. The walkie-talkie rang, displaying caller information. Kim Da-young again, Park Gu's voice, unable to hide his despair, asked, What is it now? Director Kim Da-young, he continued in a tired voice, subtly refusing. If it's about Jeju Island, that's already settled. I won't be going out for a while. I'm hanging up. Just as Park Ji-yu was about to end the call, her voice was heard, suddenly announcing the news. The director passed away. He immediately opened his eyes wide in shock. Immediately, Park Ji-yu lowered his voice and confirmed again. Director, you mean Lee Sang-hoon? Why so suddenly? As soon as he heard Da Young's voice saying he had made an extreme choice, his face immediately became gloomy. Park Ji-yu couldn't help but recall his younger self who always looked back at him. He left a will. That airplane took off alone into the darkness like that. The crowd protested day and night, constantly shouting that someone had to take responsibility for this situation. In the ruined world, Da Young's voice was heard, suggesting, "Senior, will you come to the funeral?" His body instantly stiffened. Park Ji-yu stared intently at the walkie-talkie. "There is no place for honest and righteous people to breathe." Da Young's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "A will has been left and someone must take responsibility for this situation." She paused for a moment, then quietly asked, "Senior, will you come to the funeral?" Park Ji-yu stared intently at the walkie-talkie screen and remained silent. On the other end of the phone, Da Young continued, "We've prepared a memorial space at the military hospital where my husband used to work. Considering the current situation, this is all we can do." He tightly pursed his lips and his words seemed not to have returned yet. She seemed to recall something. "Senior, to go to Seoul you have to pass through a road full of boxes, right?" Park Ji-yu replied, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Da Young said. "Since yesterday, security forces have started to be deployed there." "Awakened ones." He fell silent again. She said nonchalantly, "I'm just telling you in advance, Senior, because it might be quite troublesome if you encounter them." Park Ji-yu lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Awakened ones are deployed everywhere?" At this moment, he felt as if someone was standing behind him. After disconnecting the walkie-talkie, Park Ji-yu glanced at the other party and coldly retorted, "You want an honorable fight with me at any cost, don't you? You want to torment me until my last journey, don't you?" He muttered to Sang-hoon's shadow, "So you forced me to take the dirt road." Under the light, the corners of his mouth seemed to curl slightly. Park Ji-yu turned and shouted in annoyance, "Only you could do such a thing." But his shout was directed at the empty air. Park Ji-yu frowned and a flicker of sadness passed through his eyes. However, the phantom of Sang-hoon in his mind did not respond. In the warehouse, standing in front of the armory, Park Ji-yu picked up 2 gleaming axes and muttered to himself, 2 tactical combat axes. "One of the few things I took after being discharged." He stared at them, calculating inwardly, "There's no benefit in taking them, but at least, having finished preparing his equipment, Park Ji-yu leisurely pulled out his bicycle. He wanted to visit Sang-hoon one last time as a soldier and pay his respects. To pay his respects, Park Ji-yu packed his weapons and set out. To avoid the roads where troops were stationed, he took a detour through a dirt road. As Park Ji-yu slowly rode his bicycle on the dirt road, the headlight of a motorcycle flashed in front of him. A man stopped his motorcycle right in front. He raised his hand, signaling to stop, and shouted loudly, "Hey, stop the car, you can't go this way." It took Baek Sung-yeon a moment to properly recognize Park Gu's face. He recognized Park Ji-yu and exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Park Ji-yu frowned, covering the dazzling light emitted from Baek Sung-yeon's motorcycle headlight with his hand, then heard his voice, "Aren't you Mr. Park Ji-yu?" He finally recognized Baek Sung-yeon. He was a free hunter who performed various missions for the National Committee members. Baek Sung-yeon approached Park Ji-yu. "Where are you going?" he answered honestly. "Seoul." He pointed in one direction and said solemnly, "Then please follow me for a moment." Park Ji-yu carefully asked, "Can't I pass?" Baek Sung-yeon lit a cigarette with a lighter, and after taking a long puff he replied, "I'd like to let you pass," but Baek Sung-yeon turned his head towards the road with the cigarette in his mouth and Park Ji-yu followed his gaze. On the road not far from them there was a group of men and women and some of them were already looking at them. Baek Sung-yeon sat on the motorcycle seat and continued to smoke. He slowly exhaled smoke and said, "But as you can see, I'm not in charge here. The people with glowing blue eyes over there are the control officers." A cold light gleamed in Park Gu's eyes. His gaze fell on the Tiger logo and the 2 letters GT engraved on the clothes. Baek Sung-yeon said nonchalantly, "Tiger War Unit, they're real hunters, not old-timers like us. A new type of hunters began to appear about 6 years ago. This phenomenon first appeared after 30 of humanity disappeared due to the monster invasion. Awakened ones, new humans, people who awakened powers similar to monsters were discovered. Through comprehensive research, scientists discovered how to create those powers themselves. At the same time, the government actively recruited such people as hunters. As a result, old-timer hunters disappeared from the battlefield." A blond young man from the Tiger War Unit gestured to Baek Sung-yeon with his chin. "Uncle," he pointed at Park Ji-yu and said, "Who's that person?" He turned to the boy and replied, "An ex-hunter." The boy raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Was he a part-time hunter like you, uncle?" Baek Sung-yeon smiled and nodded. "Yes." He glanced at Park Ji-yu, put the cigarette back in his mouth and a slightly complicated expression crossed his face. The blond young man didn't give up and continued to question, "But why is an ex-hunter taking this dark dirt road instead of the main road? He's not some kind of criminal, is he?" Baek Sung-yeon frowned and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Concerned for Park Ji-yu, he looked up at him and said nonchalantly, "Which unit are you from?" His face immediately paled and he stared at Park Ji-yu in embarrassment, but it was too late to stop him. The blond young man frowned and said, "What?" His comrades also unanimously glared at him with cold blue eyes. He walked down the dirt road with heavy steps, his hands in his pockets, appearing arrogant and unconcerned. He approached Park Ji-yu, clicked his tongue and said, "This guy is truly hopeless." He approached him, leaned in close to his ear and said contemptuously, "Hey old man, old man." "Which unit?" Park Ji-yu glanced at the young man and replied in a low voice, "I'm from the 13th unit." He elongated an awe sound and began to sneer. But a unit before the 18th unit can't be called a senior, can it? Except for a few exceptions, of course. But this old man also went to school, so he must know how dangerous sealed boxes are, right? The blond young man sneeringly raised his hand and lightly patted his shoulder. Displayed a contemptuous attitude, as if suggesting it would be better to return home if the matter could be resolved through words. Park Gu's hands in his pockets were clenched so tightly that the veins bulged. He suppressed his anger, convincing himself that retreating was the wisest choice. But at that very moment, Sang-hoon's phantom appeared, raising an eyebrow at Park Ji-yu and asking, "Hey, are you going or not?" His eyes immediately filled with resolve. As the Tiger Roar unit and Sung-yun watched in surprise, Park Ji-yu raised his hand and pointed precisely at a sealed container in the middle of the road. Park Ji-yu drew his tactical combat axes. "So if I just deal with that sealed container, I can pass." He emphasized the last two words expressionlessly. "Right?" The blond young man couldn't help but scoff at Park Ji-yu. "You're truly humorous. What do you think someone like you who's past their prime can do?" But they all obediently stood behind the barricade and watched Park Ji-yu advance alone towards the container. He told the group's only female member that if Park Ji-yu succeeded, she should escort him to wherever he wished. Jae-hee, still glued to her phone screen, complained, "No way, why me?" Their other member was a young man with mushroom-shaped hair. He covered his mouth with his hand, a sneering smile on his face, and exclaimed, "Senior, do your best." Park Ji-yu stared intently at the sealed container, showing no reaction to them. His eyes gleamed with intense concentration. He thought that according to past military theories, there weren't many tactics for solo combat against monsters. Park Ji-yu gripped the axe handle tightly and approached the container, muttering to himself, "The only method I can apply now is..." At that moment the space around him began to distort. Park Ji-yu rushed forward at tremendous speed, muttering, "Close combat, no distance." In an instant he reached the container and swung the axe in his hand with all his might, striking the top of the container precisely. With the clang of metal, sparks flew everywhere. 5 spiky orbs burst from the container's crack and flew towards Park Ji-yu. He swung the small axe in his hand again. The spiky orbs flew past Park Ji-yu. The blonde-haired K froze at the sight, stammering, What is that?" Sung-yun was so surprised his mouth hung open. As soon as he saw the axe in Park Gu's hand flash, the 5 spiky orbs exploded simultaneously, causing small explosions around Park Ji-yu. The blonde instinctively broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Is he really going to awaken it?" Park Gu's eyes showed no flicker of emotion at this time. He maintained a ready stance with the axe in his hand, focusing intently on the distorting and changing space before him. The 3 members of the Tiger Roar unit could no longer maintain their contempt or arrogance. Fear filled everyone's faces. As the space continuously expanded, the young men screamed, "He's crazy, he really awakened it." Then they all turned and fled. Park Ji-yu raised his hand to shield his face from the wind and maintained a calm posture, but another scream came from behind. "Monster, everyone run!" In the blue space unfolding before his eyes, a monster slowly began to take shape. Park Ji-yu calmly observed it. He silently judged, "Its head resembles an ancient statue, martial arts type, not mind control type." At this moment the monster had fully formed its head and upper body. 6 long gaunt arms slowly stretched upwards and the muscle tissue of its lower body twisted together, gradually forming 2 legs. Park Ji-yu suddenly rushed towards the monster and raised the 2 tactical combat axes in his hands high. An eerie light flickered in his eyes. With a single axe swing he cleanly severed all of the monster's arms. Park Ji-yu muttered to himself, "If the distance is 0, they won't be able to deploy their forces." As soon as he ducked and landed, the severed arms fell like rain. Countless sharp, spiky tentacles immediately sprouted from the severed parts. Park Ji-yu leaned his body to dodge the spiky tentacles, muttering to himself, "Thousands of spiky tentacle arms will continuously grow from the severed parts and attack." He rushed forward again without a single second of rest, muttering to himself, "But if I only approach desperately." Park Ji-yu swung his axe with all his might and lightly severed the monster's neck. Blood splattered and the monster's head and body were instantly separated. He calmly muttered to himself, "The only thing left is to cut off its head." Behind Park Ji-yu, the members of the Tiger Roar unit were all wide-eyed in astonishment at this brutal and swift monster disposal, unable to say a word. The monster died and its body immediately shattered and disappeared. He turned and looked at them, saying coldly, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly clear the barricade." The monster's corpse disappeared without a trace, and a blue light glittered in the air, faintly enveloping Park Gu's entire body, making him look fantastically and unrealistically beautiful. He couldn't help but shout when he saw the Tiger Roar unit still staring blankly at him. "Aren't you going to move quickly?" His single sentence seemed to awaken them from their illusion. They immediately murmured, "No way, he easily defeated a monster with 2 axes, is he even human?" Sung-yun stared intently at Park Ji-yu, speechless. The blond young man who had provoked him earlier now cautiously glanced at him. He hastily turned to Jae and stammered, Jae-hee, can you give him a ride?" She snapped irritably. "No way, you guys ignored him." "I don't even have a driver's license, how can I drive him?" At this moment, Sung-yun, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Hey everyone, stay here, I'll take him." Then he smiled. As the Tiger Roar unit watched suspiciously, Sung-yun reassured them, "It's fine, I'm experienced. I'll get the car." Park Ji-yu watched him silently. Sung-yun seemed very excited. Before leaving, he told the others, "While I'm gone, study the monster's corpse." He expected Sung-yun to have a good time. In the dark night, a deep blue small car sped along an empty road. Park Ji-yu sat in the back seat looking at Sung-yun and saying, "You didn't really need to wait for me yourself." he replied with a satisfied smile. It's fine, I wanted to wait for you. Thank you for making them shut up. Those useless third-rates kept calling me old man. He immediately fell silent, letting Sung Yun enjoy his small pleasure. The power of awakened ones was measured by a scale of grades. The difference in power between grades was truly immense. Awakened ones from grade 1 to grade 4 possessed some psychic abilities like clairvoyance or remote viewing, but their physical strength remained unchanged. From grade 5 to grade 9 they additionally possessed abilities like psychokinesis, magnetic field manipulation and remote physical manipulation. Usually, upon reaching this grade, an awakened one could participate in actual combat, and only a very small number of awakened ones could ascend to grade 10 or higher, at which point their power transcended reality and the world in which humanity lived, as if they had become an invincible different species. Sung Yun exhaled a cool breath while driving. It was truly a relief that they had finally settled down. Park Ji-yu put his hands in his pockets and muttered to himself, "If I were you I would have done that." He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Perhaps, but it's quite a troublesome thing, so I wouldn't do it. Getting hurt is troublesome." Sung Yun recalled his wife's worried expression and his young daughter crying upon seeing him injured. Sung Yun continued quietly, "When I was single I thought I had nothing to lose, so I lived recklessly. But now it's different. If something happens to me, who will take care of my wife and child? So no matter how hard life is, I have to endure it. Anyway, thank you so much. It's been a long time since I felt such peace." The car drove for a long time before stopping in front of a hospital. Park Ji-yu opened the door and got out. After a few steps, Sung Yun called out to Park Ji-yu. Park Ji-yu looked back at him. Sung Yun reminded him, "After Director Lee Sang-hoon passed away, the relationship between the National Committee and us deteriorated further, so you need to be careful." Park Ji-yu replied coldly without any change in expression. "It doesn't matter." He asked again, "Do you have any friends in the National Committee?" At this time no one could be fully trusted, especially in this world where dignity was like grass by the roadside. Hearing Sung Yun's words, a look of thought briefly crossed Park Gu's eyes. The hospital interior was devoid of people, too quiet, and a chill flowed through it. At the end of the long corridor, there was one lit room. This room was Sang-hoon's funeral hall. In the middle of the room was his portrait. Park Ji-yu slowly approached and said softly, "I'm here, Sang-hoon. Why is your funeral here? It was hard to find you." He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to Sang-hoon. It was as if Park Ji-yu was the only one who had come to this funeral. After leaving the room, Da-young told him everything. Director Sang-hoon's project was even named after him by his superiors for the Jeju Island relocation project. So there was no other way. As they walked down the corridor together, she looked at Park Ji-yu. "You know, don't you, why this project is important?" He remained silent. Rift strength is proportional to population density, and the rifts in Jeju Island are relatively weak. Its terrain is also very suitable for building a defensive base. Perhaps they poured all their resources into that island to ensure we could live safer in the future. Park Ji-yu, lost in deep thought, said, "The biggest problem with that project is that the people not chosen to settle on the island will be abandoned and perish." He looked at Da-young and raised his question, "But Lee Sang-hoon couldn't have completed the project alone. So why should he bear all the responsibility?" She replied quietly. "Because this project required abandoning 10 million people. They needed someone to take responsibility in public to appease the people's dissatisfaction and allow them to live peacefully. And they entrusted that immense responsibility to an enthusiastic young man." Sadness flickered in Da-young's eyes. She described him as a very strong person. She turned to Park Ji-yu and smiled. "Do you know? The director attended my wedding and only gave 30,000 won in congratulatory money." He asked, puzzled. "Wasn't 3,000 won the minimum amount?" Da-young shook her head and replied, "No, at that time the minimum was 50,000 won. Park Ji-yu also showed a helpless expression. "He was always like that." She nodded. "Yes, the director was always like that." "Oh, Da-young." She reminded him that right after the director passed away, a man came looking for him. The day the Jeju Island project was approved, it was probably just before he contacted you, Senior. She recalled the situation that day. In Sang-hoon's dimly lit room, the man said, "Anyway, someone has to step up. That person should not be someone with power nor an unknown. They must be someone who can stand in the present and look to the future. On one side are 10 million lives, on the other, the future of humanity. Someone who acts as a scale to decide which way it tips." Sang-hoon stood silently by the window, his back to everyone. The man sat on the sofa, his glasses reflecting the light gleaming with a cold flash. He slowly took a sip of tea. "You will be chosen, Sang-hoon. You will achieve something even the professors have yet to complete." Sang-hoon turned to Han-min and slowly opened his mouth. "Is that true? Do they really think we can live well on that island?" "Do they really think so?" Han-min merely replied indifferently. "Who knows, only time will answer your questions." Hearing Da-young's story, Park Ji-yu was somewhat surprised. Kong Han-min would also participate in the Lee Sang-hoon project. She was silent for a moment. She didn't answer. After a short while, Da-young opened her mouth. And before leaving, Kong Han-min said this, "The old people will no longer be needed on Jeju Island." She lowered her head, hugged her arms, and suddenly asked, "Perhaps is there a spare room in your hideout?" Park Ji-yu looked at Da-young in surprise and muttered to himself, "It seems the world is going to collapse again." Da-young hugged her arms, lowered her head and said softly, "The old students won't be needed on Jeju Island." She looked down and suddenly asked, "Perhaps is there a room in your hideout?" Park Ji-yu recalled a faint old memory from the hospital. On the door of room 501 there was a nameplate with 6 names: Kong Jun-woo, Kim Da-young, Min Dong-hoon, Seong Woo-jin, Jeon Soo-min, Wang Se-jin. The sound of military boots echoed clearly on the tiled floor as Park Ji-yu entered the hospital room. Everyone inside showed surprised and confused expressions. After a moment they regained their senses and rushed forward. Even with their injured bodies they forced themselves into attention and saluted in military fashion. One person said somewhat awkwardly, "Hello, team leader." Park Ji-yu returned the salute. His cold gaze swept over each face. The most severely injured person had their head bandaged, a neck brace and a broken arm. Those slightly better off walked with crutches. Da-young was also among them, her pretty face covered in bandages and a neck brace. After scanning the condition of the people in the room, Park Ji-yu indifferently and brutally told the injured to leave the team. In a battlefield, an incompetent ally is more dangerous than an enemy. I have seen countless people sacrifice themselves in vain. Even weak and incompetent people like you can't fight properly. I don't want to see this scene anymore, so reflect on yourselves and volunteer to leave the team." He uttered these cutting words and left the hospital room, leaving all the patients bewildered. A girl in the ward suddenly burst into tears, breaking the long silence. I can't do this anymore," she sobbed, continuously wiping away tears. "After hearing those words, I can't bear it anymore." The girl suddenly lifted her head and looked at Da-young with tear-filled eyes. "Da-young, should we leave together? I feel like I'll go crazy if I stay under him." She was silent for a moment, then replied with a determined expression, "No, I'm staying here. My pride is hurt, but it's true that I fell behind because I was injured. I'll grit my teeth and endure until the end." They didn't know that Park Ji-yu was standing outside the room listening to all of this. He lowered his eyes and heard Da-young's voice echo, "And I'll definitely throw those words back at him." Park Ji-yu resolutely moved his steps, returning to the present. The memory suddenly resurfaced and Park Ji-yu thought, at that time Kim Da-young was a person with a strong fighting spirit like me. But now Da-young stood beside him, bowing her head and hesitating. "I don't need a large room. I only ask for my son. Can you take in just one child?" Park Ji-yu stared at her, thinking, but Kim Da-young has changed. It was still dark outside. He sat on a bench in the hospital waiting room holding his head, looking very exhausted. Da-young's pleading voice kept echoing in Park Gu's mind. "Senior, please. I'll send some money for my child, just a place to sleep even. The situation is too chaotic right now. I can't leave my child in such a place." As she said this, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "If anything happens to my child, I don't want to live anymore, Senior." He squeezed his eyes shut, sighed and made a decision in his heart. "No, I have to refuse. The current situation is no longer ordinary chaos. If my forces get entangled in that matter and it leads to civil war, the situation will become very complicated. I can't operate indefinitely as a childcare center." As Park Ji-yu was lost in thought, someone suddenly entered the waiting room. He wore a baseball cap pulled low and a windbreaker jacket. The man walked past him, heading straight for the hospital reception desk. Park Ji-yu heard the man's voice. "I am Director Lee Sang-hoon's subordinate, Private Hong from Unit 18. The familiar name caught his attention. The receptionist replied softly, "Yes, it's room 5 on the second basement floor." Park Ji-yu turned his head to look again. Even after hearing the answer, Private Hong didn't leave immediately. "By the way, do you happen to have any spare medicine? My sister is very sick." The plump woman sitting at the reception desk stared blankly for a moment after hearing that, then exclaimed, "What? Where would there be spare medicine at a time like this? And more importantly, are you really a committee member? This place is only for national committee members, not just anyone can come and go." At this moment, Park Ji-yu suddenly approached the reception desk and spoke. "I am Park Ji-yu, Director Lee Sang-hoon's classmate and Commissioner Kim Da-young's superior." He glanced at Private Hong and continued, "And a junior who came to pay my respects, so please give him some medicine." He stared blankly at Park Ji-yu, speechless for a moment. The receptionist, with a displeased expression, organized documents outside the corridor. After receiving the medicine, Private Hong bowed his head in gratitude and exclaimed, "Thank you very much, Senior." Park Ji-yu asked him, "If you're from Unit 18, you wouldn't have been close to seniors or juniors. Are you really Director Lee Sang-hoon's acquaintance?" Private Hong scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile, "No, actually, that was the highest-ranking name I could think of. I thought if I mentioned his name, they might give me some medicine." Hunter Unit 18. Units 18 and above were the main Hunter units composed of awakened ones. In other words, from that rank upwards, people without psychic abilities had no future as hunters. They found it difficult to participate in frontline combat against monsters, were relegated to dirty work as reserve forces, and eventually driven out. Their juniors were awakened ones who had developed psychic abilities. In contrast, their seniors were veterans with rich combat experience caught in between, known as the cursed class, unable to move forward or back. Park Ji-yu quietly reminded him, "Currently in the market you can't get any proper medicine besides painkillers and fever reducers." Private Hong lowered his head and said in a small voice, "So I had no choice but to come all the way to the central hospital managed by the National Committee. Otherwise my sister would be in danger." Outside it was gradually getting brighter. An airplane flew across the hospital sky in the parking lot. He bowed his head once more. "Thank you, Senior. Take care." Park Ji-yu walked away looking back. "Farewell." Private Hong, overjoyed, hummed a tune as he walked. He went to the black van, opened the door and handed a bag of medicine to the girl sitting inside, exclaiming, "I'm back? The operating room isn't open, but I got the medicine. I need to dig up more information on the new National Committee members. I can't infiltrate Director Lee Sang-hoon's funeral." She was wrapped in a worn blanket, her lips dry, but she remained silent and didn't respond. Private Hong smiled and boasted, "But more importantly, do you know what just happened? Don't be surprised. I met Scanton." With a click, a cold gun barrel was pressed against the back of his head. Park Ji-yu stood behind Private Hong and said coldly, "It seems your investigation is over, then I'll cut to the chase. Hands up, drop your belongings and surrender." He immediately raised his hands and backed away from the car. Private Hong slowly turned around, and at that moment he swiftly swung his hand, trying to snatch the gun from his hand. Park Ji-yu reacted incredibly fast, grabbing Private Hong's other hand tightly with one hand, but the gun slipped from his grasp. He quietly released his hand. Private Hong aimed the gun at Park Ji-yu and said nonchalantly, "If you want to talk, drop your gun first." "Right?" As soon as Private Hong finished speaking, Park Ji-yu rushed forward and used his elbow to knock the gun from his hand. Private Hong was startled, and before he could react, Park Ji-yu leaned down and lunged for the floor. Instead of continuing to fight him, he chased after the bouncing gun. Before the gun hit the ground, Park Ji-yu seized it. He held the gun with both hands, crouched down, and aimed it at Private Hong. It was not useless. He immediately lunged forward. With a single clean kick, Private Hong knocked the gun from Park Gu's hand. The gun flew far away, and his body fell backward due to inertia. He glanced at him and saw his pupils suddenly widen. He saw Park Ji-yu quickly regain his balance, steady himself, and then throw a punch at Private Hong. With a thud, the punch accurately struck his jaw, and Private Hong's upper body recoiled backward. A little blood splattered from the corner of his mouth. He tightly grabbed his sleeve with his hand. Private Hong tried to use Park Ji-yu to avoid falling and swung another punch to hit his face. But Park Ji-yu ducked and smoothly dodged this punch. Before he could react, another massive blow struck his face from his side. Private Hong was shocked and fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and laughed. "Hey Scanton, you're really strong." Private Hong suddenly stared blankly at Park Ji-yu. He saw him pick up the gun that had just fallen. Park Ji-yu held the gun and looked at him coldly. Private Hong sprang up and shouted, "Do you want to end this here?" His right hand was already slowly reaching behind his jacket, pulling out a gleaming knife. Private Hong ran his hand through his hair and smiled. "All right, but this is just a temporary match." Still triumphant, he suddenly realized that the gun in Park Gu's hand was aimed not at Private Hong but slightly to the side. He glanced over and saw that the target he was aiming at was his sister, sitting in his van. Private Hong subconsciously moved slightly to the side, blocking the car door. If a bullet went astray to that position, he weighed the pros and cons, dropped the knife and slowly raised both hands. Private Hong stood in a posture of surrender and said, "It was a joke, let's talk calmly." Private Hong raised his hands in surrender and smiled. "Let's talk." Park Ji-yu didn't lower his gun and thought, as expected, he had someone watching his back. Seeing that he didn't shoot immediately, he asked, "More importantly, when did you start suspecting?" Park Ji-yu was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "From the beginning." Private Hong stared blankly, surprised. "What did you say?" Park Ji-yu continued calmly, "You'll know when you reach the captain's level. You're from Zone 18, the cursed zone. I know the dirty work you had to do overseas." A disgusting memory resurfaced in his mind. Private Hong remembered how people from Zone 18 like himself were always bullied by their juniors. They shouted in arrogant voices, "Hey, are you done with work, old-timers? Hurry up, why does it take so long? You're not even fighting monsters, can't you even decapitate properly?" A member of the zone, hearing those words, got angry and tried to argue, but another person stopped him. "Hey, just leave it, just do your work. What can you do without skills?" Amidst those sounds, Private Hong coldly raised the knife in his hand. With his other hand, he grabbed the head of the man kneeling before him, and with a swift swing of the sharp blade, blood splattered. He returned with an expressionless face and asked his comrade, "Not done yet?" The other person quickly replied, "Ah, Private Hong, almost done." Private Hong ordered coldly, "If there's no name, engrave it on their head." At that time their job was everything after battle, mainly disposing of bodies. Park Gu's voice echoed again, bringing Private Hong back to reality. "Frontline combat was always for awakened ones, so you guys were the ones who handled the dirty work after battles," he said mockingly, using the name Killer Commando. "What? Are those rumors already spreading? But I can't believe you knew from the start," he replied nonchalantly. "Of course there were things I came to realize. I went to the area where you used to be. I had a chance to examine the bodies you disposed of. Your physique, your gait, your hand movements, even your habit of always observing. Thanks to that, I realized you were Protector." Private Hong bit his lip slightly, trying to hold back a laugh, but could no longer contain it and burst out laughing. Park Ji-yu asked casually, "What's so funny?" Private Hong shook his head and replied, "No, I thought only Zone 18 was scary. Turns out it was a common thing for hunters too, but your deduction seems a bit weak at the end at this moment." A look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. Park Ji-yu blinked. "What?" He glanced behind him. "It's true that I left traces according to my habits from Zone 18, and your conclusion is quite impressive, but..." The person sitting in the car slowly got out. The girl no longer had her head covered with a blanket, revealing a beautiful but slightly pale face. She walked over to Private Hong's side and held his arm. Private Hong glanced at Da Young and laughed. "I'm not Protector." The girl's name was Da Young, and her short brown hair framed her slender face. She possessed a delicate yet slightly cold beauty. He introduced her. Meet my sister. Private Hong put his arm around her shoulder and said, we're the protector couple. Park Ji-yu thought to himself. They were right to assume protector was a woman. He pointed at Da Young and said, I'm the one who usually operates on the battlefield. On the other hand, my sister writes and handles other things from a safe distance. My sister might be a keyboard warrior, but in reality she's quite timid. As he started to ramble on, he somewhat impatiently cut him off. Stop talking nonsense. Private Hong looked at him in surprise. Park Ji-yu asked, you two are on the same team, isn't that a secret? Why are you telling me? Da Young, on the other side, suddenly glanced at him and whispered something in Private Hong's ear. He smiled. It's fine. She also covered her mouth and chuckled. Private Hong continued, I was just having fun. Why are you so serious? Park Ji-yu bit his lip with an annoyed expression. These two from the start, he looked at him as if seeking agreement, were not bad people. Don't you think so? Park Gu's eyes turned cold. These people are not serious at all. They're acting however they want without thinking about the consequences. He didn't say anything, only his arm holding the gun remained steady. He squinted at him and smiled provocatively. Why, want to go another round? Park Ji-yu replied. No. Then he turned and walked away, muttering, what a waste of time. A voice suddenly called out from behind, Scanton. Park Ji-yu turned his head to look again, and Private Hong smiled at him. Thanks for your help today. See you next time. Da Young, next to him, also waved goodbye. Park Ji-yu frowned and said with a bewildered expression, see you next time. Under the rising sun, the two siblings drove away in their car. But their reunion came much sooner than expected. In Park Gu's shelter, he was staring intently at his laptop screen, which displayed a message notification from Protector. The message read, do you have any spare ammunition? If so, could we trade? He hesitated for a moment, then replied, his sister. The other party replied very quickly, that's right. Park Ji-yu answered briefly, no. The other party immediately sent an angry message. Don't lie, do you want to die? Park Ji-yu recalled Da Young's gentle and timid face from their previous meeting and thought that she was not like that at all in reality. Park Ji-yu sent another false message. She asked, what if I plead? But he firmly refused. When neither pleading nor threats worked, Da Young immediately asked, what do you want? Park Ji-yu said, oh, what do I want? No. She suggested, what if I boost the reaction to your posts? And he frowned for a moment, appearing slightly swayed. So Park Ji-yu typed 2 words. Location. That night, guided by Da Young, he headed to a closed prison on a hill overlooking an amusement park in the suburbs of Wongi. Park Ji-yu looked up at the amusement park. The amusement park covered a quite large area and the rides were almost completely intact. He stood in front of the closed prison, the agreed meeting place, and looked around, assessing inwardly. It's quite high and easy to defend, but the architecture is too open. That's probably why they dealt with the nearby threats instead of hiding here. As he looked around, Park Gu's attention was suddenly drawn to something. A corpse hung from a tree next to the prison, swaying in the wind. He was looking at it when he heard a door open and someone call out. Scanton Dong-ho, in comfortable indoor clothes, stood at the entrance, waving his hand at Park Ji-yu and asking, was it hard to find this place? He didn't answer, instead gesturing with his chin towards the corpse and asking, what's with this corpse? He muttered, oh. But there was nothing particularly interesting to say in response. At this answer, Park Ji-yu immediately frowned. It was as if Dong-ho looked just like the corpse hanging under the moonlight, just as he had described. He asked no more, turning his curiosity to something else. I brought them, but why do you need so many bullets? Don't you prefer knives? Is this for your sister? Dong-ho put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. He pointed behind Park Ji-yu and told him to listen quietly. Park Ji-yu followed him, listening to the night. The wind rustled the leaves. The wind also swayed the weeds on the ground, and a faint sound of someone crying could be heard. The crying seemed to come continuously from below the hill. The two listened more carefully and could also hear shouts of, please help me. Park Ji-yu listened for a moment, then whispered, a child. Dong-ho nodded and replied, that's right, it's under the amusement park. Inside the amusement park, adult men with machine guns surrounded a boy who wouldn't stop crying. He paused for a moment, then added, scum has gathered below. Park Ji-yu frowned. Are they using children as hostages? Dong-ho looked at Park Ji-yu and replied, that's right, if someone hears the children crying and approaches them, they kill the men and use the women as playthings. Then they take the children for the next begging session. Park Ji-yu spat in frustration. What trash. He turned to Park Ji-yu and nodded. That's right. Dong-ho's beautiful smile reached his eyes. So I made a plan to eliminate them all. The two entered his headquarters together. Dong-ho led the way and Park Ji-yu quietly followed him up the stairs. He straightened his back and looked ahead. Park Ji-yu saw his unguarded back in front of him. He recalled Dong-ho's appearance earlier, thinking that he looked too content for someone talking about murder. As Park Ji-yu was lost in various thoughts, he suddenly heard Dong-ho call out Scanton beside him. He looked up at Dong-ho with a curious expression. Dong-ho asked again, did my sister tell you about anything else besides ammunition? Park Ji-yu thought, something else? What does he mean? With a confused expression, he turned to Park Ji-yu and said, it seems my sister didn't mention it. Park Ji-yu was already on alert, secretly reaching behind his back for a prepared knife, thinking, Protector is an unpredictable opponent. Is he planning a fight? But Dong-ho's next words were, Scanton, do you have any snacks right now? The two stopped on the stairs and Park Ji-yu stared blankly at Dong-ho. After a long moment he mumbled, what? A moment later, in a room bathed in warm yellow light, Dong-ho was happily eating crunchy biscuits. Park Ji-yu and Da Young sat on the sofa and a box of biscuits lay on the table, creating a somehow strange atmosphere. He looked at the biscuit box and thought, these are biscuits I packed to supplement myself during my journey. Dong-ho ate the biscuits without stopping, not even caring about the crumbs on his lips, chewing them with a mouthful and praising them. These biscuits are delicious. Do you also know how to bake biscuits? Dong-ho bent down, picked up another biscuit, and exclaimed happily, as expected, I truly have a good eye for people. Park Ji-woo watched him continue to eat biscuits and thought, but these two siblings have no vigilance. What if I put poison in the food? He looked down at the teacup in his hand, cautious. I shouldn't drink this tea. Da-young suddenly turned the computer screen towards Park Ji-woo. The screen displayed a message. No poison, it's just delicious tea. He frowned, a slightly helpless expression on his face, and said, can't you just speak normally? She replied again with a message. There are things that cannot be expressed in words. Park Ji-woo resigned, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Dong-ho looked at Da-young and explained happily, my sister prefers typing to talking. After finishing the biscuits, he dusted his hands and looked at his sister, exclaiming, now back to business, should we prepare? The two didn't notice Park Goo's face reddening with excitement, tea still in his mouth, thinking delicious. He quickly swallowed the tea and returned to his expressionless face. If they take hostages, there must be many of them. How do you plan to deal with them? Dong-ho raised his head and firmly explained his plan. First, I'll take care of the children. Once their crying subsides, they'll come to check everything. He playfully fiddled with the magazine in his hand. We'll gradually reduce their numbers, then eliminate them all at the right moment. Dong-ho pointed at Da-young, who was lying prone on the sofa, and assigned her a task. My sister will take care of the children. She's a drone expert. She'll drop bricks from above. Nothing is needed to eliminate the children without a trace. Park Ji-woo frowned, disagreeing. Do you really have to eliminate the children? He leaned against the sofa and looked at Da-young with a resolute face, replying, otherwise everything will become much more difficult. They're not my flesh and blood, are they? Brother's blood. Besides, even if we let them go, they won't survive long unless we take them in and raise them. She rested her chin on her hand, and said in a small voice, in this day and age, it's strange for a child to live without parents or relatives. What can we do? Park Ji-woo didn't reply, and the room fell silent for a moment. He lowered his head and continued to drink tea, thinking to himself, this is the part one have to accept. Protector moves as a team, and when facing many enemies they must choose the best way to survive. But still, the way these two siblings operate is a bit unstable. Park Ji-woo put down his teacup on the table and looked at Dong-ho and Da-young. He slowly explained, there's another way. It's a bit more troublesome, but the chances of success are much higher, and the risk is much lower. The two siblings looked at each other upon hearing that. Inside the amusement park, people with machine guns stood guard in pairs. A drone slowly rose from behind the closed prison, stirring up a little dust around it. In the living room, Da-young was hunched over on the sofa, concentrating on controlling the drone. Park Goo's plan was to first move the drone. The drone flew over the heads of the people on guard. Indeed, one person pointed at it with a finger and shouted loudly, what is that? A search drone. Shoot it down quickly. The purpose of this was to lure the enemies in the opposite direction from where Park Ji-woo and Dong-ho would infiltrate. The people noisily chased after the drone, arguing, hey you idiot, you can't even hit that? Shoot again quickly. You damn idiot. The two were pressed tightly against opposite sides of the wall, and Dong-ho and Park Ji-woo exchanged glances, then nodded together. Park Ji-woo already had a sharp tactical combat axe in his hand. Afterwards, he quickly and quietly sprinted out of his hiding place. Park Ji-woo ran straight towards the nearest enemy. He saw the axe flying towards him before he could react. The axe was buried deep in the man's face. He picked up the other axe in his hand and quickly ran towards the second enemy. A precise single blow struck him in the neck, and the man didn't even scream once. All of these actions were according to Park Goo's plan. It was to deal with the Jews guarding the back. His axe had enormous power, instantly separating the guard's neck from his body. Now it was time to die. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief. Park Ji-woo went to the two corpses and retrieved his axes. His gaze was suddenly drawn to one thing, a blue door. Park Ji-woo approached and pushed the door open. Inside the room were many children, all deeply asleep with dirty faces. One child got up from a folding bed and rubbed his eyes, looking at him. The boy thought he was one of the kidnappers and asked nervously, is it my turn now? Park Goo's gaze stopped on this child, and he decided to choose him. Because according to his plan, the next step was to choose one of the kidnapped children to use as bait. Dong-ho stared blankly in one direction. He turned his head to look at him as he sent the boy out first. The guys who followed the drone will be back soon. I need support from now on. Dong-ho tilted his head and smiled at Park Ji-woo. Are you really going to leave this place to me? He looked at him for a moment, then replied, perhaps not you, but I trust Protector's skills. The amusement park was now eerily quiet. The drone lay abandoned on the ground with two broken wings and several holes in its center. Da-young's voice echoed in the earphones. She reported, the drone has been shot down, and they know there are no other significant forces besides the drone. They'll be back soon. The guards, without even turning their backs after shooting down the drone, all looked in one direction, frowning and muttering, what? The guards couldn't even properly protect a few children. Now one of the hostage children stood before them. A fat man in black clothes approached the boy and loudly scolded him. Hey you little brat, what are you doing wandering around outside at this hour? He grabbed the child by the collar and shouted, why aren't you sleeping and running around? Another man also said loudly, get back inside quickly. But in the blink of an eye, Dong-ho and Park Ji-woo rushed in, subdued them and finished them off immediately. The fat man in black was facing away, so he knew nothing. By the time he reacted, it was already too late and he met the same fate as his comrades. Dong-ho walked past the corpses, approaching the boy who was hunched on the ground covering his head and patted his shoulder, calling out, "Kid." The boy trembled and looked up and Dong-ho smiled. Blood was on his face and clothes, making the smile even more chilling. He said, "Kid, next let's go towards the roller coaster." If they didn't use the children as a shield, a fight with 2 skilled killers and an innocent child as bait completely wiped out all the lower-level scum in the east. The sun began to rise inside the amusement park. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Dong-ho gathered a few corpses and lined them up, then took out his phone and took a picture. He showed his phone to Da-young and asked, "Which picture should I upload?" She leaned in, chose a picture and said in a small voice, "This one, no filter, is best." Watching the 2 siblings choose pictures together, Park Ji-yu sighed and turned his gaze to the child standing beside him. The child's face still clearly showed a bewildered expression. "It's over. Go wherever you want with the other children." The boy didn't move for a long time. There was no answer. Dong-ho noticed the situation and exclaimed, "Scanton, that's really cool. You didn't try to protect them." "I thought you would take them in and raise them." Park Ji-yu glanced at him and replied coldly, "In a world like this, who can protect whom? And at least I'm more humane than those who try to take those children's lives, aren't I?" Hearing this, Da-young's wide eyes momentarily showed confusion. Dong-ho shouted coldly, "That judgment." He gripped the knife in his hand tightly, and said syllable by syllable, "Does that mean you want to finish the game you missed last time?" He frowned and looked at him. Dong-ho narrowed his eyes and stared directly into Park Gu's eyes, and Da-young's face beside him momentarily showed a worried expression. In the tense atmosphere, a child's voice suddenly rang out, "Please, please don't fight." The boy, who had been silent until now bowed his head. "Thank you for saving everyone." Dong-ho quietly put away his knife. Park Ji-yu also averted his gaze and remained silent. The boy returned to the other kidnapped children. He whispered softly, "Right when it was over, this was the best choice we could make." Dong-ho tilted his head, looked at the boys retreating back and said, "If that kid hadn't intervened, we would have had a great fight, wouldn't we?" Scanton. Park Ji-yu looked coldly at Dong-ho and said nothing. He still seemed to have no intention of giving up. He was angry before I suggested getting rid of the children. He was quite sensitive to such issues, wasn't he? That ambiguous hypocrisy. He remained silently expressionless. However, his voice was filled with anger. He criticized in a low voice, solely for the reason that he didn't want to make himself a bad person. "You put everyone around you in danger. I'm sick of seeing such scenes." Da-young, who was standing behind Dong-ho, slowly raised her hand and touched the knife mark on her forehead. Park Ji-yu lowered his head and thought to himself, "At the moment he spoke to me, Protector's resentment was not directed at me but at someone else." He gazed at Dong-ho, guessing that he was alluding to the corpse hanging on the tree. Even though they were already dead, they hung that person there. So the target of this resentment was clearly Park Ji-yu. Park Ji-yu suddenly opened his mouth. "I am not a hypocrite. Even if I were, there's no reason why I should conform to your methods." Da-young raised her head and looked at her older brother Dong-ho, but he said nothing. Park Gu's thoughts drifted back to the past. It was true, I really wasn't that kind of person. Once, while leading a team, he fell into a rift and was in a dangerous situation, and from above. Da-young worriedly shouted, "Senior!" Another team member yelled loudly into the walkie-talkie, "This is Professor's team. We need rescue support." "Professor is down the rift." The sound of the walkie-talkie constantly echoed in his ears. "Professor, no response. If you hear me, give us instructions." "Is there still a sign of life? Any reaction?" Park Gu's team member hurriedly replied, "I don't know. We can't check the situation inside the rift. One of his limbs seems broken. We need to confirm if he's alive before contact is lost." However, a cold voice echoed from the walkie-talkie. "It's too dangerous. Cease the search." Yun, a female member of another team, came to check the situation and said, "Professor always said this, there's no place for incompetence on the battlefield. Now that ruthless judgment applies to Professor himself. We must act as Professor said." Park Gu's team members all looked surprised. Yun expressionlessly declared, "He's worthless now." After that, he was abandoned below the rift. With only one remaining hand and foot, he painstakingly supported himself and slowly stood up. A month later, Park Ji-yu returned, having survived that hell. However, there was no longer a place for him on the battlefield. After that incident, Park Gu's goal became simple. Survive alone. He was powerless. He couldn't change anything. It was time to accept it. "I just need to take care of myself. I have to accept that those days are over." Sometimes small situations arose that reminded Park Ji-yu he wasn't entirely powerless. However, the cruel reality he witnessed remained unchanged. Returning to the present, Park Ji-yu stood before Dong-ho and said firmly, "My life is my sole priority. I merely chose the safest path accordingly." Upon hearing this, he surprisingly smiled. A moment later, both siblings burst into loud laughter. He looked at them with a helpless expression. "Can't they be serious for once?" Dong-ho hurriedly said. "I'm sorry, but I just really like your way of thinking. It's the same for us. Our safety is paramount, and anyone who threatens it cannot be allowed to live." Park Ji-yu frowned and grumbled to himself. This concept of camaraderie is truly unbearable. While Protector ruthlessly eliminates intruders, even enjoying and documenting the process, he also deals with those intruders mercilessly. but with a hint of hypocrisy in his heart. Though their methods differ, the uncomfortable truth that they are all killers who only think of their own safety remains the same. Dong Ho suddenly put his hand in his pocket and started searching for something. Here, take this. He pulled out a small notebook. Remember, the day the octopus monster appeared, we survived thanks to your post. Scanton, you saved our lives. I wanted to properly thank you and understand you better, so I kept sending messages. But you never replied, did you? Dong Ho spoke as he tore a piece of paper from the notebook. Park Ji-yu recalled the messages he received from the Protector account. He had read them all but pretended not to know. Thanks to your warning post, we survived. Let's be friends from now on, okay? He couldn't help but think, it sounds like a threat, like they'll kill me if I don't. Dong Ho lowered his head, scribbled something on the small piece of paper and asked with a laugh, "You're not scared, are you?" Park Ji-yu said nothing, not understanding what he meant. Dong Ho held out the paper. "After everything that happened at the hospital today, I feel like I owe you, so I'll repay this debt with this." Park Ji-yu lowered his head and looked at the paper. He muttered softly, "What is this?" His eyes focused on the words written on the paper. He raised his head and exclaimed, "Protector summoning ticket," looking at Dong Ho and Da-young. Dong Ho put his arm around his sister's shoulder and laughed. "If you're in trouble, contact me. I'll come running just once wherever you are." Before leaving with her brother, Da-young called out to Park Ji-yu, "Scanton." She narrowed her eyes and whispered, "From now on reply to my messages," and then she turned and ran away, leaving him standing there alone. Park Ji-yu lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. His eyes did not leave the paper Dong Ho had scribbled on. Park Ji-yu inwardly judged them to be impulsive and honest. They won't lie about this. He raised his head and muttered in relief, "Avoiding a dangerous element like Protector is a huge victory." From that day on, according to their agreement, Protector began commenting on all of Park Gu's posts. However, their enthusiasm was excessive. The same comment appeared on every post. Scanton, I love you. This drew the attention of other accounts. People began to wonder, what is this Protector, a new type of death threat? Someone wondered, why are they suddenly praising a boring name like Scanton? Others speculated they were dating. Da-young smiled cheerfully in front of the screen, reading all the comments. Park Gu's reputation was actually worsening, but he didn't care. A few days later, Park Ji-yu received a message from Da-young. She said into the walkie-talkie, "It's been a long time. Senior, thank you for visiting last time." He asked into the walkie-talkie, "Is everything all right there?" Da-young suggested with a slightly worried voice, "It's a bit sudden, but can we meet for a moment?" Park Ji-yu frowned. "Is she coming alone?" Outside, the sky was blue and the sunlight was somewhat intense. He waited with his hands in his pockets in front of his shelter door. After a short while, a yellow Jeep stopped in front of him. Da-young got out of the car, her hair slightly shorter than before and wearing a tight leather jacket. Her aura was completely different from when he last met her. Da-young approached Park Ji-yu and said, "Senior, I'm here." He looked at her. Last time, she asked if there was an empty room in his hideout. Is she really coming to entrust her child to me? Before going inside, Park Ji-yu asked, "Did you come alone?" Da-young nodded and replied, "Yes, I came alone. I wanted to see how you live, Senior." He couldn't discern her intentions and wondered, is she just randomly touring houses? If she had come to entrust her child, she would have brought the child. Though still full of questions, Park Ji-yu let her in. "Since you've come all this way, take a look around." He gestured inside and said, "Welcome to Scanton's proud palace." Da-young's eyes naturally widened and she exclaimed, "Are people really living here?" At these words, Park Gu's pride completely vanished. He paused for a moment. Da-young walked inside, looked around and frowned. "It looks like you've decorated it like a storage room in the middle. And what's that smell? Is it like an underground cellar?" She pointed at something conspicuous in the middle of the room, glancing at him critically. "Why is there a toilet in the middle of the room?" Park Ji-yu could no longer hold back and asked, "Did you come here to play the role of a complaining mother?" Da-young gazed at him, silent for a moment, then opened her mouth. "This will be my last chance to complain to you." The National Committee was divided between the military and the National Assembly. People discovered that frontline soldiers were excluded from the Jeju Island relocation plan. To resolve this issue, the military, which was in charge of frontline control, will soon march on Seoul and civil war will soon erupt, Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise. "No way," Da-young calmly uttered the words he always used to say. "I'm joining the rebels too." A resolute will flashed in her eyes. "Even if I've retired and become an old lady, I cannot stand by and watch this injustice." Every word of Da-young's reminded him of his difficult appearance when he was abandoned in the rift and struggled to survive alone. She continued, "I was once a member of a legendary hunter team and belonged to Professor's Legion. When I first met you, I thought you were the only one who hadn't aged, Senior. But when I saw you in the sunlight just now, you seemed to have aged a bit too." She reached out and gently brushed Park Gu's face as if to touch it and said in a soft voice, "We might not meet again. Take care and live well, Senior." A military helicopter slowly descended. It landed on a flat landing pad on top of a building. Amidst the continuous whirring of the helicopter blades, thick clouds of sand and dust flew up. A man was already standing there waiting. After landing the helicopter, the pilot respectfully said to the person sitting in the back, "Hunter lady, we have arrived in Seoul." A blue flash flew out and exploded the pilot's control panel in front of him. The pilot screamed in surprise. Min-hee retracted her hand and said, "Pan-nan, you drive the helicopter too poorly. I thought I was going to die from dizziness." Ju Jin stood waiting at the helicopter door and smiled. "You've had a long journey, The room is already prepared. Would you like to go there directly? Min-hee sat sideways in the helicopter and shook her head, replying, No, show me the report first. She had lost her right arm and right leg. Everything was replaced with robotic limbs, making her look slightly eerie. Min-hee glanced at the document titled Pabbing Industrial Complex Monster Elimination Strategy. Her gaze stopped on Park Goo's photo attached to the document, and she laughed. Hanmin Sr. told me there was someone I would really want to meet. Elsewhere on a sunny afternoon, a young girl's voice echoed beneath a yellow ginkgo tree. Uncle Scanton. Sue pulled her bicycle and cheerfully shouted, Uncle, you're here. Park Ji-yu waved at the girl and replied, Long time no see. Sue pointed to something in her bicycle basket and said, Mom said to give you this as a gift. He looked inside and asked in surprise, A spear, why are you giving this to me? The girl pointed to the sky and replied, Mom said there's a lot of bombing in the north these days, so she thought it might help you, Uncle. Park Ji-yu nodded and said, Thank you. Take some food before you go back. The two walked together towards his shelter. Sue shouted in excitement, and he turned his head and looked towards Seoul, his heart heavy. 2 years and 2 months had passed since the nuclear bomb fell on Seoul. As Da Young had predicted, Seoul descended into civil war. Upon arriving at the shelter, Park Ji-yu asked the girl, How's your mom? Is she doing well these days? He put some fruit on a plate and placed it on the table. Sue sat on the sofa and proudly boasted, Mom taught me how to shoot a gun. I learned really fast. Did you know that, Uncle? Park Ji-yu inwardly admired. Truly post-apocalyptic childhood education. He then advised, You need to be careful. You might provoke the forces in Zion, but I trust you'll handle everything well. The girl nodded and replied, Yes. And then she picked up a piece of fruit with a fork and ate it. He sat next to her, carefully watching Sue eat, and once again fell into thought. Currently, the main military power was controlled by the National Committee. This committee was composed of former high-ranking government officials and hunters. They were also called the National Assembly faction, and they led a chaotic Korea in the early days of the apocalypse. However, when it was later revealed that key officials of this faction had abandoned Seoul and attempted to escape to Jeju Island with their close subordinates, the Legion faction, a frontline military faction, enraged by this betrayal, turned their weapons on Seoul. At first, the Legion faction seemed to have the upper hand. The fully armed military constantly attacked, and the National Assembly faction, lacking supplies and technology, was quickly eliminated by the military. Among those who participated in the National Assembly faction was a female hunter named Min-hee. She stepped over corpses, and this was one of the most noticeable sights. At that point, the National Assembly dispatched hunter units stationed in Jeju Island to retake the National Committee building. These two factions divided Seoul into two sides and civil war began. Park Ji-yu inwardly judged that they seemed to be preparing for negotiations, but it would be ineffective. Thinking so, he reached out and stroked Sue's head. Is it delicious? The girl smiled and replied, Yes, the fruit is very sweet. Park Ji-yu gently urged Sue to immediately inform him if anything strange happened near the base. Because if that place becomes dangerous, we won't be safe either. The girl mumbled, chewing on a fruit. Strange things. Sue suddenly held out both hands to gauge a certain length, then presented them in front of him. The girl adjusted her arms a few times and said, Is it strange if I often see white, elongated, cylindrical objects? Our house is quite far from the vacant lot where they are developing a new city. There are really many of those cylinders. Park Ji-yu was surprised to hear that. It meant that the influence of the rift was gradually spreading. Before parting with Sue, he urged the girl, Tell your mom not to attack those cylinders. Sue looked up at him with large, innocent eyes. Are they dangerous? Park Ji-yu nodded and replied, Yes, very dangerous. Hunters like me, especially those with even a little tradition, prefer to fight with technology and strategic minds. They never confront overwhelming numbers of enemies alone. The only thing that matters is the strength of the group, no matter how deeply we are caught in civil war. If the National Committee's hunters understand how dangerous the current situation is, they will definitely help. Park Ji-yu drove straight to the Korea National Crisis Overcoming Committee. Just as he was about to rush in, a guard raised a hand to stop him. Stop. You cannot enter without permission. Park Ji-yu calmly took out a red notebook from his pocket and said, I am a retired hunter. I have come to report the discovery of a nest with countless monster egg sacs. The guard looked back at a colleague and asked, and the colleague nodded slightly, signaling that he could pass, walking down the committee corridor. Park Ji-yu inwardly thought that he didn't want to ask for help if possible, but this time there was no other way. In the information reception room, there was only one man. He asked mechanically with sleepy eyes, Why have you come? Park Ji-yu handed over a report and a photograph. I have discovered a monster nest. The location is here. This is photographic evidence. If it is not controlled, it will cause great casualties. I want to speak with the monster disposal officer. The man lowered his head and operated the computer. There was no answer. Suddenly, a click sounded from beside him. Park Goo's entire body stiffened. He glanced at the guard who had appeared next to him and heard him call out, You! At this moment, Park Ji-yu was surrounded by several soldiers in the room, all aiming their guns at him. They were ready to fire immediately if he showed any sign of resistance. Please come with us for a moment. Park Ji-yu frowned slightly. Private Hong, I told you I'm a former hunter, he nodded but still replied firmly, yes, but we have received orders from above. We must detain you and conduct a preliminary investigation. And so he was dragged into an interrogation room inside the committee, his hands cuffed and placed on the table. Park Ji-yu looked around, inwardly thinking, an interrogation room. Anyway, once my identity is confirmed, they'll release me and go deal with the monster egg sac nest. The door to the room opened and a pair of high-heeled legs entered, one of which was a robotic prosthetic. Min-hee stood at the door looking at him and said, I heard you were still alive, but I didn't expect you to appear in person. She smiled and a green flash sparkled in her blue eyes. Min-hee calmly greeted him. Long time no see, senior, Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise. Woo Min-hee. Min-hee was Da-young's friend and his junior from the academy. Min-hee calmly sat in a chair and raised her robotic arm. You still look healthy, don't you? While some of us have ended up in this situation. As she said this, a faint blue aura emanated from her eyes. Currently, there were only about 20 people like them worldwide. Hunters above grade 10, awakened hunters of the savior class. Park Ji-yu asked expressionlessly, were you assigned here? She rested her chin on her cold arm and replied, yes, Senior Han-min gave me a few tasks. Oh right, I shouldn't have talked about Senior Han-min in front of you, should I? He didn't answer. Inwardly thinking, she's clearly trying to provoke me, still as nasty as ever. Park Ji-yu pushed the monster nest photo forward and explained patiently. I found a monster egg sac nest in the southeastern part of Gyeonggi province. Here's the photographic evidence. Min-hee picked up the photo and examined it for a long time. This place is quite far from Jeju. If it's true, then Seoul doesn't have much time left. She drew a line on the table with the sharp claws of her robotic arm. But as you know, we are currently embroiled in civil war. It will take quite a long time to mobilize troops. Why don't you deal with it yourself? Min-hee rested her chin and stared intently at him, then narrowed her eyes and smiled brightly after a moment. What do I get out of it? At dusk, Park Ji-yu was driving his bonbon car home. A short while ago, he was sitting across from Min-hee in the interrogation room. She had offered a condition. If you help me, I will deal with this monster nest. In fact, I need someone like you, senior. Min-hee smiled, her lips adorned with captivating red lipstick parted slightly as she whispered, I will contact you when I am ready. Driving his car, Park Ji-yu mumbled to himself, is she trying to make me a mercenary like Kim Da-young? He looked straight ahead and suddenly spotted something strange. A white and blue light suddenly appeared from the bushes by the roadside. Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise, that? He hastily stopped the car, wanting to go check it out. He inwardly judged that the light often appeared just before a monster was summoned from an egg sac. Park Ji-yu approached and looked in the direction from which the light had just emanated. The trees and soil there were mutated, a sign of long-term infection. He stepped onto a rock, thinking that all these signs indicated an anomaly. It was the moment a monster was summoned. Park Ji-yu gripped his familiar combat axe in his hand and walked towards the bushes, his body full of caution. He mumbled to himself, if it's a small species appearing, I can handle it alone, with one exception. Park Ji-yu stared intently at the gigantic black shadow hiding behind the tree. It was a monster clad in insect-like armor. At this moment it was hunched over, its entire body hidden behind its shell. He widened his eyes and inwardly exclaimed in immense surprise, it's a dancer type. Park Ji-yu didn't force himself to do something he couldn't. He returned to his hideout and sat in front of the computer screen, clutching his head. Park Ji-yu thought in annoyance, why did it have to be that one that was summoned? The dancer type is a close combat monster that can slaughter everything within the range of its two front legs like the god of death. Trying to fight it with just two axes, no matter how strong you are, is nothing short of suicide. I need specialized hunter equipment. But the only place to get specialized equipment is the National Committee, where hunters are dispatched with the military. But now Min-hee, not Kim Da-young, is in charge there. I don't want to get involved with her, but otherwise the remaining choices are. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed from the computer on the table. He glanced at the screen. Park Ji-yu was momentarily stunned, realizing that a solution had come from an unexpected person. At this time, the computer screen displayed a notification. Message received from 180 centimeters. The other party sent 2 consecutive messages. An alert followed the greeting. My master has a message for you. Next was the message from the account owner. Scant and I wish to meet you. Sincerely, Jo Nae-nong. Park Ji-yu frowned. Staring intently at the name, he inwardly thought, a ghost from the past, someone I thought I had lost long ago. Jo Nae-nong was an active figure when Viva Apocalypse first began, a hunter at the time. He became famous among the public by posting a lot of quality information and actively participating in the community. Park Ji-yu also received great help and influence from them. But when his posts were found to be plagiarized, his fandom turned away and netizens left mocking comments. No wonder there were so many absurd claims about hunter licenses pretending to be an expert. But in the end, just a boy who cried wolf, the image of Sang-hoon and the name Jo Nae-nong completely collapsed in front of the public. People began to ridicule him. Even if there's evidence, who wants to see manipulated evidence again? This guy filed for bankruptcy 2 years ago, didn't he? They sarcastically called Sang-hoon a credit defaulter. Ah, a con artist of legendary proportions. He was embroiled in an unforgettable incident in the early days of Viva Gallery. Sang-hoon had fallen tremendously, Park Ji-yu sat in front of the computer screen, inwardly mumbling, to think someone named Jo Nae-nong would reappear at this point in time. The laptop screen displayed a message from the nickname 180 centimeters account. "Hello Scanton. I am Mr. Jo Nae-nong's representative. He really wants to meet you," he mumbled. "He even has a representative. Has he become the leader of some organization now?" In the past, Park Ji-yu had met Sang-hoon, whose real appearance was much lighter than his online persona at that meeting. Sang-hoon told him, "Each of us is connected in 6 degrees on this small planet. If you have persistence, you'll be able to find everyone." Surprisingly, at that time, Park Ji-yu thought he had the ability to gather exceptional talents. Sang-hoon could mobilize many people and boast beyond his capabilities, but at the same time this was also a talent that could be used dangerously. After a long period of thought, Park Ji-yu suddenly recalled something important and inwardly exclaimed, "Jo Nae-nong was basically a hunter. He must have hunter supplies, right?" He immediately sent a reply to 180 centimeters. "I'm sorry, but I cannot meet carelessly. However, if certain conditions are met, it is possible." Park Ji-yu quickly typed on the keyboard, "Do you have hunter supplies?" A reply came back very quickly. The other party sent a photo full of hunter equipment and asked briefly what kind. He looked with wide eyes. Immediately, the other party sent a message with the location. "Come to the address I sent you within 2 days. We will begin contact." Thus the meeting was confirmed. The address sent by Jo Nae-nong's subordinate was where Park Ji-yu lived. He looked around the place once and was slightly surprised inwardly. This is a poor neighborhood in northern Seoul. Jo Nae-nong lives in a place like this. He went straight in along the concrete path. While passing through a small alley, 3 teenagers were hugging their knees and staring intently at Park Ji-yu, and he harbored caution inwardly despite the curious glances of others. "But it feels like someone is watching me." Amidst the noisy sounds, finally arriving at a deserted place, a man wearing glasses and a hat pulled low over his jacket approached Park Ji-yu and said, "Mr. Scanton, I am the one who contacted you on behalf of Mr. Jo Nae-nong. He is waiting for you." He followed the man called Secretary Kim to an old mansion. The two entered in single file. Secretary Kim stopped in front of a house whose door was covered with numerous locks. He slowly unlocked them one by one. Secretary Kim opened the door and shined a flashlight inside. "Mr. Jo Nae-nong is in the basement of this building." Saying so, Secretary Kim led the way. Long endless stairs continued and only the thudding of footsteps echoed in the space. Turning a corner, Park Ji-yu asked inwardly in surprise, "The descent is incredibly long. Why is there such a large space under the mansion?" He looked at Secretary Kim with curious eyes and asked, "You said you serve Mr. Jo Nae-nong, right? What exactly is your relationship?" Secretary Kim replied without looking back, "You can call me a follower." Finally the stairs ended. He shined the flashlight towards a locker and said to Park Ji-yu, "We're almost there. Please put this on from now on." Secretary Kim handed him an orange protective suit. Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute." He took the clothes, suspecting, "Is this a radiation suit?" Next to him, Secretary Kim had already taken off his jacket and started putting on the protective suit. As the two carefully put on their protective suits, Secretary Kim led Park Ji-yu further inside. As they walked, he said, "An accident occurred during the process of introducing the nuclear battery, our permanent energy source. The nuclear battery can produce power equivalent to a small power plant. An accident occurred during operation and radiation leaked." Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise inwardly, "Power equivalent to a small power plant." The two arrived in front of a heavy, thick iron door, and Park Ji-yu looked around. In this apocalyptic world, no one needs that much power. What on earth is happening here? As they entered the room, wrapped in white bandages, Sanyo spoke to Park Ji-yu. "Scanton, long time no see, or should I call you the legendary hunter professor? The first time I saw you was at the Gon training ground. Back then I was just an inexperienced recruit at the training center. I could only see you from afar, but that sight was truly unforgettable. When I met you again, I didn't recognize you at all." He paused briefly and shook his head. "Who would have known those two people were the same? Even after all that time, I still remember you as the legendary professor who became my idol." Park Ji-yu was speechless for a moment. Sanyo's face was completely obscured by shadow. He spoke in a low voice, "Scanton, when the world turned its back on me and the people of Viva Gallery blamed me, you were the only one who didn't. I've waited a long time for the day I could get revenge on those fools." The hatred and anger in Sanyo's words startled Park Ji-yu. He spoke again, "So I wanted to show you this first." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanyo pressed a button on a remote control. The numerous screens around them suddenly lit up brightly. Park Ji-yu looked around at the many screens on the wall, wondering inwardly. "Multi-purpose surveillance system. Is this a civilian surveillance system?" Park Ji-yu couldn't help but ask loudly. "Sanyo, what on earth are you up to?" Zenon also shouted at him. "This is it." A new website named File.net appeared on the screen. Sanyo said loudly, "A new community has been created." Park Ji-yu, not understanding, asked, "What?" Sanyo, with an excited and fierce face, shouted loudly, "Yes, pet, it's a new community website for the apocalypse. I can do anything I want here. I decide the popular posts and I decide who gets permanently banned. I can even change the nickname font." Park Ji-yu stared at him blankly, speechless with surprise. Beside them, Secretary Kim adjusted his glasses with a satisfied expression and explained, "Fnet is operated by hacking an unused overseas website. Thanks to this, unlike Viva Gallery, everyone can access the site without satellite equipment." He bowed his head. Suddenly, tears flowed. Secretary Kim cleared his throat and said, "However, maintaining the server consumes an enormous amount of energy. Zenon injured himself while experimenting with nuclear energy, but even while unwell he poured all his efforts into completing PET. Zenon is a true hero considering his excitement." Park Ji-yu was completely confused, but before he could remain blankly stunned for long, Sanyo asked Park Ji-yu, "Scanton, do you know how much power and influence an online community has in this apocalyptic world?" Park Ji-yu stared at him blankly. Sanyo looked him straight in the eye and said, "Currently, FNET has at least 10,000 users, and recently we even hacked into Viva Gallery's access. Do you know what this means?" He pointed at Park Ji-yu and said loudly, "It means we can post aggressive comments on Viva. It can no longer be heard in the apocalypse." Park Ji-yu turned his body, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "How pathetic of me to have expected something more impressive to happen." At this moment he heard Sanyo instructing Secretary Kim, "Secretary Kim, check if that guy Fox is still active. He's probably the one who attacked me when I fell." Park Ji-yu turned back in surprise. Inwardly he thought it was pathetic. Anyway, this guy truly has a bizarre talent to build such a system in this post-apocalyptic era and gather people with the same ideals. Sanyo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Secretary Kim beside him urgently shouted, "Zenon?" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Park Ji-yu watched him, calmly thinking to himself, sacrificing oneself to achieve a goal is not something just anyone can do. Now his life is in danger, but pursuing his goal to such an extent is probably one way to forget the pain and reality. After a moment's hesitation he sincerely said, "Truly impressive, Zenon. I have one important question." Sanyo looked back at Park Ji-yu in surprise, and Park Ji-yu emphasized again, "If I join FNET, can I also use a glittering nickname like that?" He stared at him blankly. He probably hadn't expected his first question to be about that sparkling rainbow-colored nickname. Park Ji-yu, with a serious expression, had no intention of joking and pointed his finger at the computer screen behind Sanyo. Sanyo hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "Ah no, that's an administrator's privilege." That afternoon Park Ji-yu returned to the forest where he had discovered the dancer-type monster the day before. Park Ji-yu lowered his head, adjusting the hunter weapon in his hand, recalling what Sanyo had just said. "Scanton, thank you so much for coming today. This is the hunter equipment you requested. MK7 Harpooner. It fires 1 shot per load. You know how to use this, don't you, right?" He lifted it and examined it closely. It was equipment Park Ji-yu often used during his active duty, nicknamed Hunter's Spear. Now back to the present. He lifted his head and saw the monster's gray leg clinging to a tree, thinking to himself, "Now I'm going to choose a spear to pierce the monster." Unlike its hunched posture the day before, the monster was fully awake today. It had the form of a giant insect with long, slender legs. It walked out from behind the tree and looked straight at Park Ji-yu with its 2 large eyes. Park Ji-yu stared at it coldly, thinking to himself, "Time to hunt." Park Ji-yu explained that the monster had several special abilities. One of them was the widely known reflection barrier. That is, all physical attacks made within its range are reflected back at the attacker. The types of strength and abilities vary from monster to monster. Just then, the monster moved 1 step with its leg. Also, depending on how we retaliate, their abilities can evolve. This leads to another ability, explosion. They can randomly activate any firearm within their line of sight. This is one of the reasons why fighting monsters with firearms is very difficult. This is why we developed split bullets. The 2 materials remain separate until the bullet is fired. Then they mix and explode, firing the projectile. Park Ji-yu seriously observed the monster standing still. Suddenly it raised its 2 front legs and tried to attack him. Park Ji-yu aimed his weapon. He furiously shot at the monster. The monster was hit by the bullets and pushed backward. The monster's body was severely damaged, and then, with a loud explosion, a large fire broke out, and as expected it fled frantically. It was very difficult to get close. Park Ji-yu passed through the wall of fire. He loaded a bullet into the barrel. Now there was nothing to worry about. Park Ji-yu reached out and pulled the trigger. Blue liquid loaded and the bullet was quickly fired at the monster. The monster was startled by the fired bullet, and after a loud explosion, an explosion occurred above the monster. Park Ji-yu ran quickly. He rushed with his weapon to deal with the monster. Park Ji-yu sighed. "Good thing there's only one. Every time I take down a monster, one thought comes to my mind." He looked at his weapon. "It feels really good to have it back in my hands, remembering that I can still stand on the battlefield. Now it's time to go home and get lost in social media." These days, the community was overflowing with Joe Nainong's file.net posts. Notifications and post titles kept popping up. Messages were sent on the file.net bulletin board. The content was threatening and information-seeking. Fox gamers. They came from a place called file.net, but that's not the worst of it. In fact, they're here so we can visit their place. Those people chattered excitedly on social media. Fox Games said that file.net and Viva Apocalypse, our world had opened. Park Ji-yu quietly observed the whole situation. Suddenly, someone sent him a message. "Defender." Park Ji-yu was annoyed. "This guy again," he replied. "Is it the sister?" Defender replied. "No, it's the younger brother." At this point, Defender was annoyed. "Why does he only want to talk to my sister?" Park Ji-yu recalled. "From then on I got along better with the siblings. They drove me crazy, but they kept making me want to hit them." Defender announced, "There's something important. I sent it in a message. Park Ji-yu was annoyed. What do you want, Defender? Do you remember Instructor Zio Jang? Flames burst everywhere in the battle and soldiers kept shooting. Everyone whispered. Zio is first again. He looked at the commander. This time it might end in punishment, but if this were a real battle, your comrades would lose their lives. When fighting inhuman enemies, mistakes are not tolerated. Remember that. Park Ji-yu remained silent. So what happened to him? Defender reported that he was missing. It seems he was abducted by someone. Zio Jang, an early hunter who was always active when the first rifts appeared. A master of classic hunters. He's also the one who gave me the nickname Professor. Park Ji-yu was surprised. Abducted by someone? Ah, Defender replied. Someone recognized him from a drone. And he was dragged away by some soldiers. If they're arresting early hunters, it means something strange is happening. Stay right there, I just contacted you to warn you, Park Ji-yu thought. He has influence within the military. Being expelled from this position is it doesn't sound like someone's order. It means a completely different external force has come and taken control. If an external force has more power and influence than the previous regime, this kind of thing can happen. The phone rang. Park Ji-yu looked at Min-hee and smiled. Hey, it's me. Min-hee asked seriously, do you have time? Let's meet. Park Ji-yu replied casually, what do you want? Honestly, I'm not going to meet you. She laughed. Really? Then the capsule you asked for before won't be a problem now, will it? Park Ji-yu shook his head wearily. She ordered, we know where you are. I'll send people. The driver asked, Mr. Park Ji-yu, I came on Director Wu's orders. Please wear this for security. I will also store your weapon. Park Ji-yu got into the car. If we were going to the committee, they wouldn't blindfold me. So where are we going? The driver asked him to get out of the car. Park Ji-yu felt a flat concrete floor. So we're inside a building. I hear echoing sounds. Is this a hallway? A child cried. Mom, I don't want to be here. The mother coaxed. It's okay. This is the last time. If we stay here for a little while, we can all live together in a better place. Park Ji-yu realized there were children too. So where exactly is this place? Someone ordered his blindfold to be removed. It was Woo Min-hee. She looked at him. I apologize for being unkind. This place must be kept secret. I hope you understand. Park Ji-yu asked, where is this place? Why did you bring me here? Min-hee replied casually. You don't have to be too wary. This place can give you a new chance at life. Park Ji-yu was surprised. A chance? Min-hee explained that he always wanted to be number one. Awakened one. Park Ji-yu was annoyed. He grabbed her by the neck. Min-hee opened her eyes wide and said, then why don't you let go of me? You'll have to anyway soon. Soldiers rushed in and pointed their guns at him. The soldiers ordered him to let go of her. Min-hee calmly said, don't be so sensitive, Park Ji-yu. You tried 3 times, didn't you? But there's no way to evolve someone with the potential to become an awakened one. You know that better than anyone. So we came up with an idea for people without abilities to awaken. Doesn't that annoy you, that people who put in less effort than you are praised like saviors just because they have abilities? If someone with your skill and knowledge evolves, those useless people will be the ones. If you want to do the right thing, nod in agreement. This is the same invitation I sent to Zio Jang. An invitation to come here and be an experimental subject. Min-hee was surprised. She laughed. How do you know so well? It's really funny. I wanted to introduce the two of you to each other. Park Ji-yu gritted his teeth. In the hospital room, Kang Woo-min said seriously, I heard from Gong-min. You tried the awakening experiment 3 times after returning from the rift. This life-threatening experiment could really cost you your life. Park Ji-yu sat on the hospital bed, quietly bowing his head. After a long time he spoke. Rather, I have something to ask you, Professor. In a previous experiment, Park Ji-yu clutched his chest with a veined hand and with the other. He forcefully pulled out the IV needle. He rolled up his sleeve and said resolutely, let's try one more time. A teammate behind him shouted to stop him. Hey, do you even realize you were unconscious for days? Are you really suffering from amnesia? Recalling this experience, Park Ji-yu said in a low voice. Others risked their lives once, but I tried 3 times, and why couldn't I do it? Kang-al was silent, not knowing how to answer, but he soon continued, still I'm satisfied. Only when I realized that no matter how hard I tried I would only fail could I finally give up without regrets. Park Ji-yu recalled the helplessness of only being able to watch the monsters rampage everywhere. Now I have no ability as a hunter, and no face to go to the battlefield. I should thank my teacher once before the situation gets worse. As Park Ji-yu was so disheartened, Kang-ah said to him, Mr. Park Ji-yu, there must be a way. The teacher will definitely find it. The teacher promised. No matter what happens in the future, never give up on life on your own. The teacher who had supported him so much was now a scientific experiment subject, confined to 4 walls with a fading mind, covered in various gauges, observed by someone every day. Min-hee curled her lips and said, how could you know? She narrowed her eyes and calmly said to Park Ji-yu, whether it's right or not, it has already happened. His eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth in anger, making the veins in his face protrude. Park Ji-yu reached out a veined strong hand and tightly gripped Min-hee's neck, choking her. He gnashed his teeth and undisguised killing intent flashed in his eyes. The bodyguard next to Min-hee was startled and quickly aimed his gun at Park Ji-yu, shouting, hey, let go. Major? Another bodyguard behind him tried to strike with the butt of his rifle. Park Ji-yu glanced at him and quickly extended his leg, heavily tripping the bodyguard. At the same time he forcefully struck down the arm holding the gun with his other hand. Before the bodyguard could recover from his surprise, Park Ji-yu landed a powerful punch on his jaw. The remaining bodyguard was surprised by his swift actions and couldn't react. Only after his comrade fell did he quickly aim his gun at Park Ji-yu. The moment he was about to pull the trigger, Park Ji-yu turned his body and kicked the bodyguard directly in the neck, knocking him down. More people rushed in from outside, swinging their fists and charging at Park Ji-yu. He dodged and reached out and firmly grabbed the man's shoulder. Finally, Park Ji-yu struck his opponent with his knee, making him fall. The opponent was hit so hard that blood poured from his nose and mouth, and even a few teeth broke. He kicked him one more time without the slightest hesitation. Now only one bodyguard with a crew cut remained in the room holding a rifle. Park Ji-yu muttered to himself. The last one. He rushed forward, grabbed the man's gun, and with his free hand he made a fist and brought it down towards his abdomen. Just then, Min-hee shouted, "Stop!" However, Park Ji-yu showed no intention of stopping and continued to attack. Suddenly he felt an imminent danger. A white flash shot towards the ceiling, and the entire room instantly exploded, filled with thick dust. Large pieces of the ceiling and wall shattered and debris rained down. Park Ji-yu quickly crouched down and covered his nose and mouth with his sleeve in that dangerous moment. As the smoke and vibration subsided, he frowned and thought to himself, "Is this an awakened ability, a shockwave?" As the dust cleared, Min-hee's figure was revealed. She was still emitting light from her palm. "If you listen, you should listen until the end." Seeing Min-hee, Park Ji-yu became enraged again. He gnashed his teeth and asked with a scream, How could you do such a thing? Kang-ah teacher was your mentor too." White smoke rose from her hazy eyes and she replied indifferently, "Get the facts straight before you get angry." "What if the teacher himself wanted this?" Park Ji-yu exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" Min-hee showed him a video recording. The video began with her voice. Recording started. In the video, Min-hee sat across from Kang-ah and said in a gentle voice, "Teacher, you've read all the precautions, haven't you?" Kang-ah slowly flipped through the documents in his hand and looked at the camera. "What is the success rate?" she replied. "Honestly, there's nothing I can be sure of." Park Ji-yu sat in a chair with his chin resting on his hand, concentrating on the video. Countless complex emotions were mixed in his eyes. The screen continued to play the recording. In the video, Min-hee was explaining the detailed, previously undisclosed principles of how awakened abilities are formed. "We are still in the stage of collecting data and verifying hypotheses. If the experiment fails, we will proceed with euthanasia. Teacher, do you agree?" Kang-ah looked at her with a solemn expression, then after a moment replied with a confident voice, "I agree." The video ended there. Min-hee looked at Park Ji-yu sidelong. "Senior, you asked me earlier why I'm doing this, didn't you? We are just doing what we have to do." She suddenly recalled a distant memory from the past. In the dark night at a dangerous construction site with strong winds, Han-min stood on a wooden plank and said to Min-hee, "Min-hee, we need more people with abilities. Will you help me?" She stood right beside him, her hair blowing in the strong wind. Min-hee asked quizzically, "Are you telling me to find more people with abilities?" Han-min replied, "No. It's only natural, isn't it? We are all called saviors, aren't we? Everyone deserves a chance to face this world directly. I believe that is true salvation." Coming out of the flashback, Min-hee pointed around and said to Park Ji-yu, "As you know, Senior, this is where awakened ones are selected and sent to Jeju Island. Thanks to this, desperate people are lining up here. I don't know how many people like Kang-ah teacher there are. There are also many parents who are trying to sell their children to go to Jeju Island." She recalled the moment she opened her eyes on the operating table and saw her metal arm. That moment was a great shock to Min-hee. There was weariness and resentment in her tone. "If you hadn't left then, Senior, it wouldn't have come to this." In his room, Kang-ah was diligently writing something in a small notebook, and a thought lingered in his mind like a ghost. Kang-ah scribbled a few lines on the paper, then continued to add more clearly. He seemed to be drifting into some memory of the past. Kang-ah proudly showed Park Ji-yu his blueprint. He said to Park Ji-yu, "Park Ji-yu, what do you think? It's a tactical weapon I designed myself. Attach a cylinder full of thermal spray to an axe to double its lethality." He forced a smile and said to Kang-ah, "That's ridiculous, teacher." He coughed awkwardly a few times, then changed the subject. Anyway, when you graduated, the commissioner gave you training secrets instead of a graduation gift." Park Ji-yu replied boredly. "Oh, I see." Kang-ah suddenly became serious. "Park Ji-yu, you've discovered a new monster ability. The appointment order has already been issued, so I should call you lieutenant now, but still, don't forget. As long as you don't give up, everything will have a solution. I hope you become a hunter fit for the new era." On the day of the appointment ceremony, Park Ji-yu proudly said in front of all the students, "As the representative of the 13th generation trainees of our school, I have become a trainee." To the teacher, returning to the present, Park Ji-yu looked down at Kang-ah, lost in thought for a long time without speaking. The teacher seemed not to notice his presence and was still concentrating on drawing stroke by stroke. Unable to bear it, Park Ji-yu reached out and grabbed Kang-ah's pen. He knelt beside the desk, bent over, and wrote a few lines in the teacher's notebook. After finishing, Park Ji-yu quietly put the pen back on the desk. In the hallway, Min-hee slowly approached him and said, "In the end, the teacher is still a hero. Unlike someone who abandons everything and hides alone to inherit the teacher's legacy, why don't you participate in the experiment, Senior? Or are you still hesitating whether a single successful experiment can atone for your mistakes?" Park Ji-yu tilted his head and looked at her. Finally, he turned to leave, giving Min-hee the middle finger. "HMPH, if you like it, you do it yourself." Min-hee seemed a little angry. "Are you kidding?" His eyes gleamed coldly. No matter how much I want power, I won't get it this way. Saying so, Park Ji-yu turned and left. He would never do as she wished. Min-hee was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is it that pride again?" When he was almost at the door, Park Ji-yu turned back and looked at Min-hee with meaningful eyes. "Think what you want." The sound of shoes splashing in the rain-soaked park was heard. Dong-ho frowned and asked, "Where are they?" Da-young guided him. "It's not the fork in the road yet. Go another 50 meters. Suddenly she shouted loudly to Dong-ho. "He's up ahead." He quickly took out his weapon and took him down. Da-young told him, "Clear the body and go straight into the building ahead." As he entered the building, Dong-ho said, "Hey." Just then, someone was coming inside. The sound of many footsteps was heard. Dong-ho saw people in strange clothes. He observed them carefully. One of them had strangely glowing eyes. They all wore coats. Dong-ho was slightly surprised by their appearance. Recently, there were many viral posts on the internet. Anonymous 2901, "Have you seen people in clothes like that?" Anonymous 8421, "What, are there more cosplayers these days?" Anonymous 2901, "They're cultists from China." Anonymous 2901, "Do you know about all paths lead to one religion?" Park Ji-yu repeated the phrase, "All paths lead to one religion, a heretical religion that worships monsters as messengers of God. From their time in China, they caused many conflicts by brutally murdering their followers." The appearance of military vehicles was shown on the screen and a man stood proudly in the middle of the road. He took his own life, and an explosion occurred. Countless hunters died from their suicide bombings. Park Ji-yu thought that group had been completely wiped out when he was in China. Defender sent a message. "Scanton, urgent situation, can you help me?" Scanton replied. "Whether I meet or not is my decision, isn't it?" Defender said it was different this time, and they couldn't solve it alone. He asked what on earth was happening. Defender said naturally, "A group just appeared in the park below my house. They're cultists from all paths lead to one religion. They're all over the internet these days." Da-young handed Dong-ho a recording device. "That's why it was raining then." Dong-ho grabbed one cultist. After dealing with him, he was going to deal with it. Defender sent a message thinking, "I thought only a few had appeared, so my brother went down to deal with them." Just then, Da-young warned Dong-ho, "Be careful." Suddenly, people appeared from nowhere. Defender sent the message, feeling a little scared. "The number of people who suddenly appeared is overwhelmingly greater than those who escaped before. My brother couldn't deal with them all and had to come back." Dong-ho is talking now, but it's not over yet. "There's an awakened one too." Scanton asked, "What grade?" "Grade 3, Dong-ho said contemptuously. "Then why even mention it? It should be at least grade 5. There are only a brother and sister here. They probably can't stand against the cultist group, so avoiding them is probably the best option." Someone fell. At that time, several were caught. But Park Ji-yu thought deeply about the fact that awakened ones often appeared with this heretical cult group in China. If those cultist awakened ones were grade 1 to 3, it would be understandable, but up to grade 5, if the cultist awakened ones combined forces to take over Park Gu's territory, confronting them alone would be very dangerous. It would be good if some hunter could willingly help now. But who is there? One is dead, one has fled, and one is more dangerous than an enemy. Why does he always get entangled in such complex relationships? Park Ji-yu suddenly remembered. No, there's still someone, he thought seriously. Humanity's most powerful ally against the enemy. The chat window with Defender was still open on the computer screen. Park Ji-yu replied, "I'll pick you two up. Pack only survival essentials and wait in front of your house." Dong-ho and Da-young looked at each other. He picked up his gun, he drove there, got out of the car. Park Gu's eyes gleamed coldly. One person followed him. The Dong-ho siblings were not greatly surprised that the person was Rebecca. "From now on, let's call the four of them Scanton's team," Dong-ho asked. "Who is that woman?" Park Ji-yu said. "She's an acquaintance of mine, a skilled sniper." They spread out a map and listened to Park Gu's operational briefing. Each of them held an iron pipe where the cultists were gathered. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck a cultist's head. They screamed in terror. "It's an ambush." Rebecca, in charge of heavy weapons, dealt with all enemies with glowing eyes and provided sniper support from the base. As Rebecca pulled the trigger, another shot rang out from the heavy weapon. The cultists hid behind the building and said to attack the sniper head-on. Before he could finish speaking, Park Ji-yu and Dong-ho entered with their guns drawn. They were fast footsteps. Park Ji-yu said to Dong-ho, "Let's split up here. Defender, the two of them will approach and proactively disperse the enemy's numbers." The heretics screamed and chased after them. Park Ji-yu kept firing his gun and all the heretics were shot. One of them yelled, "These madmen, we need to approach at a right angle." Before he could finish speaking, another one pulled at his clothes. That heretic aimed his gun at Park Ji-yu. Seeing the bullets flying, he dodged in time. He clicked his tongue and said "missed." His eyes glowed. He detected Park Ji-yu and clearly grasped the entire area. He told the heretics, "I've detected them, so ambush first." A heretic, while walking, suddenly saw something. "What is this?" It was a bomb thrown by Dong-ho. He ran out and dealt with two heretics, one of whom was using an awakened ability and muttering to himself. "What, a drone is observing from above?" The heretic thought. "How can they move so accurately?" and grasped the situation. A shadow jumped down behind him. Park Ji-yu raised his axe. Da-young cheered. "Well done, how about that, Scanton? It's all thanks to you," Dong-ho said. "They're all grade 3 or below. No need to search. Just deal with what's left in the building," Dong-ho replied. "Order received." Da-young asked him if he could hear her. But Dong Ho was too excited at this moment. Dong Ho stepped inside and kicked a heretic. Suddenly Dong Ho saw someone, he said, slightly surprised. What on earth is this? It was a heretic with words tattooed all over his body. He recalled Park Gu's words. The ones to watch out for are grade 4 awakened ones. These are those on the boundary between grade 3 and 5, capable of using shockwaves. Dong Ho said, hold on a moment, he asked, surprised and pointing at himself. How am I supposed to lure them? You? Dong Ho charged at that heretic. He used energy to attack Dong Ho. Suddenly, fibers caught fire and Dong Ho covered himself with his jacket and rushed at him. He leaped up and threw his jacket, obscuring the heretic's vision. Dong Ho swung his blade at the jacket and the blade pierced through the jacket, almost hitting the man. Park Ji-yu had said earlier, excluding the shockwave, he's no different from a grade 3. Not difficult to deal with at all, Dong Ho then asked. So including the shockwave? A shockwave struck Dong Ho. The heretic cautiously watched his opponent. Dong Ho emerged from behind his jacket. He charged again. Park Ji-yu had also said, just take the hit. Grit your teeth and endure and you can land a blow. Dong Ho finally did as Park Ji-yu said. He looked down at the heretic and said with interest, it's true. Suddenly the window shattered. Dong Ho looked at the window in surprise at this moment. The screen flickered. Da Young was silent for a long time. It was the sound of a malfunctioning drone. A shadow walked from a distance. It was a heretic. Da Young spoke to Park Ji-yu through the earpiece. Scandon sir, all the drones are down. Park Ji-yu thought it was a power outage. The ability of these awakened ones was to detect signals from electronic devices. The heretics raised their hands and knelt. The sect's guardian law. Dong Ho felt chills looking at them. They're all kneeling. He recalled Park Gu's calm expression. Park Ji-yu had said then, the most important thing is that if an awakened one of grade 5 or higher appears, everyone must retreat. Park Ji-yu also said seriously, stop sniping and don't let anyone interfere. At this moment Park Ji-yu stepped forward. He held his gun intending to deal with it himself. He stopped Dong Ho from interrupting Park Ji-yu. I'll sacrifice myself alone. I hate hearing things like that, you know, Park Ji-yu said coldly. Who said anything about sacrifice? I'm just prioritizing the safest method, going back to the heretics. He suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. The heretics nearby covered their eyes, blinded by the light. Dong Ho worriedly thought, can he really do it? Scanton. Park Ji-yu looked at the energy and recalled that awakened ones used abilities like monsters. Park Ji-yu aimed his gun at him. He fired several bullets and as the bullets flew towards him, he suddenly blocked them with his hand. He emitted a strange black energy. The bullets seemed to fall into a black hole. They suddenly reflected and flew towards Park Ji-yu and Dong Ho. Da Young, Rebecca cried out in worry. Scanton. Park Ji-yu looked straight at him. The bullets whizzed past his body. He was surprised to see that none of the bullets hit him. Suddenly Park Ji-yu appeared beside him like lightning. His eyes were cold. He raised his axe, but he already seemed to have noticed, using energy to push him away. Nevertheless his hand hit Park Ji-yu. He used a reflection barrier. Park Ji-yu said, warning shot. He explained that the bullets he had just fired were merely a disguise. Reflection field, a counterattack that reflects all physical attacks within its range back to the attacker. In other words, if you deliberately attack incorrectly, even if it reflects, it won't be effective. Park Ji-yu knew that while the power of monsters and awakened ones seemed infinite, in reality, there were limits to their quantity and quality. Beyond their limits they needed time to recover. Park Ji-yu continued coldly, what I need to do is exhaust their power and finish them quickly. Approach when the field is inactive and exploit their recovery window. He aimed his gun at him. This is Ocean's core combat method. The heretic continuously attacked Park Ji-yu. Veins popped out on his face. Park Ji-yu skillfully dodged. After a while his energy was almost depleted, and Park Ji-yu aimed his gun at him again, continuously showering him with bullets. He tried to reflect the bullets back at Park Ji-yu with his previous technique, but none hit. Park Ji-yu ran and swung his axe high, splitting his jaw. He still tried to use energy to shoot at Park Ji-yu. Park Ji-yu looked at the cultists behind him and thought that with support there was no need to worry about the cultists. Dong Ho was restraining the cultists. Rebecca was a sniper. Park Ji-yu was comfortably shooting at him at this time. He thought, what a strange technique. Since I can't win anyway, I'll limit the field. As he raised his hand he paused for a moment. This time I'm really shooting. The reflected bullet flew towards Park Gu's head. He cursed Park Ji-yu inwardly and said, it's over. He gasped because of the technique he had just used. But in the end the bullet grazed Park Gu's hair and he'd used a teleportation technique. The cultist said, slightly scared, the extreme internal difference is only a hair's breadth. Even if I learned it, I'm not sure if I can apply it effectively. He wondered if this damn guy was still human. He dodged Park Gu's attack and thought, if he only makes powerful attacks the field will definitely leak. And he won't even have time to recover, yet Park Ji-yu is attacking him tremendously at this moment. Park Ji-yu lunged through the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. He continuously used energy to block. Park Ji-yu was like a devil. A full moon hung in the sky and the cultist knelt due to the wound on his shoulder. Park Ji-yu expected him to collapse from blood loss. No matter how abundant the field, it will eventually run out, yet the ability to reflect attacks still remains, so there's no need to aim for fatal points. Now I can just shoot wildly. When he starts to accumulate the field again, his end will come. A bullet then hit the cultist's body. Park Ji-yu leaped up with all his might again. At this very moment the heretic's eyes widened. He cursed Park Ji-yu, seeing his hands were empty. He suddenly thought, where did his weapon go? The axe was thrown high. It was ready to plunge down on him. He watched in surprise as the axe rushed towards him. His feet were rooted to the ground and he covered his head with both hands. Park Ji-yu grabbed the axe, leaped up and said, "Good, fight me with your field." Saying so, Park Ji-yu split him in half with immense force. Then Zio told Park Ji-yu, "This world only needs 1,000 people like you." The heretic had not expected Park Ji-yu to end the fight like this. A few drops of blood splattered on Park Gu's body. As Zio said, "If there were people like you here, no one would be left behind." A voice echoed in Park Gu's head. "Park Ji-yu, the world only needs 100 people like you." At the same time, with the killing intent emanating from his body and the sharp axe in his hand, he resolutely cut down the fake guardian law. His blood splattered on Park Gu's cold face, and he recalled that person's words. "No one will be left behind." The fake guardian law took a fatal blow and fell backward, blood pouring from his head, his face contorted in pain and terror. Park Ji-yu stood coldly before the fake guardian law, who had fallen backward, splattering blood, and the cultists stared in disbelief with wide eyes. As Park Ji-yu and Dong-ho glanced, they regained their senses, screamed and scattered, fleeing in all directions. He watched the fleeing cultists and asked Park Ji-yu, "Aren't you going to deal with them?" He looked at Park Ji-yu and replied, "Their leader is dead. They're in a state of chaos, no need to bother with them anymore." Park Ji-yu asked, "Did you learn from watching me?" Dong-ho asked, not understanding. "Learn what?" He gripped the blood-stained axe in his hand, and the cold glint of the blade seemed to reflect his resolute killing intent. The gun lay silently in Park Gu's holster behind his back, and Park Ji-yu was calm yet vigilant. Like a predator waiting for its moment to strike, he said nothing and slowly raised his hand, pointing at the body of the fake guardian law lying on the ground. Dong-ho also followed his hand, looking suspiciously. He finally understood. "Oh, that," Park Ji-yu added. "Watch and learn carefully. It'll come in handy later," Dong-ho replied. "Understood, I'll just keep trying." His voice resonated through the quiet city night. The structure, standing serenely in the middle of a stone-paved plaza, exuded a majestic aura like a cathedral in the heart of the city. With its rounded roof and classical columns, the cultists' bloodied bodies lay strewn across the floor. Dong-ho looked down at them coldly. This massacre was his doing. His face seemed to be lost in thought. Park Ji-yu suddenly spoke. "This guy, he wasn't a guardian law?" Dong-ho asked in surprise. "Huh?" Park Ji-yu looked at him and explained. "His ability proficiency is too low. He might be self-proclaimed or impersonating." Park Ji-yu analyzed the organizational structure of the all paths lead to one religion. Although the organizational structure varied slightly from sect to sect, not just anyone could rise to the position of guardian law. He speculated that sending an ordinary person here meant this area was not their main concern and there would be no reinforcements. Park Ji-yu reminded him, "Let's clean up the scene and leave." Dong-ho silently followed him. He thought, was I fighting against this kind of person? Dong-ho recalled, inwardly admiring. If my judgment had been even slightly off that day, a chill ran through his mind. I really might have died. Dong-ho spoke. Those old-timers from the regular army all have the same personality. He suddenly stopped. He looked around, but Park Ji-yu was nowhere to be seen. Dong-ho quietly searched and found something. And he found Park Ji-yu and brought him to the spot he had just discovered. Park Ji-yu also stood there silently looking at it, his thoughts unreadable. Outside, a black car arrived. The car stopped and a pair of shod feet emerged. It was Min-hee. She got out of the car coldly and arrogantly, with fierce-looking bodyguards behind her. Min-hee's voice echoed, "A few days ago you turned away so harshly, saying we wouldn't meet again." Park Ji-yu and Dong-ho stared blankly. She asked, "But why are you looking for me now? Who is this person next to you?" Park Ji-yu looked at Dong-ho and replied to Min-hee, "A junior, I need some help." A surprise and caution on his face made Park Ji-yu guess inwardly. Dong-ho, is he scared? He was indeed scared. It was his first time seeing a grade 10 awakened one. Park Ji-yu pushed open the door and said, "Look," he said resolutely. "All these capsules were picked up by these cultists, and not just here. I found several other such warehouses. They picked up the capsules to expand the erosion zone." Park Ji-yu emphasized, "The number of capsules appearing in the city is increasing due to these cultists." He speculated, "If this continues, the erosion process will accelerate even further. Can't your military intervene even for a reason like this?" Min-hee lightly touched her lips, deep in thought. She said in an arrogant and suspicious tone, "Is your uncertain information reliable, you ordinary people? Is that all you could think of?" Park Ji-yu stared at Min-hee with resolute eyes as if telling her that all his words were true. Wu Min-hee's personality was terribly arrogant, irresponsible, and she enjoyed the suffering of others, but Park Gu's eyes suddenly softened. He pleaded softly, "Why not, Min-hee?" He needed her to protect his peaceful life. He knew that eventually everything would end, but until that moment came he wanted to enjoy this life as much as possible. Min-hee was surprised by Park Gu's sudden gentleness. "Is this really Senior Park Ji-yu?" he asked back. "What about me?" she stated clearly. "No, Senior, you never used to ask for favors from others. You considered yourself the center of the world and listened to no one. Now there are even rumors about your unfriendly personality." At her words he reconsidered, thinking he wasn't that bad. Was I really that terrible? But why did no one else criticize me except Min-hee? She subtly began. "To be honest, we're very short-handed right now," she explained, pulling out a small piece of paper and writing on it. "We need to secretly investigate the secrets hidden behind the cultists, but we have no informants and no combat personnel." Park Ji-yu hadn't known there was a hidden force behind the cultists. Min-hee explained that the settlement speed in Seoul was too fast, making her suspicious of who was helping them from behind. She approached him and said firmly, "So senior." She extended the paper and offered cooperation. Min-hee told him he could call her directly using her personal identification number. She reminded him, even if you deal with all the cultists, it's only a temporary solution. The erosion will continue to spread, she emphasized. You'll eventually need me, senior. Park Ji-yu was still silently contemplating something. He looked at the paper Min-hee gave him and listened to her confident voice. "I'll use you, but you can use me too." Min-hee asked Park Ji-yu. "We're past the stage of leisurely stockpiling supplies, aren't we?" She looked at him with a meaningful gaze as if trying to see through him. When he said nothing, she moved first. "I'll take care of this capsule pile. Consider it an advance payment." In the eerily silent space, the sound of a beating heart was clearly audible. There was something strange about Min-hee, like an electric current piercing her body. The colossal gears that had been symmetrical until now suddenly seemed to move. One light became one, and the opposing forms that had always been balanced suddenly collapsed onto each other like dominoes. The strange current that coursed through Min-hee startled her. She lost strength in her body as if possessed by something. Park Ji-yu was bewildered to find something strange about Min-hee. As she suddenly turned, her body covered her mouth and trembled all over. He called out to her, "Woo Min-hee." She hastily hid it, saying, "It's nothing. I'll call you later." A moment later, everyone was transporting all the boxes containing the capsules. Dong-ho spoke. "All the packing is done." Rebecca was waiting in the car, exhausted. Dong-ho, Da-young and Park Ji-yu were still talking outside. She asked, "What are you planning to do next?" He replied, "I think I'll move into the house I rented. The floor here wasn't good to begin with, and I need to prepare for this kind of thing happening again. I've looked at a few other places." Dong-ho planned to only take his computer and enough food. Park Ji-yu cut in. "I'm sorry to interrupt your excitement." He pointed at the corpse hanging from the tree and asked, "But who is that person hanging there?" Dong-ho sighed helplessly. "Honestly, I'd like to say it's none of your business, but that would be too rude, wouldn't it?" Park Ji-yu didn't care and asked again, "Ultimately, who is that person?" He paused for a moment, then said heavily, "Our father." Dong-ho nonchalantly said, "He's dead. No longer worth talking about. I killed him. Why, is there a problem?" Park Ji-yu was silent at Dong-ho's words. His eyes were cold, as if seeing through Hong Jin. Park Ji-yu concluded, "You're lying." He analyzed, "Hanging is not your style. And there are no clear wounds on that corpse." Dong-ho was annoyed. "Are you pretending not to know, or do you really not know? What do you want anyway?" Suddenly, Da-young grabbed his sleeve and called out, "Brother," she suggested in a voice mixed with fatigue and helplessness, "just tell him it's time to stop." Hearing that, Dong-ho no longer stubbornly resisted, bent his body and sighed. He stated clearly, "That person left on his own." Park Ji-yu listened in silence, and Dong-ho resentfully spoke each word heavily. "He chose a good death. That lowly person no longer deserves to live." He recalled the face and words of the father he so hated. "I'm sorry, Dong-ho. Dad knows today is Children's Day, but let's stop playing here. Dad has no one left at the company to work." Dong-ho's father's resigned expression. He only made promises to his son because of work. "Next time, Dad will play with you until you're tired." Dong-ho, "Dad promises. Be a good boy." The two siblings' father was once considered a good person. He was easily trusting and always positive, even when bullied. That was the danger. Dong-ho spoke of his father's habits. He liked to work late into the night and didn't care if he lent money and didn't get it back. No matter how many times he was tricked, he couldn't break that bad habit. He irritably mentioned, "Do you know the first thing that person did when the war broke out?" Contempt was mixed in Dong-ho's words. "He brought a bunch of strangers home. He fought with his father over those foolish things." "Dad, are you out of your mind? You can't trust strangers, so why bring them home?" But Dong-ho's father calmly explained, "Dong-ho, I know what you're thinking, but everyone I know can be trusted. Besides, it's safer with more men at home." He emphasized what his father thought was right. "That's what worries me more, Dad. Your son is someone who came back after hunter training overseas. It's my responsibility to protect my family." His father still didn't listen and placed a hand on Dong-ho's shoulder. Dong-ho's father put on a pitiful act in front of him. "Dong-ho." No, Dong-ho recalled what he had done. He had killed other people with his own hands. He trembled, was afraid, and was surprised, but still resented it. Dong-ho's father knelt and sighed, weeping bitterly. "Even so, no, what sin has a child like you committed to bear such a burden?" He felt sorry for himself. "I'm sorry that I'm so lacking, Dong-ho. Dad shouldn't lie anymore." He was annoyed but had no choice but to turn away. He continued to speak. "After that, everything went well at first. Everyone stockpiled supplies together, repaired facilities, and even drove off looters several times. But then," Dong-ho paused, "was everything still going well?" Park Ji-yu stood there, listening carefully. Perhaps he realized that things were not that simple. His eyes were very sharp, and Da-young brushed her hair back, revealing a long, deep scar on her face, and there was no fantastic hope in Dong-ho's words. Perhaps it was the deeply hidden truth of the past. The people Dong-ho's father brought home harmed Dong-ho's family. They nonchalantly sat in their house and admired, "Such a good girl. Mom said not to touch the little girl. That kid bites and scratches and does all sorts of things. What can you do? Her eyes are rolled back like she's drugged. Looks like a person in wolf's clothing. So different from Dad. Luckily she's still breathing. Her face is different too. Delicious." The woman holding the young daughter sat on a chair and said, "Are you going to do this in front of this child? All men are equally dirty." Dong-ho seemed unable to control himself then, not moving at all. Perhaps when he reached his limit, Dong-ho made a decision. Humans are the same now as they were before. The savior will have his revenge. Besides, in this apocalypse people don't care about others' lives. So I won't either. He killed every single one of the group that harmed his family. Dong-ho said. I killed them all. Not a single small crying child was left. What do you think Dad thought when he saw that scene? Dong-ho's father just knelt and wept in despair then. He remembered that he just passed by quietly and coldly. I saw that person cry a lot and he didn't say anything, letting me finish what I had to do, Dong-ho asserted. And no matter what he said, I wouldn't have wanted to hear a single word. He felt pain and regret. I bandaged Hong Da-young and roughly disposed of Mom's body. After a long sigh, that's when I thought of Dad. But I couldn't find him no matter where I looked. When I came out of the house, Dong-ho's father had already hanged himself. He recalled feeling a bit wronged. Father, he abandoned everything and was in a place where he could forever look down on the park. He turned around and said nonchalantly, It's over. Boring, right? Now that your curiosity is satisfied, let's go. Park Ji-yu was silent for a moment, then said, It'll be troublesome if you just leave him. At his words, Dong-ho was startled and muttered helplessly, Really? He gave Park Ji-yu an annoyed glance. So, or should I rebury him here? He said with a resentful voice. That was his choice. He chose to hang himself instead of taking responsibility. I'll never forgive such a cowardly person, Park Ji-yu suggested. Can we bring the body down? You can take your time forgiving him after you've finished moving. Dong-ho covered his face and laughed mockingly. He was angry. I like you quite a bit, but don't overstep your bounds, he challenged him. This is a family matter. Would you like it if I interfered in your parents' affairs? Park Ji-yu also opened his mouth somewhat silently. Actually, I don't know either, Park Ji-yu said nonchalantly. I've never had parents. Dong-ho was startled, unable to believe what he had just said. Da-young also covered her mouth to suppress a gasp, too surprised to speak. He still couldn't accept it, thinking Park Ji-yu was acting and pointed at him shouting, Damn it, don't act pitiful, he retorted. Do you think I could say that even after seeing this? He said firmly. We can't keep going like this anymore. Dong-ho couldn't say anything more, helplessly. At the same time, someone's finger was drawing a picture of a happy family of 3. It was Rebecca. When did she wake up? Dong-ho couldn't win against Park Ji-yu, so he just reluctantly agreed to handle it. All right. The house Defender moved into happened to be about 4 kilometers from his own. Their car was rolling towards the new house. Park Ji-yu knew this area well, so he looked around and suspected. Is this really it? Dong-ho proudly pointed at the shabby-looking house. It only looks like this on the outside. The basement inside is excellent. He told Park Ji-yu, I'll call you when I'm done unpacking. He saw someone's corpse in the trunk. It was probably his father's corpse. There's more work than I thought. Da-young was silently looking at the car and Dong-ho, seeing her standing there blankly, said, Hong Da-young, what are you looking at? He couldn't tell what she was looking at or hoping for, but her cheeks were flushed. She quietly said, It's nothing. Inside the house, Sue happily greeted them. Welcome. She ran straight to Park Ji-yu and hugged him, calling him Scanton. Rebecca froze. She probably thought her daughter would miss her terribly and jump into her arms, but she hadn't expected her to jump into a man's arms. Sue quietly cooed, I was a good girl at home, give me candy. Park Ji-yu also seemed very fond of her, stroking her head and smiling with loving eyes. For the next few days everything went quite smoothly. On the screen, vast cityscape was revealed, but it was truly desolate and ruined. A man with glasses observed it through the screen, then turned his head and said to a woman, That's not Seoul. Isn't the processing priority too low? She was Min-hee, she coldly ordered. I am the alternate head of the giant monster. Proceed. As Woo Min-hee had promised, a capsule pile was immediately dealt with. The problem that had been troubling him for a long time was finally resolved. Park Ji-yu stood holding his walkie-talkie with a bewildered and suspicious expression. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hey Scanton, my brother has something to say. Sexy brother-in-law, come to the housewarming. Sexy brother-in-law. He wondered greatly, what is that guy up to now? The sky was high and blue, and white clouds drifted leisurely. Endless peace, a refreshing space where all worries seemed to vanish with the wind, and somewhere the sound of a radio. The sky is high and blue, horses grow fat, and a bountiful autumn has come again. From an underground bunker a radio broadcast emanated. According to weather satellite forecasts, the next cold snap will arrive earlier than usual this year. From that bunker, next is the request song corner. Today's request is Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto No. 2. The sight of Park Ji-yu leisurely enjoying his tea. He was relaxing with hot tea and music from the radio. This song was requested by Mr. Lee Ho, who lives in Sak. Listeners, please pay attention. The radio channel he was listening to was a propaganda broadcast from the Legion faction occupied territory. Recently, the Legion faction was having quite a difficult time due to internal division over legitimacy issues, with forces from Jeju Island, including Min-hee, supporting the National Assembly faction. Park Ji-yu sipped his tea, wondering if Kim Da-ram, who belonged to the Legion faction, was doing well by now. The walkie-talkie next to him suddenly rang. He was still lost in his thoughts. It's the Defender siblings. They said they'd call 2 days ago. Park Ji-yu picked up the walkie-talkie and said admiringly, A whole week has passed, everything must be settled now, right? A voice came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. It was hard to clean up with just the two of us, we should have kept Scanton here. They were Da-young and Dong-ho. She reminded him, Brother Scanton, I have something to tell you. Park Ji-yu wondered inwardly, is she going to thank me? He didn't particularly want to hear words of gratitude, but since the other party had put in the effort, he mentally smiled, thinking he should accept it. Suddenly, Dong-ho said, Sexy brother-in-law. He sounded as if he was forcing himself to speak. Come to the housewarming, sexy brother-in-law. Da-young was slightly embarrassed by her brother. Park Ji-woo, on the other hand, froze. A disgusted expression appeared on his face as he listened to Dong-ho's repulsive flattery, although quite famous as a hitman. But Defender was still a popular name on the internet. He quietly rode his bicycle in what looked like the suburbs, and his methods for attracting others were extraordinary. He paused. He seemed to have reached his destination. Park Ji-woo pressed him, asking what on earth sexy brother-in-law meant. Da-young, who was next to him, spoke to Dong-ho first. I can't live like this because of you, Dong-ho. Her face flushed red, embarrassed on her brother's behalf. She added that she didn't know why he was rushing since they hadn't even had a housewarming party yet. Park Ji-woo hastily dismissed this absurd conversation. What is it now, man? Who's having a housewarming party for whom both your parents are dead? Dong-ho still teased him with an unconcerned expression. Oh, Da-young beside him cheerfully invited him inside. Since you've come all this way, please come in and have a cup of tea before you go. I'll prepare it for you. I'm good at making tea, you know. Park Ji-woo couldn't refuse. I have plenty of tea at my place too. He thought about the teas in Park Goo's shelter. Iced lemon tea, Park Goo's shelter tea, 20 items for 8,000 won, another for 6,000 won. Defender's premium black tea, 1 box for 110,000 won. Although his own home was filled with tea, it seemed Dong-ho's place had more premium teas Park Ji-woo hadn't yet tasted, so he reluctantly stopped. I'll just have 1 cup of tea. And of course, because he was captivated, the Dong-ho siblings triumphantly high-fived. The Defender siblings' hideout was a gambling den in the basement of a villa. Dong-ho confidently said, See, this basement is still quite usable. Park Ji-woo drank his tea, looked around and replied, But it doesn't seem very suitable for survival. The location is good though. You won't need to commit murders or threats like in the old days. Da-young sat at the computer humming, preparing to write and post news about Park Ji-woo. Seeing this, he grabbed her hand in anger. She stopped him. Take your hand off me now. Da-young looked at Park Ji-woo, bored. You have to exaggerate this much to get likes. Scanton isn't popular at all, so I have to do this. Her hands moved quickly over the keyboard. He asked again, You mean I have to exaggerate to get likes? Da-young scoffed, treating Park Ji-woo as if he were still a child, and said, Scanton, if you don't create content, your popularity will quickly drop. He could only stand there helplessly and watch. After a moment of silence, Park Ji-woo got to the point. Now that I think about it, there's something I want to ask you too. Do you remember Anonymous 337? He asked in more detail, the person who uploaded a video saying he was making a doll for his daughter, and then was killed by you too, Dong-ho asked, puzzled. I remember. Why? Is there a problem? Or do you want to know why he died? Park Ji-woo said. I'm not particularly curious about that now. I'm just curious about his daughter. Recalling the details from back then, he raised a question. He said it was a gift for his daughter, but there was only Bati 337 at the scene. Did the robbers sweep everything away, leaving no trace of the child? Did you two see a baby there? Dong-ho rested his chin in his hand and said firmly, Not at all. There was no baby from the start. Dong-ho recalled that time, speaking of the winter when he met the man Park Ji-woo mentioned. Dong-ho thought the man was strange. Why is that guy like that? The man's face was covered in tears and Dong-ho felt uncomfortable. No reaction at all. He pulled out his knife in annoyance, thinking, he's like a madman. The man died at Dong-ho's hand. Not only that, he put the man's corpse in his hideout. There's a hideout even in this remote place. Let's take some photos and leave. Take anything useful. Da-young looked around and suddenly her attention was caught by something. She shouted, Brother, look at that. Dong-ho guessed. You mean that doll you saw on the bulletin board? He said coldly. Are these ominous things deliberately placed here to show me? Da-young reminded him. Brother, don't you think there's something strange about this house? She analyzed. The children's toys were scattered everywhere, but no one was using them. She was still deep in thought, not understanding what's strange about it. I've never seen even a baby's shadow in a hideout this small, even in videos. Da-young hesitated, feeling a bit uneasy. This person, she asked her brother, what should we do? Dong-ho had only ever acted with his knife, so he didn't know how to answer such a question. He said to Park Ji-woo, what more could we do? The more we looked at those toys, the worse we felt, so we just left. The talk of family silenced Dong-ho. Family love seems meaningless, doesn't it? Park Ji-woo told him to think again. The way you two handle family-related matters is completely messed up, Dong-ho immediately retorted. None of my business. It's not your family's business either. Suddenly Da-young's cheerful and surprised voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. There are so many comments, 2 meters tall and wearing a suit. Anonymous? Are Scanton and Defender really acquaintances? She suddenly paused, slightly surprised. She said, a new news article just popped up. Park Ji-woo changed the subject. What about that sexy brother-in-law story? Da-young suddenly cut him off. Wait, you two, look at this. She turned the computer around as she spoke. Someone posted this interesting news. The gist of the article was this. The National Committee members' terms were soon ending. They needed a strong strategy to secure votes in the next election. So they decided to cooperate with the Jeju Island government. People of the same mind were preparing a powerful move. Hearing this, Park Ji-woo made a slight guess. Park Ji-woo suddenly realized it was a temporary train headed for Jeju Island. He approached Da-young's computer and read, Pilot operation for 2,000 people, he thought to himself. Jeju Island currently has almost all of South Korea's weapons and resources, making it the last remaining paradise, but they're still accepting more people? Park Ji-woo turned and asked Dong-ho, Is this true? He asked him back. Tisk, you still believe in this country? Do you remember the 9-letter M that caused such a stir at Hope back then? Hope disbanded, and in the end I was the only one who protested. I wasted everything and believed in hope, and now I'm wasting it again. I don't know if I can survive this winter." Park Ji-woo added, "The higher you climb, the harder you fall." He asserted that manipulating public opinion was not such a foolish thing from the start. He seemed to have already formulated a new plan. Suddenly this method came to mind. Back at his hideout, he immediately contacted Joe Naenong and 180 centimeters. "Tell them that the person who posted the article on Fnet to Park Ji-woo is really an intelligence agent. But the information hasn't been confirmed yet. 180 centimeters, can you create an untraceable account?" After that, he shared it with the Dong-ho siblings as well. "I asked the administrator, and this account is safe. The plan is to directly approach government officials to get information." But he still seemed slightly suspicious. "I know, but what Dong-ho noticed was the name. But are you really going to keep the account name like this?" Park Ji-woo asserted that his identity must be carefully hidden. Sarcastically, he continued, "Here's the personal information. Name is Nung Room, an 11-year-old boy." Park Ji-woo said confidently. "Who would expect a 30-something man to be behind this account?" Dong-ho asked disbelievingly. "Really?" Da-young asked, puzzled. "Scanton, so every time you go online you turn into a child?" Park Ji-woo was still lost in his thoughts. "Everything needed has been prepared. Now I just have to wait for the National Committee officials to take the bait." He began to manipulate. No matter how secret the internal information, if the bait is tasty, they'll have no choice but to bite. At the same time, something strange suddenly happened on Kong Han-min's side. He turned and looked. A colossal electric current-like light erupted from Kong Han-min and Da-on. Both were greatly surprised and raised their hands to see and feel it. The scene changed, and Park Ji-woo inwardly marveled. "An awakened one over level 10, do they have to go that far?" "Nung Room, there's a strange light suddenly, did you awaken too?" The comment section was filled with netizens' surprise and excitement. "No way, really? User 987, I've heard of light coming from eyes, but from the whole body is strange. Is he really an elementary school student? If true, he'd be at least level 10. Seed Eater, if true, it's a free ticket to Jeju Island. I'm jealous." Famous 159 described it in incredible detail. "Besides Kong Han-min and me, is there anyone else over level 10 in Korea?" "No, not famous, but I know one more person." As Park Ji-woo and the Dong-ho siblings watched in surprise, a system window popped up. "Redeem, hello. This is the Guardian Recruiter. Please enter the chat room via the link." As Park Ji-woo expected, it seemed the bait had been taken. He was slightly suspicious. "Wait, where have I heard the name Redeem before?" A look of surprise flashed across his face. He seemed to have recognized who it was. Could it be Woo Min-hee? Had Park Ji-woo guessed her again? Dong-ho, watching from the side, also tensed up. "Woo Min-hee is that level 10 awakened one, that anti, right? What if we get caught?" But Park Ji-woo reassured him. "No, it's a perfect act. This is our strategy to attack Woo Min-hee," Park Ji-woo thought to himself. "I believe the reason a trainer can become the best hunter is adaptability." He recalled the day of the accreditation ceremony. The person conferring the degree clearly stated, "Congratulations, Trainer Park Ji-woo," he said. As a guardian hunter, he was the first to discover the mutation mechanism of variants. The auditorium enthusiastically congratulated Park Ji-woo with applause. The person conferring the degree said that new species such as Dancer and Biomaniac had been discovered, and all of these had been discussed and named for the first time in this decade. Park Ji-woo was able to continuously adapt to new information and unexpected situations, allowing him to keep fighting on the battlefield. He clearly read, "Please continue to steadfastly develop your specialty. You are hereby appointed as South Korea's first S-Rank Hunter." He accepted the degree, deep in thought. Park Ji-woo realized that this adaptability still shone even when he wasn't on the battlefield. The flashback ended. Now there was no hunter, no training. He looked at the information on the computer screen. It was just the 11-year-old boy Kim Nung Room and Nung Room. Park Goo's eyes pierced the screen. The message he had sent appeared on the screen. "Today, Park Ji-woo will impersonate a child through a virtual screen, and that child will be very prickly." A voice was heard from headquarters. "Director." The person raised their voice and asked, "Are you the director?" Min-hee slowly turned her head and asked, "Who is it?" The guard struggled to stop two strangers. "Miss, parents are not allowed to enter." Min-hee seemed to suddenly remember. "Ah, parents," the woman suggested. "I'd like to ask about the experiment sent to Jeju Island. Could my child also be accepted?" She tightly gripped the boy's shoulder. They refused, saying, "My child is too young, but my child is much faster and smarter than their peers." The woman approached and tightly clasped Min-hee's hand. "In my opinion, there's no problem at all. You can't be so inflexible," the woman pleaded. "If the director could help." Min-hee seemed to lose patience. "Listen," she suddenly said with a warm smile. "You should speak to the person in charge about that." Min-hee turned and left. "They'll be much more understanding than I am." She was slightly annoyed inwardly. "Ju Jin-ah, do your job properly." Ju Jin was flustered hearing that. "I apologize, we're very short-staffed." She lowered her head and looked at her phone. "The weather is getting colder these days, so more people want to participate." Ju Jin lowered her voice and said frankly, "Our current staff can't handle it anymore." She hesitated. "There's also a request for support from Jeju Island, and signs of a rift have been discovered in Paju." Min-hee said coldly, "I'll personally look into the Paju rift issue." Ju Jin, just do your assigned work. She glanced at Ju Jin and said in a warning tone, "Ju Jin-ah, do a good job." The sound of high heels echoed down the corridor and she entered her office. Min-hee sighed as she took off her coat. How long do I have to keep doing this? She approached her computer. I need to catch my breath. A popular post appeared on the screen. Min-hee, curious, clicked on it. She stared intently at the post displayed on the screen. Min-hee marveled at how detailed the description was. Park Goo's image flashed through her mind. No one could possibly know this without experiencing it firsthand. Min-hee speculated. Moreover, signs of awakening to this extent would be a high-level awakened one. If lucky, level 10. No, it could be even higher. She recalled Kong Han-min's image. High-level awakened one, especially above level 10. Next was the image of Yun standing beside the awakened Kong-in. Lastly, herself awakened and transformed into something like a tactical weapon. Min-hee opened the chat window and actively tried to draw the opponent in. She quietly thought to herself, I don't know how the war situation will change in the future, but talents like these must definitely be brought here. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Nung Room 11 has entered the chat room. Min-hee sent a message first. Introduce yourself briefly. She thought to herself. But this brat on the screen, Park Ji-yu replied wittily, hee. Min-hee was slightly displeased. The way he talks, she continued, speaking sweetly. Introduce yourself briefly. Park Ji-yu pretended his name was Kim Nung Room, 11 years old, 2 meters tall, weighing 120 kilograms, and especially that his penis was 28 centimeters long. Min-hee hesitated slightly, asking if his name was real. He replied that his name meant beautiful apple, and asked if there was a problem with his name. Min-hee said the name was too unique. She strictly confirmed his age of 11, asking if he was really 2 meters tall. Park Ji-yu replied that many people said he was large. Min-hee marveled at how quickly children grew these days and asked if the weight he sent was correct. Park Ji-yu said it was a joke and that everything was a lie except for the last part. Min-hee exclaimed in embarrassment, the last part. She quickly composed herself. Min-hee covered her face and leaned back in her chair. I must be too tired, even an elementary school student already, she quickly replied to Park Goo's message. Nung Room, do you know how amazing you are? I'm the one who can send you to Jeju Island. On the other side of the screen, he carefully read the 2 words, Jeju Island. His fingers rapidly typed on the keyboard. Jeju Island, I'll need to take a boat ride. I've already prepared the schedule. On Min-hee's side, Park Goo's message appeared. Depart immediately after election day. She thought, is he talking about the evacuation ship? She continued typing. It should be fine to explain now, right? It'll be more advantageous if he's quiet. Messages appeared one by one on Min-hee's side. It's better not to take the evacuation ship. That ship is small and might disappear without a trace before reaching the island. From Pudong, a voice exclaimed in confusion. Why is the toilet in the middle of the house? Dong-ho whispered. If he knows, I'll kill him. Park Ji-yu continued to carefully read the messages Min-hee sent. You want to go right after election day, she added. What if the National Assembly members are too busy then and forget about you? After reading this, he seemed to realize something. More messages came from Min-hee's side. Also, to go to the island you have to take a plane. If it's okay, I'll come pick up Nung Room. Park Ji-yu said to Dong-ho, we have proof, defender. He pointed at the computer. As expected, the evacuation ship was a lie. For important awakened ones, they send a private plane. Park Ji-yu turned. I need to screenshot this and upload it to Fnet. Please edit it for me. Suddenly, Min-hee's message appeared. Wait. Nung Room, why can't I trace your location? Park Ji-yu froze and rushed to the computer. Is she already getting suspicious? Min-hee asked suspiciously. What exactly is your identity? Park Ji-yu frowned in front of the computer, biting his lip. Her messages kept appearing. If you tell me honestly now, I'll let it slide. Park Ji-yu unexpectedly asked her name. Min-hee replied. Min-hee. Park Ji-yu sent a meaningless message. Min-hee where? Min-hee. Mini size? On the other side, she seemed to lose patience and told him to stop joking. Is he advertising an IP address? He continued to mumble. Min-hee's heart is mini, so it's mini size. And he kept repeating the word Min-hee. On the other side, Min-hee seemed to lose patience and demanded to know where he was as soon as Min-hee sent the message urging him. Park Ji-yu quickly manipulated the keyboard. He quickly took his hands off. Park Ji-yu gasped. I succeeded. She'll really think I'm an elementary school student. Dong-ho was dumbfounded and Da-young tried to suppress her laughter. He was silent for a moment, then said, even if it's Ra-yin. Dong-ho pointed at the turned-off computer screen. Do we have to end with Min-hee after all? Park Ji-yu turned to the computer and said in a low voice, Perhaps I was too immersed, Dong-ho replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Da-young behind him clutched her stomach trying to hold back her laughter. A few minutes later, Dong-ho, who had returned home, sent the edited version. Park Ji-yu immediately posted it on social media with Nung Room's ID. A few days later, on a sunny morning, the editor's voice rang out cheerfully from the other end of the phone. Scanton, did you receive the edited version I sent? I really worked hard on it. He asked if there were many comments. Park Ji-yu, with a trembling voice, was unable to speak. The editor asked again, How many? I can't hear you clearly. The number 10,001 was displayed on the screen. Park Ji-yu exclaimed, 10,000? The editor was delighted to hear that. Really? That's a huge success, brother-in-law. Read the comments and look at these 10,000 comments. Even if the government corrects them, it means most users have already seen this post. Park Ji-yu clutched his chest. Unknown emotions welled up. He remained silent. What is this? Why is my heart beating so fast? A message notification from Jo Nae-nong appeared on the screen. He sent a friendly message. Park Ji-yu noticed Jo Nae-nong's nickname. He simply thought he was someone trying to get attention. He remained silent about Sanyo's change, but all the unknown actions and despicable motives. Sanyo's smile flashed in Park Gu's mind. For a single moment he felt like he was with him. He quietly laughed. Ah, I see. Reading the next comments he realized, by the way, reporters are stirring up a lot these days. Nung Room was a hot topic and all online communities were searching for him. He suddenly became worried. Surely not, no way. Just then his walkie-talkie rang. On the other side of the phone the computer on the table shattered. Min-hee said irritably, "Senior, do you often go online?" She asked with displeasure. "Do you know Nung Room?" Park Ji-yu slowly replied. "What's the internet?" Min-hee didn't know how to respond on the other end of the phone. Thought, I guess I overacted. Fortunately, Woo Min-hee didn't call because of this. Min-hee asked, "Do you remember when we helped you clear the capsule pile last time, Senior? I have something to entrust to you." She offered to send a driver to pick him up. Park Ji-yu thought, after receiving Woo Min-hee's request I went to Seon. It was already a ceasefire, but completely devoid of life. He looked at the surrounding scenery. The streets were sparsely populated, but if there were people they all looked hostilely at the public cars on the roadside. Park Ji-yu was convinced that this was the reality of the National Assembly, which was advocating for reconstruction. He stood before Min-hee. "But Min-hee, are you just going to keep staring at me after calling me all the way here?" Min-hee cleared her throat. She approached and asked, "Do you really not know the internet?" Park Ji-yu said coldly, I know, it's that thing you do on the computer, right?" Min-hee crossed her arms and said, "You talk like an old lady." "Senior, how old are you really?" Park Ji-yu unexpectedly said. "All right, what do you want me to do?" She smiled. "Election campaign," Min-hee said calmly. "One of the candidates wants to get rid of a capsule." Park Ji-yu asked, "Do I need to get involved personally for just one capsule?" Min-hee rested her chin in her hand and gave a mysterious smile. She laughed. "The only difference is the location. It's in the National Assembly building, the highest constitutional body in Korea." Park Ji-yu was displeased. He's being really annoying. This must be an important issue that involves all the National Assembly members. Sang Min's voice was heard. "Are you a hunter from the National Assembly Committee?" He politely extended his hand to greet him. "Director Woo called for you." "I am National Assembly member Park Sang-min. We need your help." Park Ji-yu stared blankly at Sang-min, who also quickly became blank. Sang-min said loudly, "This guy," Park Ji-yu thought. This is Park Sang-minimum. He remembered him as a former hunter from the National Assembly Committee. Park Ji-yu recalled that Park Sang-min had participated in the Operation Advisory for the Pungpai Group Industrial Complex battle. He had opposed his strategy, but his strategy was criticized as unrealistic for an amateur hunter who had just obtained their license. Park Ji-yu couldn't escape the memory. "I pointed out the unreality of that plan." But Park Sang-min ignored my words at that time. Zombies surrounded them, but he still pushed ahead with the plan, eventually failing miserably, suffering heavy losses and retreating. Those memories were deeply etched in Park Gu's mind. The Pungpai group supported it, but they still haven't recovered from the damage. Later, Chairman Jip Pan-ho died and everything completely collapsed. Back to reality, he was slightly displeased. "I heard this guy was still alive, but I didn't expect Wolyeon to come so soon." Park Ji-yu coldly turned his body. "If you don't like it, go back now." Sang-min quickly grabbed him. "Don't like it?" He gave a thumbs up. "Let's go, reinforcements are here." The scene changed to downstairs. A woman suddenly said, "Oh, Assemblyman Park." She approached and took Sang-min's hand. "You look really handsome today too." Park Ji-yu quietly observed. About 10 people supported Park Sang-min and it was impressive that most of them were middle-aged women. At this time Sang-min bowed to a woman with short hair. He quietly laughed. He's completely at that old lady's mercy. Seeing Sang-min's face turn gloomy, he thought, "Is he being fostered by a rich old lady?" Sang-hoon's voice was heard. "Isn't that Park Ji-yu?" He turned around in surprise. He realized that the person who called him was Hunter Lee Sun-yun. Sun-yun approached with a smile. "Oh my, I never expected to meet you here." Park Ji-yu asked. "Long time no see, Hung-nim." "How have you been?" he replied. "Just so, always busy making a living." He looked behind him. He has comrades behind him. Behind Sun-yun, 3 men were looking at them. He explained, "They're my younger siblings who work with me. Freelance hunters." Sun-yun introduced the 3 of them. "Their abilities are pretty good, but they just do it part-time. They're old generation, what can they do?" Park Ji-yu was silent. Sang-bin approached and announced, "Let's have a meeting. Everyone gather." He explained the plan. Assemblyman Park Sang-min and Hunter Park Ji-yu will approach the capsule and transport it out of the National Assembly building. He asked them, "Others just need to record this process so it's not difficult, right?" Park Ji-yu said, "Wait a minute." He reminded them, "Everyone just thinks of capsules as capsules, but they're doors that summon monsters." Park Ji-yu was worried that it might accidentally break during transport. Sang-min stammered, "Of course, that's a problem for a hunter to handle." "I heard you can handle small species alone." Park Ji-yu frowned. "That depends on the species." "If it's a dancer type," Sang-min exclaimed. "This is for the nation." He stopped speaking. "What national flag?" A hint of anger could be heard in Park Gu's voice. "What nonsense is this?" Sang-min put his hand on his chest and said, "It's not nonsense. This is for the nation." He retorted, "How is this for the nation? You just want to get elected, Assemblyman." He laughed. "Yes, my election is for the nation." Sun-yun was displeased to hear that. What kind of talk is that? I feel like punching you." "But are you going without equipment, or do you want us to go in and search ourselves?" Park Ji-yu looked back at him. He's already making a fuss. Is it to pressure Park Sang-min? He looked at the women over there. No, he's doing this on purpose to attract the attention of those old ladies. Jae-yun said, hey, if you make such a fuss, what if they hear you from over there? The short-haired man smiled. Who knows? Sung-yun got angry. This guy ruined the entire Pungpai group, and he's still campaigning with old ladies. Stop talking nonsense, the scar-faced man said with displeasure. My eyes are burning. Tae-hoon approached. Assemblyman Park, I apologize. We hunters cannot work with you, he said strictly. We need additional support. Can the assemblyman provide it? Sang-min froze, and the women around him stared at him intently. Sang-min lowered his head in embarrassment and didn't answer. After a moment he said, just go. Sung-yun turned around and said loudly, work's done, let's go. Park Ji-yu thought, I've been thinking this for a long time. Lee Sung-yun's way of handling things is too thorough. He recalled when they worked together. Sometimes he made people uncomfortable. Sung-yun suddenly reminded him, oh right, Park Ji-yu, you have a walkie-talkie, don't you? If you're free later, let's have a drink. I'll contact you later. Park Ji-yu thought his way of handling things is quite skillful. He knew how to maintain good relationships with other hunters. He thought exchanging walkie-talkie numbers. Sung-yun said, my number is Da-Da-Jien. Do you know Kim Da-ram the squirrel? Park Gu's face suddenly darkened. Done, he said coldly. Is this Kim Da-ram's walkie-talkie? Park Ji-yu looked at the four of them. Why do you have it? He said in a low voice. It's Kim Da-an's belongings. Jae-yun stared at Park Ji-yu with wide eyes. Sung-yun put his hand on Jae-yun's shoulder and said, you mean Assemblyman Kim Da-ram? Park Ji-yu, the junior he's close with here? He smiled bitterly and said, it's a strange story, so to speak. Park Ji-yu asked, do you have any news about Kim Da-ram? Sung-yun didn't answer and left. Park Ji-yu thought he seemed to have joined the Legion faction. I heard he also picked the wrong side there. Park Ji-yu watched them leave and thought it was the wrong choice. Sang-min approached. Hunter Park, he whispered. I was really wrong about Chairman Jip Panho. How can I compare to an excellent official hunter like Hunter Park? Park Ji-yu had an indifferent expression. I am not as great as the Assemblyman says, nor do I intend to stand on the same front as the Assemblyman. Please tell Director Wu that I have given up. Sang-min grabbed his hand tightly. This is for the nation, won't you do it? Sang-min grabbed him. It's in the building. How can you? The short-haired woman said loudly. Sang-min, she ordered. That's enough, Sang-min whispered. You don't have to bring the capsule. I'll go inside for 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, he pleaded. I just need to show it to these ladies here. I'll tell Director Wu that I'm 120 satisfied. The short-haired woman yelled angrily. Tell me if you're coming or not. In the end, Park Ji-yu granted Sang-min's request. He said, I know the profession of a National Assembly member isn't very popular, but I really can't help it. Sang-min continued with a sigh. The role of the National Assembly, according to the Constitution, is to legislate and check the government. But now even the president has fled, and what can we do left alone? Nobody wants to keep having elections like this. Sang-min suddenly mumbled to himself, no, that's not right. At least I don't want it at all. Park Ji-yu thought to himself, 10 minutes is too long with disinterest. He noticed a trace on the floor. Park Ji-yu knelt down and observed it closely. There was no doubt. It was a trace left by a small spider-type monster. Could the capsule have hatched? Sang-min approached from behind him. What's there? Park Ji-yu said in a stern voice. There will be a huge earthquake today, so take care of your shoes, he warned Sang-min, who was standing behind him with a gun. Put your gun on the floor as soon as he finished speaking. Park Ji-yu immediately swung his arm backward. He pushed Sang-min's face back. Park Ji-yu gently knocked him down. Sang-min coughed in pain. Park Ji-yu picked up the gun and loaded it. He aimed the gun at Sang-min's face. Sang-min, sweating, asked, Are you going to kill me? Park Ji-yu replied coldly, Is there another way? Sang-min raised his hands in surrender. Lee Sung-yun, what that bastard said earlier was right. I really am useless, but does Park Sang-min have any meaning here now? Sang-min raised his voice, a former committee member who lost his life in the National Assembly building. His voice was sarcastic, quite glorious, wouldn't you say? Park Ji-yu despised him, this guy. To have reached the position of committee member, he's no ordinary person. His ability to understand people is better than I thought, he said. Let's say I was tricked. Park Ji-yu ordered Sang-min to get up. He subdued him. Park Ji-yu stepped forward with a stern voice. The two walked forward. In the deep darkness, sharp legs suddenly darted out. A gigantic spider seemed to be hiding in the room, waiting for them. The scene shifted to outside the corridor where Park Ji-yu, subduing Sang-min, lit their way with his phone's flashlight. Inwardly assessed that it was full of spiderwebs. Sang-min was terrified at the sight of the gigantic spiderwebs. Park Ji-yu guessed it was a small spider-type monster. He associated the gigantic spider suspended in the air with a six-legged species like a spider. They wove a labyrinthine web using their egg sac shells. Park Ji-yu stared intently at the spiderweb, thinking, once they complete the labyrinth and secure enough subordinates, their power will be comparable to that of a giant monster. He calculated in his mind how to take it down. Before that, if I can successfully approach it, it's just a small fry that can be easily dealt with. Park Ji-yu stared intently at Sang-min. Of course, for untrained people, encountering them meant instant death. Sang-min stammered. I understand your feelings, senior, and why you're angry, he continued. But I can't help it either. Did you see my mother outside earlier? At that moment he bowed his head to the short-haired woman. Outwardly she seemed a bit displeased, but in reality she had sacrificed a lot. Sang-min said, ashamed, from birth I was my mother's precious son. Whether it was friends, school, or marriage partners, I never once made a decision on my own, he asserted. This is my first plan in life. I pushed my mother aside. Sang-min lowered his voice. Even if I fail, Park Ji-yu replied concisely. If you're a precious son, it's only natural to listen to your mother. Sang-min gave a bitter smile upon hearing that. The two continued to walk in silence, and before them was a large door. Park Ji-yu let Sang-min enter first. He froze at the sight before his eyes. A large glass bottle was placed in the middle of the room and the two stood motionless. Sang-min bit his lip and pleaded earnestly, just once, I want to shoulder everything myself. I want to show my mother how I can achieve successful accomplishments." His voice grew somber. "That the son my mother raised alone isn't useless." Sang-min suddenly turned around and asked, "You understand a son's desire to make his parents proud, don't you, senior?" He knelt and pleaded to Park Ji-yu in an earnest voice, "Please just help me once." Park Ji-yu was silent for a moment, thinking, then replied, "I understand the situation." He suddenly asked in a cold voice, "But why are you acting like this? Is it worth risking my life for?" Sang-min couldn't explain. "Just agree, okay? Don't ask again." Park Ji-yu no longer paid him any mind, turning his head to look around. Park Ji-yu assessed, too many spiderwebs nearby. He inwardly speculated that the spider-type monster would be over there. Suddenly a spider rushed forward and bit Sang-min's shoulder, and he screamed. Park Ji-yu immediately aimed his gun. He continuously shot at the spider. After it fell, a blue light emanated from around it, and it was a subordinate of the spider-type monster. In an instant it completely vanished. Park Ji-yu was startled. It only starts producing subordinates after completing the labyrinth. The gun in Park Gu's hand suddenly grew hot. Park Ji-yu thought, "No way," and threw the gun aside. The next moment the gun exploded. Sang-min said, bewildered, "The gun just exploded on its own." Park Ji-yu thought, "Exploded? Is that the spider-type monster's ability?" He raised his head. His eyes wavered at what he saw. Hundreds of spiders were crawling on the walls, and in the center was a gigantic spider barely covering the ceiling. It opened its mouth and continuously gave birth to baby spiders. Sang-min held his shoulder and said, "Why are those spider-type monsters?" Park Ji-yu said in a somber voice, "They no longer build nests, they incubate eggs within their bodies, like a baby shedding its skin," he said coldly. "It's a variant," Park Ji-yu thought to himself. Theoretically, monsters have no intelligence at all. They move unconsciously and only attack predetermined targets. He narrowed his eyes. The reason humanity must thoroughly destroy these simple creatures, Park Ji-yu imagined it was because monsters constantly evolved into new species to counter humans. Memories of war came flooding back. The necromancer species confronted the army and the monster created light to destroy the frontline defenses. There were species in the rift. When hunters began to use heavy weapons, the dancer species appeared. Each time a new species appeared, it was as if they scoffed at human progress. That's why the Academy always taught to minimize direct encounters with unknown species. Returning to reality, Park Gu's mind wavered. "Besides, I didn't come here to kill monsters. I came here to deal with a person." He thought to himself, "If I leave him and run away, it's over." But Park Ji-yu asked, "You asked if I understood the desire to become a proud son, right?" His voice grew somber. "I am an orphan." The scene of him fleeing and his parents and sister being attacked by monsters flashed in his mind. Park Ji-yu said coldly, "They were both taken by monsters." He thought to himself, "What swayed me in the end? It certainly wasn't his obvious plea." Park Ji-yu took out two axes and stepped forward toward Sang-min. "One runs away, the other goes to heaven. Do as you please." The monster approached him. "I just want to understand." Park Ji-yu looked at it and said, "Why must we confront each other?" He said, "This must be destroyed." Park Ji-yu uttered the words, "One runs away, the other dies. Do as you please." He stood before Park Sang-min, aiming the axe in his hand at the monsters. "And this must die." Park Sang-min, holding his shoulder, stood speechless with a bewildered expression. Park Ji-yu charged at the variant monster. Sang-min shouted loudly at him, "Are you trying to die?" Park Ji-yu didn't answer. Raising his axe high, his sharp eyes locked onto the target, and with a few strikes he cut down the mutated spiders. Park Ji-yu glanced back. The monsters were in spider form, but their mouths were wide open, enormously enlarged, and aimed at him. Park Ji-yu struggled, cutting down the spiders with several attacks. He ran, thinking, too many spiderlings. I don't need to pass through all of them. Sharp monster legs were raised high and aimed at Park Ji-yu. At the same time, he had already rushed forward. He thought, the most important thing is to go deep inside and pour all my strength into close combat. His resolute eyes stared intently at the spider-type monster. Before my stamina and concentration run out, eerie sounds filled the space, and the spider variant quickly aimed its sharp claws at Park Ji-yu. He flexibly dodged. The spider variant suddenly turned its claws toward him. Park Ji-yu was startled and dodged. A moment later and he would have died. Powerful claws pierced the ground. Thick smoke and dust billowed up. Park Sang-min was caught in the strong explosion before he could react, and he covered his face, startled and screaming. The spider variant quickly changed direction without hesitation, extending its claws at Park Ji-yu. He again skillfully dodged the deadly attacks. A mutated spider appeared from somewhere and tried to devour him. Park Ji-yu blocked the attack with his axe. He had another axe in his hand, and holding both handles tightly, he shattered the mutated spider. His feet quickly rushed towards the spider variant. The monster also rushed towards him at this moment. Park Ji-yu bent his body. His body instantly appeared and disappeared, dodging the attacks. The axe blade touched the spider variant's claws, and he flipped over and jumped past it. Park Ji-yu landed, but his eyes never left the monster, and his resolute gaze was fixed on the spider-type monster. At this moment, the monster opened its mouth wide, and sticky liquid splattered everywhere from its mouth, while countless tentacles simultaneously poured out from inside. They rushed like arrows towards where Park Ji-yu was standing. Park Ji-yu raised his foot and quickly dodged the attack. Immediately, the tentacles changed direction and followed him. At this time, Park Ji-yu was surrounded by sharp tentacles. He gritted his teeth and raised his axe. He continuously crushed the tentacles that were coming to kill him. Park Ji-yu speculated that these spider-type monsters weren't that fast, but they were really annoying when they all attacked at once. He glanced in one direction, as if lost in thought. Besides, the most dangerous thing is, he hesitated for a moment, then asserted, it's the erosion process. Park Ji-yu glanced at a mutated spiderling crawling on a piece of rock. The terrain transformation process wasn't over yet, but just spreading this spiderweb onto the battlefield would be dangerous enough. The spider had the same head as the spider-type monster. And suddenly all its sharp and dangerous iron tentacles unfolded. At this moment it suddenly charged at Park Ji-yu. He tensed his body thinking, the longer this goes on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. Park Ji-yu rushed forward. He decided, to end this I'll have to take a gamble. His wide eyes locked onto the target, and Park Ji-yu, gripping his axe tightly, continuously rushed towards the gigantic spider-type monster that was aiming at him. Countless mutated spiders were opening their mouths wide in the air at this moment. Inside were dangerous saw blades, all aimed at him. Park Ji-yu stared nervously at these small spiders, thinking, I can't keep wasting energy like this. He stopped, turned his body, reversed his axe, and continuously attacked the spiders, trying to kill him several times in a row. Park Ji-yu, as if hypnotized, kept thinking, focus your attack, focus. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Park Ji-yu continuously attacked the spider monsters several times. His eyes were still wide open, not allowing even a single mistake. The spider-type monster was split in half, and he frantically cut down the small spiders. Spider-type monster's tentacles tensed. It quickly rushed at him and slammed powerfully into the ground, and with a whole thick smoke billowed up. Park Ji-yu did not back down and flexibly dodged it. He raised his axe and powerfully cut down the tentacle. The spider-type monster screamed loudly, and it retracted its tentacles. It closed the monster's mouth and looked up. The axe was still stuck in the tentacle. Park Ji-yu used the momentum to jump high and flip his body. He looked at the spider-type monster with wide eyes, then landed a blow. A thud echoed. Park Ji-yu, like a wicked god, took down the spider-type monster with his single blow. However, the wound on its hard tentacles was just a small crack. He sighed, thinking, what is this? He held an axe in his other hand. He suddenly raised it high. Is it blocking attacks with its horn? At the same time, something flew towards his head. He raised his hand in time and blocked the attack with his axe. It was another tentacle of the spider-type monster. It was attacking him frantically. Park Ji-yu barely blocked this attack. He gritted his teeth and made the tentacle's blow miss. Park Ji-yu fell backward from the momentum. He supported himself with both hands on the ground, breathing heavily, and looked at the spider-type monster. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no muscle damage. Park Ji-yu gripped the axe handle tightly. The spider-type monster rushed at him again at this moment. He thought, this is too disadvantageous. I need to lure them into a narrower space. At the same time, he saw Park Sang-min running in one direction. The spider-type monster was still rushing at him. Park Ji-yu quickly ran and he grabbed the door. Just then a large explosion occurred. Chairs and everything around were thrown far away by the force of the explosion. Due to the large explosion, the door was severely damaged at this time, and was no longer attached to the wall. Park Ji-yu let out a sigh of relief in the thick smoke. Park Sang-min stood frozen like a stone, his mouth agape. Park Ji-yu looked at him and shouted. He yelled at Sang-min, why are you here? I told you to run away. Sang-min snapped out of it and replied, I wanted to run away too, but he hesitated, then said, the path was taken over by spiders. Park Sang-min recalled the path blocked by monsters, and in the end he concluded, no matter where I go, if there are spider-type monsters following Hunter Park will be the safest. Park Ji-yu was speechless at his words. He said nothing. Park Sang-min stammered, it's all right now, isn't it? The monsters won't be able to get in anymore. Let's find another way out. Before he could finish, two objects flew quickly towards his head. The sound of tentacles and an axe colliding echoed. Park Ji-yu quickly blocked the tentacles and Park Sang-min was pushed aside, hitting his head on the ground. Coming to his senses, Park Sang-min looked at Park Ji-yu, who was blocking the spider's tentacles. He was sweating and said, that outside. A gigantic spider was opening its mouth and giving birth to baby spiders. Park Sang-min, terrified, pointed in that direction and shouted, the spiders are swarming. Before he could finish, a cell phone flew at his face. The cell phone hit his face. Sang-min clutched his nose in pain, looking like he was about to cry. He looked down and muttered in confusion, why the cell phone? Park Ji-yu gritted his teeth. He was blocking the gigantic spider's leg with his axe. He shouted loudly, what are you waiting for? He quickly leaned his body and told Sang-min, turn on the flashlight and run fast. Park Sang-min, startled, clumsily turned on his cell phone. A loud thud echoed. Park Sang-min scurried away. He turned on the flashlight and ran, following Park Ji-yu. He shone the flashlight behind him out of curiosity. At that moment he seemed to have seen something terrible. Gigantic spiders were chasing both of them. Park Sang-min shrieked in a hurry, covered his head with both hands and accidentally dropped his cell phone. Park Ji-yu, without him knowing when he had turned lightning fast, cut off the spider's leg. Before the cell phone hit the ground, Park Ji-yu caught it. At this moment, Sang-min had not yet come to his senses, and he threw the cell phone back to Park Sang-min. Said loudly, if you're late one more time, I'm really leaving you here. Sang-min, sweating, said nothing. He kept nodding. The hallway was dark and very quiet. The two were currently going up the stairs. Park Sang-min looked back, gasping for breath, and stammered, Did you lure them well? Park Ji-yu, climbing the stairs, answered without looking back. It's not certain yet, he explained. Monsters move by sensation, not light, so they can see through everything. In the dark hallway he thought about the path. Park Ji-yu still explained to him. The path is just narrow, so they're slower. If we let down our guard even a little, they'll catch up immediately. Spiders are a less active species, so if they go too far from their territory, they'll give up and go back. Park Sang-min, hearing that, sweated and smiled helplessly. Then it worked out well, Park Ji-yu quickly denied it. No, if we lure them into such a narrow path, it's hard to fight. It would be much easier to lure the monster's offspring outside. Park Ji-yu showed a solemn back. Park Sang-min's eyes widened and he looked at him in terror. He shouted, Assemblyman Park, watch your back. A spider had been crawling on the ceiling for some time. Now it suddenly appeared right before their eyes. Park Ji-yu was still looking back at Park Sang-min and didn't notice it. Park Ji-yu turned his body and quickly dodged the sudden attack. The spider frantically swung its claws at him, and Park Ji-yu flexibly avoided the attacks. He glanced in one direction. He kicked off the wall and leapt. Thanks to his flexible movements, Park Ji-yu moved nimbly. A huge crashing sound erupted. Park Ji-yu had plunged his axe into the spider's head. However, this impact only made a small dent in its horn and did not cause serious damage. Park Ji-yu observed and sighed inwardly. The spider opened its mouth and extended many tentacles. It immediately turned back and tried to bite him. However, Park Ji-yu was able to escape this sudden attack thanks to his quick reflexes. He landed on the ground, supporting himself with his hands. Close quarters combat is useless now. I need to find a fatal weakness. A thick cloud of dust billowed up from a mist swing. Park Sang-min and Park Ji-yu observed it tensely. Park Ji-yu told Sang-min, run away, the danger will keep coming. Park Sang-min suddenly opened his eyes wide. The motionless spider opened the gigantic monster's mouth wide. It spat out many small spiders, and these small spiders headed straight for both of them. He lamented, exhausted. Good heavens! Park Sang-min turned and ran away. Park Ji-yu was with him. He looked at Park Ji-yu beside him and thought, do all hunters who graduate from the academy go mad like that? At this moment Park Ji-yu spoke. Committee member, isn't there a long narrow path that can sufficiently block it? Park Sang-min looked at him and bit his lip. He stammered, sweating, CA, can't that emergency exit work? Contrary to his words, he was thinking something else. Should I secretly escape first? He kept thinking as he ran. If I leave him as bait, with luck like the Pung Pai group incident, I might also come back alive. Park Sang-min looked worriedly at the door. He knew that this was no time to calculate profits. He stopped thinking and seemed determined. Sang-min watched as Park Ji-yu was caught by the monster spiders, struggling to block them with his axe. Sang-min watched the scene in terror, and he said nothing and did not move. His hands were still on the door in front of him. He hesitated. But I can't go back empty-handed. Park Sang-min pushed the door. In his mind he recalled his parents fighting when he was young. Park Sang-min just watched the events unfolding before his eyes blankly at that time. As the door closed he thought, I'm no different from my old self. Sang-min looked down at the ground and it was unclear what he was thinking now. At this moment a voice was heard. Why are you standing there blankly? Park Ji-yu stepped inside, leaving the spider's ashes behind. He stepped inside, looked around and said, I thought you'd run away at the first opportunity. Sang-min hesitated for a long time, then spoke. Yes, I was about to do that. He shone the flashlight forward. In the dark night a faint form was visible. Park Ji-yu mumbled, the spider species has begun to mutate. Park Sang-min rubbed his head, looked at his cell phone and said, damn it, my cell phone battery just died. At this moment a strange sound was heard, and Park Ji-yu glanced behind him. Park Sang-min said, damn it, I've lived a miserable life. Until I die, nothing goes my way. Park Ji-yu called Sang-min, and he frowned and asked, why are you calling me? Is there anything I can do? Park Ji-yu looked at him. Just then a spider rushed in and a crashing sound echoed in the darkness. He said, watch your neck. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tightly grabbed the mutated spider and with his other hand raised his axe and aimed at the spider's mouth. A gigantic spider appeared right in front of the door. Park Ji-yu frowned. You're right, I can no longer guarantee your safety. Many spiders appeared. They swarmed and attacked him. Park Ji-yu turned and ran. His eyes were wide open and observant, but he was very tense. The largest spider seemed to be moving its mouth. Park Ji-yu, holding his axe, said, if you've come this far, don't even think about escaping. He saw that it was trapped and couldn't move, and he approached it step by step with his axe. All your subordinates are dead too. The spider roared, screaming and struggling. He chuckled. Still trying to escape, he swung his axe without hesitation. Its leg was severed. Park Ji-yu looked at it grimly. His eyes were bloodshot and he spoke in a voice from hell. Try to escape. The leg, severed by his knife, shattered into pieces. Then suddenly the leg stretched out and flew towards Park Ji-yu like a rocket. He jumped, avoiding the sudden attack. Park Ji-yu raised his axe and continuously attacked the spider fiercely. Crashing sounds echoed everywhere. Park Ji-yu gritted his teeth. The spider, after being continuously attacked by him, seemed to stop resisting. Just then Park Ji-yu was like a painter. He ran forward, tightly gripped his axe and swung it high from top to bottom. He split the spider in half with a powerful blow. Park Sang-min watched in wide-eyed terror and fell backward. Both of them watched as the fallen spider gradually disappeared. Park Ji-yu stared fixedly at it. He held his axe. He thought, although I didn't feel it directly, I've used too much stamina, I need to go back and rest quickly. Park Sang-min hesitated, then spoke. He said without blinking, this is really what a hunter is. No, I once read that some hunters can kill small species of monsters. I never thought I'd see it in person, Park Ji-yu said expressionlessly. Monsters have no consciousness. They just move towards their target, killing everything and eliminating anything that stands in their way. There's no cooperation, no planning. He recalled the time when monsters attacked humanity. He said, almost all individuals act the same, fighting with a single focus. Park Sang-min, hearing that, clenched his fists. Everyone knew such theories, but he looked at Park Ji-yu and said, but the committee member is much more outstanding than other hunters. Why did you retire? Park Ji-yu replied. What if monsters suddenly gained consciousness? He asked Park Sang-min seriously. What do you think would happen if there were monsters with both strength and human intelligence? Park Sang-min asked in confusion. Do such species really exist? Park Ji-yu did not answer. He said nothing, just, I don't know the specifics either. The room door was broken. The two walked and talked. Sang-min asked him. Seems there are still spiders in the hall. Is it okay to go in? Park Ji-yu replied. When the monster dies, its subordinates will also stop chasing. No more problems. The two were looking at a cylindrical object. The erosion process was an environmental change caused by monsters and rifts. The more monsters or capsules there were around, the greater the erosion. Eroded areas had environments similar to the other side of the rift, and monsters were no longer subject to time limits on their activity. This meant that monsters could not die naturally. Park Ji-yu was lost in his own thoughts. He thought, then said to Sang-min, let's go. Saying so, he turned his body. Park Sang-min was still standing motionless and quietly called him. Hunter Park, wait a moment, could you please wait for a bit? Park Ji-yu did not speak but still stood there without moving. He saw Park Sang-min suddenly stepping forward and he raised his hand and called out to him. Hey, what are you trying to do? No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Park Sang-min hugging the cylindrical object. That object was a capsule. Park Ji-yu was speechless and asked, what are you trying to do? Park Sang-min seemed a bit burdened carrying the capsule. He said, can't you see? I'm trying to take the capsule. Park Ji-yu tried to persuade him. I just tried to save your life, let's leave it. Sang-min stubbornly said, no, just leave it. Park Ji-yu seemed annoyed. He said, do you want to die? He curled the corners of his mouth and replied, seeing Hunter Park fight, how should I put it? He took a step forward. Carrying him was sweating because of the gigantic capsule. Park Sang-min said, I want to contribute even a small amount of strength. That's how it feels. He repeated his words. This is good, although I initially did this under my mother's coercion. This has become an unconditional source of pride. He continued to tell Park Ji-yu. So as National Assembly member Park Sang-min representing the people, I will throw this damn thing away with my own hands in the most sacred place in my heart. He asked Park Ji-yu, could you please record this historic scene? However, Park Ji-yu coldly held up his cell phone and said the battery's dead. Sang-min put down the capsule. He threw his cell phone to Park Ji-yu. Giving his cell phone to Park Ji-yu, he said, my cell phone battery is almost dead too, but I should be able to record a video. He had a proud and joyful expression. I came here to campaign. I will officially begin my campaign. Not only baby spiders stuck to the wall, but they also appeared everywhere, on desks, chairs, etc. Park Sang-min was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and showed his determination. Park Ji-yu held that cell phone and filmed. Seeing this, he became gloomy. He sometimes thought that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not physical pain. Park Ji-yu was lost in his own thoughts as he filmed Park Sang-min struggling to carry the capsule. It is the wound deep within each person's heart. He saw Park Sang-min gradually getting exhausted. After that, he gritted his teeth and moved forward. He headed alone into the dark. Park Ji-yu silently followed him, filming. Outside the building, Park Sang-min finally set foot outside. He was very exhausted and slowly climbed the stairs step by step. Sang-min mumbled, damn it, I'm dying, my back feels like it's breaking. Even while complaining, he didn't put down the capsule. He was still carrying it. He encouraged himself. He shouted, no, this is the beginning of Park Sang minimum, he mumbled. I will walk on my own 2 feet. This son will stand on his own. Park Ji-yu filmed coldly. Park Sang-min seemed to have lost his mind. I don't need to follow my mother's wishes anymore. I'm almost there, I can already see the Han River. I'll throw this damn thing into the river on behalf of the entire nation. Sang-min suddenly told Park Ji-yu that this scene was important. Saying so, he smiled with a sweaty face. He smiled proudly at the camera. He told Park Ji-yu, please take a close-up. Park Gu's empty eyes appeared. He replied, this is the last appearance of your son. He stood before a woman and there were many people around. The woman's face was not visible and she said nothing. She suddenly said, funny. Park Ji-yu did not understand and looked at her. Sang-min's mother held her cell phone and frowned. I don't believe it. And she raised her hand to slap him. Park Ji-yu blocked her flying hand. Sang-min's mother had an expression of disbelief. All right. She interrogated him frantically. You killed him, didn't you? You killed him, didn't you? She shouted, certain of her words. You killed him and now you're denying it? A loud noise echoed and Park Ji-yu shook off her hand, dropping his phone. The phone stopped on the video of Park Sang-min and Sang-min's mother fell backward, lying stretched out on the floor. Park Ji-yu said expressionlessly, watch your words. If you don't believe it, press the video and check. She gritted her teeth. That foolish man wouldn't sacrifice his life. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to cry and her tears wouldn't stop. Sang-min's mother sobbed. He hated such things. My son, Sang minimum. Park Ji-yu narrowed his eyes and turned away. He thought to himself, no matter how many times one witnesses death, it comes differently to each person. Death can symbolize pain, but at the same time it is noble and beautiful. Misfortune is intertwined with fate. Wings spread slightly, and a young man was stuck between the monster's horns like a captain standing at the bow of a ship. Now that 8-legged human could remain in this conference room forever. He would freely propose and object along with the invisible National Assembly members about the endless chaos before the war. In a snow-covered house, Park Ji-yu quietly counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He was counting the decorations on the pine tree. Christmas has come again. Park Ji-yu gave a bitter smile. My online friends make fun of me whenever they get the chance. Unlike last year, many more people came to decorate my tree. On the other hand, Defender's tree was almost completely filled for the 4th time. There were countless messages on the tree. I also left a small name in one corner. A message appeared on the screen. Defender messaged, "Hey, people are looking for you." Those people are still the same, Scandon thought with a bitter smile. So I have to act properly. He rested his chin on his hand and read the message. An alert sounded on his phone right next to him. The package sent to Scandon has arrived. Sue asked what on earth this box was. Shall we open it? Park Ji-yu said. Just open it. Rebecca and Sue looked into the box he sent. What is it? Park Ji-yu explained over the phone. It's a Vivo Apocalypse satellite device I bought from FNET. You said you wanted to find your family. Rebecca was moved to tears. She covered her mouth and quietly listened to him speak. If we can detect the North American network, there will be news soon. He looked at his phone and suddenly fell silent for a long time. Park Ji-yu smiled softly and said, "Merry Christmas, Sue, Rebecca." The two women were delighted to hear that. Sue replied, "Yeah, Merry Christmas, Scandon. Winter has come again." Thick snow piled up and an unprecedented cold wave arrived. Most stockpiled food has a shelf life of about 3 years, but no matter how meticulously planned, it eventually runs out. The rift situation was also not good. The expedition team retreated far from the rift, and the erosion was spreading so rapidly that it could be easily confirmed with the naked eye. As winter came, more difficulties arose, which was predicted every year. He looked at the screen. But this winter, not only humans but other beings are also being pushed to their limits. He frowned and thought to himself, wild dogs, if they're that big, they must be variants. Near his house there had been a pack of mutated wild dogs since the beginning of the war, and their leader, Go, was so clever that he had not been caught despite several extermination orders. Park Ji-yu looked around. This is outside their territory, so they've come this far looking for food? He looked at the screen with expressionless eyes. The more dangerous they are, the faster they should be eliminated. In the snow-covered winter, Park Ji-yu stood in the middle of a snow-covered forest holding a gun. He suddenly spotted a bloodstain. It was a long trail of blood in the snow. He slowly followed the trail. His footsteps echoed in the quiet forest. He walked, aiming his gun forward. Park Ji-yu looked in one direction. Red and black bloodstains stood out clearly in the white snow. Nearby lay the corpse of a mutated animal. He aimed his gun and thought, is it injured? Let's clean it up quickie and go back. He looked closely at the animal and seemed to discover something. He silently wondered, Go, why is the leader here? Look at the wound. It was a large torn piece of flesh on its body. Park Ji-yu stared at it somberly. He said, so he was abandoned by his comrades after all. Go cowered as he approached. Then Go turned its face and slowly walked in another direction, not caring that Park Ji-yu was standing with his gun watching it. The animal turned its back, passed by his house, and headed down the hill. The direction Go was heading was the village where old man Kim used to live. Bleeding and staggering, Go stumbled. Then after hitting a nearby tree it collapsed, seemingly slowly dying, its eyes dimming. Go recalled the place where it used to lie outside the bustling streets. Many people would stop there and touch it. Sometimes people would give it a lot of food. On the pillar was an unknown sign, faded by time. At that moment Go's eyes turned white. Go staggered to its feet. Park Ji-yu was already standing there observing it. He quietly watched all of Go's strange behavior. The bleeding animal entered the house's door. He stepped on the snow and approached that door. House. As soon as he entered the door he saw Go curled up obediently on the snow. Go was huddled in a corner. Its large snout was slightly open. He realized that Go was making a sound as if singing. Park Ji-yu fell into quiet thought. Dogs don't have vocal cords like humans, but he's clumsily trying to follow along with his fading breath. At this moment, it was impossible to know what Park Ji-yu was thinking. It was a familiar melody. He guessed, is it the Happy Birthday song? Experts said, mutated species are too intelligent to ever be tamed. With those words, the memory of that person flashed through his mind. A woman was petting a cat and feeding it. If that guy who only knows reality hadn't interfered, maybe that could have been a reality. Park Ji-yu called out to Go. Hey, are you not dead yet? He called out to Go. My chronic illness has flared up again. He asked Go if it wanted to live. He thought this was his curiosity acting up. The scene changed and snow fell heavily. I took Go to one of my fake hideouts. Park Ji-yu personally treated its wound. He exclaimed, my intuition is indeed intuition. Go gritted its teeth and endured the pain, letting Park Ji-yu treat its wound. He watched it and fell into thought for a moment. While he was cutting off the necrotic tissue and treating it, Go showed no hostile behavior at all. He held the two severed pieces of Go's flesh in his hand. He looked at the pieces with regret. What a waste, it's still fresh. Park Ji-yu gave it food and told it to eat. It looked at him and growled. He playfully teased it, seeing its attitude. No, where did you learn such picky eating habits? Eat what you're given. It looked at him for a moment and then plunged its head into the food bowl. It ate ravenously like a true wild dog. Go showed amazing regenerative powers. After 3 days of care I slowly took Go to the mountainous area above the main hideout. Park Ji-yu introduced Go. Here, this is your home. Suddenly it assumed an attacking posture and growled at him. Park Ji-yu hastily said, no, there's no trap, don't be so suspicious. It seemed to understand his words, went to the place Park Ji-yu pointed and entered. He watched it chew on a wooden stick. How much does this guy understand my words? He was curious. Go lay down exhausted and fell asleep. Park Ji looked at it and urged, I'll go get some food, so hide here quietly. Suddenly he felt something. Go ran and bit his arm. Park Gu's arm was severed and blood splattered. Go's eyes stared at him as if to devour him. Suddenly Go yawned loudly. Go scratched its face with its paw. It turned out that was just Park Gu's imagination. The faster Go's wound healed, the more worried and difficult it was for me, not knowing when it might go mad and harm me. Park Ji brought food to Go. He sat and watched it, lost in thought. This highly intelligent variant is sometimes even more dangerous than monsters. Park Gu's eyes, expressionless and deep, gazed at Go. He thought, if I don't kill this first. His hand seemed to be about to do something. He thought, I'll be the one to die. Go was wary as he approached. It didn't understand what he was trying to do. It swatted his hand with its paw. He hastily made an excuse. Can't even stroke you a little? How stingy. There's no shortcut to building trust. Park Ji fixed Go's dwelling. He rebandaged its wound. There's no other answer but to gradually overcome the barrier. That's how I cared for this guy. One day the walkie-talkie in Park Gu's hand rang. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Are there any survivors in this area? If so, please respond. Mr. Jang contacted him via walkie-talkie. I'd like to know some information. He proudly announced, we have a small gift, oil. Oil? From afar, Park Ji observed with binoculars and ordered Go quietly. Hide well. I'll be back right after I take care of something. Mr. Jang handed Park Ji a photograph. He said, this is a photo I found on FNET. Park Ji stared intently at the photograph in his hand. Mr. Jang said, Chairman Ji Pan-ho left everything to me, but he himself is wandering outside in such a state. I can't bear to see it anymore. I want to hold a funeral for the chairman. This man was Mr. Jang, the president of a subcontractor who participated in the operation to retake the Pengpai industrial complex, and he had a daughter named Jang Hee. Many people helped me escape that place secretly. Park Ji thought to himself, looking at Mr. Jang. He's still fixated on Chairman Ji Pan-ho. The situation was this. The zombie horde known as Chairman Ji Pan-ho lived in an abandoned city. To get there from Seon, one had to pass through an area where variant hordes like Go resided. Mr. Jang said to Park Ji, to be honest, I didn't expect to meet Hunter Park, who is living in seclusion here. It seems heaven is helping us. Park Ji interrupted him. I will not help you. My skills are not what they used to be, and my situation is not what it used to be, Mr. Jang. Hearing Park Gu's words, turned away in disappointment. Jang Hee said from behind, he's still the same, isn't he? Dad, don't worry about it. I'm frustrated too. Of course you can't persuade Hunter Park. He always talks about Ji Pan-ho, as if worshipping a Joseon dynasty king. Park Ji focused on the gold ring on Jang Hee's hand. She spread her hand, seeing him look. Oh this, I was once married to someone from the Pengpai side. She lowered her voice. He died. It was a bit unlucky, but he wasn't a bad person. She briefly set aside the story of her ex-husband. Thank you for showing us the way. We will leave a barrel of oil. It's synthetic oil, so please use it. Before she could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly widened with terror. Hunter Park, Go is behind you, Go growled. Park Ji commanded Go, step back. This person is not an enemy. I'll be back in a moment. Jang Hee stared at Go in terror. Park Ji reassured her, it won't harm you. He gestured to Go. Go turned and left. She looked in the direction Go was going and suddenly realized, that way. Mr. Jang, hearing a strange noise, rushed over. Jang Hee, what's wrong? A gun was in her hand. Park Ji restrained her and advised her not to shoot. No need to waste bullets. Jang Hee asked suspiciously, there's no one here, Hunter Park. Are you raising that monster? It could attack you at any time. Park Ji looked at her. Jang Hee hastily said, oh, I just asked. It doesn't mean anything. The scene changed and Go barked once. A pack of fierce wild dogs appeared. With their massive bodies and sharp teeth, they confronted Go head-on. Park Ji observed with binoculars and thought, that's the one. It was the wild dog that had driven Go out of its leadership position. Judging purely by size, Go's health wouldn't stand a chance. Park Ji suddenly realized something. Go, he was looking at Park Ji and Jang Hee. The wild dogs rushed to attack Go. They growled and opened their mouths viciously, but Go's demeanor was very calm. Suddenly, the wild dogs stopped and Go fell to the ground. Jang Hee admired Go's submissive attitude. Even dogs know how to change their attitude depending on the situation. She looked at her father. My father is giving orders to everyone, she said to him with regret. Dad, you're worse than Hunter Park's dog. It would have been even better if Hunter Park had joined them. Mr. Jang, delighted, shook Park Gu's hand. Since Go had returned to its pack, it was natural for me to join Mr. Jang's group. Animals with intelligence equal to or greater than humans are difficult to tame. Park Ji recalled the time he treated its wound. I have to treat them like robbers eyeing my house. Park Ji asked, are we leaving now? Those variants won't be easy to deal with. Jang Hee replied, we are all armed. The two looked at the place where firepower was already deployed. Guns made of sturdy alloys shone brightly on top of it. Park Ji looked at the guns. That'll do. The scene changed and Park Ji was holding a sniper rifle. To deal with variants, you need to maintain a strong mindset. If firepower is lacking, it will be a nightmare. Jang's group finished preparing for the ambush, but too much preparation made it no different from a hunting trip. Park Ji aimed at a variant species. A loud gunshot echoed and the wild dog pack became alert. The wild dog Park Ji had aimed at died. The wild dog sensed danger and scattered in all directions, fleeing. Park Ji slid down from above, instructing everyone to prepare. He said that one shot was rarely enough to kill, and one had to aim for the jaw or eyes to penetrate the skull. The most accurate method, he added, was to shoot the heart through the gap between the shoulder blades. The pack of wild dogs stood on a cliff. They rushed to attack Jang's group. They killed the wild dogs with guns and one of the team members used heavy firepower, but there was an easier way for them. A single burst of firepower shattered the pack of mutant wild dogs. The sniper, he heard, was a former army reservist and quite skilled. Park Ji-yu complimented the sniper. With sufficient firepower, there was no longer any need to worry. If Jang's group could only handle half of the wild dog pack, it would end quickly. Before he could finish his thought, Park Ji-yu was surprised. A loud warning sound, Sergeant Go burst out from behind. Shouting to watch above, he quickly closed the bunker lid. Go rushed forward and bit the heavy weapon, breaking it. As it howled, Park Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. The wild dog pack was charging. Park Ji-yu reassured everyone, it's okay, it's still okay, follow my instructions. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jang and his colleagues, seeing the fierce wild dog pack approaching, scattered in all directions, fleeing. They wore regretful expressions. I should have just stayed home, Jang shouted loudly. Jang he, run kids. Before Park Ji-yu could grasp the situation of their escape, the wild dog pack rushed in. This battle was unlucky. His hand gripped the gun tightly and he bit his lip. As Park Ji-yu fired his gun, the disaster began. He pulled the trigger and reloaded. A continuous barrage of shots followed. Park Ji-yu fought the wild dog pack alone. He resisted desperately, and dozens of wild dogs kept charging. Park Ji-yu, unwavering, handled them one by one with sharp eyes. He seized an opportunity to switch guns and aimed at the fierce wild dog pack. He pulled out another weapon equipped on his body. Park Ji-yu rushed forward, cutting them down one by one. The wild dog pack was knocked down by him. He continued to deal with them with his gun. Park Ji-yu looked back at the alpha wild dog. It stood with Go. Park Ji-yu stared intently at them. He called Go's name. He comforted himself, thinking that he wasn't unlucky but simply underestimated Go too much. If it had only been one black wild dog, he could have handled it, but Go was also there. The surviving wild dog pack, including Go, surrounded Park Ji-yu and stared at him. All the hidden wild dogs also came out. Jang's group were struggling to escape from the wild dog pack. Jang was bitten on the shoulder by one of them. Park Ji-yu sighed. I guess I have to step in. I always thought I'd die someday. The surviving wild dog pack was also ready to attack, so today might be the day. Sadness and regret mingled in his eyes, but as long as he breathed, the wild dog pack had already started their assault. Park Ji-yu swung his combat axe, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'll still do what I do best. Blood splattered onto Park Gu's body. Sharp teeth bit into the black wild dog's body. It was Go. Park Ji-yu shouted Go's name loudly. It stood beside him. Park Ji-yu looked at it, lost in deep thought. Was it true that dogs and wolves were genetically the same? What distinguished them was the presence of humans. Park Ji-yu and Go fought the other wild dogs simultaneously. Both their eyes were filled with determination. Without humans, dogs would become another species of wolf. The sky gradually darkened. Park Ji-yu saw Jang's group looking exhausted. Jang's journey to find his old master ended in a futile effort. No one died, but what can he say? The faith of these people was completely shattered. Jang He spoke to Park Ji-yu. Mr. Park Ji-yu, could I speak with you for a moment? She made him an offer. She shyly asked, You're still single, aren't you? Park Gu's eyes widened in disbelief at what he heard. He asked again. She emphasized. I'm serious. A passing encounter is still an encounter, but this is our second time. If it were you, I don't think you'd get married a second time. Park Ji-yu was speechless and awkwardly asked, Are you proposing to me right now? Jang He took off the gold ring from her hand and said, Yes, I told you I was serious. Who would joke around in such a chaotic world? Her eyes stared deeply at the ring in her hand. Besides, you're at an age where you need someone to take care of you past your mid-30s, he replied. I'm still very young, even past 30. Then she approached him, placed her hand on his chest and said, Will you reject me? She looked disappointed. Park Ji-yu felt drawn to her. The closer she got, the more tense he became. He said, I admit, Ms. Jang He, you are very attractive. Jang He pressed on. So, her eyes looked at his lips with overflowing affection. Park Ji-yu was polite but had no choice but to refuse. He thought to himself, I know everything has changed, but now is not the time. Jang He brushed her hair back. I'm not a saint who keeps my body like a jewel. The most important thing is, he stated his view, I'm not thinking about marriage yet. I'm not ready to share my life with anyone else. Jang He was slightly disappointed. She understood. I apologize, I bothered you. Park Ji-yu said, No, but are you all coming back here again? Your father doesn't seem like the type to give up easily. Jang He replied, Oh, we'll be staying a few more days. We still have something to do. Something to do? Park Ji-yu asked in confusion. Oh, I haven't told you yet. Jang He questioned herself. She said that finding Chairman Ji Pan-ho was just a detour and they still had another objective. She pointed to where people were standing. Everyone here works for Vice Chairman Parun-jun. Among those people was Kim Dong-ho. He looked at Park Ji-yu. Oh my goodness, isn't that Park Ji-yu? Park Ji-yu was also surprised to see him. The scene changed. Parun-jun was known as the chairman of the Seodu Group, operating one of the two largest conglomerates in South Korea and wielding immense influence. Recently, his luxurious underground bunker was revealed online. This news quickly became a hot topic. It was no surprise that private hunters were hired to protect such an important figure. Park Ji-yu was. It was Park Ji-yu. He wore a wicked smile on his face. Kim Dong-ho, 13th graduate of the military academy. I didn't expect to meet this junior here. Park Ji-yu looked at him, thinking to himself, although I didn't encounter him much during school, I remember Kim Dong-ho's face clearly. The timeline rewound. The scene before his eyes was of male students doing something. The reason I remember Kim Dong-ho is because he was the only one who endured my attack in the weapon usage test. For 7 to 8 seconds, Kim Dong-ho gritted his teeth. That was the amount of time he held the weapon in his hand. Park Ji-yu brought his axe to Kim Dong-ho's neck, and he couldn't help but curse, demanding another round. Unfortunately, there was no second chance. Immediately after he was reported for unethical conduct, the scene shifted to the present. Kim Dong-ho looked surprised, but his expression was sarcastic. I didn't expect to meet you here, senior. No wonder the whole neighborhood felt strange. You've set up traps everywhere, haven't you? His tone was arrogant. Park Ji-yu looked at him with indifferent eyes. His tone was cold. I won't deny it. I knew it. It's only natural if you live here. Good location. Kim Dong-ho looked around, acting as if he knew everything well. The ground was high and he could control all aspects. Seeing him stare in one direction, Park Ji-yu realized it was the direction of his underground bunker. Kim Dong-ho stood shoulder to shoulder with Park Ji-yu and said, It was really nice to see you again after such a long time. I haven't slept a wink all night on guard duty. I need to catch some sleep now. If you have any questions, ask Jang Hee. He bid Park Ji-yu farewell. Silently watched Kim Dong-ho's retreating figure. Jang Hee called him Hunter Park. I was just about to go have dinner. Would you like to join me? She offered. Park Ji-yu feigned refusal. Oh no, I'm fine. He said he was fine, but she wasn't convinced. Are you really fine? The scene changed to glasses full of frothy beer and mouth-watering skewers. Jang Hee introduced. We're having a Vienna sausage party. Everyone gathered to eat and drink after a hard day. Park Ji-yu was eating the skewers, but his thoughts were elsewhere. I'm not here for the beef. I'm here for Chairman Parun-jun. He was known for his perfect facade even before the war. Why would such a person abandon a safe home and come to such a remote place? That's my goal to find out. He continued to eat the beef, but his thoughts contradicted him. It was definitely not for the beef. Jang Hee laughed, teasing him for eating so much. It's really delicious, isn't it? Would you like another skewer? He replied politely. Thank you. Park Ji-yu suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the purposes. He refused to eat anymore. No, I've had enough. He spoke seriously to Jang Hee. I have something I want to ask. Park Ji-yu was trying to get some information. Jang Hee replied it was because of an assassination attempt. The Legion faction fired the first shot and his disguise finally crumbled. Most of the executives of the Seodu group didn't survive. Wouldn't you want to run away somewhere far away? She asked him. He was puzzled. Run away. Where to? Jang Hee showed Park Ji-yu her cell phone. She said that the Ogasawara Islands. The chairman said he wanted to escape hell and go to heaven. Seeing the picture, he asked her intention. Are you going with him too, Ms. Jang Hee? Jang Hee was about to take a sip of beer. Hearing him probing, she put the beer glass down on the table. No, actually, Before she could finish, someone entered. Frankly, Park Cheon-jun interrupted their conversation. What are you two talking about? Jang Hee changed the subject. Oh, Chairman, this is Hunter Park, whom I mentioned. Park Ji-yu bowed to him. He said, I've been watching you since a moment ago. You're an INFP, right? Park Gu's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Cheon-jun presented a website. He said, Don't you know MBTI? I'm an NFP, a spark-like activist type. Cheon-jun explained his personality type to Park Ji-yu, suggesting he take some time to do the test. No, he insisted. Park Ji-yu gently refused. No, Cheon-jun pleaded. It doesn't hurt anyone. Just try it once, Park Ji-yu firmly. He asserted no. Cheon-jun laughed loudly. As expected, an INFP no doubt. As Park Ji-yu refused the test, he turned his attention to the other dinner participants. Jang Hee told Park Ji-yu that Chairman Cheon-jun had become so naive after the assassination attempt. She heard he wasn't that blunt before. Park Ji-yu wanted to know when they were leaving. She asked, When do we depart? In about 2 days, Jang Hee replied. The next day, an airplane indeed arrived, taking him from hell to heaven. Park Ji-yu looked at the plane. The dazzling silver plane seemed to carry hope and fly anywhere. At the airport, Sang-jun held Park Gu's hand, expressing gratitude and appreciation. Hunter Park, thank you for coming. I look forward to your continued cooperation. Park Ji-yu replied that the reason he had returned here was for work, and it was all thanks to Jang Hee's joke last night. He recalled her words. Jang Hee, with an admiring expression, said he took down dozens of mutant wild dogs with just a gun and an axe. It was like a movie. She introduced him with a new, praising story. To them, Park Ji-yu gradually became a top-tier figure. Kim Dong-ho added from behind Jang Hee, Ms. Jang Hee, do you understand now? Senior Park is the best here. He's the only one who can beat me in close combat. With another of Kim Dong-ho's flatteries, no one suspected him. Sang-jun extended his hand and asked, Could you escort tomorrow's aircraft parts deal? Park Ji-yu replied. In some ways, everything seemed to flow naturally. He thought to himself that he could refuse, but the pay was quite generous, including synthetic oil, food, and even a health checkup. And most importantly, the next morning, Sang-jun with a bright smile. Would you escort us to the Chinese military border? Another question arose. The Chinese military. Kim Dong-ho talked while driving. A big rift landed near Asan and our submarine sank. Theirs, you know the Chinese, right? They had nowhere else to run, so they crawled all the way here. Park Ji-yu glanced at him, thinking to himself, I haven't even heard this news from Woo Min-hee. Kim Dong-ho knew too well. The Chinese military was waiting there. Kim Dong-ho stepped out for the transaction. Park Ji-yu also followed and watched. After a moment, he raised his hand to signal, and the transaction was complete. Loaded onto the truck, then a forklift moved the goods to the Chinese military vehicle. Park Ji-yu watched from outside, slightly puzzled. It's too big for small aircraft parts. The next moment, a wooden panel suddenly fell. The soldiers frantically said, The wooden panel fell? He quickly averted his eyes, thinking to himself, There's no point in seeing it, so I should pretend I didn't. The items they were trading looked strangely like nuclear bombs. One soldier shouted, Be careful, Park Ji-yu watched Sang-jun in the infirmary as he drew his blood and said, all right, open wide. This was a medical room located beneath an Air Force base, used by the group as a temporary residence. It was a treatment room equipped with state-of-the-art equipment. Sang-jun diagnosed that there was no damage to his muscles or bones. You're very healthy, just like the chairman. The head of this treatment room was Du Sang-gyun, Chairman Bukchenju's son-in-law. Du Sang-gyun was a university hospital doctor before the apocalypse. Sang-jun said to him, the blood test results will take about a day. I'll let you know before we depart. Park Ji-yu asked, are you going to Jeju Island with the chairman? Sang-jun with a puzzled expression adjusted his glasses and asked back, did Lee Young-hee tell you? He wondered why Du Sang-gyun was saying something different when Lee Young-hee had clearly mentioned Japan. Suddenly Sang-jun stood up. No, I'm not going. Park Ji-yu clenched his fists. He took the bait. He quickly changed the subject. The plane is cool. Who's going to pilot it? Sang-jun replied. We have a private pilot. The chairman also has a pilot's license. Park Ji-yu continued to ask, is your wife also staying with you? A few seconds of silence passed. Sang-jun adjusted his glasses, regaining his composure. Oh no, my wife and children died during the assassination. Outside, medical staff entered and reported, Doctor, Mr. Kim Pai-wong is looking for you. Sang-jun stood up and said to Park Ji-yu, I'll report the test results tomorrow. If you need a job later, try contacting Kim Pai-wong. I heard one of Kim Pai-wong's subordinates was transferred, so there might be a good position. Park Ji-yu asked, can you tell me her name? Sang-jun stammered. I don't remember the exact name, but she was a short woman with short hair and she was about your age, maybe a little younger but not very young. Park Ji-yu was even more certain. They belonged to the Legion faction. The next morning, Pai-wong was waiting for him, driving a car. On the way, he said that a battalion seemed to have landed near Asan. I also heard that our submarine sank theirs. Park Ji-yu put the pieces together. Woo Min-hee, being on the National Assembly side, probably didn't know this news. I've been wondering ever since I heard our side. That subordinate was Kim Da-ram, and thankfully she was all right. Why do these unfortunate thoughts always come to mind? Kim Da-ram was his longtime colleague, a vibrant young woman with short hair. Senior, do you remember my name? I'm Da-ram. Kim Da-ram was the first person to approach someone as eccentric as him. She was a grateful friend to him, but her flaw was that she harbored grudges too deeply and never forgave those who held ill will towards her. As they said, there was no longer a place for Go in the main area. Da-ram cried and asked her senior if there was an empty room in his hideout. Piecing together what Park Ji-yu already knew, Kim Pai-wong and the people here truly belonged to the Legion faction. Pai-wong shouted, it's Pai-wong. Cheon-jun laughed and said, definitely an INFP. He looked at the half-awake Pon-jun and thought. He recalled Sang-jun's words. Did Lee Young-hee tell you? Park Ji-yu believed he was going to Japan, but the real destination was Jeju Island. The plane was also carrying parts that looked like nuclear bombs. Da-ram crossed her arms and said, I'll follow the rebels. Kim Da-ram is responsible for all of this. Kim Da-ram will never forget the hatred. Park Ji-yu worried, I just have a bad feeling about this. While he was lost in thought, someone stood beside him. You, the person who spoke was Cheon-jun. Cheon-jun, chairman of the Caucasian group. Got a pistol? He suddenly asked. Sell me one, with ammunition already loaded, he asked back in surprise. What are you going to do, just for fun? Chairman, don't you have a gun? Sang-jun replied. Actually, I'm an S. Park Ji-yu, still uneasy, asked. Do you know how to use it? He asked. Have you ever heard of the Ogasawara Islands? I've heard it's a very beautiful place. It's like heaven. I couldn't find heaven. No, I thought I had found it. But they destroyed everything. Of course, even if it wasn't them, it would have ended up that way eventually. I realized that a heaven that can be shattered is not heaven. So what's the point of me going to heaven? But isn't it quite fun to keep searching for a fantastic heaven? Park Ji-yu admired him, looking at his back. Pai-wong and Sang-jun waited behind and said, Chairman. As night deepened, he recalled his words. I hope you too can find your own heaven someday. He searched for MBTI in front of the computer. He was lost in deep thought. A heaven with a toilet in the middle of the house. What on earth makes it heaven? Maybe I'll never see her again. Park Ji-yu then recalled Min-hee's image. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, senior. That farewell was heavier than expected. Park Ji-yu picked up the phone. Hello, Min-hee. He finally called Woo Min-hee. Park Ji-yu sat quietly in the dark room. He confessed everything to Woo Min-hee, telling her that they seemed to be planning to drop a nuclear bomb on Jeju Island. She stood by the window thinking, if I can't go to heaven, I'll destroy all of heaven. How charming, Min-hee said. Thank you. There's no proper news here, Park Ji-yu hesitantly asked. Min-hee, Jeju Island isn't just a shelter, is it? She said in a cold tone that she didn't know what he was talking about. The Sang-gun project. Park Ji-yu was puzzled. Lee Sang-gyun put his name on the Jeju Island evacuation plan, even knowing he would be criticized as if he had no other choice. Or there must have been a valid reason for him to do so. There's only one most rational reason. I always thought his personality obsessed with winning was foolish, but he was ultimately the most rational person. Such a person would not die meaninglessly. What's happening on Jeju Island? He pressed. Min-hee's lips moved, closing the rift. Park Ji-yu was surprised. It's possible. India succeeded in closing a low-intensity rift, but at the cost of almost annihilating the population in that area. It will soon perish. On Jeju Island, Kong Han-min and Na Yun are currently in conflict over closing the rift. They are in conflict. Suddenly, when he saw a face before his eyes, Lee Sang-gyun was smiling triumphantly. Min-hee said in a low voice, Your side will soon be in chaos, senior. You'd better avoid it, otherwise you'll just throw your life away. Dawn broke. Park Ji-yu touched the prepared guns. He had checked his weapons all night and set traps at the entrance of the underground bunker. As Wu Minhee had said, he tried to escape, but this underground bunker was still good enough to fight for his life. A voice echoed from the walkie-talkie. This is Colonel Du Sion of the 21st Vanguard. This area you are illegally occupying is a national designated mining project. If you do not cooperate and withdraw, we will proceed with forced execution. I repeat. Park Ji-yu, looking through binoculars, was startled. Wu Minhee, are you insane? You said the opponent was the Legion faction and you only sent this many troops, or are you ignoring my words? Sang Jun warned again. You've been sufficiently warned. If you don't leave as ordered, we will begin. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet lodged in the thigh of a soldier standing next to him. Pai Wang said irritably through the walkie-talkie, "Get out of the way, our chairman just wants to go to Japan. Are you going to interfere?" Saying so, he ordered the plane to take off. "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Sang Jun was no less determined. "We were as polite as possible on this side, but they don't seem to know their place." As the plane prepared for takeoff, he threatened, "I have no choice. Watch carefully with your own two eyes." Park Ji-yu and Pai Wang followed him. After a moment, he said something into the walkie-talkie. The installed bombs began to explode. His tone was triumphant. "Is this all you've got?" Sang Jun, and the soldiers cried out in panic. "Run, run!" The explosions continued. "Those bastards are crazy." His walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Park Ji-yu, are you listening?" Pai Wang's voice was heard. "How about joining the Legion faction? There are crazy awakened ones here who don't want to hunt monsters. Thanks to them, hunters like us have a job. You might not understand what I'm saying yet, but the world has changed like this. I can overlook what you've done, but first," Park Ji-yu interrupted, shouting, "I need to punch you in the face. Get a grip, you son of a bitch." Pai Wang was almost driven mad. A soldier behind him reported, "Ron couldn't find him. He seems to have already escaped." He ordered him to call Kim Da-gam. Colonel Kim is very busy right now." Pai Wang shouted furiously. "Shut up, call him now, tell him Park Ji-yu betrayed us." Park Ji-yu stood in the underground bunker and the walkie-talkie kept ringing. "Hey Park Ji-yu," Pai Wang's mocking voice was heard. "I heard from Kim Da-gam that you're hiding in a nearby underground bunker. Alright, hide and seek starts now." Park Ji-yu looked up and gritted his teeth. "I've lost contact with Wu Minhee since the helicopter crash. Is it communication jamming or interference, or is she refusing to contact me? She's a terrible psychopath who gets excited by other people's tragedies. Anyway, this was a war he had brought upon himself." The situation was at its worst, but his mind was at peace. Then he replied through the walkie-talkie, "I'm here," Park Ji-yu thought. "On Jeju Island there's hope for the comrades I left behind. Come and kill me. I have to protect this place." Pai Wang's face was triumphant. He ordered them to divide into teams of 4. He might have high-performance weapons, so don't gather in one place. He can only ambush. Don't give him a chance. Corner him. His commanding voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. Looking at the terrain, he's probably nearby. Search every corner. Use the surveillance cameras and listening devices I installed to track the enemy's movements. Found him, a soldier shouted, finding a ventilation shaft. "There's something like a vent here." Pai Wang was slightly surprised. "He's hidden it in a really strange place." Saying so, he continued to order the soldiers, "Put in tear gas." Park Ji-yu stood in the control room. He turned on a switch with his hand and smoke billowed from the vent. Pai Wang shouted, "Back off." He changed his strategy and ordered them to throw grenades. The soldiers reported, "No, the hole is too small." Inside, he kept searching for a path and found a small door. Park Ji-yu mumbled to himself, "The secret tunnel leads to a fake hideout. It'll be useful when Manager Hong attacks me." Outside, Pai Wang and the soldiers were still in a state of chaos, and one complained, "It's completely blocked. The hole is like a showerhead, so it's impossible to attack this way." Pai Wang fell silent. Suddenly, his hunter instincts made him turn around. Park Ji-yu was aiming a cannon at them. Pai Wang screamed in terror, "Everyone get down!" A moment later, Park Ji-yu quickly maneuvered the cannon and fired at them. A thunderous explosion echoed, and he then dropped the cannon and used a sniper rifle to continue showering them with bullets. Park Ji-yu thought it would be good to hit one, and even better to hit two. Pai Wang was hiding between 2 rocks waiting for an opportunity. Park Ji-yu thought with sharp eyes, "If Kim Pai Wang gets hit by a bullet, I won't regret dying now." A gunshot rang out, and immediately after, he disappeared back into the underground bunker. The bullet grazed Park Gu's arm and he bled heavily. He continued to move. Pai Wang's voice was heard from the walkie-talkie. "Hey Park Ji-yu," he looked at the dying soldiers and said coldly, "You know there's no turning back now, don't you?" Pai Wang shouted, "The enemy is using some method to track our movements. Watch out for traps and search inch by inch." The remaining soldiers began to search. One shouted, "The active line has been neutralized." Another also shouted, "Listening device recovered. All surveillance cameras are off." Park Ji-yu watched the screen. Seeing that it was dark outside, he clenched his fists. "My eyes and ears in my territory are slowly disappearing." Outside, someone found an underground bunker. Found it, Pai Wang ordered them to bring welding equipment. 2 welding machines were brought and the underground bunker door was broken. The soldiers stepped inside one by one and a camera screen of the underground bunker's interior appeared. Park Ji-yu observed with narrowed eyes. After a moment he pressed the controller. The installed bombs exploded, filling the area with smoke and flames. Pai Wang stared blankly at the underground bunker. The fake hideout was designed based on Zhou Neinong's heyday posts. Zhou Nong, the importance and use of fake hideouts for long-term survival. The fake hideout offered immense advantages. You can dig tunnels connecting to the main hideout to monitor or create distance from intruders. This was a criminal trying to secure a budget. A soldier ran up and reported, "Team leader Kim, we found another bunker entrance." Pai Wang asked, "How many?" Reporting 9. Park Ji-yu mumbled to himself, "Including the garage, that makes 13 in total. Of course none of these exposed entrances lead to me. It's a game of cat and mouse in a maze. So what are you going to do, Kim Pai Wang?" Voice that didn't seem to be directed at Kim Da-ran was heard over the walkie-talkie. "Where on earth is the main gate? Colonel Kim Da-ran, are you toying with me right now? Do you even realize how many of my subordinates have been sacrificed? You've been hit so hard and you still haven't come to your senses. Don't you intend to protect your family?" Da-ran's lips moved as if to say something. Pai Wang said gleefully, almost mockingly, "Mr. Park Ji-yu, I've never been close with you, but you weren't popular either. Your comrades blew up all the bunker entrances, thinking you were going to die. How about my comrades, aren't they cool? Should I break down the door or will you open it yourself?" There was a woman who had always lived in fear. Ji-Ayun questioned Kim Da-ran, almost scolding her. "Kim Da-ran, why you always like that?" Her face was steeped in sorrow. Da-ran remained silent, bowed her head and clenched her hands tightly to maintain her composure. Despite her natural talent, she dared not reveal herself for fear of being disliked by others. Da-ran continued to be silent, unable to say anything with her sad face. "That was Kim Da-ran." Ji-Ayun shook her head, looking at Da-ran's retreating back. "What a waste of talent, it's truly regrettable." "You say something too." Kong Ji-Ayun asked Park Ji-yu, but Park Ji-yu still didn't answer. Night had fallen, and the surroundings were covered in giant tree shadows. Park Ji-yu said in a low voice, "Kim Da-ran, other people's opinions won't change no matter how much you worry. If you were useless, it would be right to be afraid and subservient, but for you, who possesses abilities comparable to mine, to be disregarded by those petty guys, it's because of your attitude." Da-ran listened in silence. Park Ji-yu continued, "Kim Da-ran, don't care about what people in the world think. If the results are good, everything will be forgiven." Park Gu's image was clearer than ever in Da-ran's eyes. He still calmly explained, "At least in our world, she who overcame that weak mentality." Park Ji-yu stood quietly behind the wall observing Da-ran's actions. He remembered Da-ran making immense progress and participating in countless battles with Park Ji-yu. And at the graduation ceremony, instructor Kong Ji-Ayun gave her the nickname Mugiol Flawless. During class, Da-ran saluted Ji-Ayun along with the other trainees. The instructor hesitated and declared, "Kim Da-ran, your nickname is Mugiol." Hearing the nickname, Da-ran tilted her head horizontally and assumed a solemn posture as if awaiting orders. She received the nickname Mugiol. The professor and Mugiol duo fought numerous battles, achieved countless feats, and subsequently experienced many incidents. Ji Wang Min urged, "It's raining heavily outside, so be sure to take an umbrella. Don't go out." Park Ji-yu bitterly recalled the past. Min-hee asked Park Ji-yu, "What if we were born with a predetermined fate and lived ordinary lives elsewhere? Countless connections left me, but I thought there would be someone who would stay with me until the end." Da-ran waving her hand and greeting Park Ji-yu vividly came to mind. Da-ran chattered beside Park Ji-yu. "People say they're afraid of you, senior, but I'm not. At least by your side I don't think I'll ever die. Kim Da-ran was such a person to me." Park Ji-yu was cowering in a corner and someone outside shouted loudly, "I've never been close with you. You weren't popular either. Your comrades blew up all the bunker entrances thinking you were going to die. How about my comrades, aren't they cool? Should I break down the door or will you open it yourself?" Park Ji-yu was hiding behind the wall. "No need." Kim Pai Wang and his comrades opened the door and entered. He stood in the dark room and no one was visible. Park Ji-yu said from a distance, "I've already opened it." Pai Wang ordered his comrades to throw in tear gas. Park Ji-yu was already wearing a gas mask and holding a weapon ready for battle. As the poison gas intensified, he coughed softly. Pai Wang loudly ordered his comrades to attack. Park Ji-yu was hiding in a dark corner ready to defend. A few regrets flashed through his mind. One of the team members suddenly tripped and fell, and others following behind also fell with him. They fell to the floor and the remaining people waiting outside the door were already aiming their weapons ready to attack. The space suddenly became dark and quiet. If only I hadn't said those things to her. Park Gu's footsteps moved quickly. He held his weapon, accurately aimed at the target and directly attacked the enemy. Some among the group didn't surrender and loudly shouted to counterattack. Park Ji-yu quickly dodged the enemy's attack. If only I hadn't given up my hunter position alone. Gunshots continuously rang out towards the wall where Park Ji-yu was hiding. He stood behind, armed and ready. Park Ji-yu swiftly rushed towards the enemy and attacked fiercely. Then the enemies won't see Dong-ho, but I had imagined this scene thousands of times and couldn't possibly miss. Park Ji-yu confronted them head-on and some soldiers were wounded and fell, while others picked up shields to continue fighting. Suddenly a bottle fell onto the bathroom floor. It rolled a little distance from the toilet and stopped. If only the toilet hadn't been in the middle of the hideout. Jang He questioned Pai Wang, almost scolding him. "Can you really live like this? You can't raise a child here, so she should have stayed with me instead of coming here." Park Ji-yu quietly removed his gas mask. "It's too late to regret now." Some dead soldiers lay on the floor. The survivors quickly moved outside. Then they threw a grenade inside. Pai Wang asked a soldier, "Can you throw it deeper?" His comrade shook his head. "No sir, there's a steep slope in front of the stairs. I heard there are also sand traps inside. It seems we'll need to use explosives to break through." Hearing that, Pai Wang sighed in disappointment. Park Ji-yu called Pai Wang's name over the walkie-talkie. You know we'll win in the end anyway, don't you? Pai Wang turned and asked. How about the people behind us? The soldier replied. We just need to load the warheads. No sooner had he finished speaking than he asked if the chairman was already on the plane. When the task was done, a voice came from behind and Pai Wang and the soldiers all turned their heads in surprise to look. Park Ji-yu, observing with a remote device, was surprised by the sight before his eyes. Cheon-jun was aiming a weapon at Sang-jun and Sang-jun was kneeling, begging for his life. Sang-jun cried and pleaded desperately. Conversely, Cheon-jun didn't budge and was still aiming the weapon himself. He very slowly ascended the airplane steps. Cheon-jun quickly boarded the plane and prepared for takeoff. The plane's body began to move and the plane smoothly completed its preparations to leave the runway. Pai Wang shouted loudly from a distance. That crazy old man, stop him quickly, stop him quickly. Damn it, the plane rapidly sped along the runway. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently on CO2 Group Team 1's flight heading from Korea to Japan. The current time is 12:22. Our destination is heaven. Cheon-jun smiled contentedly and Park Ji-yu looked up at the sky, watching the plane fly away. His eyes watched quietly, focused. At that moment I felt a frantic beauty. No, perhaps it was jealousy. About flying freely away from this land of death. Pai Wang looked up at the sky with surprised eyes. Huge planes flew in one after another and everyone below looked up intently. The bunker door opened and planes slowly descended, preparing to enter. Pai Wang shouted in a panic, "What? Whose side are they on?" Park Ji-yu was watching it from a distance. He wondered. No way. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled in his ear and Da-young in the control room was struggling to make contact via walkie-talkie. Senior didn't respond, so she shouted, even more worried. "Are you still alive?" Park Ji-yu still said nothing. Da-young informed him that Woo Min-hee had contacted her again. In the control room, Da-young held the walkie-talkie tightly, waiting for an answer. She grew more and more worried and a hint of fear flashed across her face. Park Ji-yu adjusted his earpiece again and responded. "I'm alive." Da-young informed him that Woo Min-hee had replied to her. "There will be a bomb drop in this area. If it's a U.S. military base, we should pray for them." Park Ji-yu pondered deeply. "Don't drop bombs on the runway. The warheads haven't been loaded yet." Da-young wondered. "Are you still safe, Senior? Are you under attack?" Park Ji-yu replied. "Hold on a moment." Pai Wang was surprised. "So many traps set. Earlier the warrant officer wanted us to charge with shields and we almost got the whole team wiped out." Pai Wang lightly raised the watch on his wrist and with his other hand pressed a control button beside him. Pai Wang held his weapon and said provocatively, "Did you think closing the door like this would solve it?" His cold eyes looked at the opposite side and he softly called out Park Gu's name. Park Ji-yu, unafraid, softly replied, "Kim Pai Wang." Pai Wang observed the entire room and said, "This hideout has impressive decor, truly a stubborn style." Pai Wang frowned and his eyes were intently observing something strange. His mind was filled with questions. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and his lips parted, unable to speak. What is this?" Pai Wang pointed to the opposite side and said, "Why is there a toilet in the middle?" Park Ji-yu stared coldly at Pai Wang. "What, is there a problem?" As he gripped the axe in his hand he slowly realized. "So he wanted to have this conversation from the beginning?" Pai Wang smiled faintly. It seems it was harder to forget than I thought." Recalling the past, the clock had stopped at 7 minutes and 8 seconds. Pai Wang knelt and dropped his knife and Park Gu's axe was pressed tightly against his neck. Pai Wang gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. Park Gu's face was cold and devoid of expression. His hand was still aimed at his opponent. Park Gu's face was something Pai Wang could never forget. He recalled the humiliation of that time. "Kong Ji-ayun stopped me then, so I couldn't do it. But now it's round 2, Park Ji-yu chuckled triumphantly. And Pai Wang gripped his knife, challenging him to fight one more time. Park Ji-yu remained silent and did not answer. He realized, so this was his true wish, suppressed for so long. Park Ji-yu quickened his steps towards his opponent and Da-young called softly over the walkie-talkie, "Hello, Senior." At this moment Park Ji-yu and Pai Wang were already armed and ready for battle. Da-young wondered, why isn't he answering? Pai Wang looked at his watch. The current time was 12:59. Park Gu's face was cold and so was Pai Wang's. Both men were preparing for battle. As the clock struck exactly 1300, Da-young rested her chin in her hand, lost in quiet thought. Holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, she wondered, what is he thinking? Senior seems busy right now. At this moment Park Ji-yu rushed in and delivered a fierce blow and Pai Wang struggled to block it with both hands. He gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might to counterattack. Park Ji-yu extended his arm and Pai Wang could no longer resist. Falling backward, Pai Wang shouted loudly, "Professor!" From behind him. Pai Wang rushed towards Park Ji-yu very quickly, his face filled with rage like lightning. Pai Wang aimed his knife at Park Gu's neck. At this moment Park Ji-yu was quite worried as danger was imminent. He quickly pulled out the charm in his hand and struck Pai Wang's knife away. The two continued to fight with neither gaining the upper hand. Pai Wang gripped his knife tightly with both hands and rushed towards Park Ji-yu. The fight continued. Park Gu's eyes were filled with rage. He quickly capitalized on the momentum and rushed forward. He leaped up and bringing his axe close to Pai Wang delivered a fierce blow. The two continuously unleashed powerful techniques on each other. Pai Wang laughed triumphantly. Park Ji-yu on the other hand remained silent and did not respond. Pai Wang continued to attack and Park Ji-yu desperately defended. Both men's feet were firmly planted on the ground and their stances remained unchanged. Park Ji-yu powerfully countered his opponent's attack and looking up at the sky. He fiercely threw the axe in his hand upwards and the axe almost touched the ceiling. Pai Wang immediately pressed his knife close and Park Ji-yu leaned backward to evade. Gripping the axe in his hand tightly, he glared at Pai Wang with furious eyes. Park Ji-yu continued to deliver blows and Pai Wang could no longer block them, bleeding. Park Gu's eyes were cold and blood splattered on his face. He continuously attacked Pai Wang's thigh with the axe and blood splattered again. He gritted his teeth in extreme pain and shouted loudly. Lightly loosening his grip, Park Ji-yu fiercely threw the axe forward. He continuously threw the axe upwards, then quickly gripped it tightly. Pai Wang watched with surprised eyes. Park Ji-yu raised the axe in his hand high and continued to deliver blows and Pai Wang could no longer block them. As the axe blade came close to Pai Wang's face, he gritted his teeth and struggled to block it with his knife. Park Ji-yu watched with cold eyes, continuing his fierce assault. At this point, Pai Wang could no longer defend and collapsed, bleeding. With furious eyes, Park Ji-yu delivered a decisive blow. Pai Wang's face turned pale and the knife in his hand was separated from his arm, bleeding. He knelt and screamed in extreme pain. Park Ji-yu looked back at Pai Wang's hand lying on the floor. The clock showed 13:30 and 7 seconds. The past image of Park Ji-yu holding an axe and facing Pai Wang came to mind again. Park Ji-yu said in a low voice, "You've improved a lot." The secret bunker, located deep in the forest, was surrounded by giant trees and quiet. Park Ji-yu adjusted his phone screen straight. "Sure, the composition is right." Park Ji-yu adjusted his cap with a smirk. He looked at his phone, nodded and praised. "The composition looks good." Going back in time slightly, just before winter truly began, the Apple incident became a legend. It was recent. Park Ji-yu held the microphone, assumed a ready stance and started feeling the rhythm with his other hand. His feet moved to the beat and his mouth slightly parted. He brought the microphone close to ensure the sound of his singing was clear. Park Ji-yu began to sing. At this moment he looked like a true rapper. The rap continued to echo and Park Ji-yu was recording himself with his phone. Park Ji-yu was still immersed in the rap. His body moved flexibly to the rhythm of the rap verses. He stopped, winked one eye and looked at the screen, smiling slightly. To emphasize the end of the song, Park Ji-yu chanted his familiar, unique slogan, "I'm still living a boring life every single day." Park Ji-yu sighed and shook his head. "The video quality is too poor. I'll have to cut out only the audio, as it's easy to get reported." He was watching the video's views and the audience's reactions. Park Ji-yu rested his chin in his hand, looking bored. "Netizens are so boring these days. Is Fnet new, perhaps? On Fnet was my idol, Mr. Zhou Neinong. He created this website through noble sacrifice. Although it was slow and often crashed, anyone with an internet connection could access it. It was different from Viva Apocalypse, which required a satellite device. But as a regular member of Viva, I couldn't betray it." When Park Ji-yu asked, puzzled, "Whose voice is this in the post?" Young suddenly interjected. "Oh, Senior, isn't that you? I was just about to contact you." "Senior, are you doing something weird?" Park Ji-yu denied it. "I don't use the internet." But I heard this news." He carefully read the news on the Viva website. "Congratulations on the decision to build G-Hope." G-Hope was an optimal self-sufficient luxury apartment for the apocalypse. In the early days of the apocalypse, a first prize winner of the G-Hope lottery appeared in the community, stirring it up for a while. However, the government fled to Jeju Island and Kim Da-gon revealed that the project was cancelled. Eventually, both the dream and G-Hope were forgotten. "I never thought I'd hear that name again." Park Ji-yu picked up his walkie-talkie and asked, "G-Hope project confirmed?" Da-young was silent. She stared at the computer screen and replied, "Of course." Park Ji-yu wanted to confirm again. "Are they really building it?" A man with a piece of paper in his hand looked ahead with a surprised face. The magnificent G-Hope building. A modern architectural marvel unfolded before his eyes. Da-young continued speaking. According to Woo Min-hee, the situation was like this. At the election campaign site, the National Assembly Party declared reconstruction. But who would believe it? While struggling to hold elections, they saw it, at this time, among the piles of documents on the desk. The suspended G-Hope plan was once again brought into focus. The issue of the awakened population and the inability of the Jeju government to remain indifferent led them to intervene. If it weren't for the Apple incident, it wouldn't have come to this, Park Ji-yu interrupted. "Stop," Da-young continued to speak. Woo Min-hee spoke of it as a minor matter, but this is huge. A government project resuming amidst the civil war in Seon. Perhaps this is a sign of Seon's reconstruction. Time passed. A community post visiting the Hope. "Hello, I'm Emin. This is the road connecting the base and Seon. Robbers? No such thing. Soldiers always protect me. But what good is good security inside an old bunker? Those who oppose opening, open your eyes and see clearly. Even if you survive, you won't get in here. Especially that Scanton guy. What? Close sources say he can't build it? Are you playing with other people's hopes?" Park Ji-yu carefully read the post, puzzled. "Why are they always targeting me? Moldy bunker. Meow Meow's era has passed. Now let me introduce my house." Park Ji-yu watched in surprise. A couple was also watching intently and another couple had surprised expressions. Da-young was skeptical as she watched the post. Surprisingly, G-Hope was quite good. The kitchen was modernly designed, fully equipped. Despite being hastily built, it had luxurious amenities. But what shocked the community was the comment left by the Scanton account in the comment section. Emin pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and accidentally dropped his pen. He didn't see the falling pen and continued to film and introduce with his phone. The pen rolled to the end of the room at this time. It couldn't be helped. The outside of the building was tilted to one side at this moment. From above, the building was tilted to one side, and below, many vehicles had collided with each other. This apartment was terrifying just by its tilted angle. G-Hope was occupied by registration, not lottery. 2,000 people came, saw the building tilting, and turned back. The higher-ups also approved that the dangerous building could collapse at any time. The citizens of Seon were betting on when G-Hope would collapse. Good story. It seems you live in the miserable suburbs. Don't show off, let's see about that. A bitter sneer, but perhaps that misery was what attracted him. Hey, are you alright? Did your house shake today? Thump, 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 it collapsed. Emin went from an isolated person to a star. Every post had at least 10 comments. Park Ji-yu was reading blankly. Suddenly he raised 2 fingers and posed. Park Ji-yu tilted his head, smiled slightly, and took a photo with his phone in his other hand. Go silently watched Park Gu's actions from beside him. His photo with a 2-finger peace sign was uploaded online. A new message came from Defender. When there was a bomb attack on the bunker. What's wrong? You've been through a lot. Defender, won't you cooperate? Let's move past the trivial matters. Even if Emin praises faith, the situation in Seon was getting worse. Many negative factors caused the election to collapse. The National Assembly and the military cancelled the ceasefire agreement. The civil war continued. A room in the G-Hope apartment. A man sat near the veranda, lost in thought, carefully reading the latest news from the Viva website in his hand. Suddenly, a new message came from Scanton. Are you joking? You know it's dangerous, right? The man looked ahead, lost in thought, and quickly typed a reply. I know. Park Ji-yu was surprised. But what can I do? I can't do anything. Scanton, Defender doesn't kill people, right? Don't treat me the same. Scanton, you're still interested in me. Can I enter your bunker? Can I bring 2 dogs? I'll even make them guard dogs. Blocked by Scanton. 3 years after the apocalypse began, 2 armies speaking the same language and wearing the same uniforms fiercely fired at each other. The civil war burned down most of Seon, creating millions of refugees. Amidst it all, a photograph was posted. A photo of the tilted JHP building. A symbol of one person's hope and faith, a single apartment. In this modern apartment, a man was tightly tied with a rope, trying to grab laundry hung outside, still standing precariously in a corner of Seon, serving as a beacon of hope. I can't take this anymore, Min-hee. A man was being attacked by a group of people. Doesn't the National Committee have anything to do? A dark, pitch-black room. Everything was shrouded in darkness, eerily quiet. Park Ji-yu was lying on a mattress on the floor. He was dozing off when he suddenly opened his eyes slightly. There was a shadow behind Park Ji-yu. He quietly approached where Park Ji-yu was lying holding a sharp knife. Park Ji-yu was awake. He quietly watched what the man's next move would be. The sharp blade glinted. Park Ji-yu secretly pulled out his gun, suddenly sprang up and aimed the knife at the man behind him. But the sight before his eyes shocked him. Many masked men in black clothes rushed at Park Ji-yu with knives, and he had no time to react. Suddenly Park Ji-yu sprang up. He was panting, his face drenched in sweat. Park Ji-yu looked around. No one was there. He clutched his forehead and lowered his head. He was still panting, his face filled with worry and fatigue. Park Ji-yu asked himself, is it that nightmare again? What happened in his dream today was the same nightmare Park Ji-yu had been suffering from ever since the day Peng and his army attacked his bunker. He sat blankly on the bed. He thought to himself, Min-hee helped me take care of all the guys who found the main bunker location. But when he thought of one woman, Park Ji-yu shuddered. But in reality, Dagon is still in the army. Thinking this far, he closed his eyes and sighed. Park Ji-yu realized it was time to make the decision he had been putting off. I've decided. His hand reached for the walkie-talkie. Park Ji-yu spoke into the walkie-talkie to her. I can't keep doing this anymore, Min-hee, he continued. Doesn't the National Committee have anything to do? After receiving a job introduction from the National Committee, the place Park Ji-yu arrived at was Incheon. When the civil war in Seon erupted, most refugees flocked to Incheon. He looked around holding a small piece of paper. Many large-scale refugee camps had sprung up. Park Ji-yu continued to observe. Seeing people living in camps, he understood the meaning of these large-scale refugee camps. Nominally under the management of the National Committee, in reality they were mostly neglected and had formed independent ecosystems. On his way, Park Ji-yu suddenly stopped in front of a neighborhood. He muttered to himself, checking the information. Is this it? Seeing the sign, he continued. Hunter-free zone. Previously, Park Ji-yu visited Min-hee's lab but couldn't find her. He received information from Min-hee's subordinate. Director Wu is not in her office right now. I heard she was a former old-generation hunter. I'll guide you to the hunter-free zone. So Park Ji-yu was in the hunter zone. He passed by several people. He saw an old woman hanging laundry and children playing in the street. Park Ji-yu thought to himself, I thought the hunter-free zone was only for hunters, but there are old people and children too, a diverse resident composition. Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Gotcha, you little rascal. A man holding a child and wearing a hooded sweatshirt recognized Park Ji-yu and asked, Isn't that Mr. Park Sung-hoon? Then he also asked, Park Ji-yu, what are you doing here? Sung-hoon took him to a woman. Say hello, this is my family. The woman bowed and greeted Park Ji-yu, saying hello. Looking at her, he inwardly evaluated. She's young, early 20s perhaps, looking at her body and hands. Park Ji-yu thought to himself, her body and face are full of scars. The child in the woman's arms wanted to jump down and play. Seeing the two laughing happily, Sung-hoon explained to him, I saved that child from thugs, he continued with a smile. That's how we became connected. Sung-hoon couldn't hide his happiness and continued, I'm truly blessed. Park Ji-yu looked at him, who was laughing. A smile spread across his face. Park Ji-yu thought he can make that kind of expression too. He closed his eyes and then Park Ji-yu spoke, while I'm here, could you show me to my lodging room B23? Sung-hoon replied, what, it's right around here. I'll take you. The two went together to find the house. On the way he muttered, B23, B23. Finally Sung-hoon stopped at a spot, pointed to a house and said, B23, found it. Park Ji-yu looked at the old house before him. It's in better condition than I thought. He scanned the house. He saw the old dirty house with rats scurrying in and out. Sung-hoon continued to calculate, pulling and connecting wires. Just disinfect the leaky spots. With a little work it'll be fine in no time. Hearing him say that, Park Ji-yu suddenly asked, where's the bathroom? Hearing that question, Sung-hoon looked a bit embarrassed and replied, Park Ji-yu, it's communal of course. Why are you asking? Hearing that, he broke out in a sweat and his face contorted in disgust. He thought to himself, I want to go home. Sung-hoon looked at Park Ji-yu, crossed his arms and continued, anyway, support systems and welfare have improved a lot these days. I heard the military hurriedly implemented policies to attract old generation hunters. Park Ji-yu asked him, Hung Nim, how long have you lived here? Sung-hoon hesitated for a moment and replied, over a year perhaps. Hearing that, Park Ji-yu asked again, over a year? Wasn't this place created after Woo Min-hee arrived? Sung-hoon sneered at his words, and what he said next was like a bolt from the blue for Park Ji-yu. Woo Min-hee? What about Woo Min-hee? Kim Dagon created this place. Park Ji-yu froze at those words, his eyes wide with surprise. He lit a cigarette and continued to speak. You've heard of the hunter-free system, right? Kim Dagon created it, to exploit old-timers like me for a cheap price. Seeing him blank, Sung-hoon said, from the old generation to awakened ones, times have changed, but do you know what an ordinary person like Kim Dagon has to do to keep her position? He asked himself with an expressionless face and then answered. She has to burn everything she has. The two thought of her. Sung-hoon continued. Her abilities weren't enough, but she was extremely desperate. Speaking of Dagon, he added, most people would burn everything they've accumulated in the past, usually old connections. Sung-hoon recalled himself her and other colleagues. He said she made her seniors, alumni and juniors into free hunters and confined them here. Sung-hoon's words echoed like a statement to save only herself. She plunged her straw into the past and sucked her own blood. Upon hearing that, he realized he had never thought that way. He recalled Flores. No matter how many achievements his colleague Flores accumulated, they were the achievements of the professor's partner, a mere accessory to the professor. Flores without the professor. Thinking this far, the image of himself leaving Dagon flashed through Park Gu's mind. Behind him, she and others were watching Park Ji-yu. He suddenly wondered how much Flores had to change to survive. In the National Assembly Committee, where awakened ones ran rampant, he suddenly picked up a walkie-talkie and said, but I didn't steal Kim Dagon's walkie-talkie. She discarded it when she followed the military. She must have been afraid of being monitored. She was so hated after all. Park Ji-yu suddenly lowered his voice a little solemnly and asked, Hung Nim Sung-hoon, why didn't you tell me earlier that day in front of the National Assembly? He just smiled bitterly and replied, if I had said something like that then would you have believed me? Nevertheless, Sung-hoon lightened the mood. He continued, anyway, you've come a long way, so rest. I'll help you fix things. Yang-ja, who was standing nearby listening to their conversation, muttered to himself, I had high expectations for someone with the reputation of a professor. He suddenly smiled eerily and said, but he seems weaker than I thought. Outside it was raining heavily. Inside the office, Park Ji-yu stood with his back to Ji-I Wong-min. He turned slightly and opened his mouth, so don't stop me anymore. Mr. Ji-I Wong-min, my resignation letter is on the table. Ji-I Wong-min was silent, clenched his fists and placed his hands on the table. Ji-I Wong-min fell into thought. After a moment he compromised. All right. He said it was raining heavily outside. He told Park Ji-yu to take an umbrella. The rain was still coming down hard. Park Ji-yu sat quietly. An umbrella was placed beside him. The rain was still pattering. Park Ji-yu fell into thought. It's finally over. He looked at the rain and thought to himself, this is the first time I've had a day off on a holiday in years since entering the Hunter Academy. Park Gu's mind was as complicated as the white rain outside. Fierce hatred and the desperate struggle for survival against monsters was now someone else's business. There was no longer any need to go to the battlefield. That's why Park Ji-yu gathered the rainwater on the roof. Park Ji-yu looked outside. Each raindrop fell to the ground and also fell onto the calm lake in his heart. They left him stunned. What should I do now? Back to reality. Park Ji-yu resolutely proposed to Sung-hoon, give me the gun, I'll shoot. Sung-hoon was surprised and said softly. Park Ji-yu quickly aimed. At the same time he said, focus on the target. He instructed Sung-hoon once more. No matter what I do, don't move. Yang-ja ran at full speed trying to lure the red closer to them. He ran cautiously, looking back to check the situation. Yang-ja was suddenly horrified. The red had almost caught up to him. It stretched out its long arm. Yang-ja was hit by its attack. He dodged another attack from the ape. Yang-ja shouted, 60 meters? Park Ji-yu aimed patiently. He looked at the target, solemnly peering through the scope. He continued to report that the distance had shortened to 50 meters. He sped up to run to his comrades. Yang-ja ran without stopping for even a second. Behind him was the red's fierce pursuit. He shouted, 45 meters? The red was right behind him. It reached out to grab Yang-ja. Sung-hoon watched nervously. Yang-ja, terrified, tightly closed his eyes. The red grabbed Yangja's shin. It flipped his body upside down, making Yangja scream in terror. Sung-hoon asked loudly, "What on earth are you doing, Park?" The red ran quickly, stepping on broken debris. It reached out its hand to find a place to climb the wall. The red skillfully climbed with one hand while its other hand still tightly gripped Yangja's ankle. He cried out in terror, "Help me!" The monster continued to climb upwards. Sung-hoon yelled, "What on earth are you doing?" Park Ji-yu looked at Yangja, who was hanging upside down and still screaming helplessly. Park Ji-yu coldly replied, "Be quiet for a moment." He gently pulled the trigger. A decisive shot was fired. The bullet flew straight forward without hesitation. It headed towards where the red was continuously climbing the building. The bullet headed for the back of its hand. Sung-hoon's mouth dropped open. Park Ji-yu calmly observed the situation. The bullet hit the ape's hand, injuring it. The red immediately fell. It cried out in pain with a hole in its hand. The red landed heavily. The wound on its hand was very serious. Park Ji-yu muttered to himself, "The back of its hand is still exposed, but it moves too fast for anyone to notice." Sung-hoon was startled. "How did you do that?" Park Ji-yu calmly replied. "Hung Nim also said it. That guy grabs people's shins and likes to throw them upside down when climbing up." Indeed, VT acted exactly in that sequence. Park Ji-yu spoke solemnly. He looked at the building in front and thought to himself, "Anyway, there are limited places to climb." Park Ji-yu explained and handed the gun back to Sung-hoon. "It's not difficult if you time it right," he asked again. "So you intentionally waited? You waited for Yangja to be caught?" Sung-hoon mentioned helplessly. "You're truly no less than Kim Dagon." Park Ji-yu took an axe and approached the red. It was struggling to get up. The red fiercely turned around and looked at Park Ji-yu. He asked, "Where are you looking?" The red's eyes widened in horror. When did Park Ji-yu appear above it? He swung his axe and said, "Over here, you ape bastard." The red was terrified. Park Ji-yu took one swipe at the red. He withdrew his hand and prepared. Park Ji-yu brought it down again on its back. He balanced on one foot and attacked. He threw the axe towards the red. The axe flew straight towards it. The red was surprised to see the axe flying in its direction. It quickly dodged to the side. The red charged at Park Ji-yu with its fists. It attacked him in a fit of rage. Park Ji-yu smiled slightly. He scoffed at the meaning of feint. "It seems you still don't understand." Sung-hoon had approached the red's back at some point. Park Gu's voice still echoed. "A hunter is not an individual, but merely part of a team." Sung-hoon aimed coldly. "Anyone can be sacrificed on the battlefield." The red turned its head in horror and looked at the muzzle behind its back. Park Ji-yu scoffed. "I'm no exception." A gunshot rang out. "I'm no exception," Park Ji-yu thought to himself. "Since the battlefield has already been cleared to this extent." Behind the red, Sung-hoon approached it and aimed solemnly. The red turned its head in horror and looked at the muzzle behind its back. Park Ji-yu scoffed with a slight smile. He muttered to himself, "If you still can't eat, it's really rude." Park Gu's eyes showed a resolute light, and a gunshot rang out, and the bullet was accurately fired at the red's nape. The bullet pierced its body and flew to the wall behind Park Ji-yu. He glanced at the bullet hole in the wall. The red's nape was severely damaged and blood began to flow. It cried out in pain. Gradually the ape lost consciousness and collapsed. Park Ji-yu thought to himself, to not even calculate the ballistic trajectory at this distance. Sung-hoon gave Park Ji-yu a thumbs up, looking delighted. He inwardly assessed, truly disqualified as a hunter. Park Ji-yu indifferently returned the thumbs up and glanced in another direction, calling out, "Hey Yangja, are you alive?" He replied irritably. "Get lost," Park Ji-yu asked. "Didn't you say you liked such tactics?" Yangja stuck out his tongue and did not reply. He gave a thumbs up as if agreeing. Park Ji-yu inwardly commented, "He's truly a distinctive fellow." Beside him, Sung-hoon was calling, "Da Ram, this is Laser. Target dealt with. Casualties sustained, requesting return support." Yangja got up, pointed his finger, and asked, "What about that?" He pointed at the unconscious red and asked if it could be loaded into the car. It was completely defeated. Park Ji-yu opened his mouth. "I just thought of a good idea." The car carrying the entire team sped forward. Park Ji-yu sat quietly, observing indifferently. Countless zombies chased behind the car. Ji-won knelt in the trunk, continuously shooting at the zombies. The red was tied by its feet and dragged behind the car. Countless zombies were repelled. Yangja admired the scene before his eyes. "It's like a cartoon movie, isn't it?" It was an incredibly surreal sight. Yangja asked himself, "Do I want to make a beatbox accompaniment myself?" Park Ji-yu did not reply. He thought to himself, "It feels like a dream." Park Ji-yu slightly opened his mouth. He asked, "Do you like beatboxing?" Yangja denied. "What's absurd about that?" Park Ji-yu was still lost in thought. "Didn't they say it was not a beautiful dream, just an absurd one? Is that so?" A man asked the person happily posing in front of the camera, stepping on the red's head and taking pictures. "How is it?" As Park Gu's group approached, someone shouted, "Beast hunters have appeared." Park Ji-yu fell into thought. Returning to the city, it feels like waking up from a miserable and destitute dream. Yangja, poor and thirsty, was being helped up. Sung-hoon and Won walked solemnly. Park Ji-yu still thought of anxiety, fear, and surrender. That is our reality. A woman approached and said, "Thank you very much, hunters." She pointed to the car laden with goods behind her and introduced, "This is a small gift we'd like to give you." The car was filled with precious food supplies such as rice, meat, and water. The group admired the precious food supplies. The woman added, "Oh, this is like an extra bonus. The actual reward will be calculated and paid later." Yangja shouted excitedly, "Rice? Rice? I wanted to eat white rice so badly." Tae-hoon asked happily, "Is this beef?" Sung-hoon examined the meat platter carefully. "It really is, and it's frozen beef. In this day and age, frozen beef, Ji-Wang interrupted everyone's excited mood and said, "That's mutated beef, do you know?" He explained to the others. "They inject mutant genes into young cows, then let them graze and catch them to eat. It's tougher than regular beef, but only a few parts are edible from one cow. The Legion faction is already eating it because they're hungry. I read it on Fnet." Everyone ignored Ji-Wang's information. Sung-hoon shouted, "Hey, look at the marbling," Yang urged. "Let's eat first," Ji-Wang shouted irritably. "Listen when people talk," Tae-hoon carelessly asked. "What's that Fnet thing? Another weird website? I went in once and it was full of crazy people." Ji-Wang hastily denied. "No, Hung-nim, Fnet is light." "Light?" A woman called Park Ji-yu. "Hunter Park Ji-yu, Director Wu has something personal to give you. Could you follow me for a moment?" he asked. Wu Min-hee. Beside him, Ji-Wang was still grumbling. The last intellectual of this era, the gateway to truth. Yang Zhe loudly called out, "All right, everyone gather and eat meat." "Let's eat meat," the people around exclaimed. "How long has it been since we had beef?" "There's even kimchi." A woman happily held a bowl of vegetables and said, "Try eating it with kimchi and salad." Sung-hoon loudly announced, "Those who haven't received meat yet, please line up. Rice will be distributed later." People lined up in an orderly fashion. Park Ji-yu silently looked down at his plate. He thought to himself, only 3 slices of beef per person. The surroundings were lively. Sung-hoon's wife was affectionately feeding her daughter. The daughter ate the meat and laughed happily. Park Ji-yu handed his plate to the daughter and said softly, "Eat this." The daughter happily took the meat plate. Her mother covered her mouth and instructed, "Oh dear daughter, you should say thank you." The daughter's eyes sparkled as she looked at the meat plate. The daughter obediently bowed her head and thanked him. "Thank you, mister." Park Ji-yu smiled slightly. After a moment he stood apart from the crowd with a glass of water. Sung-hoon approached him and said, "Why do you seem so out of place?" he guessed with a laugh. "You've lived alone for a long time, haven't you?" Park Ji-yu replied. "You could say that." Park Ji-yu continued, "I see a lot of children and elderly people here. Are they all staying because of family?" Sung-hoon replied, "Many people are." He turned and pointed to a friend named Jung and said, "You might have seen him, but that friend has S-rank shooting skills. He injured his leg, but he could make a living anywhere. But he's staying here because of his mother." Sung-hoon looked at Ji-Wang, who was talking to his mother. He commented, "He doesn't seem like it on the surface, but he's truly a filial son." Park Ji-yu silently drank his water. He asked, "Are you going to Jeju Island?" The shadows of the two stretched long on the ground. Sung-hoon replied firmly, "Of course I'm going. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only do you get a spot on the ship, but they also provide a house to live in there." He felt relieved. This miserable life will soon end. Park Ji-yu silently looked at the glass of water in his hand and muttered to himself, "What exactly is family?" He recalled the terrible scenes from the past. "Even those who abandoned themselves I still cannot forgive." Painful memories surfaced. "It's still a trauma that I can't forgive even until death." Park Ji-yu recalled Dugan's words again. "Anyway, I won't die by your side, Hung-nim." He recalled the scene where Kim Pai-wong pressed him about not protecting his family. Kim Da-gon had to protect everything, even if it meant giving up everything. Park Ji-yu looked back at Sung-hoon's family. He resolved to himself that he would give them a better future. The mother was gently wiping food crumbs from her child's face. The child was smiling brightly, their face full of happiness. Park Ji-yu thought, "This is someone I can dedicate everything to without hesitation." Sung-yun broke the silence. "It'll be hard at first, but you'll get used to it." Park Ji-yu gripped the paper cup in his hand and replied, "No, Hung-nim. At least I told myself I wasn't a disposable part to be discarded when my usefulness was over." Park Ji-yu said softly, "To be frank, I don't think I belong here." He then fell into deep thought. Unlike Hung-nim, this place at least wasn't a group that could be easily replaced. Park Ji-yu stared blankly into space thinking, "This is because I am like this." Sung-yun beside him also glanced sideways in silence. Park Ji-yu, disregarding his surroundings, still thought to himself, "My way of life is the same," he suddenly spoke. "After returning from battle I felt it more clearly than ever." At that moment his eyes were no longer the same as before. The battle of the apocalypse had worn down Park Gu's body and mind. In front of everything he saw he uttered only one phrase. "This place is over too." The armored corpses before him, the smoke and flames around looking closer into their eyes. It was as if he was seeing his own future. Back then, love and filial piety seemed no different. In their lifeless eyes he saw his own numbness. Wherever he was ultimately just living according to a predetermined program. But as Park Ji-yu continued to watch such things on the screen he fell into thought again. Park Ji-yu still gazed blankly into the distance. "I have to exaggerate my actions just a little to get likes." He was so clever that he must have known it would be destroyed someday. But at least wouldn't he have been happy until he died, to live and die where he wanted, in the way he wanted. The people here were not wrong. He slowly said, bowing his head. He paused for a moment as if too exhausted to continue. And his voice echoed to the person beside him once more. "How long can a fish live out of water? No matter how hard it tries to adapt to the air, can it still be called a fish?" I didn't understand that humans needed to rely on others to survive. At this moment his back looked larger and heavier. In his mind he pictured his comrades waiting for each other at the door. His voice was still calm. But if it's not just a quantitative connection, saying this, Park Ji-yu unconsciously thought of Dong-ho, Rebecca and Da-young. And finally another image came to mind. Soft yet intense. For some reason he thought of her, Da-gon, a girl who seemed almost harmless but whose true nature hidden beneath that facade was unpredictable. Park Ji-yu could only offer his perspective. If a qualitative connection is needed, A look of astonishment, as if realizing something, flashed in his eyes. A hint of anger mixed in his voice. If they ask for something I've never done before. His hand crushed the empty shell he was gripping. The next morning, Park Ji-woo packed his bags and zipped up his usual backpack. He thought, I can't go on like this, I have to find a solution. With his backpack on his shoulder, Park Ji-woo left the room just as Young-ja approached. He asked, are you really leaving? Park Ji-woo replied without hesitation. I'm not leaving forever. He thought, that was the decision I made last night. Saying so, he turned and left. Suddenly he looked back. I'll hear news through Director Wu. Contact me if anything big happens. Young-ja was momentarily flustered. That's a shame, it was fun. Park Ji-woo said nothing more and strode forward. As he walked, he thought, I thought I had to find a solution, but it doesn't have to be here. Whatever the problem, I have to face it alone first. That's my way of life too. Suddenly, Park Ji-woo thought, that's the characteristic Manager Hong mentioned. I ignore Manager Hong's description of the technique, but who cares about such pseudoscience psychological tests? Suddenly Young-ja called from behind, Senior Park, I usually don't call anyone senior. Saying so, he laughed. It was a smile of acknowledgement. He raised his head again and smiled brightly. But you deserve it, Senior. As expected, Professor, you don't disappoint me. And the two exchanged jokes again. I heard you live in a bunker. I'll visit you once my leg heals. He glanced sideways. It was slightly sarcastic. Visit where? Don't come. Not far away, someone approached and waved, calling out, Hey Park Ji-woo. He said, it's a good thing I haven't fueled up yet. Park Ji-woo seemed to have remembered something. Sung-yun didn't wait for him to speak and pointed his finger, asking again, any leftover oil? It turned out Park Ji-woo hadn't remembered anything, but rather saw something that surprised him. Behind him, Sung-yun was smiling contentedly. Park Gu's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes and stared blankly at the combat motorcycle before him, asking again, What is this? Sung-yun laughed, looked at him and said, Thanks to this, you'll be able to go to Jeju Island. I felt bad sending you empty-handed. You can't take this to Jeju Island. Saying so, he proudly boasted, I've maintained everything. This engine is very compatible with synthetic oil, so don't worry. Park Ji-woo frowned, slightly moved. Thank you, Hung Nim. But Sung-yun lowered his voice and said, No, I should be thanking you. Park Ji-woo is like family to us. Saying this, he trailed off and slightly lowered his head. This was so unexpected that he thought. An unexpected gift. I wish I had something to repay him with. Thinking so, Park Gu's eyes sparkled as if remembering something. He thought to himself, Come to think of it, I had that too. From his bag, Park Ji-woo pulled out a small bag which contained a set of equipment. Sung-yun saw it and his eyes widened in astonishment, just like when Park Ji-woo saw the motorcycle. My goodness, this too? It was a Post-Apocalyptic satellite device. He recalled the day he received this bag. The director had said he'll surely be lonely living alone, so give it to him. This item had been arbitrarily handed over by Woo Min-hee. I didn't know how to handle it, so this works out well. Park Ji-woo slightly narrowed his eyes and curled the corners of his mouth, forcing a thought. It seems he's trying to bother me. I can't let him get away with it easily. Besides, Hung Nim Sung-yun will need a lot of information in the future. Since a satellite signal allows connection from anywhere, it's perfect for someone like Hung Nim who wants to go to Jeju Island. Maybe it even fits our community bulletin board style perfectly. Park Ji-woo closed his eyes contentedly and fell into thought. After examining the device, Sung-yun suddenly spoke. Are you all right? No, I mean, are you really all right? He was puzzled. Yes, Sung-yun lamented. I don't know, whenever I go online, people hate me. It's weird, Park Ji-woo asked in surprise. Why? Sung-yun grinned and said, I don't know, people seem to want to kill me. Hearing this, he was too surprised to speak. How do you use the internet to get to that point? But it was time to part ways. Park Ji-woo left everything behind, got into his car and sped forward, starting a new journey. Thus my freelance life ended simply. The wind brushed past his face, ruffling his hair. His gaze was still forward, but his mind was full of thoughts. But at least wouldn't he have been happy until he died? Old images flashed through his mind like a film strip. The image of him returning alive. The image of the awakened ape lying stiff on the ground. As it flashed by, he thought, to live and die where I want, in the way I want. Perhaps he had cultivated this thought ever since he saw himself in those cold eyes. Returning to reality, Park Ji-woo, with his body surrendered to the wind, sped forward in his car. He wondered inwardly, is it happiness to live and die where I want, in the way I want? Nevertheless, he didn't stop. Perhaps whatever happens in the future, he must try it at least once. In this era, there is no concept more difficult to define than happiness. Park Ji-woo, while driving, fell into thought. One thing is certain, when I chose my own chapter I was more careful than ever. If I have to choose a place to die, it can only be here. His car stopped in front of an old iron gate. Seeing this place again, he asked himself, what kind of ending is a happy ending? Can happiness be with the end from the beginning? Even that I can't be sure of, but one thing I can assert. He looked at this place with slightly tired eyes. This is my home after all. If I have to die, I want to die here. Entering, he contacted Da-young, and her voice came through the walkie-talkie. So you came back, Park Ji-woo replied while unpacking. Yes, that's right. From the other end, she said again. Seeing you again, I don't know if it's reality or emotion. Anyway, I 100 support your return. Hung Nim, Dong-ho, and Da-young were also listening to him. The important thing is, did anything happen in the community while I was gone? The two looked at each other in silence. Seeming embarrassed to speak, they remained silent and said it was fastest to see for himself. Just then, Park Ji-woo turned on the computer, and he seemed to freeze again in astonishment at what he saw. It was as if he was thinking with a regretful face and sweating profusely, "I've committed a huge sin without realizing it." Since Viva Apocalypse is a satellite device connected to an account, anyone with that device can access the previous account. Perhaps the item woman he gave me was also like that. Looking at the subsequent comments, he was speechless. He probably bought used equipment like that. Accounts sprang up like mushrooms. Dongtan mom yum yum, are you upset you couldn't go to Jeju Island? Yum yum, why couldn't you go? What's yum yum? He read line by line, sweating cold, reading. He thought, Dongtan mom seems to have died and come back to life. He probably now understands Sung Yun's why question. With even more eerie content and style, that's probably why he was always hated on the internet. The small house, which used to be old and dilapidated, was now beautifully repainted. Inside the house, a single crudely connected light bulb, freshly installed, glowed. Sung Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and sighed. "It's all done." He pointed to the neatly arranged cotton light bulb in the corner of the room and said, "Is it okay? The electrical wires are connected so you can charge electronic devices. No more waiting in line at public charging stations. It's not perfect yet, but isn't it convenient enough?" He looked around the room once, then looked at Sung Yun and called out softly, Hung Nim Sung Yun." Park Ji-yu thought, he's been with him long enough to know there's 100 a conspiracy. Sung Yun, not bothered, fiddled with something on the floor and asked him, "Do you know how much of a luxury it is for one household to live in one house in this world?" Then Sung Yun turned to Park Ji-yu, smiled and asked, "So can you fight?" He inwardly lamented as expected but outwardly showed no emotion and asked again, "What's the matter?" He replied with an excited voice, "Variant hunting." Park Ji-yu frowned. "Variant hunting? Do we have to catch dozens of them?" Sung Yun winked. "No, just one." He was surprised. "One? You could do that alone." Hung Nim Sung Yun. Before he could finish speaking, Sung Yun held out his phone in front of his face. Park Gu's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment at the video on the phone. Sung Yun pointed to the ape-like creature and its white glowing eyes in the video. "Its name is Red, a mutant gorilla." The video was shot at dusk. Despite the poor lighting, the silhouette of a strange creature on the building's roof could be made out. Its unnaturally large hands hung down by its sides. The monster was crouching on the edge of the building, its eyes glowing brightly like headlights staring down. Sung Yun said in a serious voice, "But that guy has awakened." "A monster has awakened?" The next day, Park Ji-yu was sitting in the back of a truck with Sung Yun and a few others on their way to catch the monster. He sat bored, hands in his hoodie pocket, leaning against the side of the truck. Park Ji-yu looked at the road ahead, thinking, "I initially intended to refuse." And Sung Yun said excitedly, "That guy once dominated the hunter world. He likes to grab people's legs and throw them high. I know one hunter who was hit like that and fell from a 10-story building, landing headfirst. He seems to have detection abilities, so if he moves in the forest he doesn't give opponents a firing angle. I heard the number of victims exceeded 100. Park Ji-yu couldn't resist asking why he accepted such a dangerous mission. His answer was 2 words, Jeju Island. They said if we bring that corpse they'll send my whole family to Jeju Island. He was surprised. Wasn't the evacuation train cancelled? Even if it wasn't, the sea route is extremely dangerous. Sung Yun told him to look around. Right next to them, 3 families were huddled on the ground and similar situations were abundant all around. This place had become a temporary shantytown. He turned his eyes and looked around, asking softly, "How much longer do you think we can hold out?" When Park Ji-yu didn't answer, Sung Yun shrugged and said, "I don't know if it'll be better there, but it's where Kim Da-gon wants to go. I want to live better than Kim Na-ran's family. Can you help me?" The truck bed shook slightly. He closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. "Alright, this should be fine. I need to confirm the awakened variant anyway. If Hung Nim Sung Yun dies, this job will fall to me, so I'll just focus on this temporary hunter team for now." Park Ji-yu glanced sideways. Jia-wong spoke to Tae-hoon, who was diligently sharpening his blade. "Senior Tae-hoon, did you hear about this?" Tae-hoon replied coldly without looking up. "Don't call me senior." Jia-wong didn't mind his attitude and kept chattering with an indifferent face. "They say the protein bars that come out every day are made from minced human flesh. Just like when fish die in a fish farm, they're fed to other fish. It's the same here." Tae-hoon replied nonchalantly. "Did you see that on Fnet? 90 of the information there is rumors, so don't listen." Park Ji-yu mumbled to himself. "These 2 are only in charge of escort and retreat support, so they don't need to participate in combat. No need to worry, right?" He glanced to his left, thinking with a slight worry. "The one I'm most worried about is this guy." Young-ja sat opposite Park Ji-yu, staring at him with wide, small eyes. "You're the professor, aren't you? Kim Na-ran's direct superior." He squinted and grinned, which was very different from what Kim Na-ran had described. Park Ji-yu mentally reviewed the information he knew about Yang-ja. His life was ruined before graduation, pushed aside by awakened ones. He was also called the Murderer Major, having killed more people than monsters. And he was Defender's batchmate. He continued to chatter with an excited face. "They say that woman is heartless. She even sacrifices and uses her comrades." Park Ji-yu frowned, his face showing displeasure. "If you want to pick a fight, say it before we leave." Yang-ja squinted again and shook his head. "No, I'm not picking a fight. I like that method. If you're useless, at least you should be helpful in some other way. The reason we're so miserable is because we're lumped together with useless people." He was speechless. Sung Yun also glanced at Yang-ja then and said in a low voice, "Shut up, stop chattering and focus. We have to achieve 2 goals simultaneously. First is to kill it, and second is to retrieve the corpse and escape." But no one passed the first stage. The military truck stopped, seemingly having arrived at the area where the variant monster was. Before all the team members got off, Park Ji-yu spoke. In my opinion, there's one more condition missing. There was no target visible nearby, but countless variant zombies were present. They stumbled and walked along the street in grotesque postures. He looked at the approaching female zombie and added in a somber voice, "We need to safely retrieve the corpse and escape." Ja Wang stood hanging on the side of the car and said, "The car will wait outside its detection range. Let us know when you have the corpse." Park Ji-yu glanced at Sung Yun disapprovingly. Did he deliberately hide it from me? He flinched and averted his gaze. He mumbled softly, "Sorry, I thought you'd refuse." He sighed and got out of the car. "All right, no choice then. I'll take the lead." He supported from behind. Yangja suddenly reached out his hand in front of Park Ji-yu and shouted, "Wait!" He turned around, looked at Park Ji-yu and smiled. "It has detection abilities. I know this kind best." Then Yangja walked straight towards the zombie horde. He walked and said, "I'll be the bait and take the front line." The zombies detected movement and gradually gathered around Yangja, leaving only Park Ji-yu and Sung Yun hidden on the road. Yangja, without looking back, said triumphantly, "Senior, just sit back and watch." He looked worriedly at his back, standing alone in front of the zombie horde. "Will that guy be alright? He doesn't even have a weapon." Sung Yun wasn't worried that much. He explained, "Winter is long, so there's no food. Zombies have increased because they don't want to wake up the sleeping ones. These days there's a trend to refrain from using guns. I'm worried, but let's trust him once. He's bad at communicating." But in front, Yangja ducked his head to avoid a zombie's attack, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Sung Yun watched him. But his fighting skills are top-notch. Yangja moved as if flying over the ground, instantly plunging into the middle of the zombie horde. He twisted his body to simultaneously avoid the attacks of two zombies. Yangja's eyes briefly glanced back, then he discovered the zombie horde rushing towards him. He growled. He gripped the knife in his hand tightly. As the sharp blade swung like lightning, Yangja neatly dispatched the two closest zombies. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and leapt. Yangja skillfully connected movements, brushing past zombies to avoid them while simultaneously launching attacks. Wherever he moved, zombies fell behind him. Yangja's sharp blade never missed its target, and he threw himself into the air, elegantly spinning around, and delivered a kick towards a zombie. That zombie tumbled towards the charging zombie horde. They collided and tangled with each other. Yangja raised the knife in his hand high, then swung it, taking out 4 zombies at once. Sung Yun, watching from outside, smiled. Doesn't the way he handles zombies look relaxed? If Senior Yangja saw it, he'd shout unorthodox tactics, but it's really effective. Park Ji-yu couldn't take his eyes off it, mentally agreeing with his words. Yes, his movements are extremely efficient. He's conserving stamina and taking them out one by one with minimal movements. Excellent combat sense. Maybe it'll be easier than I thought. In an instant, Yangja neatly dealt with the zombie horde. He grinned and waved at them. Just then, Yangja was startled and looked to one side. The danger alarm in his head continuously ringing. He looked up, clearly saw it, and cursed softly. Damn it! In the distance, from the rooftop of a tall building, a huge ape's shadow was seen rushing towards Yangja. Park Ji-yu and Sung Yun were also startled and froze at the sudden appearance of the monster. This was his first time seeing an awakened monster. For a moment he still couldn't react. Yangja, with wide eyes, shouted loudly, "Everyone prepare!" He watched the monster land in front of him and gritted his teeth. Damn it, this cursed ape! He saw its hands covered in skillfully crafted armor. Not only its hands but its entire body was protected by armor. Yangja exclaimed in shock. "Its whole body is covered in armor." Sung Yun explained the operation plan to Park Ji-yu. Yangja was to be the bait. He would go first to deal with the zombies and draw attention. It was to lure Red. Sung Yun explained, "Remember Red's size? Ordinary weapons can't even scratch it. Due to the characteristics of a mutant ape, it uses its hands, so close combat is difficult. That's why this is needed." He knelt and began to set up the sniper rifle, saying as he worked, "Hide outside its detection range. When Yangja lures it, bang, not too difficult, right?" He seemed very confident in his plan. Yangja seemed to flinch at Red's momentum. Yangja took a step back and let out a low curse. "Damn it!" He turned around and shouted loudly. "Everyone prepare!" Sung Yun raised his gun, ready to aim. Park Ji-yu still stood in place. He was observing Red's armored arms, its entire body from head to toe protected by armor. Yangja gritted his teeth and shouted, "Its whole body is covered in armor." The impact of Red's landing made the ground thump and shake, and thick dust billowed up. The zombies heard the sound and began to sway, moving towards the source of the noise. Yangja, facing Red, thought to himself. The noise woke up the sleeping zombies in the city. He glanced back at Sung Yun and Park Ji-yu, who were hiding. Sung Yun thought to himself, the two are waiting outside the detection range. In front of him, Red opened its mouth wide and roared, revealing sharp teeth and 4 fangs. Yangja inadvertently grinned. Red stood on 2 feet, threw its head back, and continuously beat its chest. The roar grew even louder. He gripped the knife in his hand tightly and shouted, "There's nowhere to shoot but its head." Yangja rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Senior, I'll go ahead and create a firing angle." His eyes suddenly caught movement, and in an instant his pupils widened with fear as if they would tear. This was because Red had blocked Yangja's path with incredible speed. It reached out its massive hand, trying to crush Yangja. In an instant he leaned his body to dodge, narrowly avoiding Red's attack. But its arm was already pressing down on Yangja. He blocked his body with his knife and gritted his teeth, resisting the weight of Red's arm as the knife in his hand struck the armor. Sparks flew. Red confirmed that it had him pinned to the ground and formed a fist with its other hand, raised it high and prepared to strike down. Yangja quickly flipped his body and dodged to the side. He slid sideways, gritted his teeth, and stared intently at Red. Before he could regain his footing, Yangja was startled and his eyes widened. Red suddenly leaped and landed right in front of him. As soon as it landed, two steel fists also slammed into the ground. Immediately the ground cracked and dirt and rocks flew up, thick dust billowing. Yangja, at the most dangerous moment, managed to curl up and roll to the side. He rolled wildly to the side, enduring the pain of sharp rocks embedded in the ground, and widened the distance from Red. For a moment it couldn't locate him, and hastily looked around. Yangja seized this moment and thought, opportunity. He drew his knife again. But before he could charge, he met Red's eyes. Its blurry yellow eyes emitted a dazzling white light. Yangja paused for only 1 second, then instantly leapt behind Red. But this ape seemed to have eyes on its back, turning its body and leaping. In an instant, its huge hand slammed down in front of him. Yangja's eyes widened, and he felt as if he would be instantly crushed by that hand. Only one thought was in his mind. Incredible reaction speed. Red slammed its hand hard onto the ground, and Yangja curled up and rolled backward, barely saving his life. He quickly sprang to his feet, ran a few steps, and leapt. Yangja spun in the air and rolled to another spot. The variant ape rushed at him again like lightning. This time Yangja didn't dodge with difficulty, but swung his knife and slashed. Red quickly spun and dodged. Outside, Park Ji-yu carefully observed one person and an ape entangled in a fight, mentally assessing detection ability, high intelligence, and transcendent reflexes. Red over there threw another punch at Yangja. He curled up his body, couldn't hold on, and recoiled. He analyzed inwardly. Yangja is good at fighting, but his endurance is reaching its limit. Thinking this, Park Ji-yu turned his body towards Sung Yun. Hung Nim, what are you doing? Shoot. He aimed for a long time, then shouted with a helpless expression. I don't have a clear shot, he frowned. If you don't shoot, that guy will die, Sung Yun shouted in a flustered voice. I know, but look at that ape's angle. It's already figured out our position. It's using Yangja as a shield. He gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted loudly. Yangja, move aside. Yangja reacted incredibly quickly and immediately ran to the side. He rolled again, avoiding Red's punch attack. Yangja regained his composure and replied loudly, all right, I'll trick it. The ape again gritted its teeth and rushed forward with a punch. Yangja also rushed towards its punch without hesitation. In an instant he quickly closed the distance to Red. Successfully dodging its punch attack, Red's two eyes again emitted a white light, and its gaze was filled with fury. Yangja stepped on its shoulder armor and leapt. Red reached out its arm to grab him, but Yangja flipped his body in the air and jumped far away. He grinned triumphantly. I told you I'd trick it. Ah, you can't understand what I'm saying, can you? Red, provoked, its eyes turning blood red with fury, didn't even notice that its back was completely exposed to Sung Yun's gun. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and his hand gripped the gun tightly, carefully searching for a weak spot on the ape's armored body. Sung Yun's gaze fixed on the unarmored part under Red's arm, and his eyes, tinged with red, stared at that spot. Sung Yun's finger slowly pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed, but the bullet embedded itself in the ground. A small hole formed and smoke wafted up. Park Ji-yu stared blankly at Sung Yun, and Yangja also froze in surprise. Sung Yun stared intently at the gun, his face filled with disbelief. He was furious, a vein throbbing in his forehead, and he gritted his teeth. In front of them, Red nonchalantly raised a finger. Then with that finger it tapped its head armor and curled the corners of its mouth in a sneer. Red's other arm also rose, and a bullet mark remained on its wrist armor, smoke wafting up. Sung Yun shouted in rage. Damn it, that ape bastard. Red stood there with a triumphant smile. Sung Yun nervously re-aimed his gun. He successfully embedded a bullet in one of Red's arms. Yangja cursed. Damn it, that ape bastard. Monsters don't even care about getting shot. It stood firm in front of him. Yangja cursed and quickly dodged to the side. He mumbled, I need to close the distance, as he ran. Red leaped and extended its gigantic hand over Yangja's head, and he was startled. Yangja nimbly bent backward, avoiding the monster's attack. Due to the sudden movement, he let out a painful groan. Yangja shouted to the person in the distance to shoot. Meanwhile, Sung Yun was still having difficulty aiming at the target. The ape Red, resting one hand on a nearby railing, launched itself towards the moving Yangja. Red skillfully used a utility pole to attack him. Yangja looked at his comrades in disbelief. Red strongly kicked Yangja in the chest. That attack sent him flying far, continuously sliding on the ground. Yangja coughed with difficulty. Quickly rising to his feet, he frowned with an angry face. Yangja loudly demanded, Why aren't you shooting? Shoot quickly. Red continued to attack him. Yangja angrily shouted, You useless piece of trash. From a distance, Sung Yun was still doing his best to aim. Park Ji-yu quietly observed him from beside him. He saw Sung Yun's hand trembling on the trigger and inwardly analyzed that the reason Sung Yun couldn't shoot was very simple. From the other side, Yangja was still struggling to evade Red's attacks. It continuously launched devastating attacks at him. A fierce battle continued far from where Park Ji-yu and Sung Yun stood. Park Ji-yu concluded that the distance wasn't that simple. Yangja, knife in hand, struggled to escape Red's pursuit. Park Ji-yu continued to think as he observed the battle from afar. At 150 meters, even people looked as small as ants, hitting the gaps in the target's armor from that distance. Yangja swung his knife at Red. Park Ji-yu said to himself. The agile Red brought its two fists together. It ascended lightly with all its might. Red delivered a fatal blow to Yangja. Red's eyes emitted fierce flashes. Park Ji-yu inwardly assessed, Even I find it difficult. Only Kim Da-gon could do it. He looked to the side. Sung Yun was still sweating, struggling to pinpoint a target for his gun. He bit his lip in tension. Park Ji-yu recalled Sung Yun's family. Furthermore, each shot he took was connected to his trip to Jeju Island, so the pressure was considerable. Yangja loudly announced, Our position has been exposed, so I'll lure it there. He shouted the remaining 120-meter distance between the two of them. Sung Yun observed through the scope intently. Red continued to attack. Yangja blocked the attacks with his knife. He continued to call out the distance 100 meters. Sung Yun's eyebrows were furrowed, showing extreme tension. The distance continued to close. Yangja kept announcing 85 meters. Park Ji-yu quietly looked at the person beside him. Yangja sprinted at full speed towards his two comrades, shouting 70 meters. He angrily yelled loudly, "Shoot, you useless piece of trash. If you don't shoot, we'll all die." Sung Yun sweated nervously. He stood frozen in surprise. Sung Yun lowered his gun. He said helplessly, "I can't do it." Park Ji-yu looked at Sung Yun and inwardly thought that the tendency to flee at a critical moment was a common habit among those who fail. Sung Yun reached into the back of his clothes searching for something, then pulled out a new weapon. Park Ji-yu immediately recognized it as a U.S. military blade that doubled as a suicide drone. He observed the blade and guessed that this last weapon would be used, but he didn't think it would be decisive. Park Ji-yu recalled the zombies all over the city. Awakened zombies were swarming. He inwardly thought it was better to finish it cleanly with one shot than to make noise with several. Park Ji-yu inwardly assessed, observing the chaotic situation unfolding below. But that toy wouldn't be effective against that monster. If he used it, Park Ji-yu was 100% certain that Yangja would die as he was struggling to evade Red's attacks. His head already had a serious wound. Park Ji-yu recalled the past. At that moment Yangja spoke. "I heard Kim Dagon has no blood or tears, is heartless." He smiled slightly. "She even uses her comrades' lives." Park Ji-yu frowned, glanced at him and replied, "Why are you being sarcastic from the start?" Yangja countered. "I'm not being sarcastic, I like that method." Park Ji-yu remained seriously silent. He recalled that he hadn't denied it then. At that moment Yangja continued, "If you're useless, you should at least be helpful in some other way. The reason we're so miserable is because we're lumped together with those useless people." He fell into thought. "I know what I look like too." Park Ji-yu recalled another scene. Hunters stood around him in saluting postures. Park Ji-yu said resolutely, "The first thing one must discard to fight against the enemies of humanity is," he coldly asserted, "humanity itself." Park Gu's voice still resonated calmly. "We hunters are not individuals but merely part of a team." The other hunters listened carefully to their senior's words. Park Ji-yu said, "In battle, everyone is a mere private, and even I, the team leader, can be sacrificed." He always emphasized to his comrades that each of them was merely a component. Park Ji-yu recalled the past. He abandoned dying comrades and criticized weak team members multiple times. One hunter couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears with a white bandage on his head. "I can't stand it anymore. I'll go crazy under this person." At that moment Park Ji-yu merely looked at him indifferently. In Park Gu's mind all that mattered was killing monsters. He could do anything to quell this hatred. Park Ji-yu walked alone. He lived that way in the hospital corridor. Park Ji-yu recalled the moment of destiny. So when that day came, screams erupted. Senior Dagon rushed toward Park Ji-yu, but was restrained by her comrades. Another hunter tried to contact the remaining people. "This is Professor's team, requesting backup." Hein and Secretary Kim observed coldly from behind. Hein commanded, "Too dangerous. Stop the search." Secretary Kim hesitated slightly. "But President Hein," she coldly cut him off. "If the professor isn't here, I'm the team leader." She had to make a cold decision because the professor always said that useless people were not needed in battle. Hein placed her hands on her hips and coldly declared, "Now it's his turn to experience cruelty. We must act according to his words." She looked at Park Ji-yu, who was crouched, and asserted that now he was the useless one. Park Ji-yu bowed his head. He recalled that he hadn't resented being abandoned then. His blood-soaked arm was barely supporting him on the ground. He inwardly thought, "It's just a way of being abandoned. The cause that negated everything I had lived for." Park Ji-yu didn't change his crouched posture. At that moment Park Gu's face was already streaked with tears. He cried in pain. Park Ji-yu said to himself, "It was just that I couldn't bear it. I'm truly a coward. I betrayed everyone's expectations." He recalled his comrades. They were busy saving their own lives. Park Ji-yu recalled Dagan's face. In Park Gu's mind she stood opposite the people who had turned their backs on him. He turned a blind eye to the misfortune of those closest to him. Park Ji-yu recalled the day they reunited. Dagan grabbed his shoulder and said, "Long time no see. I thought you were the only one who wouldn't age, senior," she continued. "But standing in the sunlight you look old." That sarcastic remark. Park Ji-yu wasn't so oblivious as to not notice, but he remained silent at the other's words. Park Ji-yu had indeed aged and changed a lot. But if there was anything that hadn't changed, returning to reality, Park Ji-yu called out, "Senior." Sung Yun, confused, asked Park Ji-yu again. He inwardly thought that even though it was a hastily assembled team, Park Ji-yu raised a hand and offered, "Give me the gun," he said to himself. "But the team has the professor." Park Ji-yu suggested to Sung Yun, "I'll shoot." At the same time he was certain that no comrade would die in vain. Da Young listened intently to the voice coming from over the walkie-talkie. "Anything strange happen on the bulletin board while I was gone?" Her gaze was directed at Defender beside her, and the two remained silent as if by prior agreement and didn't answer. A moment later he was startled, his eyes widening in surprise upon hearing Da Young's reply. "It's faster to see for yourself." Before his eyes was a post on the internet that was causing a fierce debate. "Dongtan Mom Yum Yum, are you sulking because you couldn't go to Jeju Island? Yum Yum, why couldn't you go? What's a Yum Yum? The way you talk is really trashy. You're almost at Scanton's level. Why are they cursing her for not being able to go?" As soon as he read it, Park Ji-yu broke out in a cold sweat. His mind was reeling. Dongtan Mom, who had once been suspended, had returned. He He pointed at the screen and shouted loudly, with content and style even more horrific than before. That post quickly became a hot topic on social media. Cookie Monster 10.8 emergency help request. I think the soldiers found me. What should I do? The moment he saw that message, he was certain Dongtan Mom had died. Park Ji-yu angrily slammed his desk and loudly cursed. This damn B-Hill. She quickly covered Sue's ears from behind. He subtly asked Scanton. He immediately turned and looked, replying softly, I'm sorry. The towering building was destroyed, thus losing its original form. Rebecca demanded, why are you logging into my account? He hesitated, then said softly, just 1 more hour, I'm really sorry. He visited Rebecca's house for the first time in a long time. Recalling Dagon leading the army, he inwardly thought, although I returned home because the environment in Inji was worse than expected, Kim Dagon was still with the Legion group, so I couldn't be safe. Min-hee was watching his every move like a predator, constantly eyeing him. Although he wanted to ask for solutions on the bulletin board, the Scanton account was already under suspicion by Woo Min-hee, known as a reporter. Park Ji-yu fell into deep thought for a moment, sighing continuously, so he hastily borrowed Rebecca's account to post something. But in reality, only people like Dongtan Mom commented. She worried inwardly and cautiously asked Park Ji-yu, Scanton, why does this person keep sniffing? Is it an expression of wanting to eat something? He quickly explained upon hearing that the best way to deal with attention-seeking behavior is to ignore it. They're probably venting their emotional pain online. Sue watched everything intently but said nothing. Where the two couldn't see, her hands quietly clenched into fists. Her voice suddenly rang out, attracting their attention. Uncle Scanton, aren't you in danger? Park Ji-yu was speechless. Sue, she directly asked if it was because of the previous battle. Sue, very worried, volunteered to join the fight. Uncle, please don't do that. Build a team. I can shoot a gun. He froze for a moment upon hearing Sue's words. Ever since then, Sue had told her mother that she wanted to help Uncle Scanton. He inwardly looked at this child once more. The image of little Sue, anxious and hugging him tightly, came to mind. When they first met, she had to strain her neck high to talk to Park Ji-yu, and she was only a little taller than his waist. Seeing her surprisingly grown height then, he was deeply moved to see that Sue had become much more mature than before. Now, Park Ji-yu said nothing, just stared intently at Sue. Even if the world ended, children would continue to grow and this child would also become an adult. Sue bowed her head to avoid his gaze and continued to try and persuade Park Ji-yu. I can really protect you, Uncle Scanton. So he thought deeply upon hearing that. Not only protect her uncle, but one day she would consider him a true partner. Park Ji-yu made a decision inwardly, but it wasn't for now. Before she could even finish her sentence, so Park Ji-yu quickly cut her off. I'm sorry, Sue, but not now. She was startled and protested loudly as if in disbelief. Uncle can't stop using the internet. You know that, right? The space between the two was suddenly plunged into infinite darkness. Park Ji-yu, puzzled, asked her again. What? Sue confessed directly to him then. Actually, I saw you using the internet by borrowing Mom's account. Park Ji-yu felt helpless at her frank words. He kept using strange words and making spelling errors. He kept posting things nobody cared about and copied popular posts asking for comments. Everyone ignores Uncle Scanton. Rebecca leaned back like lightning, avoiding his accusatory gaze. My mom does too. Mom says Uncle Scanton keeps doing weird things, so she won't lend him her account. Sue sobbed, crying very sadly. I don't like it when you get cursed, he coldly demanded fairness. Explain. Rebecca, sweating profusely, quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Scanton, I translated your post and put it on the North American bulletin board. His eyes immediately lit up with interest upon hearing her words. Want to see the comments? Park Ji-yu instantly leaned forward eagerly. Just a moment, his eyes fell into deep thought for a moment, and he bit his lip, contemplating carefully. Looking at the comments on the post, it was just as Rebecca had said. An idea flashed in his mind. This was a way to deal with the underground bunker discovered by robbers. My bunker is quite spacious, 3 comrades, heavy equipment, a skilled carpenter, and me. She glanced at Park Gu's expression and nervously asked, anything unexpected? He stared at the computer screen with his mouth open. Thank you, Rebecca. An immense joy passed across Park Gu's face and he turned to the side and said, I found a way. On the screen, 2 comments from a person named Conroom stood out at this moment. So what happened in the end? Hide the bunker. Thanks to it, in a flat and isolated area, he thought of a way to escape the Legion faction's grasp. A firm hand gripped the bicycle handlebars tightly. Defender carried her and rode refreshingly along the desolate road. Da Young sat quietly behind, deep in thought, saying nothing. She suddenly recalled when she was playing with her laptop. Suddenly, a notification sound was heard. Conscription order, Defender Da Young cried out in surprise, and holding the walkie-talkie she asked again in confusion, What, is there a fight? Da Young frowned and signaled him with her eyes to be quiet. It's not a fight, I have a favor to ask. Da Young pursed her lips and told him to signal the other party to ask if she could go. Defender asked slowly with a very reluctant expression, Can I bring my sister? An immediate response came from the walkie-talkie. I was just about to say that. Her words were clearly confirmed by a voice from the walkie-talkie. You can take her. As soon as Da Young recalled that scene, her face flushed red. Nothing can be discussed without Da Young and nothing can happen without me. What exactly was he trying to say? He was driving, but he could imagine Da Young's face right now and said nothing. The deserted road ahead was lonely, and it would be best not to expect too much, just like Defender's heart. A large excavator lay on a patch of ground waiting for its user. Park Ji-yu delivered the news seriously and solemnly. "We're going to start construction." She immediately froze, speechless with surprise. Dae-young took a few steps forward in disbelief. "Construction," he replied casually. "Literally." A sturdy door leading to the main bunker blocked the entrance. Park Gu's voice echoed, "We'll install a door on the main bunker and build a fake bunker next to it." The bunker was dark, with faint light seeping through to confuse intruders at the door based on rumors about his subordinates. While she was frozen, Defender kept trying to suppress his laughter. "Defender will handle the construction with me, and you'll be in charge of perimeter security and reconnaissance. It would be a disaster if we were attacked during construction." Her voice stammered as she asked, "Is that all you remember?" Park Ji-yu, with a look of incomprehension, directly admitted, "That's all." His face suddenly contorted, his eyes firm, and he praised her generously. "You're an excellent drone pilot. Only you can do it." Defender couldn't hold back his laughter and casually comforted her as she miserably slumped to the ground. After talking to him, Defender finally understood everything clearly. First, the two brothers were puzzled by the construction period and scale, but they understood after seeing the equipment and materials I had prepared. He actually issued a summons for such a trivial matter, really. He quickly began rebuilding the bunker door. During the construction period, I provided them with accommodation and food. Dae-young pouted and reluctantly piloted the drone. With Defender's help, the work proceeded faster than expected. A reddish-orange sunset filled the space enveloping the hideout. A month later, the man's lips moved, uttering each word. "The outside looks fine," Defender evaluated after looking around the bunker. "But the inside is empty." The hideout was complete. As soon as Defender finished speaking, "We'll be found out like this." A footstep approached and asserted, "It's fine. This bunker is known to have been abandoned for a long time." A sound came from a corner approaching the toilet. Besides, Park Ji-yu stared intently at the toilet in front of him and said, "Let's do this." He replied suspiciously, "We won't be found out." As soon as Defender heard that, he blinked, lost in thought. "The only information intruders have is the approximate location and that there's a toilet in the middle," she murmured. "The tactical value of a toilet in the middle of a house." The path to the bunker was redecorated after construction. "The trap at the entrance has been similarly reproduced, so they'll probably believe it and turn back." He kept thinking about the people following with guns on guard, but if they still suspected and continued to investigate, Defender's eyes suddenly widened, staring straight ahead. He also turned his gaze to the innermost corner of the back wall. There, bombs were already installed. Ready to be activated at any time, the bombs exploded, causing a violent fire and huge flames. "I'll bury the fake bunker too, so the followers can't find it." Defender crossed his arms and thought carefully for a moment. He still didn't stop worrying and said, "It can prevent most accidents, but there's still a fundamental problem." Dae-young looked at the toilet with a disgusted expression. "So the last scene intruders will see is this toilet," he quickly added. "It's truly tragic." Park Ji-yu lowered his gaze, staring into space. "That's because Kim Daegan, whom I betrayed, is still with the Legion faction." He recalled the hand that had clenched its fist firmly then. "But if Kim Daegan came, I won't avoid it." Park Gu's eyes were gloomy and cold. "I'll meet her and ask her directly." She stood pouting. Park Ji-yu was lost in heavy thought. Why did she do that? His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he fell silent without making a sound. A rough hand slowly clenched, and the red sunset seemed to burn all the air around them. That was the time. What a waste! Park Ji-yu looked up in surprise and doubt. "Senior, you were here, weren't you?" Young-ja looked down at him from above. "I told you." His eyes flashed with a strange blue light, and his mouth mumbled, "I'll find you soon." On the lawn, a bird sat on a plank, and a golf ball rolled across the grass. A white-haired man swung a golf club. He looked into the distance. Many people whispered, "Where's Mr. Kim?" "I don't know. He said he'd stay here." It's not even wartime now. Even after we escaped, really crazy." "Fine, he'll manage. I heard he was a pro athlete before the war." "Athlete? What sport?" Mr. Kim was looking ahead and replied, "I don't know. I didn't ask." He took his stance again, his eyes focused. "Look closely at the hole." Mr. Kim was lost in thought, his feet firmly planted. His eyes intently watched the moment just before the golf club hit the ball. The ball rolled far, slowly, and almost went into the hole. He gritted his teeth and concentrated. The ball almost went into the hole. Mr. Kim's eyes widened in surprise, and the bird flew off to another place. He still said nothing, and the ball went into the hole. His hand rose, and Mr. Kim, seemingly very happy, rejoiced. Clasping both hands and looking up at the sky, Mr. Kim, wearing a hat, laughed and tossed his hat. He bowed his head, laughing joyfully. Suddenly he picked up a gun and aimed it at his side. A gunshot echoed, startling the birds, which flew away. Park Ji-yu stood near the window, a gun in his hand. Park Ji-yu said, "It's no longer needed." The long winter finally ended. I spent a month building the hideout with the Defender brothers. All sorts of incidents always occurred in my territory, but thanks to the active help of the two brothers, especially Dae-young, most were resolved without my intervention. If there was anything to remember, it would be Go's departure. We cooperated for revenge, but he was a wolf by nature. Wolves have instincts, and going against them is too cruel. Nevertheless, I was still sad. I would check his old hideout every time I went on patrol, and sometimes I would find small gifts he left behind. Then one day someone called, "Are you there? Can you hear me?" "Senior Park, I told you. I'll be seeing you soon." "I'm young. If you're here, please answer." An unexpected guest came to my territory. It's rare for me to call anyone senior, but you deserve it. As expected, you live up to your reputation. Professor, do you live in a hideout? I'll visit you once my leg heals. Of course, I didn't tell Young the location of my hideout, but immediately after the call he was steadily approaching my bunker. That is, he definitely knew my location. Did Woo Min-hee tell him, or Kim Daegan? Anyway, the main bunker entrance was completely sealed, so only the fake bunker entrance remained. If discovered and infiltrated, I would just blow up the entire bunker. Yangja exclaimed. Ha, he smiled. Yangja was delighted. Found it. Park Ji-yu was terrified. Found it? Found what? The fake bunker entrance, or the main bunker entrance? No, neither. The direction Yangja was heading was where Yangja's voice was coming from. Senior, you're here, aren't you? Senior Park, if you're here, please answer. I told you, Yang will find you. Park Ji-yu realized this man was an awakened one. Going back, Yangja asked, back then, Senior, you carried not only weapons but also U.S. military guns, right? I immediately guessed you lived near a U.S. military base. The area around the U.S. military base, where individuals can buy land where water is easily accessible, and the highest point among them all. So you can control all directions. Knowing just that much, I can find the rest on my own. Let me have some too. Thanks, he shouted. That's mine, and the couch too. You sit on the floor? He replied. Can't sit. The room is as small as a child's room. He sat down and said, it's a hideout. Foolish, Yangja frowned. Oh right, a hideout, he thought. What am I being foolish about? And asked again, but why did you put the toilet there? Park Ji-yu put down his cup and told Yangja, why are you here? If you're going to talk nonsense, get to the point. He hesitated. I heard you have a prickly personality, but it's really bad. Alright, I'll be honest, can I stay here for a while? He frowned. Ha, Yangja directly expressed his intention to stay with Park Ji-yu for a while. I'll be staying here for a while, is that alright? Park Ji-yu reacted vehemently again. He immediately objected, absolutely not. Yangja looked flustered, but Park Ji-yu calmly said, why that expression, this bunker isn't yours. Yangja immediately complained and pleaded, it's so spacious no one will notice if one more person comes in. But Park Ji-yu still firmly refused. Why would I take you in when I don't even accept beautiful young women trying to seduce me? Yangja couldn't help but curse. What a cruel talker. Park Ji-yu clasped his hands together and voiced his question, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Park Ji-yu was curious about Yangja's attitude before he arrived. Why didn't you report to the academy? Furthermore, several peculiar aspects of Yangja made him even more perplexed. You're an awakened one, aren't you? Class 18 was the first batch of the new academy, right above Class 19. You must have been treated well. But Yangja modestly acknowledged his ability. I was just an add-on, not an awakened one. I roughly understood how they operated. Park Ji-yu observed him and briefly replied, as he sat down. Park Ji-yu asked a few more questions. What did you see from that perspective? Yangja lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He voiced his thoughts. Trash food. He explained in great detail why. I bought a lot because it looked delicious, but it turned out to taste terrible, and it became untreatable trash that couldn't even be put in a disposal unit. Even while telling this uncomfortable story, Yangja expressed his concern. If I were Senior Park or a related batchmate, I could be included based on my career, but you and I are at least 3 ranks apart. Dozens of awakened ones stood between them. Hearing that, Park Ji-yu replied very calmly, do you understand the situation? Do you know what those kids in that rank are like? Yangja poured out the sadness he had experienced to Park Ji-yu. I wasn't there, so I don't know, but the woman I like died in Korea, not on the battlefield. His story moved and comforted Park Ji-yu. That's truly regrettable. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, but Yangja shifted the sad story from touching to indifferent. I had quite a few people I liked. About 33 of them. Park Ji-yu stood blankly at his way of falling for women. I lose my mind whenever I see pretty women. Unfortunately, Yangja felt his luck in love was bad, but they all died or disappeared. I was right. At his pitiful state, Park Ji-yu sat silently, clasping his hands. Yangja regretted his previous hesitation. If I had known this would happen, I would have built a hideout. I thought about that too, but I thought the old generation's holes still had value. He speculated about others. I thought the surprisingly small number of awakened ones would allow them to survive in supporting roles. Yangja leaned back. His eyes were blank and empty. But what supporting role? They were completely annihilated. He compared himself to Park Ji-yu, making him speechless. Even Senior Park couldn't hold on, so how could I? It's over. Yangja waved his hand, showing a contemptuous attitude. But Senior, you're not a doomsday cultist, are you? I hate that indifferent attitude. The elders are praying for the country's demise together. Park Ji-yu covered his mouth. Stop it. He picked up a broom and chastised Yangja. Get to the point. Yangja quietly expressed his wish, taking something out of his backpack. I have one favor to ask you, Senior. He took out a registration form and invited him with good intentions. Please join the Alumni Association. Park Ji-yu put down the broom. He was surprised by this news. An alumni association, whether it's the military or the National Assembly. We all came from the same school, didn't we? Yangja looked carefully at the paper and said sadly, the nation considered us useless, so at least we should take care of each other. But in his heart, he always had a noble dream, and it showed on his bright face. Everyone dreamed of killing monsters. Yangja greatly trusted Park Gu's reputation and gave him absolute faith. So I want to ask for your help, Senior. Senior Park is the best. Having a celebrity increases the value of the Alumni Association. Park Ji-yu thought for a moment, then confessed, Honestly, I'm not interested. Regarding their slogan, Park Ji-woo assessed that the world was already heading towards its predetermined demise. Young listened to Park Goo's thoughts in silence. What was the use of looking back now? Park Goo's eyes held deep compassion and understanding. He hesitated for a long time but finally picked up the pen and Park Ji-woo signed their membership application. Yang Jae was surprised by Park Goo's action but watched silently. Park Ji-woo handed the paper to Yang Jae. Take it. He also accepted the application. Park Ji-woo meticulously filled in all the information. Signed. Yang Jae couldn't hide his joy at the addition of a competent member. Park Ji-woo was moved by Yang Jae's profound words. His talk of dreaming together touched me a little. Park Ji-woo still had a few questions about their gathering. He asked about the Academy Alumni Association. Who's the president? As soon as he finished speaking, Park Ji-woo froze for 5 seconds. That's me. He suddenly realized something was off. He stammered and asked again, don't tell me the only member is you, Yang Jae. Yang Jae calmly said, you're quick on the uptake. Yang Jae had got Park Ji-woo. He spoke dearly of the members. You, senior, and me, a total of 2. He even gave Park Ji-woo a thumbs up in front of him, rendering him helpless. I was fooled after all. Park Ji-woo was once again surprised by Yang Jae's Alumni Association promotional photo. What was that photo earlier? Yang Jae no longer hid it and said, actually it's Photoshop. It's originally a group photo of the Hunter Town Foot Volleyball Club. Park Ji-woo was furious at this blatant deception. Yang Jae still tried to excuse his mistake. No, it's not a lie, it's an ambition. All residents of Hunter Town will join. He asked Park Ji-woo again, Senior, what do you think I'm trying to do by borrowing your name? Yang Jae spoke of a past incident he had experienced. You probably don't know yet, Senior. He once witnessed something strange. Tall, sturdy men stood very solemnly. Yang Jae explained the reason in detail. Because of the National Assembly faction's atmosphere, no one could speak openly. One fact that made him admire was, if you just mention your name, Senior, they'll immediately rush over. Park Ji-woo was shocked by Yang Jae's sincerity. So, the professor was this kind of person. He bid Park Ji-woo farewell as he left. I should get going now. I have many alumni to meet nearby. As Yang Jae was about to leave, Park Ji-woo called him back and teased him. He pretended to be surprised by the reason Yang Jae had come all this way. Did you come all this way just to tell me this? But he only left one meaningful remark. This area is pretty good. They gathered in groups as if nothing had happened. A noble will rose in Yang Jae's heart. But if the National Assembly faction falls, I plan to gather like-minded hunters to form a group. Isn't it better for you, Senior Park, to be protected by alumni than by vagrants? Park Ji-woo was silent for a moment. He admired Yang Jae's spirit. Truly, I'm shocked. Park Ji-woo cautiously advised Yang Jae. It feels like I was hit, but it was a good hit. Don't tell this story to any alumni living nearby. Yang Jae also accepted his request. Are you acquainted with Senior? Understood. Yang Jae left at dusk. He rechecked the list of people he needed to find. Mr. Hong uses a pseudonym. He suddenly recalled something. Oh right, Yang Jae turned back to ask Park Ji-woo something. But Senior, I have something to ask you. But there was only his shadow behind him. Park Ji-woo had left a long time ago. Yang Jae also admired Park Goo's quick movements. He's really fast. Back home, Park Ji-woo fell into deep thought again. An Academy Alumni Association, looking at the coffee cup in front of him. Old memories resurfaced. Come to think of it, someone once talked about this. One of his old friends had mentioned the name of this gathering. Park Ji-woo, what if we made an Academy Alumni Association too? Park Ji-woo wondered about his old friend. How is he doing now? It's been a long time. A man was quietly looking out the window of his room. Outside it was raining, which made his mood even heavier. The man gazed outside for a long time, and his emotions gradually drifted back to the past. His eyes were full of longing and remembrance. Yang Jae accidentally mentioned this story again when talking to Park Ji-woo. I heard that the real power in Jeju Island lies with the awakened alumni of Senior Gwon Kung Min, a member of the Supreme Committee JJU. Recalling a friend from before, he reminisced about old times. Are you acquainted with Senior as well? One day, Park Ji-woo was sitting quietly in his secret base. Everything started with an unexpected small incident. It was a peaceful afternoon as usual. A small incident caused a stir on the bulletin board. One piece of information he saw astonished him. What is this? In the group chat, 2 men were challenging each other to a fight. Hey, where do you live? I live behind Warehouse 31. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. in front of Pier 7. No need for long words. Let's talk like men. One man spoke first in a provocative tone. What are you babbling about, you son of a bitch? He kept typing furiously in the chat, cursing, and another sarcastic message was sent. Shut up and come. The man on the other side of the screen was also enraged, but his opponent didn't back down and continued to provoke him. I'll personally throw you into the sea. Park Ji-woo helplessly rubbed his forehead then and there. What are those guys doing? The 2 eccentrics on the bulletin board, Dongtan Mom and M9, were having a war of words. Park Ji-woo skimmed through the captions of some students evaluating. Fight started simply, and messages poured in continuously. When the Jeju Island evacuation train schedule was revealed, everyone debated actively as usual. M9 provoked again and Dongtan Mom retorted. Both sides began to clash fiercely. Are you using the nickname M9 because you have 9 lives? The man on the other side of the screen also typed furiously. The war of words gradually spread and became a famous fight. They talked and debated about important events. Except for the fact that the parties involved were eccentrics, this was just a typical online war of words. Park Ji-yu was tired of the escalating tension. What's MAGA craft? Are they really crazy? The reason I was interested in this fight was different. It was the true identity of Dongtan Mom. The identity of this individual was also not ordinary. As known, Dongtan Mom's real name is Park Sung-hoon, a professional hunter. Park Ji-yu also had to acknowledge his terrifying skills. He's not just a regular hunter, he's an excellent hunter whom I would classify as a rank. This means he is a skilled assassin with outstanding abilities and an extraordinary temperament, capable of easily subduing opponents. This implies he is a skilled assassin with outstanding abilities and an extraordinary temperament. In Park Gu's mind, the tragic end of the man who challenged him was already drawn. If Park Sung-hoon steps in, M9 will immediately disappear from the world. Although it was pitiful, he had no choice but to ignore this foolishness. It can't be helped. It's M9's fault for daring to pick a fight. Park Ji-yu decided to set aside his stray thoughts for a moment and focus on work. He's not someone who listens to advice, and I have something to do tomorrow. But he stopped for a few minutes, carefully thinking again. Wait, schedule? It was the message he particularly noticed. The fight would take place tomorrow at 11 a.m. in Incheon. Park Ji-yu rested his chin in his hand. He thought his opponent was quite lucky that the timing overlapped with his. This guy's lucky, it's a coincidence. I'm going to Incheon too. I promised Defender I'd wait for him there. Park Ji-yu closed his eyes. He firmly resolved in his mind. M9 and Dongtan Mom might ignore Scanton's words, but Park Sung-hoon will listen to Park Gu's words. He knew very well that no matter how much he disliked it, he was a member of Jo Naenong's bulletin board. Park Ji-yu seemed to be expecting something greater. I don't want to see him die like this. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Park Ji-yu had no idea what kind of storm this reckless intervention would bring later. The next day, Dong-ho and Park Hee-woo arrived at the Incheon refugee camp. He was shocked by the scene before his eyes. Dong-ho looked around and muttered, "There are more survivors than I thought." He even expressed surprise, saying he thought they wouldn't be able to survive the winter. Park Ji-yu explained, "The survival rate varies greatly from camp to camp." He added some information about these people. Since the government largely neglected them, the camp leader's ability is very important. He even heard rumors about the hardships and situations they experienced. I heard that some camps survived the winter by huddling together like penguins to maintain body temperature. What he thought was a rumor turned out to be true. Park Ji-yu asked him, wondering why he had come all this way. "What are you looking for?" Dong-ho also told him honestly, "Painkillers. It would be good to find a professional doctor." His answer made a strange thought pop into Park Gu's mind. Painkillers? They walked together for a long time and finally reached the end. Dong-ho suggested they part ways first. He gave a reasonable excuse. "Let's split up here. We'll do our own things and meet again later." His friend seemed a little awkward. Park Ji-yu suddenly asked about Dong-ho's relatives. "Dong-ho is your younger sibling, all right?" He hesitated for a moment, then answered coldly, "I don't know." Pretending to be calm, Dong-ho suppressed his emotions and clenched his fist tightly. Park Ji-yu simply said, "I hope nothing bad happens," and casually left. As he left, Dong-ho slowly unclenched his hands. Park Ji-yu still moved with all his might. He finally arrived at his destination. "There's still time before the appointment. I'm not expecting much." Park Ji-yu glanced at them. He thought to himself, hunters are inherently stubborn guys. His eyes held a meaningful evaluation. They can't exist without their own conviction. Park Ji-yu was slightly disappointed that despite all his efforts he wasn't properly rewarded. I tried to persuade them by using the excuse of helping their families. But that calculation backfired. Sung-hoon changed his mind at the last minute. "Why should I go there?" This bewildered Park Ji-yu with his unusual attitude. Sung-hoon absolutely did not back down from Park Gu's suggestion. I'm not going. Is this a Cold War?" He candidly revealed everything. "I've experienced it many times even while playing games, but I've never gone. People call me a coward, but actually..." Park Ji-yu was slightly displeased. He suddenly remembered that he had almost forgotten Park Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon scornfully mocked the man who challenged him with extreme arrogance. What else can he do besides curse? He becomes a bottomless pit when he's on the keyboard. Sung-hoon was surprised by Park Gu's unexpected appearance and asked, "But how did you know there'd be a fight? Are you on the bulletin board too?" He hastily waved his hand and denied it. "I don't even know what the internet is. I just interfered through someone I know. I worried for nothing. If I had known nothing would happen, I wouldn't have come." Sung-hoon looked at him silently and smiled bitterly. And after a long pause he opened his mouth, asking Park Ji-yu for something. "But you came at the right time. Viva, I have a favor to ask about the apocalypse." Park Ji-yu was surprised. "What is it?" Sung-hoon said in an urgent voice. "Can you help me?" The two sat down and talked seriously. His situation was roughly as follows. Sung-hoon mentioned the important issue that satellite internet devices were among the prohibited items on the Jeju Island evacuation train. Park Ji-yu was still curious, hearing the uncertain information. He wants to continue using the bulletin board on Jeju Island. He asked for the reason but only received the vague answer, security issues. There was no satisfactory answer. They rambled about Chinese submarines catching signals, but Park Ji-yu felt that they themselves didn't know exactly. Sung-hoon subtly hinted at his intention to ask for help. An expert confirmed it was safe, but they still won't allow it. It probably needs approval from higher-ups. Park Ji-yu immediately grasped the problem. So now you're asking me. He immediately stated Sung-hoon's intention to ask for help. You're trying to ask Woo Min-hee for help, aren't you? He clasped his hands together and pleaded earnestly. Please, Park Ji-woo sighed, displeased. He flatly refused him. This guy won't work out after all. It's not that I don't want to help, I can't. He stood up and explained in detail why he couldn't agree. She's too busy. How can she make time to meet me? Woo Min-hee will refuse. Sung-hoon insisted that Park Ji-woo was deliberately avoiding it. It won't make a difference whether you ask or I ask. What are you talking about? If Park Ji-woo asks, she'll naturally meet you. Park Ji-woo was speechless at his logic. He asked Sung-hoon back. Me why? Sung-hoon seemed flustered and asked again. Don't tell me you don't know. What he said made Park Ji-woo momentarily stunned. This is a common rumor among academy students and you don't know anything? He remained silent, but his mind was in turmoil. Park Ji-woo firmly replied, I'm not interested in rumors. Sung-hoon teased him again. My goodness, really. Director Woo met the right person. Sung-hoon raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Alright, you don't have to know. But he once again pleaded with Park Ji-woo for help. Anyway, just ask for one word. If I get rejected, I won't ask anymore. Park Ji-woo carefully considered that giving him the satellite device was not only a repayment but also had another intention. Seeing Sung-hoon's earnest and expectant expression, he couldn't help but think, it was because of my desire for Park Sung-hoon to serve as a field informant. Park Ji-woo recalled some information he had just heard. There are many Jeju Island-related posts on FNet but no confirmed information yet. Having a source on the ground would be a great help in confirming it. After much deliberation, Park Ji-woo decided to grant Sung-yeon's request. He didn't know what Sung-yeon believed, but there was nothing to lose. He resolutely agreed. Alright, I understand, Park Ji-woo suggested, changing the terms of the deal, but then revealed his own hope to Sung-yeon, saying, instead, I also have a favor to ask. Park Ji-woo sat casually in the chair opposite Sung-yeon and continued, then I also have a favor to ask. Sung-yeon's attitude was not very positive. In fact, he seemed a little stunned. Park Ji-woo said no more and simply asserted, it's nothing difficult. After concluding negotiations with Sung-yeon, Park Ji-woo headed to Min-hee's office, but the staff informed him she was busy. Park Ji-woo waited alone, lost in thought. Director Woo is in a meeting. I don't know if you'll be able to see her, but I'll ask. He sat quietly in the old room. I went to the lab to meet Woo Min-hee. Park Ji-woo gradually lost patience and kept drumming his fingers on the table, thinking, I promised Sung-yeon, but I don't intend to put much effort into this. The reason he made this decision was because he knew Hunter Woo Min-hee too well. She left a bad impression on him. Uncontrollable and irresponsible, with her attractive looks, she was always the subject of attention and controversy. She was even more repulsive than he had previously imagined. Her sensitive, morbid and obsessive personality not only brought trouble upon herself but also upon others. He frowned. Her combat ability is outstanding, but she's the worst choice for forming a team. It's best not to get involved with her. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she only dedicates her time to things she enjoys. Just then, the cold click of high heels echoed on the floor. He turned his head towards the sound. A vague request like mine wouldn't be worth her attention. I should wait a bit, then go back and tell Sung-yeon I'm sorry. Min-hee's gentle greeting marked the start of the drama. Senior, she spoke alluringly, without the slightest hesitation. This is the first time you've come to see me personally, Senior. Min-hee glanced at him half-jokingly. What's the matter? Park Ji-woo was also surprised. Woo Min-hee came out to meet me herself? Min-hee didn't care and said sarcastically, to be honest, Senior, you only ever came to me when you needed something. She placed her emaciated ash-gray mutant hand on the table and listed everything as if accustomed to such situations. Information, supplies, people. Min-hee talked in circles for a while before finally getting to the point. Why would someone like you, who always avoids me, come to see me in person? She didn't forget to add a flattering remark. I'm truly curious. Park Ji-woo couldn't find an appropriate answer for a moment and remained silent. But once it did, it left the other person speechless. Actually, I was just free. Min-hee, not getting the answer she wanted, immediately revealed her true colors. You're saying you just dropped by because you had a gap in your meeting schedule? How can you be free? Are you joking? Park Ji-woo avoided her gaze and thought to himself, of course I know it well. He knew the inside story perfectly. With most of the National Assembly leadership and administration having moved to Jeju Island, Woo Min-hee was almost the sole person in charge on the mainland. Her workload was enormous. As Pai-woo was lost in thought, Min-hee suddenly exclaimed, all right, she guessed he had come about the internet forum. Park Ji-woo also looked at her in exasperation. Her fabricated story was almost at its worst. Min-hee didn't care and continued to stroke her short hair flirtatiously. Seeing you flustered, I guess my hunch was right. Park Ji-woo quickly realized that Woo Min-hee definitely had an ulterior motive. He remembered, after I caused the Num incident on FNet, Red Mask and Num 11 always messaged each other. Introduce yourself briefly. I'm Kim Num, 11 years old, 2 meters tall, 120 kilograms, 28 centimeters. Is Num your real name? Yes, it means a child as pretty as an apple. Why? Is Num really 11 years old? Is that by the lunar calendar? Yes. Is Num really that tall? People say I'm tall. Children grow so fast. And your weight? No, actually, Min-hee happened to see the screen then. Woo Min-hee kept suspecting Num. She questioned him about this issue many times but never got the answer she wanted, but Park Ji-woo was quite relieved. But I used an untraceable account provided by Jane, the administrator of FNet. Wu Minhee's interrogation of me is probably based on a baseless hunch. He recalled the item she had given him then. The satellite device she gave him was proof. If I couldn't find a lead for Nugun or connect to my Scanton account, Minhee continued. Senior, you might not know this, but I've been tracking the account activity of the device I gave you. But Park Ji-yu had already anticipated her movements long ago. She's probably trying to write posts with that account and find connection points. He didn't stop and continued to probe. I tried several times, didn't you notice, Senior? But Park Ji-yu gave her no answer. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Minhee thought she was right. Seeing his reaction, she knew he had noticed. That's right, I'm that reporter. No sooner had she finished speaking than Park Ji-yu surprised her. He answered innocently, oh, that device, I gave it to Sung Yun. Immediately her eyes widened to their fullest and her expression crumpled like a misfired firecracker. And then it happened. A loud burst of laughter echoed throughout the entire base. Minhee probed, almost driven mad. It's a device I gave you. Why did you give it to him? Park Ji-yu complained indifferently, as if it was nothing. It's loud. It's my choice how I use something I received. If you don't like it, take it back. Minhee lost her patience, stood up abruptly and said loudly, how can I take it back when you've already given it away? You really deceive people. Park Ji-yu scoffed at her words. Worry about your own house. Minhee frowned, bewildered. Are you still laughing? Realizing he had just failed to control his emotions, Park Ji-yu nervously covered his mouth and vehemently denied it. No, sweat was already beading on his face. Minhee suppressed the rising irritation in her heart and, losing patience, asked, so what are your demands? Park Ji-yu immediately removed his hand and looked at her in surprise. He honestly brought up the issue. I want to ask for advice regarding the satellite device. The atmosphere in the room fell silent once again. Minhee remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. In the end, Senior's point is to ensure that Dongtan Mom has no problems. Then Minhee changed her tone. No, you want Sung Yun to be allowed to take the satellite device on the ship. Park Ji-yu nodded. Roughly so, but things didn't go so smoothly, Minhee replied. No, I can't allow it. Minhee asked him if he knew how many people were on the ship. Security measures were essential, and he had already anticipated this point. As expected, he stood up and said firmly, I'm not here to beg. Sung Yun earnestly asked me to. Park Ji-yu spoke with a gentle yet firm resolve, preparing to stand up as if giving up. As if to say, let's pretend this conversation never happened. Thank you for your time when you're so busy. Minhee didn't stop him, thought for a moment, then spoke again. No, this matter is sudden, but as he was about to step out the door, Minhee said loudly, all right, I'll agree. Park Ji-yu turned around in surprise and asked, what? Park Ji-yu was surprised. You suddenly changed your mind. Minhee crossed her arms, smiling as if she had gained a great advantage, and replied, no, on second thought, it's quite interesting. She unexpectedly mentioned a prominent figure. Senior, you know Lee Sang-in, right? Park Ji-yu asked back, slightly surprised. Chairman Lee Sang-in, you mean? In his memory, he was the chairman of the National Assembly. He had risen to the top in a National Assembly full of awakened ones solely through luck and political maneuvering. Park Ji-yu considered him an incompetent official, a politician. He had encountered him at Lee Sang-hoon's funeral. He remembered that Lee Sang-in was Lee Sang-hoon's direct superior. Although he appeared at the deceased's funeral, there was not a hint of sadness on his face. Moreover, he knew that Lee Sang-in was also the one responsible for Lee Sang-hoon's death. Then he continued, if Senior Lee Sang-hoon had been smarter, the one who died would have been Lee Sang-in. She even revealed that this evacuation train was planned by Lee Sang-in. Park Ji-yu was a little skeptical, as he hadn't considered this possibility. What did Lee Sang-in do to the train? But all he got in return was a cold remark. I don't know, maybe not, Minhee explained. I can only tell you this much. The rest, Senior, you'll have to find out yourself. Go and casually ask Dongtan Mom and tell him to sneak the device in. After a brief negotiation with Wu Minhee, Park Ji-yu quickly left the base. He walked lost in thought and soon reached the beach. Park Ji-yu grumbled, I came to solve a troublesome problem, but now I'm leaving with even more worries. Just then, a loud noise from not too far away caught his attention. In the vast silent space, the noise grew louder and louder, as a group of people surrounded an old man, insulting and harassing him. The old man was frail and weak, unable to resist. That damned old man! The thug mercilessly kicked him, then turned and casually spoke to his companions. Hey, got any cigarettes? I'm all out. This is the last one. He didn't care that the poor old man was lying on the cold ground, groaning in pain. The thug turned his head and warned loudly, don't babble anymore and don't loiter around here. He threatened, if you come back again, I'll throw you into the sea. The old man, still unable to properly stand, struggled to utter each word in a hoarse voice. I never lied, he stated firmly. That ship isn't going to Jeju Island. It will never go. His voice gradually mixed with sobs like a belated regret. It's going to sink to the bottom of the sea. Just then, Park Ji-yu also arrived. He asked, what did you just say? As the thugs completely disappeared, the surrounding space became quiet and peaceful again. Just like before, the old man, who seemed to have barely escaped the jaws of death, eagerly guzzled the water from his bottle. Park Ji-yu worriedly tried to stop him. Drink slowly, but the old man couldn't stop, and Park Ji-yu also watched him with questioning eyes, lost in deep thought. Why are you saying that? The old man was startled and looked blankly. Then he reminded him again, you just said the ship would sink, there must be a reason. What is it? Hearing that, the old man let out a deep sigh, his face filled with pain and regret. Then he carefully took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, handed it to him, and said, Would you like to see this first? Park Ji-yu looked at the paper in his hand, frowning slightly. This is, the old man began to explain everything again. Before the war I drove container ships, he admitted. When the war broke out I transported people to Jeju Island. What was even more surprising was that he admitted to a past event he had always regretted during the past years. I was the captain of the Jeju Island evacuation ship for the first time. The old man said firmly, I was the captain of the first Jeju Island evacuation ship, he emphasized. I personally steered the first ship to China, Park Ji-yu asked blankly. The first ship, you mean the one that departed before that? The old man nodded and replied, That's right. Park Ji-yu asked no more and quietly observed his expression. He was still holding the old man's boat license in his hand. He thought the only evidence the old man has presented is his captain's license. He couldn't fully trust the old man unconditionally. A single crumpled license couldn't make him trust such an uncertain, unidentified person. Just then a group of children gathered to play with a familiar balloon, making the surroundings noisy and lively again. The clear laughter of the children accidentally interrupted the serious conversation between Park Ji-yu and the unfamiliar old man. But how could such a thing happen, he judged, unless new evidence is presented? He remembered that there was something called confirmation bias in Akalis. It refers to the tendency to only pay attention to information that aligns with one's beliefs and to ignore or reject anything that contradicts them. It's something every human being is bound to experience. It was a powerful way of thinking. The old man exclaimed, Landlubbers at sea are no different from children, he continued. Even a small wave makes their faces pale and causes them to constantly vomit. A seasoned captain can easily lead passengers like a flock of sheep on calm seas, the old man reminisced and said firmly. It wasn't difficult to abandon passengers who couldn't balance and transfer only a few key staff to another ship. He admitted that the old man's words had some merit, but he also thought that perhaps this was just confirmation bias. Park Ji-yu asked again. Is there any evidence? The old man replied helplessly. No, everything was an oral agreement, he continued to ask. Then what about the deckhands on the ship? The old man quickly replied. I don't know their fate either. According to the contract they were to leave after the job was done. After much probing, Park Ji-yu finally pieced together the events. So you secretly agreed with the government to abandon thousands of people in the middle of the sea. He was bewildered. No evidence, and you're the only one who knows the truth? The old man continued to sigh. I know. It's a hard story to believe. Oh, that's right, I remember now. The trained person in charge was Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. As soon as the familiar surname came out, Park Ji-yu froze for a moment. His eyes widening in shock, he recalled that Woo Min-hee had told him this story not long ago. The Jeju Island evacuation train was a prearranged script, he speculated, if the old man's purpose is to confuse me and he fabricated this story. But he still decided not to fully trust the old man. It's getting weirder and weirder. Anyway, they're abandoned people, he questioned the old man. Wouldn't it have been better to be drowned in China? Whatever the truth, this is still a great success. The man was silent. His gaze fell to his worn-out shoes as if reflecting past regrets. After a very long time he slowly opened his mouth again. At that time he had the dignified and splendid appearance of a seasoned captain among the passengers, and had not yet experienced the hardships he now faced. The man remembered a young family joyfully reuniting on that ship and admitted that his son was bad. He added that the government had ordered the scuttling, but he couldn't do it. He said it was exactly my son. I tried to persuade the government people to push them to China instead of scuttling and taking all of us down to make sure of it. Since they were given little fuel from the beginning, they wouldn't be able to return. Park Ji-yu immediately found a point of doubt. How could they go to China without a captain? The man explained that with the help of ocean currents they would arrive. He literally arrived sadly. His eyes were full of hesitation. He still couldn't believe the story the man had told. Is it okay to tell that story recklessly? I'm worried it might endanger your life. As soon as Park Ji-yu finished speaking, Sung-yun shouted loudly from afar, Park Ji-yu, I thought you weren't coming and went ahead. Everyone said you were here. Sung-yun impatiently chased away the shabby man. Get lost. Before being chased away, Park Ji-yu asked as if it was strange. Isn't he from this area? Sung-yun frowned in disgust and complained. He's just an old man who appeared out of nowhere and follows people around babbling nonsense. He's really annoying. Then, the man stood off to the side at a distance from them, saying nothing as if he felt wronged. Then suddenly, while the two paid him no mind, he quietly opened his mouth. This old man's last words, thank you for listening. Immediately after, the space regained its peace. Park Ji-yu and Sung-yun left. It's time for the appointment, let's go. Only Park Ji-yu looked back at the pained man behind them with regret. He was still standing there, watching their backs gradually disappear into the distance. In his hands he still tightly clutched a bottle of water, and his body was pitifully thin and frail. Park Ji-yu and Sung-yun approached the beach. Park Ji-yu explained everything he had heard from the strange man. In return, Sung-yun was surprised. As soon as he heard it, he shouted loudly. You're not actually believing that old man, are you? Park Ji-yu analyzed. From his way of speaking, he doesn't seem insane. Sung-yun reacted as soon as he heard that. Oh dear, how naive, half-crazed people are even more dangerous, Sung-yun continued. Whether it's sending them to China or scuttling the ship, that's a famous conspiracy theory on Fnet. Those scoundrels who crush other people's hopes and spread such stories, Sung-yun said jokingly. Besides, that old man sometimes mistakes me for his son, he reminded him. He thinks he's sane, but don't be mistaken. At this moment, Park Ji-yu also recalled what he had just asked him. Is it okay to tell that story recklessly? I'm worried it might endanger your life. At that time, he spoke frankly about what happened in Huntertown. He bowed his head. Someone looked so much like my son that I thought my dead son had come back to life, this old man's last words. Thank you for listening. He ultimately judged that understanding any problem stemmed from interest in it. As long as that exists, objectivity is merely an illusion. Having been lost in thought for too long, Park Ji-yu changed the subject. Anyway, it's too late. The train is almost here in the distance. Sung Yun looked at his watch and said again, let's wait a bit longer. Park Ji-yu asserted that what he had asked Sung Yun was very simple. It was to accept the duel with M9. He had already mentioned this issue when negotiating with Sung Yun before meeting Wu Min-hee. His purpose was to teach him a lesson. He didn't want to step in himself. Sung Yun would do it instead. His plan was clear. Although he was lucky to escape this time, if he continued to act so recklessly he would face a great disaster. It would be good for M9 to get a few punches and come to his senses with this opportunity. Park Ji-yu said firmly. I asked you with this calculation in mind. Park Ji-yu hesitated. But if it's this late, before he could finish speaking, Sung Yun shoved his phone in front of his face. Park Ji-yu, look at this. Don't get too angry. The phone screen displayed M9's status message on the real-time bulletin board. Did Dongtan Mom really show up? Park Ji-yu looked at the phone with a big question mark on his face. Sung Yun also added, Park Ji-yu, let me teach you something good. Sung Yun secretly leaned close to his ear and whispered, no matter what reality is like, only fools keep internet promises. On the real-time bulletin board, M9 also left a status message. What a fool, trusting an invitation and showing up. Sung Yun's sneering, mocking expression was very provocative. Park Ji-yu just helplessly rubbed his face. The result of the confrontation between Dongtan Mom and M9. It ended in my complete defeat. Time flew by quickly, and the ship taking refugees to Jeju Island also arrived. Refugees began to line up and board the ship. Among them was Sung Yun. He carried a large backpack just like the other migrants. This was the first step in Park Gu's plan, sending Sung Yun to Jeju Island. At this time, Park Ji-yu was also looking at a meaningless post Sung Yun left on the real-time bulletin board before boarding the ship. Dongtan Mom to Jeju, 20 hours 30 minutes. The ship's not what it used to be, I guess. Sung Yun left a comment on his own post. To the trash left on land, live well. Park Ji-yu immediately cursed upon reading it. Still running his mouth until the last minute, Mr. Sung Yun. Park Ji-yu suddenly remembered the day he returned from Incheon. An unidentified body was washed ashore at Incheon port. The man had drifted in the sea and was washed up near the beach. The cause of death was unclear. It was unknown whether it was suicide or murder. The body was discovered by refugees and discarded in a landfill like other bodies. This news quickly appeared on the real-time bulletin board, but readers' reactions were not very positive. That old man who used to babble nonsense is dead here. Serves him right. Filthy tramp, better off in the trash. What a bother. Park Ji-yu looked at the post containing humanity's inhumane side with a cold face. He frowned and an unreadable expression filled his eyes. Time flew by quickly, and 20 hours and 30 minutes later, a refugee ship heading to Jeju Island drifted far across the vast ocean. The people on board saw the coast in the faint winter sea mist from afar. Everyone cheered, look, land. People scrambled to the edge of the ship shouting Jeju Island and taking pictures. Soon Sung Yun's photo was also posted on the bulletin board with the title, Dongtan Mom took this picture. Let's see Jeju Island together. Found it, it's Jeju Island. M9 left the first comment. What is it? M9 quickly spotted the faint Chinese sign in the photo. Wait, it's M9. A Chinese sign? Even Park Ji-yu was too surprised to close his mouth. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Other people also joined the comment section of the post. My God, really? No way. The computer screen showed Dongtan Mom's reply as confirmed. Others also joined. I'm leaving soon. What about my allowance? Damn it, can't I cancel? Is it really China? I'll watch in real time. There was no new reply other than Dongtan Mom's sole confirmation. Park Ji-yu wondered if the old man's story was true or an elaborate lie. However, all the refugees on the ship gathered at the edge of the vessel to directly confirm their current location. They were all flustered, their faces pale, and a few minutes later people began to rush around in every direction, searching for a way to escape. Park Ji-yu also felt it was impossible to find the truth now. He stared coldly at the laptop screen, frowning, and repeated in his mind, I only know one thing for sure. Sung Yun just gave me confirmation through Dongtan Mom's post. I will definitely return alive. Amidst the frantic crowds trying to escape, Sung Yun faced the difficult path nervously, but he would surely return alive. This was not over yet. As soon as he entered the house, a toilet bowl sat alone in a corner. What is this? Two intruders with guns entered. Why is the toilet there? Did a pervert live here? The man suspected. Something's fishy. They didn't know they were secretly being watched by the person living here. Two people, no colleagues outside. They don't seem like the military. Park Ji-yu had his finger on the trigger, but it didn't seem like he would need to use it. Moreover, while this was happening, something else occurred. Dongtan Mom's trip to China didn't cause as much of a stir as expected. Some people raised questions. Who is Dongtan Mom anyway? The discussion board had questions like, why should we listen to him? If the M in the picture is really China, what's the difference? If they can falsify satellite photos, a ship photo wouldn't be difficult. Analyzing the photo, it was indeed falsified. They all disbelieved the trip. If Dongtan Mom went to China, how do you explain the idols coming to Jeju Island? Authentication posts are still coming up. No kids, I'll never believe you. I'll never believe it. Yang Sang-jun quickly began manipulating public opinion. And as always, people only believed what they wanted to believe. Park Ji-yu frowned slightly. But there's a limit to how long you can cover the sky with your palm. This was what was happening in his own residence. Dongtan Mom's post had a significant impact elsewhere, which was the surge of Incheon refugees and their transformation into plunderers. From the beginning, refugee camps were a gray area nominally managed by the National Assembly. In this situation, refugees who lost trust in the National Assembly left weakly managed camps and turned into plunderers. He had experienced this before and knew what they would do. Unlike the mediocre refugees who had come here before, they could literally do anything to survive. His hand quietly touched the bomb switch. He wouldn't use the bombs, but this was an opportunity to reduce their numbers. Suddenly, children's voices echoed from the walkie-talkie. "Dad, there were 2 kids following these 2 strange people. Is this our house now? Is everyone dead here?" The father replied. "No, look, this place was attacked and abandoned after everyone died. The location isn't good either." His wife's voice was heard again from the walkie-talkie. It seemed to be his family. "Honey, let's just stay here. We don't have much synthetic oil left and it's hard to keep wandering around." But the father didn't seem to agree. "Let's look around more and decide." According to FNT Post, there are a few good places nearby. Several voices were heard from the walkie-talkie. "How about Bendo's house? It would be better than a stuffy basement." After wandering for a long time, Park Ji-yu opened his mouth. "Hey, Defender," his voice trembled as he made a decision. "The car is heading your way." A slightly hesitant voice replied from the other side. "Understood." So a few hours later, the people who had invaded my territory had turned into cold corpses. Dong Ho also posted a warning message on his personal account. "Say whatever you want. Just let an intruder appear in my territory." He said it as if it were obvious. "Authentication will continue. Anyway, the damned people who hate me will continue to hate me." Park Ji-yu was drinking water, deep in thought about life when a voice spoke again. Scanton Da-young asked excitedly, "Oppa, did you see the post we put up? The reaction was amazing, right?" Is she talking about the post where they uploaded a photo of the house they just invaded with their family, now turned to gold? I felt interested in posting something after a long time. Park Gu's mood was still downcast. Only after a long time did he speak again. "Yes, congratulations. The era of people eating people has arrived, but there will always be exceptions and ambitious ones everywhere. It's proof that a new society is forming. Not all refugees are plunderers." A man rubbed his hands excitedly. "Please come in. I am Mono of Jaihodong. Would you like to browse the goods before you go?" Park Ji-yu heard about this new individual. "Mono of Jaihodong?" The other person was slightly surprised. "Didn't you know?" Dong Ho nonchalantly provided information. "He's a gangster from Wu. He's openly connected with the Legion faction and seems to steal military supplies to sell." He spoke indifferently. "He's the kind of guy who'll do anything for profit. He's probably good at playing politics, which is why the Legion faction likes him. Anyway, he's just a gangster." His voice resonated calmly. "He's around here, so I checked him out and his business seems to be doing well. If you're curious, should we go together?" Park Ji-yu was silent. A subtle ripple stirred in his heart. "Normally I would refuse, but look at the videos they're trading. 1 can of synthetic oil for 30 rounds of 5.56mm ammunition. The conditions are very good. This could be a huge profit for him." Unlike the rotting ammunition after completely occupying the U.S. military base, diesel oil was almost depleted, and even that was almost spoiled. He considered the possible scenarios. "I was originally eyeing synthetic oil as a new lifeline to run the generator. If I can collect a large amount with this opportunity." So he asked for help. "Can you come with me?" Dong Ho agreed excitedly. "Oh, of course." The time it took to get to the meeting place was very short. While thoughts may differ, the presence of a friend who would come anytime you called always gave a sense of reassurance. Park Ji-yu stood outside and said into the walkie-talkie, "I'd like to see the goods." A dirty and pleasant voice replied. "Oh, a customer? Come in." The old man smiled with dirty eyes. "I am Mono of Jaihodong." The two entered and were enthusiastically welcomed. Park Ji-yu thought he was more like a devil. Mono chuckled and introduced the people confined in cages. "Customer, do you need women? I guarantee they are completely disease-free." He spoke in a friendly and generous manner. "Weapons, oil, drugs, just name it. If I don't have it, I can get it for you." A skeletal man mumbled in a low voice, "This Mansok Merchant Guild." As soon as Mono heard that, he shrieked as if his tail had been stepped on. "You damn bastard, how dare you hit him without saying a word?" Shouts and curses rained down on the thin man. "Hold that sign straight and stand properly. How many times do I have to tell you to understand?" Dong Ho passed by silently, muttering in admiration. "What a mess!" However, despite the bloody atmosphere inside, the transaction proceeded surprisingly smoothly. The goods there astonished him. "What is all this? There's nothing they don't have." As soon as Mono heard Park Gu's request, he smiled faintly. "Customer, you want to exchange for ammunition?" "About half a box." His voice suddenly filled with surprise. "Half a box? How many rounds is that?" "Wait, that's more than we have in stock. First, we'll send you the amount we currently have, and for the remainder, we'll meet again tomorrow to complete the delivery." He suddenly called Dong-ho Defender. Was Dong-ho focused on the goods? He made an attractive offer. The remaining half-box of ammunition is sufficient as a token of gratitude. Buy whatever you need. Dong-ho scratched his head, embarrassed. I didn't do it for gratitude. But Park Ji-yu stubbornly insisted on giving him the ammunition. I have plenty of ammunition, and I've been indebted to you more than once, Hung Nim, haven't I? Hearing that, Dong-ho no longer declined and trotted over to where the goods were piled up. Thank you then. At this moment Park Gu's attention turned elsewhere. It was a few high-end guns placed in a corner. He casually asked, isn't that hangar equipment? Mono flipped through his ledger and opened his mouth. Oh, you know about them too, customer. Are you a former hangar? Park Ji-yu didn't want to elaborate too much on that era. I was active as a hangar for a while. How much are those? But he took off his glasses and shook his head. Oh dear, those aren't for sale. I obtained them with great difficulty. He felt a sense of regret. As he was lamenting over a few items, the transporter arrived. Hung Nim, all the synthetic oil has been moved. Mono stood up and nodded. That was quick. I'll see you out. The sky in the apocalyptic era was still blue and words of promise poured forth. We will be here forever. Mono was very satisfied with today's large transaction. Feel free to visit us anytime you need something. You're a VIP customer, so I'll give you special treatment. Park Gu's expression remained stern. But I've been curious about something from the beginning. Who was that person holding the sign earlier? An employee? Mono's voice, full of excitement, replied. A judge. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. It was a word he hadn't heard in this era, causing a slight moment of confusion. He stammered awkwardly and asked again. A judge? His expression remained calm. He's still alive. Those arrogant bastards who held high positions before the war are still alive too. Not many left in high places. It was as if it brought back scenes from a distant modern era. Those who once sat in high positions were now cruelly trampled by everyone. It was as if playing a game. The bastard who had played with other people's fates for half his life was now being treated like a toy before he died. He narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Isn't that karma? But because of a strange feeling he couldn't agree. An unpredictable, deep hatred could be felt in his tone. Ambiguity bloomed in his mind. Was it directed at all judges, or just a specific one? Park Ji-yu closed his eyes and judged rationally. Probably both. He decided not to interfere further, for the sake of a smooth transaction. But his wish seemed not to be fulfilled. A rough crackling voice came from the walkie-talkie. The boss will have to come personally. After that, the incident began and he was forced to intervene. Smell of blood hung heavily in the air, as if a massacre had occurred at the trading post. Mono chuckled and apologized. I'm truly sorry, customer, to have you come all this way. Park Ji-yu still surveyed his surroundings. What's going on? He shrugged and spoke casually. It's nothing. We were just attacked last night. His tone was a little strange. Attacked? Mono replied with an irritated voice. Yes, someone was dragged away while urinating, probably by a mutant creature. He seemed annoyed that his business was being disturbed. Such a nuisance. Park Ji-yu concentrated and judged. If it's a mutant creature, that's understandable. Unless it's an intelligent individual like Go, they generally grow large and lose their fear, often attacking in groups. He looked up at the stacks of boxes. But a question arose in his mind. Why are they attacking this place by climbing over the wall? Mono, on the other hand, continued to apologize. Originally, I intended to deliver it myself, but we're short on manpower. I'm truly sorry, he added a flattering remark. Instead, I'll offer various additional discounts, so please use our services again next time. However, his expression was coldly calculating. Unless it's a special individual, battling mutant creatures is a firepower fight. Park Ji-yu scanned his surroundings. With this many people, there shouldn't be a problem. He had no idea that this prediction was completely wrong. The next day, Mono, unable to bear it any longer, bent at the waist and pleaded, Please help us eliminate those guys, Hangar Nim. We will surely reward you. He opened his mouth and asked, Is the opponent a bird? A fat man pointed at him, flustered. Yes. That one looks like an owl with ear-like feathers and eyebrow-like feathers. Park Ji-yu could conclude it was an owl. What a nuisance. He still rattled off the characteristics of this species. Owls are large, carnivorous, nocturnal birds of prey of the order Strigiformes. They are also known as apex predators in the Korean ecosystem, boasting excellent adaptability and appetite. They are a long-standing enemy of hangars as recorded in textbooks. Mono heard that and worried. Then what should we do? He looked elsewhere and coldly asserted, I don't know either. But one thing is certain. This area has now become its hunting ground. He advised, once you become a target, it's a wise choice to leave. But before he could finish speaking, a resolute voice cut him off. No, a long-absent look of bewilderment flashed across his face. Why not? Mono spoke loudly again. We must protect this area at all costs, according to him. After the refugees fled, many camps previously controlled by existing troops collapsed. People seeking a way to survive would form shelter teams and gather around this area. He clenched his fists firmly and resolved. This is an opportunity we cannot miss. As if giving a speech from a high platform, I will build a new base and city around this place, creating a space where people can trade and enjoy entertainment. He spread his arms, envisioning a dreamlike future. I will create an era like Las Vegas. Park Ji-yu also understood. Are you saying you won't give up this place, no matter the cost? Mono immediately nodded and said without hesitation, Yes, everything I can pay. He gestured towards the items he had been eyeing last time. Then I'll take that hangar equipment set. At the same time, he added a few small requests. Can you lend me a few people for combat support? 2 or 3 should be enough, is that all right? Mono smiled without hesitation and said, absolutely no problem. When everything was finished, he contacted headquarters to request support. However, Park Gu's judgment in his mind was terribly cold. The variant owl is a formidable enemy, acknowledged even by former soldiers. If they lack combat experience, no matter how many people there are, it will be the same. His eyes were bland, as if they had no connection to them. Everyone just has their own desires. I will use these people as meat shields to hunt the mutant creature that has appeared in my territory. I've always prepared well for battles, but I feel like I've never truly prepared properly. Park Ji-yu gave instructions one by one. Gather logs of this size. I'll make them into sharp stakes and embed them everywhere. When the enemy attacks, they'll injure themselves and fall. Some people here expressed admiration. Oh, as expected of a professional hangar, you're different. And the enemy didn't wait for preparations to be finished. These thugs even grabbed the people in cages by their hair and dragged them out. You work too, you useless bastards. Park Ji-yu was still lost in his own world. I was planning to use these people as meat shields, but since they're thugs, I'll feel less guilty, right? Dagan's questions and doubts resurfaced in his mind. Since when did you start using meat shields, Hung Nim? Park Ji-yu smiled in agreement. You're right. While he was preparing, Mono came and stopped him. Hanger Nim, you don't need to exert yourself so much. He idly left all the work to his subordinates. They're useless anyway, so it's good to make them do this kind of work. Give them a cigarette to calm down. No need to worry about the useless ones here. Perhaps it's because of my pre-war profession, but I'm very good at contract negotiations. He didn't value the lives of anyone here very much. Everyone came here of their own volition, and this is the price they have to pay. Park Gu's lips moved with an unpredictable expression. He brought up another topic. Then is that judge also here for a similar reason? Mono took a deep drag from his cigarette with a strange expression. Do you feel sorry for him? Park Ji-yu answered honestly. Honestly, he looks a bit pathetic. This answer didn't cause much of a stir. Perhaps so, but the sharp Park Ji-yu immediately understood that this was the correct answer. Could it really have been the right answer? Mono fell into reminiscence. Have you ever hated someone so much you wanted them to die? Park Ji-yu was silent for a long time. Painful scenes, bitter partings are still vivid. Even if the target wasn't a person, it wasn't entirely absent. Mono, as if he had gone through many hardships, asked, have you ever hated something so much but didn't know how to hate it? He didn't know how to answer. I don't know. His face was still ordinary, but he continued the story. I had a daughter. His voice was filled with much regret. She was a truly kind and beautiful child. Literally a peerless beauty. Mono was filled with admiration. But having a beautiful daughter isn't always good. That child was stalked. He reported the stalker who even followed her home and caught him before anything happened. At that time, the court rendered a judgment that was a shocking verdict, utterly unacceptable to a father who loved his daughter, but he was released, he gasped in admiration. They said he had a stable job and wrote a letter of repentance so he wouldn't re-offend. Even though he had personally seen him holding a knife, Mono's demeanor was no longer cheerful. What do you think happened? There was still a smile on his face, but it was laced with unpredictable sharpness. What do you think happened when the father returned home? 2 pairs of shoes of different sizes were lying outside the door. The smell of iron filled the air and bloodstains were splattered on the floor. The man didn't stop wielding the knife even after the woman had breathed her last. At that moment the father cried out in grief, my daughter died because of you. He mistakenly carried his dead daughter's portrait to the courthouse. My daughter died because of your mistake. How will you take responsibility? Judge Park remained cold. What about court security? He stared with cold eyes. How could an outsider enter here? Drag him out immediately. The father's tears flowed uncontrollably. I couldn't understand, Mono regretted deeply. Even if it's not intentional, if someone dies because of me, shouldn't I feel guilty? But why could he be so indifferent? In his heart, a mad rage burned for the person who had rendered the judgment he believed was wrong. And how can he be so indifferent? It hurts every time I think about it. The truth about my daughter's death is something those fools will never understand. It's deep. If you want logic, leave it to science. That's how I feel. Nevertheless, he maintained a generous attitude. Fine, I know I'm a bad guy, so I give him one chance every day. Mono suddenly lunged and grabbed the man's neck. He shrieked as if insane. Hey, he pulled out a gun and placed it in the man's hand. The bastard who killed my entire family and made my daughter like that is right here. Mono snarled with fury. You say you're good at making judgments, make a judgment now. Mono pressed the muzzle to his own forehead and urged, make a judgment quickly. The skeletal man lost all vitality and slumped powerlessly. He looked at the sight and scoffed. At this moment Mono felt satisfaction at the man's pathetic state. Idiot, he shrugged and turned back to Park Ji-yu. As you can see, he is innocent. The man who had been silent for a long time spoke again. There is no basis to detain the man who killed your daughter. At these words, Mono thought he had misheard. What did you say? The man continued. If you arrest people based on emotion, what do you need judgments for? Though he had few teeth left, he could still articulate words like any other person. Even if 10 criminals are let go, state power must prevent a single innocent person from being unjustly punished. His tone was firm. Even if that day came again, I would still render the same judgment. That is my judgment as a Korean judge. This was clearly not what Mono wanted to hear. He shouted, "Hey, hit him, shut up." After expressing his anger for a while, he gasped, agitated, "All right, Hanger Nim, I've come up with a good idea." The bulging veins on his face proved that he was suppressing his rage. "Let's use him as bait. Instead of simply killing the man, he preferred a more cruel method. The moment the owl attacks, we'll concentrate our fire and riddle both of them with bullets." Mono handed him a gun with an expression like a devil from hell. "Can you do it or can't you?"